Soul-searching inquiry. What should one do when discovering that their husband is a film emperor? With a film emperor entangled in scandals and a parade of former lovers, what recourse is there but to endure? If endurance proves impossible, then divorce it must be. Striving for financial independence in the wake of separation, what does it matter if one finds themselves unwittingly paired as a national couple with the film emperor, who insists he is serious? Jiang Anzhi has entered into matrimony, yet remains unfamiliar with his wife. 3 years later, he is astounded to discover that she possesses an array of breathtaking wilderness survival skills. A wildlife researcher? What is this? He feels deceived in a marriage. Chapter 1. My husband is a film emperor. The 77th Wanhua Awards ceremony unfolds amidst the dazzling lights of Yihai, an event graced by renowned directors and top-tier stars. From Huaxia, fans gather in throngs to support their beloved celebrities, while television and online media propagate live broadcasts, heralding an evening dedicated to the entertainment industry, capturing the attention of the entire nation. Drones hover over the ceremony, revealing a sea of faces, with fans waving luminous banners like a galaxy of stars. Limousines glide down the red carpet as celebrities elegantly alight, presenting radiant smiles to the cameras. Even in her pregnant state, Feng Lanchu maintains her daily exercise routine. As her due date approaches and her belly expands, she transitions from jogging in the community to leisurely walking in her living room. To pass the time, she turns on the television, only to find a Wanhua Awards dominating the screen. Disinterestedly, she begins critiquing the ceremony. That dress is truly stunning, though it appears rather chilly. That individual's hair is disheveled, yet the graceful gesture of fixing it is quite pleasing. That youthful star possesses broad shoulders and long legs, with remarkably refined features. Alas, she finds herself unfamiliar with anyone in the entertainment industry. Next to grace the stage is film emperor Jiang Anzhi, nominated for Best Actor for his role in Hong Mei Kai Kai. Should he win tonight, it would mark his 5th crowning. Feng Lanchu disregards the lengthy introduction, focusing instead on one salient point: this individual shares her husband's name. The television erupts with fan cheers, and soon a pair of polished shoes emerges from a limousine. The director, attuned to the fans' sentiments, slowly pans the camera up from the feet, revealing long legs, a narrow waist, and broad shoulders, so perfect golden triangle that tantalizes the audience. As the camera focuses on the face, Feng Lanchu's heart skips a beat, rendering her momentarily speechless. What on earth? Not only do they share a name, but they also bear a striking resemblance. Yet her husband exudes a gentler demeanor, while the man on screen possesses a more piercing and cold gaze. Jiang Anzhi glides onto the red carpet, offering a subtle smile that softens his previously sharp features. Feng Lanchu is taken aback, and suddenly, a sharp pain grips her abdomen. Glancing down, she realizes her water has broken, leaving a pool at her feet. Mom, help! She is about to give birth. Moments later, her mother-in-law rushes downstairs, frantically dialing for assistance. Soon, the wail of an ambulance pierces the air, and she is lifted onto a stretcher, wheeled into the delivery room. The doctor examines her and states, "Your water has broken, but the cervix is only dilated 1 centimeter. You may wait a while longer." Thus, she is moved from the delivery room to the waiting area, amidst the chaos of her surroundings. The VIP waiting room is a single occupancy space. To distract her, the nurse kindly turns on the television, and once again, the awards ceremony fills the screen. At that moment, the time for announcing the Best Actor award arrives. As the presenter calls out Jiang Anzhi's name, the crowd erupts in jubilation. Oh, she does not wish to watch. Can someone turn off the television? The contractions intensify, and under both physical and mental strain, Feng Lanchu finds herself drifting back to the moment they first met 11 months prior. Chapter 2. Arranged Marriage. Lanchu. Hello, I am Anzi's mother. You may call me Aunt Shen. Hello, Auntie. Feng Lanchu greets obediently. Jiang's mother is graceful and dignified, exuding warmth and elegance, a clear indication of her refined upbringing. Jiang's father possesses striking features, with an air of scholarly sophistication, indicative of a well-educated background. Their attire is impeccable, reflecting their affluent upbringing. Feng Lanchu forces a smile, casting a furtive glance across the table, where she is unexpectedly captivated. Though not one to be swayed by appearances, she cannot deny that this man is undeniably handsome. With bright, starry eyes and ethereal features, his gaze resembles an inkwell infused with starlight, and his lips curl into a faint, polite smile, evoking the sense of being cherished by a devoted partner. His exterior is strikingly refined, yet he also exudes a warmth and grace inherent to true masculinity, far surpasses any of her previous suitors in terms of looks. Perhaps he is indeed beyond her reach, she muses. The parents observe the two children exchanging glances and sense a budding connection. Chen remarks, "I hear Lan Shu is a professor at Huaxiang University. She is quite remarkable at such a young age." Feng's mother responds, "We are humbled our Lan Shu pales in comparison to your Anji. The only thing she can offer is her ability to balance her academic endeavors with family duties." Aunt Shun counters, "That is precisely what is needed. Anji is far too busy to tend to family matters." Feng's mother agrees. They complement each other perfectly. Feng Lanshu gazes incredulously at her mother. Is this truly not a marriage of convenience? As someone who has spent years in the African savannah, where would she find the time to care for a family? Aunt Chen adds, "Our son may be taciturn, but he is kind-hearted, talented, and quite successful." Feng's mother chimes in, "It is normal for a man to be reserved. Just look at how handsome he is, resembling that big, Star Wars' name again. It seems they even share the same name." Feng Lanshu, upon hearing this, re-evaluates Jiang Anzhi. He does appear somewhat familiar. Aunt Chen's eyes flicker slightly, and she awkwardly laughs. Hee, let's finalize this. Let's choose a date to celebrate their union." Feng's mother concurs. "I agree." The two fathers, lacking a voice in the matter, exchange glances, sharing a silent camaraderie as they lift their glasses for a toast. Feng Lanshu stares in disbelief at her mother's. This is moving too quickly. Shouldn't they first exchange WeChat to get to know one another? Realizing her father is of no help, she quickly turns to Jiang Anzhi, seeking an ally. However, Jiang Anzhi, having keenly sensed her gaze, merely offers her a shallow smile once more. What does this smile mean? Feng Lanshu is perplexed. Suddenly, the handsome man across from her makes a move, sliding his phone towards her with his long fingers, his fair fingertips making her feel inadequate. "May I add you on WeChat?" His deep, melodious voice resonates from across the table. Yet Jiang Anzhi gazes at her openly, seemingly oblivious to her anxious thoughts, or perhaps indifferent to them. Feng Lanshu quickly gathers her scattered thoughts and diligently scans the QR code. His WeChat name reads Jiang Hai Ji Yu Sheng, with an avatar featuring flamboyant calligraphy of the word Jing. This outdated name and avatar seem hastily registered. Feng Lanshu glances at him suspiciously, observing him note her name without any apparent hesitation. Curiously, she clicks into Jiang Hai Ji Yu Sheng's moments, revealing a blank canvas. Has she been blocked? Or has her suspicion been confirmed? Is this a hastily created account? This individual Feng Lanshu begins to grasp why someone with such favorable conditions would end up with her. He must either be ill or coerced into this. Given his demeanor, he is barely meeting the minimum expectations. Chapter 3. Recollections of misunderstandings. Feng Lanshu silently derides the situation, yet her survival instinct keeps her from voicing her thoughts. On this particular side, Jiang Anzhi had already risen to his full height, considerably taller than she had anticipated, approximately 185 centimeters. Notably, Jiang Anzhi had donned a mask and secured a cap, concealing his entire visage, presenting himself like a superstar on the move. Feng Lanshu gazed at him in astonishment. Surely, a normal person would not behave in such a manner. A furtive glance at her parents revealed their peculiar expressions. Jiang's mother, sensing the unease, stepped in to ease the tension. Anji has a slight respiratory issue that requires special attention. Rest assured, it is nothing serious. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Liang's doubts dissipated instantaneously. Oh, indeed, we should be cautious. The air quality in Huaxiang has indeed been deteriorating. Yes, let's not delay any further. Let's be on our way. All right, Lanshu, do keep up. The Jiang family arrived in a discreet luxury vehicle, with Jiang's father inviting Feng's parents to board while leaving the family's Great Wall SUV for Jiang Anzhi. Though Huaxiang may not be as developed as first-tier cities like Yiyang or Baizhou, it is well planned, earning the moniker of Little Singapore. As the ordinary Great Wall SUV traversed the picturesque road, accompanied by a luxury car as an escort, The scene could have been quite romantic. However, with both sets of parents in the back seat rather than bodyguards, the romance was decidedly absent. Had this blind date been akin to previous ones, where the family background and appearance were passable, she might have closed her eyes and accepted the arrangement. Yet, Jiang Anzhi's affluent lineage and striking looks suggested a man far too captivating for a stable relationship. She was inclined to let this splendid specimen be claimed by another young lady. Feng Lanchu secretly rehearsed her refusal in her mind. "What are your thoughts on tonight's event, Miss Feng?" Jiang Anzhi inquired nonchalantly, his voice low and slightly husky, quite melodious. Feng Lanchu's eyes flickered in surprise. "It's quite good," she replied. "Quite good?" Jiang Anzhi glanced at her, a hint of curiosity in his gaze. "Yes," Feng Lanchu nodded, though her agreement was somewhat reluctant. Upon hearing her response, an inexplicable smile began to illuminate Jiang Anzi's profound eyes. "I hold great admiration for you, Miss Feng." What? Though only his eyes were visible, Feng Lanchu felt her heart flutter uncontrollably. She finally grasped the meaning of the adage that all principles can be shattered by beauty. Just moments ago, she had resolved to exclude him, yet a mere compliment had her floating in vanity. "To be candid, I have no intentions of marriage just yet. However, I am quite serious and hope that Miss Feng might grant me the opportunity to explore this together." With that, Jiang Anzhi cast her a determined yet gentle glance. Feng Lanchu found herself bewildered, as if enchanted, and felt a strange connection. After all, she too was thrust into this situation. A partnership between them did not seem so dire, so she found herself nodding in agreement, albeit in a daze. Thus began a whirlwind of events. Engagement, hasty marriage, pregnancy, and childbirth, all flashing by like frames in a rapid montage, until the moment her mother-in-law presented her with a bowl of chicken soup. "Dear daughter-in-law, eat something to gather strength for later." With teary eyes, she shook her head, refusing Jiang's mother's offering. "Mom, how many centimeters have I dilated? Can I give birth now?" The doctor had instructed her to wait until dilation reached 4 centimeters, yet the pain was excruciating. To divert her attention, she had replayed her whirlwind marriage in her mind repeatedly, only to grow increasingly despondent. Chapter 4. I don't want a birth partner. In hindsight, she should have recognized the signs during their blind date when Jiang Anzhi had concealed himself so thoroughly. Even if she had been oblivious at their wedding, where he had invited no friends or colleagues, she should have sensed something amiss. And after a year of marriage leading up to childbirth, with Jiang Anzhi spending less than a month at home, one would think she would have begun to question the situation. But, as a PhD in biology and an associate professor at the Wild Animal Research Institute of Huaxiang University, how could such an educated individual remain so oblivious to the fact that her husband, Jiang Anzhi, was a renowned movie star? What sort of folly was this? The more she pondered, the more intense the pain in her abdomen became. Eventually, she recognized that the frequency of her contractions had reached the threshold the doctor had mentioned for delivery. Being well-versed in human reproduction, she felt compelled to summon the nurse. Almost there, seeing her suddenly biting her lip in agony, Jiang's mother anxiously sought out the nurse. Having married into the Jiang family and endured the long 9 months of pregnancy, Jiang's mother felt guilty about her son's absence, further intensifying her care for Feng Lanchu. With the baby arriving 2 days ahead of schedule, and Jiang's father at work while the in-laws were en route, she bore the full responsibility of caring for her daughter-in-law and grandchild. Before long, a nurse arrived to check her dilation and confirmed she was at 4 centimeters, promptly escorting her to the delivery room. While others had their families surrounding them during childbirth, with their husbands offering support, she felt like a hidden antelope, needing to reach the birthing ground. Alone did I end that moment. Feng Lanchu felt a pang of sympathy. As Feng Lanchu was wheeled down the corridor to the delivery room, a dapper gentleman in a suit, impeccably groomed, rushed toward them. He was panting, his complexion pale, with strands of hair adorned with glittering confetti, and his dark brows reflected Feng Lanchu's astonishment. Was she hallucinating from the pain? The man she had seen on television had materialized before her. Jiang Anzhi reached for her face, but the nurse swiftly intervened. "The patient is about to enter a sterile environment. He must be sanitized before any contact." Her husband had truly appeared. Despite the pain, Feng Lanchu could not afford to think any further and allowed the doctor to guide her into the delivery room. She vaguely heard Jiang Anzhi inquiring with the nurse outside, and with a sudden surge of intuition, she grasped the doctor's sleeve, imploring, "I refuse any accompaniment during delivery. Please do not allow my husband to come in." Oh, sooner had she spoken than a nurse entered, asking if the male family member could join her. The doctor glanced at Feng Lanchu and firmly instructed the nurse, "The patient is stable and healthy family members may wait outside." With the nurse departing with the obstetrician's orders, Feng Lanchu finally felt at ease. Having once assisted a fawn in childbirth, though she had managed it smoothly, the bloody scene remained etched in her memory. If it was so for a deer, how much more so for Jiang Anzhi? Moreover, she did not wish to prove her partner's love through hardship. Such torment was best avoided. The mere fact that Jiang Anzhi was present was a delightful surprise. Feng Lanchu, possessing robust physical health, endured the arduous labor for over an hour, and both mother and child emerged safely. Chapter 5. Daily Life of a Spectator Beside the Main Character. 3 years later, after completing a 3-month observation mission at the Wulong Nature Reserve for pandas, the students decided to extend their stay for a couple more days. The group leader, Feng Lanchu, who was accompanied by children, had to depart early. Speaking of children, the elderly gentleman beside her donned a commemorative panda factory cap and a white t-shirt adorned with a little panda, paired with black and white striped overalls that a tuft of fluffy tail protruded from behind, making him resemble a freshly transformed little panda spirit, an utterly captivating sight. This was none other than her son, Jiang Che, affectionately nicknamed Chui Diao. Since her whirlwind marriage, her life had seemingly accelerated. She was swiftly married, pregnant, and then gave birth, and now her child was old enough to accompany her to the nature reserve. While time flew by, she felt as though the days dragged on endlessly. For 3 whole years, in her quest to nurture Jiang Che, she had turned down invitations from the Dubai Ras Al Khaimah Wildlife Reserve for flamingo research and the Masai Mara National Wildlife Reserve in Kenya, effectively sealing herself within Huaishiang without stepping outside. The happiest of all during these years was undoubtedly Mrs. Liang, who had successfully anchored her wayward daughter in marriage, no longer needing to worry about her marrying an African chieftain or a foreign blonde, nor fretting over her daughter being devoured by lions or tigers, in contrast to Ms. Liang's heartfelt efforts. Feng Lanchu was far less candid. After enduring until Jiang Che turned 3, she boldly embraced the covert assignment of the school's Wulong research project. Rather than disclosing their destination to the nature reserve, she merely stated that they were journeying to Sichuan for educational purposes, cleverly bringing Jiang Che along to maintain the FOD. Over the course of these 3 months, not only did she find herself invigorated, but her son Jiang Che also reveled in the joys of nature. Feng Lanchu could sense that her son's fondness for her was beginning to surpass that for his father. It was rather peculiar. While most children clung to their mothers, hers seemed to harbor an endless fascination for their father. Despite being his constant companion, she could not compete with the occasional visits from his father, who was the most frequently mentioned figure in their conversations. "Ah, men." Out of the corner of her eye, Feng Lanchu observed Jiang Che, the little panda, repeatedly reaching into the small bag nestled in his arms. Unable to resist, she playfully tapped his little hat and curiously inquired, "What treasures do you have in there for fishing?" "It's a gift for Daddy," Jiang Chui Jiao replied earnestly, raising his gaze. Feng Lanchu rolled her eyes, thinking, what an ungrateful little rascal. "What have you prepared?" At her question, Jiang Chui Jiao offered a slight smile, his dimples evident, reminiscent of Jiang Anzhi. "Bamboo leaves from the little panda." Feng Lanchu leaned in for a glance and was astonished to find the bag brimming with them, wondering when he had collected such a bounty. As she contemplated a teasing remark about where her own gift was, her phone rang. It was her mother-in-law. "Hello, Mom, what's the matter?" Where are you right now?" Jiang Ma's voice carried an undertone of anxiety, leaving Feng Lanchu somewhat perplexed. "We're at the airport, preparing to board let me pick you up?" Yesterday, Ming Ming said she would come to fetch us. Realizing that her mother-in-law had not seen her grandson for 3 months and might be feeling anxious, she conceded, "All right then. Please ensure your safety. We shall see you in the evening." "Okay, see you tonight." After ending the call, Feng Lanchu felt a twinge of confusion, sensing something odd in Jiang Ma's hesitant demeanor. Could it be that the film emperor had stirred up some trouble again? Was that Grandma? The little panda beside her asked, his bright eyes filled with certainty. Yes, Grandma mentioned she has prepared delicious food for you this evening. Upon hearing this, Jiang Che's eyes sparkled, his lips curving into a smile strikingly similar to Jiang Anzhi's. Let us go. It is time to board. Chapter 6. The prehistory of the film emperor. The journey from W.L. to Hu Ixi takes approximately 3.5 hours. Not long after boarding, Jiang fell into a deep slumber, showing no signs of awakening until the plane landed. F.L.N.C.H., feeling somewhat helpless, found herself bearing the weight of Jiang, reminiscent of her past when she used to carry a mountaineering backpack. Now, she was burdened with the responsibility of carrying Jiang, a fate seemingly destined to keep her from being with delicate girls. F.L.N.C.H. was strikingly beautiful, with an appearance that presented her as a gentle, sweet, fair-skinned young lady. Yet, as she effortlessly hoisted Jiang and moved briskly, passers-by could not help but steal glances, marveling at the sight of a formidable Barbie. With the assistance of onlookers, she successfully retrieved her luggage, her phone incessantly ringing. As she walked, she answered a Bluetooth call, the voice on the other end firing off questions. Hey, what are you up to? You've been unreachable. I'm heading out now. And how are you doing? How's my darling godson's mood? What do you mean? F.L.N.C.H. replied, bewildered. He's sleeping like a log. Meanwhile, I'm carrying him, managing the luggage, and talking to you. It's quite a hassle. Upon hearing this, ZHM NGM instantly realized that F.L.N.C.H. had once again lost her internet connection. Rolling her eyes, she responded, all right, I'll be waiting for you at our usual spot. We can talk more once you're in the car. After ending the call, F.L.N.C.H. cradled the child in her left arm and grabbed the luggage with her right as she made her way outside. 3 years had passed. Yet, ZHM NGM's fiery Hummer remained as pristine as ever, spotting the familiar woman approaching in the rearview mirror. ZHM NGM exited the vehicle to assist with the luggage. Thank you for being the woman behind the strong woman, F.L.N.C.H. said, casually tossing the luggage to ZHM NGM before settling into the backseat with Jiang. Once ZHM NGM arranged the luggage and joined her, F.L.N.C.H. ensured Jiang was comfortably nestled in the spacious seat, soundly asleep. What's going on? She inquired. As the wife of the film emperor, can you not be more competent? At least stay connected to the internet. Who else could it be? ZHM NGM replied, rolling her eyes as she started the car. For your sake, I practically morphed into a half-entertainment industry paparazzo. His ex-girlfriend, of course. Upon hearing the mention of the ex-girlfriend, F.L.N.C.H. instinctively furrowed her brow. Slowly, she pulled out her phone to check Weibo. The headlines displayed a sensational title about FQ and the film emperor Jiang Anzhi rekindling their romance due to a film, with the topic's popularity soaring over 200 million. The most shared post was a 5-second video showing FQ linking arms with Jiang Anzhi, both laughing and sipping drinks, with Jiang Anzhi casting a gentle glance in her direction. The chemistry between them was palpable, even without sound, revealing a deep affection. This video reportedly leaked during the wrap party for the film ZUXN. The emergence of this video sent shockwaves through the ongoing controversy, which had persisted for 6 months, igniting fervor among media and fans alike. To understand this situation, one must revisit the casting of ZUXN. It marked the first collaboration between Jiang Anzhi and FQ since they had previously been a couple. Jiang Anzhi debuted at the age of 15 with a singing and dancing group, entered film school at 18, and won the Best Newcomer Award at the W New Awards for an art film at 20. His career trajectory was promising until rumors surfaced about him accompanying the rising star FQ for an abortion. At that time, Jiang Anzhi was on the rise, and FQ had just entered the entertainment industry. This incident caused a massive uproar, leading to their breakup shortly thereafter. Speculation arose that their agency orchestrated the split. Others claimed Jiang Anzhi sacrificed his relationship to safeguard his career, while a few suggested that FQ had leveraged Jiang Anzhi's fame to boost her own recognition. Regardless of the truth behind the events of that year, they went their separate ways, missing even the chance to collaborate or appear together. Thus, When the ZUXN production team announced Jiang Anzhi and FQ as the lead roles 6 months ago, the excitement among fans was palpable. Chapter 7. Fan Wars. A decade of hard work transformed Jiang Anzhi into an award-winning artist, highly sought after for film projects, and a versatile talent with immense commercial value. Although FQ's worth did not quite match his, she had firmly established herself among the top tier of actresses. Their respective statuses, influence, and prior romantic history ensured that the ZUXN project attracted significant attention from the public. Any minor incident was likely to be sensationalized by marketing accounts. Despite the production team maintaining a tight lid on information over the past 6 months, rumors continued to circulate, with fans engaged in a protracted battle against the unfounded narratives. They anxiously awaited the wrap party, only to be confronted by the explosive video that validated all prior speculation. Fans were left reeling, experiencing a range of emotions from despair to elation. Jiang and FS supporters celebrated, rejoicing in their reunion after a decade apart. I always said they were meant to be together. They will definitely reconcile. No one is more suited for each other than they are. Ha ha ha, I shipped it for real. I'll help you move to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Please get married on the spot. Meanwhile, FQ's diehard fans directed their ire at Jiang Anzhi, launching veiled attacks. Stay away from that scoundrel, and take my cue away. In this world, only I truly love you. The emotionless film emperor can just roll out. Conversely, Jiang Anzhi's loyal fans dismissed FQ supporters, directly confronting the marketing accounts. Those fans are shameless. They should know who really wronged whom. Did someone ride on my sweetheart's coattails? Is blood bun delicious? My husband is lying beside me, completely unaware. We reject maliciously edited videos. What kind of evidence is that? Show us the original footage. Are you brave enough to release the original? Meanwhile, onlookers quietly commented, I seriously suspect the production team is stirring the pot for publicity. But this gossip is quite delectable. In conclusion, the fan community was a chaotic mess, in stark contrast to the heated online debates. FNCH remained remarkably composed as she observed the unfolding drama. Having grasped the situation, she understood the reason behind her mother-in-law's call prior to boarding. Jiang Ti, your reaction is rather zen considering you are the one being cheated on. FNCH shrugged nonchalantly. Such news surfaces every 10 days or so. I become immune to it. Besides, the entertainment industry is a veritable melting pot. Ever since I learned that Jiang Anzhi was Jiang Anzhi, I prepared myself for the day he would stray, given that it was bound to happen. What is the point in getting worked up about it? NGM was at a loss for words, unsure whether to commend her for her open-mindedness or criticize her for her naivety. FNCH, who did not engage in the fandom or idolize stars, had perfectly missed the years when Jiang Anzhi was a rising idol, when he transitioned to acting and garnered awards for his performances. She was preoccupied with her college entrance examinations, foregoing all entertainment pursuits. Later, as she delved into wildlife biology, frequently embarking on fieldwork in remote mountains, she essentially lived in a different era, not to mention her subsequent graduate studies and job placements in Africa. In essence, while Jiang Anzhi thrived in the entertainment industry, she was tirelessly immersed in academia, with their paths never crossing and no intersection in sight. She had never imagined that marrying anyone, let alone a film emperor, would ever be a possibility. Thus, when NGM joked about the striking resemblance between her husband's name and that of the film emperor, FNCH never even considered the connection. In her life plan, she had never envisioned intertwining her fate with someone from the entertainment world. Contemplating the chaotic industry and the throngs of fans behind him, she shuddered at the thought of being exposed, fearing that Jiang Anzhi's fans would tear her apart if they ever discovered the truth. Yet, by the time the reality dawned on her, the child was already on the way. What did she do? Chapter 8. The Zen Jiang Ti, as a responsible and compassionate wildlife researcher, she exhibited a fierce protectiveness towards animals. How much more so for her own flesh and blood. FNCH had no choice but to swallow her grievances. Fortunately, over the past 2 years, she had begun to appreciate the advantages of being married to Jiang Anzhi. Their union had led to the swift arrival of Jiang, sparing them the pressure of post-marital family planning. With Jiang cradled in their arms, It felt as if they were holding the entire world, rendering them indifferent to the concerns of their families regarding work, relationships, and life. Finally, Jiang Anzhi appears cold at first glance, yet his character is genuinely kind, stable, reliable, and courteous. Although there is no romantic love between them, they treat each other with mutual respect. Should they encounter true love in the future, parting amicably would be effortless. However, marrying Jiang Anzhi comes with its own troubles. He is exceedingly famous, attracting countless admirers eager to pursue him, while marketing accounts eagerly capitalize on the gossip for profit. She herself is indifferent to these rumors. But her mother-in-law, biological mother, and close friends often overreact, incessantly offering comfort, which becomes quite tiresome. By now, she has become intimately familiar with more than half of the rising stars in the entertainment industry. For instance, in the recent public feud surrounding the Jiang drama production, she was already well aware of Fu Qi's background and their past, even having memorized intricate details, thanks to the various intel provided by Zhu Mingming. Yet, what does it matter? Those with a modicum of sense understand that news in the entertainment industry is often a mix of truth and falsehood, with the latter being far more prevalent. Setting aside their history, the fragmented videos provide little to discuss. Furthermore, if they truly wish to reconcile, she would willingly step aside, even if it meant leaving with nothing. Her sole stipulation is that Jiang Che must remain with her. She cannot possibly entrust Jiang Che to the care of a starlet stepmother. However, those around her hold a different perspective. Both sets of parents are quite content with their union, believing wholeheartedly in the concept of one life, one couple, and that once united, they should live together harmoniously. In the entertainment industry, Jiang Anzhi is often at the mercy of circumstances, thus understanding and tolerant from her, as his wife, are paramount. Therefore, whenever there is even a hint of gossip, they rush to comfort and counsel her, fearing she might feel hurt or disheartened. Despite her repeated reassurances that she is unaffected and will not take it to heart, the thought of facing her in-laws' feigned concern and anxiety tonight is exhausting. It is all Jiang Anzhi's fault. Just as she is mentally lamenting, her phone chimed. Phone, phone, phone. Tonight, Jiang Che and I are having dinner at my parents'. Jiang Hai Ji Yu Sheng. All right. All right, what? Is he going too? Feng Lan Chu felt inexplicably confused, yet Jiang Anzhi did not send any further messages. Chapter 9. Jiang Xian Shaozhu. Jiang Xian Shaozhu is a newly constructed ancient-style courtyard along the river in the old city, where many families have transformed their homes into ghost houses, attracting tourists from both domestic and abroad seeking a glimpse of antiquity. Little did anyone expect that the illustrious film Emperor Jiang Anzhi resides here. Zhu Mingming had just dropped them off at Jiang Xian Shaozhu when she was called away by an urgent phone call. Jiang Ge, having slept for over 4 hours from the plane to Jiang Xian Shaozhu, finally stirred awake. Upon opening his eyes, he spotted his grandmother, her dark eyes curving into crescent moons, and when she smiled, delightful dimples appeared at the corners of her mouth. My little treasure, Grandma missed you dearly. Jiang Ma embraced Jiang Che, reluctant to let go. Mom, where's my bag? Right here. Feng Lan Chu silently presented what the elder wanted. Jiang Che took it and held it tightly against his chest, a hint of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. What are you hiding? Why so precious? Jiang Ma was also intrigued. Oh dear, did you bring Grandma a gift from your fishing trip? At this, Jiang Che smiled softly and nodded. When he gingerly pulled out a small bamboo leaf from the bag, Jiang Ma's joy was akin to receiving a golden leaf. My darling, you truly understand me. Jiang Che merely raised the corners of his mouth slightly, his dimples and bright eyes reflecting his good mood. Just as the family was enjoying a warm meal and engaging in cheerful conversation, the sound of the door opening interrupted them. Everyone instinctively turned their heads. A tall, slender figure entered, dressed in the simplest white jeans that exuded an impeccable sense of fashion, and his slightly cold demeanor softened under the light. Dad! Jiang Che reacted the quickest, standing up from his high chair, attempting to climb down. Jiang Anzhi smiled gently, taking a few steps to his side and lifting him up, earning a delighted laugh from Jiang Che. Jiang Anzhi then leisurely set him back down in his chair, softly advising him, "The chair is dangerous. Be careful not to fall." "I'm not afraid," Jiang Che replied confidently, a charming smile revealing his adorable dimples. Jiang Anzhi indulgently pinched his cheek, watching the affectionate interaction between father and son. Feng Lan Chu felt a pang of envy. "Oh man, you should eat more," Jiang Ma said, heading straight for the kitchen. Originally seated between Jiang Ma and Feng Lan Chu, Jiang Che now instinctively shifted to give his place to Jiang Anzhi. Jiang Anzhi accepted without hesitation, sitting down with a slight smile, and soon, Jiang Ma's chopsticks and bowl were served. With Jiang Anzhi's arrival, the atmosphere at the table shifted from lively to slightly tense. As Jiang Pa and Jiang Ma's gazes began to drift between the two, Feng Lan Chu sighed internally to alleviate Jiang Pa and Jiang Ma's concerns. She had no choice but to enter performance mode and serve Jiang Anzhi a piece of fish. The fish is good today. You should get more protein. Compared to Feng Lan Chu, Jiang Anzhi appeared much more at ease. He accepted the fish with a gentle smile and said thank you before resuming his meal. Mom, I want some too. The little boy in the high chair was an ardent fan of Jiang Anzhi. Whatever he did, Jiang Che wanted to do as well. Chapter 10. Father and son grandma will serve you, Jiang Ma said, moving her chopsticks. Seeing the young couple interact normally, Jiang Pa and Jiang Ma sighed in relief, feeling a sense of gratitude and sympathy for their daughter-in-law's generosity. Upon hearing the words wrapped up, Jiang Ma's brows involuntarily twitched. This fellow truly knows how to touch upon sensitive subjects. Jiang Anzhi nodded, his demeanor unchanged. You all should stay tonight. Leave in the morning. No, it's better to leave at night. Jiang Anzhi declined decisively. There are too many people during the day, and I prefer to avoid the crowds. I'm used to it, but it would be too taxing for you. Jiang Anzhi is always the one with ideas, and Jiang Pa and Jiang Ma ceased to press the matter further. Is there really nothing between you and Fu Qi? Jiang Anzhi cast a faint glance at Jiang Ma without responding, prompting her to hastily add, Jiang Anzhi's expression remained neutral, devoid of any discernible emotion. Oh, go on then, Jiang Ma sighed, shaking her head helplessly. As their son grew, he became less amenable to his mother's wishes, and any debts owed to his wife would have to be repaid by them. The new house is situated in a new district, a discreet 3-story villa with well-maintained front and back gardens. Feng Lan Chu has tended to it beautifully, lush with greenery. Enjoying the moonlit autumn evenings in the yard is the ultimate pleasure. Upon entering the house, Feng Lan Chu promptly prepared a bath for Jiang Che. By the time Jiang Che emerged fragrant from the bathroom, Jiang Anzhi had neatly organized their luggage. At that moment, Jiang Anzhi was holding a small backpack, curious about the leaves inside. Dad, this is a gift I brought for you. Do you like it? Jiang Che, dressed in pajamas, scampered over to Jiang Anzhi, gazing up at him with eager anticipation. Jiang Anzhi raised an eyebrow in surprise, then broke into a gentle smile. I like it. Thank you. You're welcome, Dad. I want to hear you tell a story. The usually quiet child became exceptionally lively and affectionate upon seeing Jiang Anzhi, leading one to wonder about the authenticity of their love. You go play with him. I'll prepare some milk, Feng Lan Chu said as she followed Jiang Che. Okay. Jiang Anzhi chuckled, taking Jiang Che by the hand and leading him to his room. When Feng Lan Chu entered with the prepared milk, she found Jiang Che nestled in Jiang Anzhi's arms, the two of them engrossed in examining a picture book, a sight that explained Jiang Che's adoration for him. Feng Lan Chu placed the milk on the bedside table, but Jiang Che didn't even glance up, realizing that she had been relegated to the status of a mere maid. Feng Lan Chu rolled her eyes in silence and opted to freshen up, watching Feng Lan Chu's retreating figure tinged with bitterness. Jiang Anzhi smiled slightly and pinched Jiang Che's cheek, asking, "Why are you ignoring your mother?" Only then did Jiang Che look up from the picture book, his clear black eyes shining brightly as he replied, "I want to let Mom rest." Understanding his mother's usual tendency to fuss, Jiang Che knew she would prioritize putting him to sleep before attending to her own matters. Jiang Anzhi was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected Jiang Che to have such thoughts. Jiang Che, with an air of calmness, inquired why his father was neglecting his mother. Jiang Anzhi chuckled, his eyes radiating warmth, and I found myself smiling in unison. Upon hearing this, Jiang Che also laughed, and their laughter was strikingly synchronized, a scene that would undoubtedly melt the hearts of any fans fortunate enough to witness such a tender moment. Chapter 11. A casual conversation. Jiang Anzhi had been in the industry for 15 years, enduring a grueling schedule that led to severe sleep disturbances, rendering him nearly impervious to medication in the 2 years preceding his marriage. Only his parents and manager were aware of his plight, as they feared he might descend into depression. Fortunately, his condition had significantly improved over the past 2 years, and everyone attributed his recovery to the efficacy of medication, unaware that it was largely due to the presence of his beloved beside him. Nestled next to Feng Lanchu, he often inhaled the faint aroma of greenery that enveloped him, a scent that brought him solace. Initially believing it to be the calming effect of fragrance, Jiang Anzhi had tried various incense and perfumes, yet none could replicate the serenity he felt beside Feng Lanchu. He could not articulate the reason behind this phenomenon, attributing it to their compatible energies. "Anzhi, shall we talk?" Feng Lanchu's gentle voice broke the silence in the dark. Jiang Anzhi's response was momentarily startled. "Is that rookie your ex-girlfriend?" Jiang Anzhi slowly lifted his gaze, the obscurity of the night concealing his expression. After a long pause, he nodded, his voice reverting to its cool demeanor. "Yes." Feng Lanchu anticipated this answer, yet her heart felt an inexplicable heaviness. "Were you two merely colleagues?" Jiang Anzhi interjected before she could finish. "I thought I had made that clear to you. Pay no attention to the online rumors. They only serve to add to your worries. Unless I tell you directly, do not believe anything. I understand, but if one day you reconcile with her or find true love, what will you do?" Jiang Anzhi's voice dropped. "Divorce?" Feng Lanchu hesitantly nodded, her tone lacking its previous vitality. Faced with Jiang Anzhi's unreadable expression in the darkness, she felt slightly intimidated. "After all, I genuinely wish to see you happy. And what about Jiang Che? Can you bear to have him live with a stepmother?" "Fishing naturally should be with me," Feng Lanchu murmured. Jiang Anzhi was left speechless. She did not want Jiang Che to have a stepmother, but wished for him to have a stepfather. Feng Lanchu was taken aback, swearing she had never considered it that way. "Don't even think about it." Feng Lanchu gazed silently at the back of Jiang Anzhi's head, feeling exasperated. This man could discuss ex-girlfriends and divorce with ease, yet he turned hostile at the mention of their son's custody. She wanted to kick him, but restrained herself, for she had to maintain her image as a devoted wife. "If you do not wish to discuss this, then we will refrain from such topics in the future. What I want to convey is that although we are married, we did not build our family on love as others do. So if you find your true love one day, I will fully understand. Just please, do tell me so we can part amicably." After a prolonged silence, Jiang Anzhi finally asked, "What about you? If I find my true love, I trust you will bless me." After what felt like an eternity, Jiang Anzhi remained silent, leaving Feng Lanchu uncertain as she raised an eyebrow. "Have we reached a consensus?" "Whatever you say." With Jiang Anzhi's agreement, Feng Lanchu breathed a sigh of relief. In the entertainment industry, there were countless beautiful young women. Surely one would capture Jiang Anzhi's heart. With the groundwork laid this evening, should divorce become inevitable, they could part ways without causing too much turmoil. Having resolved this significant matter, she peacefully drifted into slumber. In stark contrast, Jiang Anzhi found little comfort in sleep. Already burdened with sleep disturbances, Feng Lanchu's revelations kept him awake until the early hours. Frustrated, he turned to find her sleeping soundly, her delicate features illuminated by the moonlight. Even the most seasoned of beauties could not deny her allure. With a soft sigh, he reached for her wrist, feeling the warmth and faint scent of greenery that calmed his troubled mind. This foolish woman, speaking of letting go, when from the moment he married her, he had never contemplated divorce. True love, he did not believe in, nor did he require it. As for Feng Lanchu, should she encounter her true love one day, he could only apologize, for he would take it upon himself to dismantle that union. Chapter 12. A day of laziness. Feng Lanchu's internal clock awoke her promptly at 6 each morning. On this particular dawn, upon opening her eyes, she was met with the visage of a strikingly handsome face mere inches away, the dark hair slightly obscuring his brow, his deep, cold eyes closed, and his soft pink lips slightly pursed, both charming and endearing. Even though she was not one to be swayed by appearances, she found herself utterly captivated, and the thought of reaching out to touch this divine countenance crossed her mind, only to discover that her wrist was firmly clasped by his hand. Jiang Anzhi had an odd habit of clutching her wrist while he slept, as if he were grasping a tender piece of meat, and despite her attempts to adjust, he remained unchanged. Feng Lanchu had subtly inquired with her mother-in-law whether Jiang Anzhi had an affinity for pork knuckles, only to receive an unequivocal denial, leaving her even more puzzled. Jiang Anzhi typically slept until midday, and Feng Lanchu chose not to disturb him, instead attending to her own affairs, while Jiang Chue Jiaoling peered anxiously at the master bedroom door throughout the morning. It's already 11. Isn't Dad hungry? If he were, he would wake up. Oh, I really want to play with Dad. Jiang Chui, Jiaoling, sighed dramatically, propping his chin on his hand. Observing her son's despondent expression, Feng Lanchu was inexplicably reminded of their conversation from the previous night and impulsively asked, Jiaoling, if your parents were to separate, who would you want to live with? Jiang Che, Jiaoling, furrowed his brow in confusion, taking a moment before responding, Dad. She should have known. Feng Lanchu lightly tapped his forehead. You really don't love your mother, do you? Feng Lanchu was astonished by the child's candidness, as Jiang Chue Jiaoling, with a nonchalant demeanor, seemed to be relishing the breakfast. Who told you that if parents separate, there will be a stepmother? Jiang Ting's parents separated, and she got a new mom. Jiang Ting was his little cousin, the granddaughter of Jiang Anzhi's younger brother. They occasionally played together and shared many experiences. Jiang Che Jiaoling glanced at Feng Lanchu, who looked bewildered, and continued. Or is it that mom wants to find a new dad? I believe your mother would not do that. Jiang Che Jiaoling flashed a sweet smile, his dimples appearing. Only Dad could ever like Mom. But Dad might not feel the same. He is too remarkable. Where did I fall short? Feng Lanchu looked skyward, pondering where this astute child had come from, astonished by his perceptiveness. However, she hadn't anticipated that her son harbored such thoughts, so she said, Jiaoling, first. I apologize for my earlier rash question. I was joking, so please do not take it to heart. Secondly, no matter what new environments or friends you encounter, I hope you will not outright reject them, but instead attempt to observe and engage with them. Who knows what delightful surprises might await. Okay, Jiang Chue Jiaoling nodded. Except for new dads or new moms, I will try to observe and engage with everything else. As if oblivious to Feng Lanchu's astonishment, he glanced at the rising sun and added, Mom, hurry and cook. Dad will wake up soon. Oof. Feng Lanchu scoffed, unwilling to engage with the child further as she silently retreated to the kitchen. How much debt did she owe these two in her past life? As Feng Lanchu busied herself in the kitchen, Jiang Chui Jiaoling stealthily slipped into the master bedroom. Chapter 13. The indulgent parent Jiang Anzhi had not experienced such a restful sleep in nearly half a year, feeling as if he lay upon soft grass. Surrounded by the fragrance of nature, every pore of his being relaxed and expanded. In a state between wakefulness and dreams, he felt a small, furry creature nuzzle against him affectionately. Upon opening his eyes, he found Jiang Che Jiaoling cozily nestled beside him, cautiously seeking his embrace. Jiang Anzhi's heart melted instantly, and he pulled his son into his arms. The child was fragrant and soft, a delightful blend of the innocent scent of youth and a hint of his mother's essence. What is Jiang Che doing? He languidly inquired, a charming dimple gracing the corner of his mouth. Father, you are finally awake. Jiang Chue Jiao looked up in surprise, then a hint of regret crossed his face. Did I wake you? Yes, what should we do about it? Jiang Anzhi asked with a playful smile. Jiang Chui Diao Chakeld, I'm sorry. Little rascal. Jiang Anzhi affectionately embraced him, playfully patting his backside a few times. Jiang Chue Jiao squirmed, attempting to escape, but found himself unable to break free from Jiang Anzhi's grasp, resorting instead to a charming smile as he pleaded for mercy. Father has some insider information to share. Observing his clever son, Jiang Anzhi found it amusing. What news? Mother asked, if you and she were to part ways, who would I be with? Jiang Anzhi's gaze deepened, yet his smile remained intact. What do you say? Of course, I would be with father. Why? Jiang Anzhi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Because Jiang Che Jiao's dark eyes glimmered as he smiled. I love father the most. Oh, Jiang Anzhi did not anticipate his son would choose him. He gently kissed Jiang Chue Jiao's cheek and reassured him, rest assured, father and mother will not separate. Really? A flicker of unease momentarily clouded Jiang Chue Jiao's eyes. Of course it is true. Having spent years in the profession, Jiang Anzhi was adept at discerning emotions, though he was unaware of Jiang Chue Jiao's precise thoughts. He could easily sense the shifts in Jiang Che's heart. The realization that such a young child understood the need to feign strength tugged at Jiang Anzhi's heart. His son was indeed the most intelligent, resilient, and steadfast boy in the world. During these days of rest at home, the online buzz regarding his romantic life remained fervent. However, the subject himself paid no mind, focusing solely on playing with Jiang Che. The father and son duo engaged in soccer and toy cars in the front yard, while in the back they harvested vegetables and watered flowers, reveling in their activities. The backyard, bordered by a fence, featured several plots of flourishing vegetables, a vibrant green spectacle. Beside the garden, a winding watercourse flowed into an artificial pond, adorned with a majestic bougainvillea tree, its crimson petals drifting gracefully atop the water, where koi fish glided beneath. In stark contrast was a verdant grape arbor, beneath which were white marble tables and benches, creating a space that harmoniously blended elegance and simplicity, imbued with a serene spirit. This backyard, a creation of Feng Lan Chu, had garnered unanimous affection from the Jiang family. Initially intended as a simple cultivation area for the observation of botanical specimens, it later transformed when a teacher from the same department gifted Feng Lan Chu several packets of vegetable seeds. To her delight, the vegetables thrived, capturing the attention of her mother-in-law. Like Jiang Anzhi, she was accustomed to luxury and took a keen interest in such organic greenery, eagerly wielding a hoe whenever she had chance. Over time, tomatoes, green beans, eggplants, cucumbers, gourds, and peppers sprang forth, essentially every vegetable one might find on the market, cultivated purely for enjoyment. Chapter 14. The temperament of a good man. In recent days, the grandmother had not been present, likely wishing to avoid being a third wheel. Little did she know, Jiang Anzhi most enjoyed bringing Jiang Che here to toil, as the 3 generations working the land together would indeed be a delightful sight. All right, father, I love you. I love you too. The father and son exchanged sweet nothings, while Feng Lan Chu and her manager, Brother Chun, stood nearby, resembling oversized light bulbs. It is often said that boys are closer to their mothers while girls favor their fathers, yet this was not an absolute truth. Brother Chun murmured, I've gotten used to it. Feng Lan Chu shrugged helplessly, accustomed to the daily dose of affection from the father-son pair. Brother Chun cast a sympathetic glance at the beautiful Feng Lan Chu, unable to fathom what kind of father he would be if he had a daughter. Surely he would dote on her excessively. Feng Lan Chu returned a glance at Brother Chun, chuckling softly but remaining silent. Jiang Anzhi, noticing the two engaged in conversation, momentarily paused in his embrace of Jiang Che, allowing the tenderness on his face to fade somewhat. Father must go to work now. You stay at home and listen to your mother. MHM, I will be good and listen. Good boy. Jiang Anzhi set Jiang Che down, casting a brief glance at Feng Lan Chu and saying softly, I am leaving. Feng Lan Chu was momentarily taken aback, then smiled warmly as she bid farewell to Jiang Anzhi and his companions. After a few days of coldness, she had not anticipated he would finally acknowledge her. Truly, his renowned composure was touching. Indeed, since that night of deep conversation, the esteemed actor had ceased to engage with her, no matter how much she sought to please him. He remained unyielding. By day, he shared a world with Jiang Chue Jiao, and by night, after their routines, he would simply bury himself under the covers. He ate the meal she prepared, allowed her to hold his wrist, yet offered her no further attention. This childish behavior left Feng Lan Chu speechless. Finally, on the eve of Jiang Anzhi's departure, she took the initiative to nudge the man who had turned his back to her. Mr. Anzhi, isn't this rather pointless? He remained unresponsive. Where can one find such a reasonable wife? You should be grateful, yet you seem displeased. She muttered to herself, suddenly realizing, could it be that he feared I might claim his assets? Understanding the crux of the matter, Feng Lan Chu leaned in closer, saying earnestly, though I may not earn as much as you, I can still support myself and Jiang Chue Diao. I am not. Before Feng Lan Chu could finish, the man suddenly turned, pinning her down, his voice low. If you do not wish to sleep, shall we engage in something else? Feng Lan Chu stared at Jiang Anzhi, bewildered. Were they not discussing divorce? How had the conversation veered into inappropriate territory? In the night, his eyes glimmered brightly. Yet they were cold. Although Feng Lan Chu's emotional intelligence was lacking, her intellect was sufficient. She sensed the low pressure emanating from Jiang Anzhi and prudently fell silent. No more talk of divorce, and certainly no mention of taking Jiang Che away. Jiang Anzhi's grip on her shoulder tightened gradually. Furthermore, what do you possess to contest with me for Jiang Che? Chapter 15. A ceasefire. Recognizing he had spoken harshly, Jiang Anzhi softened his tone slightly, continuing, I understand my profession causes you insecurity, and we lack a solid emotional foundation. Hence, whenever challenges arise, you instinctively recoil. This is human nature, and I do not blame you. However, my promises remain unwavering. I will not cross any boundaries within this marriage. This is your bottom line, and it is mine as well. Yet emotions are the most difficult to control. Even if one can govern their body, a mental affair is still an affair. Feng Lan, Chu silently pondered. Do you require love? Jiang Anzhi asked, his gaze deep and penetrating. Feng Lan Chu paused, then honestly shook her head. Romance is too troublesome. She had indeed envisioned a life independent of Jiang Anzhi, yet had never considered seeking another partner. In the realm surrounding her, no one could offer the freedom that Jiang Anzhi did. Furthermore, her emotional intelligence was simply too low to muster interest in romantic entanglements. Upon hearing her response, a hint of amusement finally emerged in Jiang Anzhi's eyes. I feel the same way. What do you mean? Feng Lan ju asket pu thou. The entertainment industry, a realm of fame and fortune, was not as glamorous as it appeared to the untrained eye. The intricate web of capital forces behind it could not be succinctly articulated. Although my profession necessitates interaction with the opposite sex, I can still exercise control over my will and freedom. Let us simply coexist as we are, shall we? As his deep voice faded, Feng Lan Chu felt a warmth on her forehead. Jiang Anzhi had kissed her gently. Subsequently, he lay down, his embrace around her remaining steadfast, yet adjusting into a more comfortable position, readying for sleep. How wonderful, she thought. I have transformed from a pig's trotter into a pillow. Feng Lan Chu felt quite vexed. That night, the messages Jiang Anzhi conveyed were numerous, and it took Feng Lan Chu quite some time to process them. The following morning, she awakened in Jiang Anzhi's arms. While the esteemed actor enjoyed a restful slumber, she found herself fatigued. In their 3 years of marriage, their time in bed together scarcely amounted to 3 months. Aside from the obligatory consummation on their wedding night, there had been no intimate physical exchanges. The well-mannered actor maintained a respectful distance, with the most intimate act being the gentle grasp of her wrist as they slept. However, to speak candidly, although she's a zoologist and comprehends that procreation is an instinctual aspect of human nature, the pain she endured during her first experience was excruciating, and the subsequent childbirth was even more agonizing. This has led her to develop a certain disinterest in the matter. Coincidentally, Jiang Anzhi ceased to make any inappropriate demands, allowing her to feign ignorance with ease. Last night, for the first time, she fell asleep in Jiang Anzhi's embrace. The physique of the film emperor was indeed commendable, and his warmth was genuinely comforting, yet it felt somewhat constraining, especially during the sweltering summer, where even the slightest movement seemed impossible. What's wrong? He inquired. It's nothing. You continue to sleep. I will prepare breakfast. Feng Lan Chu reassured him as she gently patted his arm. It seemed her touch possessed a soporific effect. The two had reached a tacit understanding. Yet regarding their relationship and the unpredictable future ahead, she believed it prudent to maintain a dual approach, preparing for both advancement and retreat, as is her style. Chapter 16. A stark contrast in the laboratory, this was evidently a leisurely diversion. While there were many students in biology, few chose to pursue the direction of wildlife research. After all, the future prospects for students were quite tangible. Either they would become rangers in nature reserves, living among animals, observing their droppings and footprints while contending with harsh natural environments and even facing the malevolent poachers, or they would be immersed in laboratories, analyzing various animal excrement, remains, and specimens while penning endless theses and tackling unceasing research topics. In contemporary society, there are numerous professions with less demanding workloads and greater financial rewards. And students are not naive. Unless they are truly passionate about this field, willing to dedicate their lives to nature, few possess such resolve. Thus, as an associate professor, she often found herself idling in her office. This time she brought along 5 graduate students, marking the largest cohort in her 3 years of teaching. During her working hours, Jiang Che was entrusted to Jiang Ma. The grandmother was a meticulous and advanced educator, and her ability to nurture children was unquestionable. Jiang Anzhi stood as the finest testament to her skills. When Feng Lan Chu drove to work, Jiang Shui Jiao was busy in the backyard with his grandmother, tending to the vegetables, utterly indifferent to her presence. Feng Lan Chu felt exasperated, questioning whether Jiang Shui Jiao was truly her biological child, given his apparent lack of warmth. The Department of Biology at Huaxiang University occupies a corner where the most obscure wildlife research direction and the study of angiosperms are situated on the top floor. The angiosperm research laboratory occupies two-thirds of the top floor, a vast glasshouse filled with herbaceous angiosperms, meticulously organized by the instructors and students. The plants were lush and vibrant, blooming splendidly, reminiscent of a fairy tale realm. In stark contrast to the adjacent laboratory, it was a true paradise compared to a veritable hell. Students in the biology department humorously dubbed these two areas as the garden and the morgue. Yet, there existed another visual disparity that amused many. Feng Lanchu's visage could easily hold its own in the entertainment industry, and amidst this gathering of intellectuals, she was nothing short of a goddess. Upon her arrival at the university, she caused a stir among the faculty and students. Many were eager, their love letters poised for dispatch. Unfortunately, it wasn't long before Feng Lanchu's pregnancy became evident, followed by the birth of the endearing Jiang Anzhi. Many infatuated scholars were left dejected, retreating into solitude. However, after 3 years of relative calm, the biology department had recently become somewhat tumultuous due to the absence of Feng Lanchu's husband. Numerous rumors began to circulate. Some claimed she had borne a child out of wedlock, publicly declaring her marriage merely as a ruse. Others suggested her husband was a philandering wealthy heir, living separate lives, and there were whispers of her being kept by a benefactor, with her relationship doomed to secrecy. In essence, regardless of the rumors, they conveyed one crucial message. Despite having a child, Feng Lanchu was essentially single. For the scholars, romance was a waste of time, and finding a partner within the same field was no easy feat with such a high-quality beauty in their midst. Failing to seize the opportunity would be a grave injustice. Among the multitude of eager suitors, Professor Wang Bingbing from a garden was the most proactive. After all, proximity fosters opportunity. Chapter 17. The goddess's daily routine. It was rather fortunate to finally embark on a distant journey. It was indeed regrettable to postpone the team for another occasion. So, it's settled then, she affirmed. By the way, did you see the golden snub-nosed monkeys? I did not see them alive, but I found traces of their activities in several locations. That is quite unfortunate. What are your plans for the next few days? I will be guiding students in slice studies. Oh, that sounds busy. By the way, old Master Zhong mentioned he needed to see you. You might want to check in with him later. Me? About what? He didn't specify, but it seems to be related to a project. A project? Feng Lanchu's previously indifferent demeanor shifted to one of excitement, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation. I don't have the details, but you can inquire further later, Wang Bingbing said, nearly losing his composure at her beauty. All right, thank you. Feng Lanchu cheerfully patted his slender shoulder, causing his face to flush crimson as he shyly waved his hands. Okay, thank you. Let us continue to exchange information in the future. Feng Lanchu warmly escorted him out of her office. Today, she had conversed with the goddess, and for quite an extended period. As he exited the animal science department, Professor Wang Bingbing was filled with joy, feeling as though he had made significant progress. However, to be fair, Feng Lanchu was also a highly capable scholar, and she remained oblivious to Wang Bingbing's subtle affections, perceiving him merely as a warm-hearted individual. Before long, her students arrived, prompting Feng Lanchu to organize everyone to enter the laboratory. During our 3-month observation of the wild pandas in Sichuan, I believe everyone has gained valuable insights. This month's task is to classify and identify the specimens we collected, prepare standard slides, and then observe and record them under the microscope. Laboratory research is no less demanding than fieldwork, so let's get busy. All right. Following Feng Lanchu were 5 tall male students. While they may not have striking appearances, the white lab coats certainly added to their appeal. However, when the boys began to retrieve various samples of feces, fur, and muscle tissue from their bags, the scene became less than pleasant. Who would have thought that being a graduate student in biology meant daily encounters with excrement? One boy's self-deprecating humor elicited laughter from the group. Feng Lanchu couldn't help but chuckle as well. What is wrong with feces? From its shape and structure, we can deduce the animal's digestive dynamics, health status, home range, assess population numbers, genetic structure, and establish the food chains and webs of the local ecosystem, along with energy and material flows, among various useful information. Professor Feng, please elaborate for us. The students expressed excitement upon hearing Feng Lanchu's introduction. They inherently loved research. Collecting wild animal feces for dietary analysis is a non-invasive research method widely employed by researchers today. We can generally categorize the feces into herbivorous, omnivorous, and carnivorous types. Each type exhibits distinct shapes and structures. Without rushing to understand the principles, today's task is to classify the samples you've collected and prepare standard slides. We will analyze specific details afterward. Understood. At home, Feng Lanchu played the role of a gentle and virtuous wife, yet in her professional domain, she exuded immense charisma. Though young, she possessed rich practical experience and robust expertise, and her decisive nature and adaptability garnered the utmost respect from her scholarly peers. Chapter 18. The old professor's request time in the laboratory always passes swiftly. Before they knew it, noon had arrived. Everyone reluctantly rose to prepare for lunch. Professor Feng, will you join us? No, I must go see the old master. The students nodded in understanding and bid her farewell. In university, graduate students typically have at least one primary and one secondary professor guiding their studies. While they were under the esteemed mentorship of the venerable Professor Jiang, it was Professor Feng who predominantly taught them, only stepping in during more challenging issues. Hence, there exists a sense of reverence towards Lao Zhang, often surpassing familiarity, which renders one hesitant to approach the esteemed professor casually. Conversely, Feng Lanchu's relationship is markedly different during her pursuit of dual degrees. She was a favored disciple of the venerable elder and now serves as his capable assistant, thus fostering a close-knit connection between their families. As Feng Lanchu arrived at Lao Zhang's office, the elder was just placing his telephone down. He is an elderly gentleman with graying whiskers and a spirited demeanor. Despite his current genial and harmless appearance, in his youth, he had ventured into the harsh terrains of Qixi, Shili for research, facing numerous life-threatening encounters, including confrontations with poachers. His contributions have yielded an abundance of academic resources for ecological studies in Qixi, Shili, establishing him as a luminary in the field of biology. Have you come seeking me for something? He inquired. Indeed, I was just about to call you. What is it? Norus. Come over for dinner, and we can converse while we eat, Professor Zhong replied as he tidied his briefcase. Your Shermu has prepared fish for you. How delightful. Feng Lanchu quickly stepped forward to assist Professor Zhong with his thermos and took his briefcase as they headed outside. Professor Zhong resides in a 3-story independent courtyard provided by the Academy for Faculty, and during her years of teaching, Feng Lanchu rarely dines in the cafeteria, primarily enjoying her meals here, courtesy of Shermu's culinary skills. Upon seeing Feng Lanchu, Shermu expressed her joy. Why didn't you bring Zuidia along? Grandma took him early this morning. Feng Lanchu replied. Well, of course. After 3 months of taking Zuidia along, how could she not miss him? Shermu remarked as she emerged from the kitchen with dishes, urging them to wash their hands and prepare for dinner. All right, Shermu, I'll help you, Feng Lanchu responded, rolling up her sleeves and heading to the kitchen. Since her university days, she has frequently engaged in outdoor activities, making cooking in the wild a necessary skill, largely thanks to Shermu's teachings, which have enabled her to master many delectable dishes. How was your trip to Sichuan? It was absolutely invigorating. I could have stayed longer. All right. Don't emulate that old man, who constantly talks about academic pursuits while neglecting his home, Shermu chided with a playful glare at Feng Lanchu, who cheekily stuck out her tongue. Isn't this contributing to humanity? She countered. The flutter of a butterfly can trigger biological effects. How much more critical is it to prevent the extinction of endangered species? If left unchecked, humanity itself may face extinction. Professor Zhong interjected with mock indignation. Yes, yes. Thank you for saving humanity. Now, eat up. Only with a full stomach can you muster the strength to continue defending the earth. Feng Lanchu could not help but chuckle at the couple's playful banter. Noticing her mirth, Professor Zhong shot her a knowing glance. I have a new project. Are you interested in taking it on? Feng Lanchu's eyes brightened instantly. What project? While we eat, let us discuss it. Shermu sighed, though she did not intervene further. We're going to Qixi Shili. Absolutely. Their voices nearly overlapped, with Professor Zhong gazing fondly at his beloved pupil. You haven't even seen what the project entails. Qixi Shili has always been a place of my dreams. To trace my teacher's footsteps, there is an opportunity one cannot decline. Regardless of the details, I shall first indulge in the commercial allure. In truth, the wildlife research project in Qixi Shili has been ongoing. Yet the region's harsh natural conditions make it exceptionally difficult for humans to gain access, with only a handful of scientists receiving approval to delve into the depths. Furthermore, as a woman, securing such approval presents even greater challenges. As a result, Feng Lanqiu has only explored the area on a superficial level, unable to undertake the extensive explorations that Professor Zhong has accomplished over the past decade. Your dedication to scientific contribution pleases me, but this project is somewhat unique. Feng Lanqiu's curiosity piqued at this statement. Chapter 19. Reality Show Invitation. Feng Lanqiu was utterly unprepared for the reality show that Lao Zhang had recommended. To create intrigue, she, as a wildlife researcher, was the prime candidate. Naturally, Feng Lanqiu emerged as the most suitable choice. However, upon learning the details, her initial excitement diminished considerably. She frowned at the notion of such a project. Professor Zhong handed her a thick stack of documents. Is there perhaps a cast of celebrities involved? She inquired suspiciously as she flipped through the materials. Certainly not. This proposal only outlines the intended locations. Any celebrity details are confidential and not for public viewing. You seem quite knowledgeable about the industry, Shermu teased from the side. Professor Zhong smirked, having not seen a pig run, but having heard tales of it. I'm not entirely naive. Feng Lanqiu could not help but giggle at their exchange. Fine, she acquiesced with a resigned nod. Well, you still want her to go to Kiki Shili. She is no longer a solitary figure, so please consider her family. Thus, I've given her a night to ponder. Whether she goes or not depends entirely on her. The expert accompanying the celebrities primarily serves as a leader and source of wisdom, providing assistance only when the stars encounter danger or require aid. If Feng Lanqiu was already somewhat swayed by this point, the final line in the documents was undoubtedly the key to her decision. It clearly stated that the remuneration was in the seven-figure range. Staring in disbelief, she counted the zeros again. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Professor Zhong, seeing through her thoughts, remarked, "Then what is there to consider?" With renewed vigor, Feng Lanqiu closed the documents decisively, declaring, "Thank you for your recommendation. I will surely assist them wholeheartedly and not disappoint your expectations." It seemed that fortune had smiled upon her, just as she was contemplating how to save a little money of her own. Chapter 20. The unnamed path. You're going to participate in a reality show? It's not that couple show, is it? In the restaurant. Zhu Mingming's voice rang out particularly sharply. Had they not been in a private room, it surely would have drawn many curious glances. The serene Mrs. Jiang finally made her move, boldly suggesting a reality show centered on romantic displays, quite audacious. Feng Lanqiu nearly choked on her tea at the comment, waving her hands in protest. What are you thinking? Or perhaps, we're your parents. Feng Lanqiu surrendered completely, crossing her arms and exclaiming, "Oh." Zhu Mingming's enthusiasm visibly waned. Miss Zhu, isn't your focus a bit misguided? You're the one who's misguided, and in an absurd way. Instead of nurturing a good relationship, you're here causing a ruckus. Jiang Anzhi is top tier among men. How many women dream of him? Yet, here you are, occupying the space without making any effort. Let us switch perspectives. Would you choose Jiang Anzhi? No, Zhu Mingming answered promptly. Because he is yours. Feng Lanqiu rolled her eyes dramatically. The academic circle rarely considers the entertainment industry. So spare me the pretense. Feng Lanqiu and Zhu Mingming were university classmates, both majoring in veterinary medicine. During their postgraduate studies, Feng Lanqiu chose to cross over into the field of biological wildlife research, while Zhu Mingming opted to continue in their original specialty. Eventually, one went on to the Wildlife Research Institute, while the other opened a pet hospital. Despite Zhu Mingming's seemingly frivolous demeanor, her professional competence is among the best in the country, which explains her impressive value at such a young age. It would not be an exaggeration to label her as a member of the academic elite. Zhu Mingming sighed, the entertainment industry doesn't even look my way. And do you think everyone is lucky enough to marry Jiang Anzhi? Jiang Anzhi is not merely a star in the entertainment world. He is a symbol of this era. His singing, dancing, albums, and films are all executed to perfection, with each domain bearing representative works. He is destined to leave a significant mark on the history of entertainment. It is precisely because he is so exceptional that I feel unworthy. Feng Lanqiu shook her head in resignation. You haven't seen how he looks at Jiang Chuidio. His eyes are filled with love. Such tenderness is something no woman can withstand. Isn't that a good thing? What are you anxious about? Zhu Mingming tilted her head, scrutinizing her. What I mean is the charm he inadvertently exudes. Who could possibly resist that? I must say, your parents seem quite harmonious and sweet. How did they manage to raise you? Such an anomaly, with such a secure view of marriage. This is yet another extreme of a harmonious family, which leads to excessive self-protection. I have become accustomed to controlling all foreseeable aspects of my endeavors. Take driving, for instance. When I know there's a fork in the road, and each path differs in condition yet leads to the destination, I am indifferent to which route I choose. However, there exists a third path, which bears no indication of a destination. It may or may not lead to the end point, and thus, I would categorically refuse to select it. Even if I inadvertently find myself on that path, I would turn back immediately, a demonstration of timely loss mitigation. Therefore, is Jiang Anzhi the nameless road that prompts you to turn back in time? Indeed. Feng Lanchu nodded earnestly. He is only 30, and life has just begun. Who could predict what will transpire in the next 10 or 20 years? Look at how many celebrity couples in the entertainment industry are divorcing. If peers cannot support one another, how can we expect cross-industry relationships to thrive? Zhu Mingming waved her hand in exasperation, dismissing his convoluted reasoning. In summary, have you firmly decided to divorce? Not exactly. Feng Lanchu blinked innocently. What are you contemplating? Zhu Mingming fell silent. I am merely preparing for unforeseen circumstances, striving to earn some additional funds. If his true love does not materialize, then nothing will change. If it does, I can gracefully depart without being left destitute. So, what is your purpose in participating in this variety show? To earn money. Feng Lanchu mysteriously waggled her finger, bound by a confidentiality agreement, unable to elaborate further, but could only hint at it being unexpected fortune. For the next 3 months, I would appreciate your assistance in watching over Chui Jiao. Zhu Mingming sighed, exasperated yet nodding silently. Chapter 21. For the sake of raising a child, speaking of which, I have another question to pose. Go ahead, Feng Lanchu generously offered. With Jiang Anzhi's immense charm, is there not a day when you might fall for him? In the 3 years of our acquaintance, has there been no moment of infatuation? Zhu Mingming inquired with skepticism. Although she is Feng Lanchu's close friend, she had only glimpsed Jiang Anzhi fleetingly at the wedding and had never seen him again. Naturally, not recognizing Jiang Anzhi at the wedding remains a source of embarrassment, especially since she prides herself on her extensive knowledge, yet failed to recognize a top-tier celebrity. It was only after that event that she earnestly immersed herself in the entertainment industry. Now, she is well acquainted not only with the rising stars, but also with their management and operations. This, however, strays from the point. She merely wonders if Jiang Anzhi's allure is merely cosmetic, and beneath that facade lies an unremarkable visage. Otherwise, how could Feng Lanchu remain unaffected for 3 years? But what can she do? She is a rational individual, simply appreciating the masterpiece crafted by the creator as one might admire wildlife. Zhu Mingming sighed in frustration, lamenting her lack of emotional intelligence. Focus on your meal, for who knows, the film emperor might fall for you. Feng Lanchu chuckled heartily at the notion. That is not entirely impossible. Soon, the payment was deposited into her account, a substantial sum indeed. With a sense of delight, Feng Lanchu ventured to the supermarket for grocery shopping. Though her salary is not insignificant, it pales in comparison to Jiang Anzhi's. Although she has access to his card, she refrains from utilizing those funds except for essential household expenses. She aims for self-sufficiency. A comfortable life is within reach, but compared to Jiang Anzhi's financial prowess, she feels disadvantaged. Hence, when an opportunity to earn extra income arises, she seizes it without hesitation, especially when it entails venturing to a place she has always dreamed of. While at the supermarket, her WeChat notification suddenly chimed. Confused, she picked up her phone to find it was Jiang Anzhi. Known for disappearing once he steps out the door, he rarely contacts her, perhaps once or twice a month, to inquire about Jiang Chuediao. After a moment of silence, Jiang Anzhi spoke, stating that while packing his belongings, he noticed she had quite a collection of outdoor clothing and wanted to know the brand. Are you planning to buy some? Yes, for work-related purposes. All right, Feng Lanchu replied. I will let you go now. The supermarket is quite crowded. Understood, Jiang Anzhi acknowledged silently. In the RV, no one witnessed the tenderness in his expression as he spoke softly into the phone. Chapter 22. Assembly. The expert accompanying the officials was not like the celebrity guests. As they began filming even while packing their luggage, they needed to arrive at the destination early and await the guest's arrival. Just before departure, Jiang Chuediao clung to Feng Lanchu's leg with a pitiful expression. Mommy, won't you consider taking me with you? Mommy is going to work. But you took me last time. How many days is that? About 10 days. How many days is that? Jiang Jiao, aware that his mother was leaving, felt as though the world had turned gray. He found it hard to comprehend. Feng Lanchu finally recognized her worth, gently patting Jiang Jiao's head. Good boy. Do not fuss. Mommy will bring you a gift. I want to talk to Daddy, he said, lifting his gaze with sorrowful eyes. Feng Lanchu sighed. Daddy is working. Daddy is working, and Mommy is working too. No one can play with me. Why am I so pitiful? Oh dear, my little darling. Do not be sad. Grandma will play with you. Seeing her dear grandson on the verge of tears, Jiang Ma immediately scooped him up, assuring him that Daddy was busy and Grandma would help him find him later. All right, Jiao. Mommy has to board the plane now. You must listen to Grandma. She kissed Jiang Jiao's cheek, feeling an overwhelming sense of reluctance as she prepared for the first long separation from her son in over 3 years. Mom, thank you for taking care of Jiao these days. Rest assured, I will look after him well. Focus on your work. Yes, I have also informed Mingming. If anything arises, you can reach out to her as well. All right, do not worry. I am off now. Nestled in Grandma's arms, Jiang Jiao glanced up at Feng Lanchu, his eyes reddened yet silent. Mommy is leaving. Feng Lanchu suppressed her feelings of reluctance as she turned toward security. Alas, once on the plane, her heart lingered with Jiang Jiao. Feng Lanchu could not help but confront her identity, for she felt the distinctness of her role for the first time. The flight from Huaxiang to Jelmu took 4 hours, and upon landing, she would need to board the cruise transport to their destination, a 6-hour journey. Located in the heart of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, Kekexili is characterized by thin air, harsh weather, and extreme temperature fluctuations, with an average annual temperature of -6 degrees. In extreme conditions, temperatures can plummet to -40 degrees, rendering it an inhospitable environment for human activity. It is precisely for this reason that much of the area remains untainted by human pollution, boasting an air quality index surpassing even the highest standards in the country. The designated liaison for Feng Lanchu arrived in the same vehicle and was taken aback upon seeing her. Feng Lanchu's long hair cascaded down to her waist, her chestnut locks flowing down her back. The gray-blue outdoor jacket accentuated her fair complexion and beauty, her large, expressive eyes shimmering with intelligence and mischief, and her naturally rosy lips added to her allure. This was no rugged animal researcher. She resembled a campus beauty. You are Professor Feng? Hello. I cannot presume to be called a professor. Simply call me Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng, my goodness, are you truly our expert liaison? One could hardly believe his eyes, excitement gleaming within them as he envisioned the show's tremendous success. Not only was the star-studded lineup impressive, but the inclusion of such a captivating expert was bound to generate substantial buzz. My goodness, Home Guardian is going to be a sensation. Chapter 23. Fate takes us by surprise, accompanied by Wang. Feng Lanchu arrived at Jelmu, the first stop of their journey. Jelmu, derived from Mongolian, translates to place of dense rivers. They secured accommodations at the finest hotel in Jelmu, where the entire crew would rest. Jelmu serves as a gateway to the Kunlun Mountain Pass and is adjacent to Qinghai Lake and Kekexili. Consequently, anyone wishing to enter Kekexili typically chooses to recuperate in Jelmu before proceeding through Kunlun Mountain Pass. This time, she was thoroughly prepared, having spent several days resting in Jelmu while also learning from past experiences to approach everything within the region with caution. Ultimately, she successfully traversed the 4 nature reserves established within Kekexili along the Qinghai Tibet Railway. This experience enriched her fieldwork expertise, laying a solid foundation for her upcoming 3 years in Africa. Thus, she harbors deep sentiments for Kekexili. The arrival of Feng Lanchu inevitably stirred the crew once more. Uncertain of the situation, it was not until another survival expert appeared that she comprehended the producer's intentions. Zhuang Nan, standing at an impressive height of 1.89 meters, with broad shoulders and long legs, could not be concealed by the heavy storm jacket he wore, which only accentuated his V-shaped physique. His face bore a healthy bronze hue, exuding masculinity. When not smiling, he resembled a model from a magazine, but when he smiled, his eyes curved delightfully, revealing a set of pearly whites that radiated warmth and approachability, reminiscent of a popular heartthrob. Such striking features could easily capture the hearts of countless admirers in the entertainment industry, not to mention his array of talents. When selecting an expert companion, the director decisively chose Zhuang Nan, contemplating the creation of an expert duo, and casually inquired if there were any female wildlife researchers available. Upon seeing Feng Lanchu, his conviction regarding their roles was solidified. That very evening, he would convene an urgent meeting, instructing the cameraman responsible for shadowing the two experts to capture their interactions, which would surely be compelling. Zhuang Nan had not anticipated that the wildlife researcher would be such a beautiful young lady. He couldn't help but flash a bright smile as he extended his hand to her, saying, "Hello, I am Zhuang Nan." "Hello, I am Feng Lanchu," she replied politely. Shaking his hand, Zhuang Nan, ever the gentleman, held her hand lightly for a brief moment before releasing it. But he was left with a remarkably positive impression of Feng Lanchu's poise. He shared a good rapport with the director and thus was well acquainted with Feng Lanchu's background. A young PhD graduate who had worked at the National Wildlife Research Association and led a team to Africa. She was currently an associate professor in the Wildlife Research Department at Huaxiang University. Each of her credentials was formidable, and he had expected her to be a burly woman or an introverted academic, only to find her to be an attractive and graceful girl, completely reshaping his perception of beauty. "In the coming months, I hope to receive your guidance, Teacher Feng." "I am unworthy of such praise," she replied modestly. "And I hope, too, that you will bear with me, Teacher Zhuang." "Haha, both teachers, please do not be so humble. It is our crew that should be grateful to you both." The director chimed in, drawing laughter from everyone present. The next day, the star guests would arrive, and upon landing, they would receive their tasks to find their expert companions. At that time, the two teachers would be assigned to different locations, allowing them to showcase their talents freely. "How should we showcase our talents?" Feng Lanchu inquired. "You may challenge them. If you prefer a simpler route, you can follow them once they locate you, but that will result in fewer camera shots," Zhuang Nan enthusiastically advised, failing to notice the twitching lips of the director and producer. "So, Teacher Zhuang, are you suggesting?" Zhuang Nan grinned. "If you wish for my assistance, you must first endure a little hardship." In that instant, Feng Lanchu understood Zhuang Nan's playful nature. After conversing for a while longer, she discovered that Zhuang Nan had also visited Kekexili, and being fellow travelers of the region, their conversation flowed more freely. They quickly established a bond of camaraderie and exchanged WeChat contacts. The following morning, Feng Lanchu's door was knocked upon by the crew's makeup artist. Surprisingly, at 7 o'clock, Feng Lanchu was already looking vibrant and ready. "Hello, I am Xiao Lu, the makeup artist for the crew. I am here to do your makeup." "Oh, please come in," Feng Lanchu responded, glancing at the makeup box in Xiao Lu's hands and quickly stepping aside. "Do you need help?" No, the makeup box is quite heavy, and we are accustomed to it," Xiao Lu replied with a smile, thinking to herself how easygoing this expert was. "Actually, I plan to wear a face towel later, so makeup isn't necessary," Feng Lanchu said, scratching her head. "Since this is for television, I think it would be best to apply a little makeup, just not too heavy. What do you think?" "Ultimately, it is the crew's decision," Feng Lanchu acquiesced, sitting down to cooperate with the makeup artist. With her flawless skin and striking features, complemented by her natural appearance, there was little need for heavy makeup. The makeup artist merely applied a light foundation and a touch of lipstick before concluding her task. Feng Lanchu assumed that this was the end. However, she was soon escorted by the crew to a Tibetan cultural exhibition village in Galmud City, where she not only donned traditional Tibetan attire, but also sat among a group of beautiful Tibetan girls, arranging hatha. Realizing the crew's intentions, she understood that they were orchestrating a scenario for the stars to guess which among the girls was the expert companion. Having barely settled in the tent, her phone buzzed with a message from Zhuang Nan. "The wildest guy from Nan Naiwan. No need for me to intervene. The crew has already arranged a spectacle." Accompanying the message was a photo of a group of individuals clad in identical outfits, riding horses across a vast field, numbering no less than 20. Feng Lanchu silently captured a photo of the lovely girls, all smiles as they organized the hatha. "The wildest guy for Nan Naiwan. Indeed, the crew knows how to have fun." "Hee," Feng Lanchu replied. At that moment, a voice from within the tent called out, "Teacher Feng, guests are already arriving at the cultural garden." "All right," Feng Lanchu replied, tucking her phone away and immersing herself among the girls. Clad in vibrant Tibetan attire, she gracefully arranged the white hatha, her skin radiant like porcelain, undeniably captivating. Even the cameraman, intent on capturing close-ups, found himself marveling at her charm. Just then, the tent flap was lifted, and a bright-eyed woman clad in a crimson storm jacket entered. Her keen gaze scanned the crowd, and she promptly called out, "There's so many people here. Surely, one of them is our target." The arrival of the guests was imminent. Following closely behind her was a tall young man. His youthful features reminiscent of a doll, with naturally curly hair cascading like seaweed across his forehead and large, round eyes that resembled a speaking fawn. Unfortunately, none of the girls were fans, or they would have instantly recognized this was the popular sensation Qinzhua, who had debuted in last year's talent show. As Qinzhua entered, his first action mirrored that of Wan Shishir as he surveyed the girls with a laser-like intensity. The Tibetan girls merely gazed shyly at the two without uttering a word. "Surely, there cannot be our target among the girls here," he remarked, scratching his head. "After all, we are searching for wildlife research experts and wilderness survival specialists." All around him were girls, making it improbable for them to find the individuals they sought. Wan Shishir, a rising star renowned for her forthright persona, had garnered a loyal fan base who affectionately referred to her as Shige, while her fan club called themselves Little Disciples. Seeing Wan Shishir's persistence, Qinzhua reluctantly played along, realizing that such a direct inquiry would likely earn them no response. The girls, naturally, giggled and lowered their heads at the blunt question. Wan Shishir rolled her eyes in disbelief, stating, "Of course, no one will respond to such a question." With that, she confidently stepped into the midst of the girls, her eyes scanning the group until she pulled out a few robust and sun-kissed girls. "I believe one of them must be a wilderness survival expert. What is your name?" "I am Sangzhu. What do you do?" "I primarily help my family make clothing, as we run a traditional Tibetan apparel craft shop." "Oh," Wan Shishir said, turning her attention to another girl. "And you?" "I am Yanjin, and I mainly tend to the sheep." "Do you ever get lost? Do you need to survive in the wild?" After several inquiries yielded no fruitful responses, Qinzhua anxiously scanned the surroundings until, amidst a group of rosy-cheeked girls, he spotted one with skin as fair and beautiful as a snow lotus. He leaned closer to Wan Shishir and whispered, "Sister Shishir, do you think that girl could be the one?" Qinzhua nodded in agreement, uncertain of how Anzhi and the others were faring in their search. Just as they were speaking, a series of footsteps approached, and the tent flap was lifted once more, allowing three tall figures to enter, instantly filling the spacious tent to capacity. The trio possessed strikingly handsome features, with the foremost being the television heartthrob Liu. If Jiang Anzhi reigns as the sovereign of the cinematic realm, then Liu undoubtedly holds the title of the leading man in television dramas, captivating audiences with his portrayals of domineering CEOs and triumphant underdogs. His shows have become immensely popular, making him one of the country's most sought-after national icons. "How are your efforts faring?" "Liwa inkita talot." "We are at a loss. What about you, bro?" He gestured towards the tall figure of Zhuang Nan, a renowned survival expert. "Greetings." Zhuang Nan flashed a bright smile. Qinzhua's eyes widened in surprise. During their earlier assembly, the director had mentioned the need for two specialists, one being a wildlife researcher and the other a survival expert. If they had located the survival expert, it implied that the wildlife researcher was among this group of stunning young women. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a tall silhouette at the rear of the group bypassed them, making a beeline for a girl resembling a snow lotus. The stars exchanged bewildered glances as the acclaimed actor, without uttering a word, approached the crowd and gently pulled the girl from it. At that moment, the director applauded from behind, exclaiming, "Congratulations to Anzhi for discovering the hidden guest, teacher Feng Lanchu." Chapter 26. Destiny brings us together. Wow. Is it really her? I had a feeling it was her all along. I should have been more resolute, Qinzhua exclaimed, a mix of shock and regret flooding over him. The process doesn't count. We only acknowledge the final answer, the director replied with a mischievous smirk, then added seriously, "Congratulations to Anzhi for successfully locating two guests, thus achieving a commanding victory in the opening task and earning the privilege of selecting tasks first." "Anzhi is so impressive. How did he manage that?" Qinzhua questioned, incredulous. "All right, our team is now fully assembled, and we will officially commence the recording of Guardian of the Homeland. Next, we will escort you to the Galmud Ecological Volunteer Service Team, which will arrange your tasks for the coming days. Anzhi will have the priority to choose his work tasks." Feng Lanchu could hardly believe Jiang Anzhi was present here. From Anzhi's expression, it was clear he had not anticipated her appearance either. What should I do? Another unpredictable path lies ahead. Is it too late to back out now? Feng Lanchu felt despondent. Qin Zhuo, Zhuang Nan, and Wan Shishir were quite chatty, and as the director initiated the program, a lively conversation ensued, leaving no one to notice that Jiang Anzhi and Feng Lanchu had remained silent. Yet, Anzhi stood closely beside Feng Lanchu, not leaving her side. As the group moved towards the 7-seat van, Anzhi naturally settled next to Feng Lanchu. Have both of you ever been to Kiki Shili? Qin Zhuo, the chatterbox of the group, immediately began talking once on the bus. He and Wan Shishir, along with Liu, occupied the last row, while Jiang Anzhi and Feng Lanchu sat in the middle row, and Zhuang Nan took a single seat beside them. All eyes turned to the two experts at his question. Zhuang Nan chuckled and nodded. We have both been there. Wow. Do you have any tips or precautions? Liu joined the conversation. In high-altitude areas, one must be wary of altitude sickness. Emotions should not fluctuate excessively, nor should one engage in strenuous activities. Keeping warm and preventing cold is essential, and one should generally be fine. However, I have more experience in jungles and deserts. Kiki Shili was a challenge for me, and I mainly relied on Teacher Feng. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Feng Lanchu. She appeared delicate yet formidable. Teacher Feng, how old are you? You look like a university student. Qin Zhuo flattered her. Feng Lanchu smiled bashfully. I'm 28 this year. My goodness, you look much younger. You seem about my age. Qin Zhuo, at 19, was caught between boyhood and manhood. You're exaggerating. Feng Lanchu dismissively waved her hand. Do not be deceived by Teacher Feng's seemingly fragile appearance. She once led a team representing Huaxia on an expedition to Africa, where she spent 3 years, gaining extensive outdoor experience. Zhuang Nan introduced her impressive credentials. Jiang Anzhi glanced at Feng Lanchu, slightly surprised, and their eyes met, prompting an awkward smile from her. Like Jiang Anzhi's concealed identity in the entertainment industry, she had never disclosed her glorious past to him. Chapter 27. The variety show experience. Before Feng Lanchu could contemplate further, the director resumed speaking. All guests have gathered. We will now divide into groups through a simple game. The game is straightforward. We will take turns to name something we have, and the one who retains the most fingers can choose their partner first. Confusion marked Feng Lanchu's face, while the others quickly grasped the director's instructions and eagerly prepared to participate. Noticing her bewilderment, Qin Zhuo leaned over from the back seat to explain, Teacher Feng, it works like this. Everyone will try to say something they lack, but others might have. If you manage to make someone fold down all 5 fingers, you win. For example, if I say I have worn lipstick, anyone who has worn it must fold down a finger. Oh, Feng Lanchu said, her understanding dawning. Shall we begin then? I'll start. Qin Zhuo volunteered, and no one objected. He grinned mischievously, declaring, those with long hair. Wan Shishir folded a finger quietly, as did Feng Lanchu. The others erupted in laughter. Qin Zhuo, you are truly cunning. Wan Shishir, in a playful mood, retaliated. Those with short hair, Jiang Anzhi, Liu, Qin Zhuo, and Zhuang Nan all folded down a finger. Those who are 185 centimeters or taller, Liu stated. All eyes fell on Jiang Anzhi, who silently folded a finger. Zhuang Nan laughed and did the same. I'm 189 centimeters. This is quite targeted, Zhuang Nan remarked with a playful glint in his eye. Those under 20 should fold, he continued. Zhuang Nan, I'm helping you. Why are you turning this against me? Qin Zhuo lamented, nearly in tears. Haha, indiscriminate attacks. Zhuang Nan laughed cheerfully. Anzhi, please help me get my revenge. Qin Zhuo pleaded, eyes glistening with faux desperation. Jiang Anzhi cast a measured glance at Zhuang Nan across the aisle, then said nonchalantly, those who have served in the military. Zhuang Nan sighed in resignation. I have to fold for that. Long live Anzhi. Qin Zhuo exclaimed joyfully, leaping from his seat to embrace him in celebration. Teacher Feng, it's your turn. All eyes turned to Feng Lanchu. Currently, the girls each had 1 finger folded, while Liu, Qin Zhuo, and Jiang Anzhi had 2, and Zhuang Nan had 3. She pondered for a moment and then declared, those who have had breakfast. Everyone exchanged glances, groaning as they folded fingers, including Feng Lanchu, who dutifully folded 1. Teacher Feng, that's self-defeating. You lost a finger along with the rest of us. Hee. Feng Lanchu chuckled awkwardly. No, there's still Anzhi. He hasn't folded any fingers. Wan Shishir's comment drew everyone's attention. Jiang Anzhi's long fingers remained folded down, just two. Anzhi, you didn't have breakfast? The group gasped in surprise. No. Jiang Anzhi rubbed his nose, and beside him, Feng Lanchu murmured, in high-altitude areas, it is essential to eat breakfast to maintain energy. He glanced over to see her counting her fingers, as if she hadn't just spoken. Jiang Anzhi's lips curved into a subtle smile. I dozed off on the way here. I'll find something to eat shortly. Yes, breakfast is crucial, the group agreed, unaware of the subtle exchange between the two, interpreting it merely as Jiang Anzhi explaining his lack of breakfast. It was said that he had taken a midnight flight and rushed directly to the recording upon landing in Galmud. Many among them could relate to similar experiences, sharing their empathy before plunging into a new round of competition. Ultimately, Jiang Anzhi emerged victorious, decisively choosing to team up with Liu. Qinzhuo lamented, this is an overwhelming alliance. What chance do we have left? Young people should have ambition, Liu remarked with a teasing tone. Director, please interject some fairness. Wan Shishir joined in the playful uproar. Director, all right, to balance the strengths of both teams. We shall have teacher Zhuang join Qinzhuo's group, while teacher Feng will accompany Anzhi's team. Qinzhuo, no. Director, you should let both teachers join us. How naive. Liu crossed her arms and shook her head. Chapter 28. The volunteers, unbeknownst to them, the car had already arrived at the volunteer service team, a modest office building. The lobby on the first floor featured an exhibition hall dedicated to ecological protection. The team members had long awaited the guests' arrival, and as soon as they entered, a young girl presented them with a snow-white hat. Jashidalu, welcome all Zhuobu, good friends, to the Gurmu Ecological Environment Volunteer Service Team. I'm a Captain Duo-ji. The captain, around 50, had a dark complexion with rosy cheeks characteristic of high-altitude dwellers. His laughter had etched deep lines at the corners of his eyes, giving him a benevolent appearance, even when not smiling. Greetings, Captain Duo-ji. Everyone stepped forward to embrace and greet him. Now, I will guide you on a tour of our volunteer service team. For the next 2 days and nights, we will rely on your assistance to fulfill our mission of protecting Gurmu City. Captain Jia, she concluded, leading everyone towards the exhibition hall. At the entrance of the hall hung a grand timeline, chronicling significant events from the team's inception to the present. Qinzhuo keenly noticed a familiar, handsome young man in the photos from the unveiling ceremony. Captain Duo-ji, is that you? Jiashi chuckled and nodded yes. I was one of the first volunteers when the team was established. It has been 36 years in the blink of an eye. Remarkable, the crowd responded in admiration. Our volunteer service team was established initially to combat poaching and clean up the refuse left behind by gold miners near Gurmu. Later, we also addressed the litter generated by hikers along the Qinghai-Tibet Highway. As tourism increased in Gurmu, so did the amount of domestic waste. And our team's primary focus shifted to managing the waste around Gurmu City. As the group observed the photos on the wall while listening to Captain Jia's introduction, they felt a mix of warmth and sorrow, appreciating the team's dedication while lamenting the environmental sacrifices made for development. We have 2 tasks that we hope you can assist us with. One is to inspect and clean the litter at the scenic Kunlun Spring, and the other is to inspect the waste in Gurmu City. The fortunate winner, Anzhi, can choose the task first. Hani? Qinzhuo couldn't help but chuckle. Captain Duo-ji was quite informal, as he dare not call Anzhi Hani. Hani means good brother in Tibetan. Feng Lanchu quietly clarified that it was not the same as the English term Hani. Upon hearing this, Qinzhuo's handsome face flushed with embarrassment. He scratched the back of his head in surprise. Teacher Feng, you speak Tibetan? As the two were whispering, Jiang Anzhi unexpectedly approached Feng Lanchu and casually asked, where do you want to go? Feng Lanchu didn't get in supi. At that moment, Liu also joined, saying, let's listen to the teacher. Feng Lanchu scratched his head in awkwardness. Actually, both options are quite similar. Staying in Gurmu might be easier, while Kunlun Spring has a bit of altitude. Those with poor physical conditions might experience mild altitude sickness. All right, let's leave the simpler task for them. Liu discreetly conferred with Jiang Anzhi. Jiang Anzhi remained silent, his dark eyes fixed on Feng Lanchu. I can do it. My physical fitness is quite good. Despite having left the industry for 3 years, she maintained her daily exercise routine, all in preparation for the day she would embark again. With Feng Lanchu's resolute nod, Jiang Anzhi finally relented. Okay, we will choose Kunlun Spring. Chapter 29. the Film Emperor and the Shadow Emperor, as everyone departed with their assigned tasks. Jiang Anzhi's manager and assistant awaited with breakfast in the parking lot. Upon seeing Feng Lan Chu behind Jiang Anzhi, they nearly lost their composure. The manager of Feng Lan Chu stammered, pointing at her. Feng Lan Chu quickly made a shushing gesture, pretending not to recognize them, and walked towards the vehicle. The staff guarding the car promptly opened the door for her, leaving her manager utterly flabbergasted. The manager felt a wave of confusion wash over her, wishing for an oxygen tank to regain her clarity. Kunlun Spring is located in Lintan, Gurmu, about an hour's drive away. The vehicle, a rugged SUV provided by the sponsor, was spacious and high-performing. Feng Lan Chu was the first to enter the car, politely choosing the back seat. Jiang Anzhi followed and sat beside her, while Li Yu, having finished his makeup, seized the front passenger seat. Jiang Anzhi opened the breakfast bag, knowing his preferences. The manager had opted for the most common breakfast of soy milk and fried dough sticks instead of local specialties. Would you like to eat? Jiang Anzhi offered the breakfast to the center, his gaze subtly drifting towards Feng Lan Chu. I've already eaten. Both Feng Lan Chu and Li Yu shook their heads. Only then did Jiang Anzhi take big bites, his concentration and earnestness while eating strangely captivating. Teacher Feng, have you been to Kunlun Spring? Li Yu turned to ask from the front seat. I went once, but that was 7 or 8 years ago. I wonder what it's like now. Do you speak Tibetan? Li Yu wa inquirat curios. I only know a few phrases. Hello, Jashidala, thank you, Tujichi goodbye, Kalipe, and how much? Baisya ka ri. Feng Lan Chu replied earnestly, her attempt at Tibetan endearing. Li Yu, intrigued, eagerly tried to learn. The driver, a member of the volunteer team, nodded in approval at Feng Lan Chu's Tibetan. Oh, very standard. Listening to the awkward Tibetan in the car, Jiang Anzhi couldn't help but smile subtly. Feng Lan Chu, perceptive, caught his smile and blushed. Are you laughing at me? Jiang Anzhi glanced at her, his survival instincts kicking in as he shook his head in silence. Li Yu, witnessing this, burst into laughter. Teacher, do you follow any celebrities? Feng Lan Chu shyly shook her head. Then you probably don't know this. Among the three of us, Qinzhua is the chatterbox, and Ji is quiet, and I am the only normal one. So, when you encounter Qinzhua, avoid too much conversation, or he will chatter you to death. Within Ji, also limit the topics, or he will freeze you out. This is the common understanding among people in this circle, and I generously share this with you today. Tangdu, Feng Lan Chu hakwadi li loget. Wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. That's an exaggeration. Jiang Anzhi interjected nonchalantly. Where's the exaggeration? You with your saw-toothed mouth. We have known each other for 10 years, and the words exchanged between us barely amount to 10,000. Li Yu retorted, a hint of grievance in his tone, as he began recounting various award ceremonies and instances where Jiang Anzhi had chosen to eat rather than engage in conversation. As they discussed the behind-the-scenes of the film Emperor and Shadow Emperor, Feng Lan Chu glanced around, appearing as an audience member keenly observing the unfolding drama. An hour's journey passed amidst playful banter, and soon the trio arrived at their destination, Kunlun Spring. Celebrities could spark trending topics on Weibo with just a few words, let alone the intersection between the film Emperor and Shadow Emperor. With this, they no longer needed to record interviews, as the buzz had already begun, which was simply splendid. Chapter 30. Kunlun Spring. Kunlun Spring is situated in Nachitai, an altitude of 700 meters. Legend has it that this water is a celestial brew from the heavenly realms, renowned as the holy water of the earth. Today, Kunlun Spring has become a must-visit attraction for those journeying to Gurmu. As it is summer, the weather remains relatively warm, and all 3 springs are open. Once the weather turns cold, the main spring will be sealed off, prohibiting access. This spring is fed by underground water, a rare type of low-mineral bicarbonate calcium-magnesium-sodium spring water, rich in various trace elements beneficial to the human body and aids in preventing cardiovascular diseases. Feng Lan Chu, with her hands in her pockets, squinted at the horizon, observing nature, and her professional instincts kicked in as she rambled off a series of incomprehensible chemical compositions, causing even the cameraman to capture her in close-up. Li Wa, though not grasping the specifics, understood the essence and clapped appreciatively. Teacher Feng's words make me want to fill a bottle. You can fill one after finishing the task. The driver, with a beaming smile, retrieved several woven bags from the trunk. Your task is to survey the area along the river for litter. I will come to pick you up in the evening. It is only 11 o'clock now. Liu was somewhat surprised. Honey, what are we having for lunch later? Well, there's a rest station nearby where you can eat and take a break at 1 o'clock. All right. Looking around in confusion, Liu had no choice but to nod in agreement. It's all right. I remember that rest station. I will take you there shortly. Feng Lanchu reassured the two. Thus, the driver Hani drove away, leaving the three of them to gaze at one another in silence. The surrounding area of Kunlun Shengquan was characterized by the typical mountainous terrain of northwest China, with vast, undulating peaks. A gentle river meandered from the mountains, where stone steps had been constructed for visitors to enjoy the scenery and fetch water. Tourists were gathered in small groups, taking photographs at the spring's large stones. At this moment, under the midday sun, the ultraviolet rays were quite intense. Feng Lanchu pulled the gray-blue hood over her head and took out a face cloth from her pocket to cover her face, leaving only her bright eyes shielded by sunglasses, rendering her unrecognizable. The cameraman, Liu, and Jiang Anzhi, who was silently mirroring Feng Lanchu's protective measures with his own mask and sunglasses, shared a similar appearance. The fans want to see the face of the film emperor, yet you are blocking their view completely. The cameraman lamented, wishing he could remove their superhero disguises. Liu then realized that Jiang Anzhi's outdoor gear closely resembled Feng Lanchu's, even down to the specifics. Anzhi, your outfit is surprisingly similar to the experts. Not bad, Anzhi replied nonchalantly, his expression hidden beneath his mask. Feng Lanchu felt a pang of guilt, recalling the day when Jiang Anzhi had called while she was shopping in a supermarket. He mentioned needing outdoor gear for work, and without much thought, she had shared her favorite niche outdoor store. She and T expected they would end up in the same show. Had she known Jiang Anzhi would be here, she would have declined to participate. Their relationship was too unique. The thought of it being exposed was terrifying. Let's get to work early, Jiang Anzhi said, lifting his woven bag and moving forward. Feng Lanchu followed suit, and Liu hurriedly donned his hood to catch up, knowing that even though it was not as effective as a mask, it was better than nothing. He still had a modern drama in production. Getting sunburned and unable to film would pose a problem. Chapter 31. Collecting trash. It cannot be denied that the work of volunteer is suited only for those with love in their hearts and a willingness to give. The trio walked along the clear river, encountering numerous tourists along the way. Those who ventured this far had naturally been warned to carry their trash away and not to pollute the environment. However, not everyone adhered to the rules, and with the throngs of tourists flocking to popular spots, litter was inevitably left behind. As they walked, they indeed stumbled upon a considerable amount of waste. Feng Lanchu felt the weight of melancholy. Unlike inland areas with developed transportation, garbage here could not be promptly dealt with and had to rely on nature for disposal. Yet, nature's ability to decompose waste was far slower than humanity's capacity to produce it. It is essential to note that the glaciers and snowmelt here form the sources of major rivers in our country, creating a robust barrier for the ecosystems in the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze, Yellow, and Yarlung Sangpo rivers. If this area were to be polluted, we would be left without drinking water. Feng Lanchu's words struck a chord with Jiang Anzhi and Liu. Due to the unique natural environment and harsh climatic conditions, much of Kekexili remains an uninhabited zone. The behavior of its wildlife, the evolution of its vegetation, the changes in lakes and rivers, and the development of soil, all these natural processes have not been disturbed by human interference, preserving their primal evolutionary course. Thus, it serves as a natural laboratory for studying the evolution of high-altitude environments and their global impacts. I don't understand, Liu admitted, shaking his head, realizing that his image as a top student would likely shatter from this moment on. To put it simply, our country has many endangered species, and perhaps the methods to save them can be found within these pristine ecosystems. This is what makes Kekexili precious and why it is crucial to protect it. As for endangered species, the extinction of one species can affect 30 related species, each of which in turn impacts another 30, creating a chain reaction akin to a domino effect. Can you guess what the final outcome is? Feng Lanchu smiled lightly. This is why so many people strive to protect the ecological environment. It is a means of safeguarding our home and humanity. Upon hearing this, Liu felt a renewed sense of purpose in their efforts, raising the trash bag in his hand. Feng Lanchu smiled, acknowledging his insight, and noticed a white snow-capped mountain peeking from behind a yellow rock formation. Instantly, her face lit up. Look, Yuzhu Peak. Li Yu and Jiang Anzhi turned in unison to behold a snow-white mountain crowned with clouds, standing majestically among the surrounding peaks under the azure sky. Though distant, its name was renowned. A colossal glacier stretched beneath Yuzhu Peak, melting snow water forming various lakes in Kekexili, some serving as the sources of great rivers. It would be wonderful to see it up close, Li Yu mused, suddenly struck by an idea. He turned to the camera, addressing the director. If we complete our tasks efficiently over the next couple of days, could we be taken to see Yuzhu Peak? The director smiled generously, agreeing to the request. With this, the three felt invigorated. Chapter 32. Evening conversations. Although the altitude here is not high compared to the heart of Kekexili, a day's labor still takes its toll. Especially for Jiang Anzhi, who had traveled through the night and worked all day. When he removed his mask, he realized his complexion was pale. He said nothing, leaning back against the seat in the car to rest his eyes. Feng Lanchu glanced at his condition and sensed something was amiss. Are you all right? Do you feel unwell? You should have said something earlier. I need to call the director and have a doctor ready at the hotel. There's no need for that. A good rest will suffice. Jiang Anzhi replied, pinching the bridge of his nose. In high-altitude areas, feeling unwell can be a serious matter. Caution is prudent. Li took out his phone and began dialing the director. Feng Lanchu observed Jiang Anzhi's pallid face, wondering if he felt anything beyond headache. Jiang Anzhi shook his head lightly. She rummaged through her bag, producing a bottle of glucose, popping it open, and handing it to him. Drink this, it should help. I suspect you might be experiencing low blood sugar. All right. Jiang Anzhi obediently accepted the glucose and drank it, just as he set down the glass bottle. Feng Lanchu handed him a thermos. He casually glanced at the camera in the vehicle and said nonchalantly, I brought some water. The implication was clear, maintaining a degree of propriety in daylight. Feng Lanchu rolled her eyes in exasperation. What are you thinking? This is a heat-retaining thermos. It warms up when shaken, serving as a substitute for a hand warmer. I'm merely lending you warmth. Jiang Anzhi felt a bit embarrassed, rubbing his nose and feigning indifference as he accepted the cup. The warmth radiating from it eased the throbbing in his head, prompting a sigh as he closed his eyes to feign sleep. Throughout the journey, Li Yu and Feng Lanchu remained silent, allowing him ample time to rest. I'm fine. There is no need to worry, Jiang Anzhi reassured them calmly. Feng Lanchu opened the door in confusion, only to find Jiang Anzhi in a black hoodie, the hood pulled down over his forehead. His unadorned face appeared pale yet translucent. Upon seeing him, Feng Lanchu quickly invited him inside. What brings you here? She asked. She had heard that the rooms of celebrities were equipped with cameras for 24-hour surveillance. Fortunately, the expert's room had no such equipment. Otherwise, Jiang Anzhi's sudden visit would surely send the cameraman into a frenzy. Jiang Anzhi said nothing, striding directly to the side of Feng Lanchu's bed. Are you feeling better? Feng Lanchu couldn't help but express her concern. Yes. GRM, the lowest point in the Chaitama Basin, stands at approximately 800 meters above sea level. Regardless of the severity of altitude sickness, one will naturally recover upon arriving here. Even in cases of acute altitude sickness, there are experienced doctors available. F.L.N.C.H. One of the witnesses to this phenomenon could not help but express her thoughts. Jiang listened attentively, a faint smile gracing his lips, his eyes filled with mirth. Chapter 33. A call from my son. She merely sought to earn a little extra money. Who would have thought her luck would be so fortuitous? Landing a significant opportunity on her first try? The level of distress she felt was ineffable. How could she appropriately inform the director of her desire to withdraw? Why withdraw? Jiang raised an eyebrow. F.L.N.C.H. pointed at him, then at herself, as if the answer were obvious. Jiang regarded her silently for a moment before stating, my choice to marry discreetly indeed reflects my desire for a life undisturbed. But it does not imply that I wish to dictate your every action. You are an independent individual, and I respect and support your work. I do not wish for my personal life to interfere with your career and daily life. There is no need for you to give anything up. F.L.N.C.H. was somewhat moved by his words. Jiang's character was truly commendable. In 3 years of marriage, he had never interfered with her, nor had he constrained her from being in the public eye. Unlike others, he would not have created a scene over their appearance in this reality show. If I were not here, what would you do? I would fulfill my duties as a guide and engage in educational activities, collecting the appropriate remuneration. The last part of FNLNCH's thought remained unspoken. Even now, do not let me distract you. Simply be yourself. Jiang words acted as a powerful calming balm, providing FNLNCH with a sense of direction amidst her uncertainty. However, she pondered the implications of exposure. If they were revealed, he would become the target of public scrutiny, potentially facing severe consequences. Since we are here, let's make the best of it. Jiang Anzhi reassured her, suggesting that they might as well go public. No, no, no. FNLNCH shook her head vehemently. I believe keeping it secret is preferable. Let's pretend we are strangers and see it through. Jiang raised an eyebrow, sensing that FNLNCH seemed even less inclined to reveal their connection than he was. As their conversation concluded, FNLNCH intended to invite someone out, but her phone suddenly buzzed with a video call request. It was Jiang. Without hesitation, she hushed Jiang and answered the call, revealing Jiang's cherubic face on the screen. Dear Mama, do you miss me? Jiang appeared to have just enjoyed a glass of milk, his lips plump and his expression adorably forlorn. Compared to her excitement during the first video call the previous night, FNLNCH felt a sense of calmness. She discreetly glanced at Jiang, feeling a sense of pride that her son seemed to prefer her over him. Of course, my dear son, Mama misses you dearly. Hey, Daddy. Can I call Daddy after talking to Mommy? Jiang, busy organizing his belongings, did not react immediately, continuing to soothe him without looking up. Jiang, excitedly leaning closer to the phone, exclaimed, Daddy, do you miss me? His playful smile revealed charming dimples. I do. I miss you very much, Jiang replied, leaning in to kiss the screen, entirely forgetting about FNLNCH. Watching Jiang and her son engrossed in their animated conversation, FNLNCH felt speechless. How irritating. Chapter 34. Dependence upon hearing Jiang's voice, Jiang was thoroughly bewildered. She leaned closer to the screen, realizing that the figure in the frame was none other than her beloved son. How is NZH here? Isn't this she OCH's phone? Didn't she go on a business trip? How did you two meet? Or did she OCH come specifically to see you? Unfazed by his mother's barrage of questions, Jiang calmly explained, we ran into each other while working. You will see it on television. Jiang smiled without elaborating. In stark contrast to Jiang's delight, little Jiang appeared particularly resentful. Mommy lied to me. She took Daddy to work, but not me. He pouted, his eyebrows furrowed. I went with Mommy last time, and I behaved well. Mommy said she would take me next time. So why did she lie? Jiang Anzhi cast a cool glance at FNLNCH. He was aware that she had taken Jiang to chew NSH. In his understanding, such trips were merely for lectures or educational excursions. Thanks to the GUNSH, he finally grasped what FNLNCH's educational trips entailed. The thought of the two of them frolicking in the nature reserve for 3 months filled him with an inexplicable anxiety. Although the conditions in Chu NSH were better than here, it was still an area where venomous snakes and fierce beasts roamed. The image of a 3-year-old chasing after wild animals sent a chill down Jiang's spine, prompting him to reconsider whether he had been too lenient. FNLNCH averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Jiang said nothing, simply taking FNLNCH's phone and leaning against the headboard as he spoke. Daddy and Mommy cannot bring you to work this time, but I will take you to play next time. Really? Jiang's little eyes sparkled with hope. Well, have I ever lied to you? Okay. Jiang finally turned his tears into smiles. Only Jiang could pacify Jiang's tantrums with just a few words. This innate ability to soothe was something FNLNCH found herself lacking. As she observed their affectionate exchange, FNLNCH decided to quietly withdraw from the conversation, preparing to sleep. Weren't they supposed to pretend not to know each other? Silently gesturing for him to leave, Jiang glanced at her, unhurriedly pulling back the covers and settling into bed. FNLNCH was taken aback. What was his intention? Yet, she refrained from pushing him away at that moment, considering Jiang was still on the line. After Jiang hung up, she finally spoke. Jiang shot her a glance, remaining unfazed. The makeup artist will arrive in the morning. If she sees you, F-L-N-C-H looked incredulous. You never wake up early. I truly can, Jiang Anzhi declared, extending his long fingers to pull her into the warmth of the blankets. Swiftly turning off the light as he nestled beside her, his hand naturally grasping her wrist. Ah, so this was your intention, F-L-N-C-H thought, feeling speechless. You really need to address this habit of grabbing my wrist. Jiang Anzhi gently rubbed her soft wrist, and soon, the tension began to melt away. Listening to the steady rhythm of his breathing beside her, F-L-N-C-H surrendered to this soothing atmosphere, quietly setting her alarm for 5:30, preparing to wake him the next day. Chapter 35. The first encounter with KKXL, perhaps due to the exhaustion of the day. F-L-N-C-H slept soundly throughout the night, feeling as if she had just closed her eyes when the alarm rang. Frowning, she stirred beneath the covers, the chill of GRM seeping through, making the warmth of the blankets all the more comforting. The relentless ringing of the alarm gradually brought her back to consciousness. At that moment, she became aware of a steady rhythm of breathing above her, nestled comfortably against a sturdy chest. It was Jiang Anzhi. Recalling her current situation, she cast aside any pretenses of shyness and quickly shook Jiang Anzhi awake. The morning recording proceeded as usual, and by noon, the guests finally completed all their litter-picking tasks. The director generously rewarded everyone with a visit to YZH Peak, with the Kunlun Pass marking the boundary. The area within belongs to KKXL, and YZH Peak is located nearby, signifying their official entry into this land. Everyone felt a surge of excitement as the vehicle set off from GRM, traveling south along the GRM River. Jiang Anzhi, Lu, and Qinju sat in the back row, with the two girls occupying the middle seat, while Zhuang In remained in a single seat. The harmony of the group was palpable. KKXL primarily consists of plains, with an elevation difference of less than 600 meters. Gazing across the expansive plateau, an array of unknown wildflowers in shades of red, purple, yellow, and blue adorned the green grass, resembling twinkling stars. The occasional glimmering lakes appeared like emeralds and agates, beautifully reflected against the azure sky. The group couldn't help but gaze out the windows, captivated by the blooming scenery along the way. With keen insight, Qinju could not help but exclaim at the peculiarity of the water's crimson hue. This enigma left the others in a state of confusion, their gazes shifting toward the two experts present. Zhuang Nan, an expert in wilderness survival, possessed only a rudimentary understanding of geographical phenomena and could merely shrug in response to the inquiry. The soil here is rich in iron and various mineral elements, which imparts a reddish-brown tint to the water. Additionally, the nearby unfrozen spring has a mercury content that exceeds safe limits, making prolonged consumption detrimental to human health. Feng Lanchu elucidated. Ah, so that is the explanation. Qinju nodded in an animated manner. Teacher, isn't this mineral water quite renowned? How can it now be deemed harmful to one's health? It seems contradictory. The Kekexili region features a complex water environment with freshwater, brackish water, saline water, and salt lakes. As we venture deeper into Kekexili, you will encounter them all, Feng Lanchu explained, embodying the essence of a living encyclopedia, addressing the various curiosities of her companions throughout the journey. As Feng Lanchu's gentle voice accompanied them, the vehicle traversed the Nan Mountain Pass and soon arrived at Daxin. After making a wide turn, the majestic Yuzhu Peak came into view. The glaciers here are awe-inspiring. Envision a mighty river abruptly halted, rapidly frozen, yet still exhibiting the ferocity of its former flow, waiting for the day when the freeze will lift and unleash its power once more. A spectacle both magnificent and daunting. The group erupted into joyous cheers, greeting the snow-capped mountain. Qinju and Wan Shishir began to frolic around the colossal glacier. Even the aloof Jiang Anzhi retrieved his camera to capture the splendor of Yuzhu Peak. Feng Lanchu, concerned, trailed behind them, urging caution and advising them to conserve their energy and avoid strenuous activity. Regrettably, the excitement of the group overshadowed her warnings. Before long, Qinju and Wan Shishir were struck by debilitating headaches, their hearts racing and their vision spinning, prompting them to halt and rest on the ground. In contrast, Liu and Jiang Anzhi maintained their composure, effortlessly capturing photographs. Chapter 36. The Kunlun master Qinghua and Wan Shishir resembled wilted cabbages, seated on the ground, incapacitated. Feng Lanchu chuckled as she offered them glucose, playfully teasing, "Did I not advise you to maintain a calm demeanor and not to get overly excited? Now you are facing the consequences." "I had already taken altitude sickness medication a week in advance," Wan Shishir replied, at a loss, never anticipating she would still fall victim to it. Medication is merely a supplementary aid. Relying solely on it can lead to severe repercussions. Feng Lanchu squatted beside them. "Teacher, why is there so much water here?" Qinghua's curiosity was insatiable. Feng Lanchu rested her chin upon her hand, surveying the beautiful snow-capped mountains before responding. "Geologically speaking, this area was once an expansive ocean 4 million years ago. 2 million years ago, the average altitude of the Tibetan Plateau was merely 1,000 meters. Following another 2 million years of uplift, the average elevation rose to 4,000 meters, and Mount Everest emerged as the world's highest peak. So all this frozen water was once seawater?" Qinghua was astonished by the dramatic transformation of the world, akin to a dystopian novel. If you choose to interpret that way, it is certainly valid. At 19, Qinghua was akin to a college freshman, and Feng Lanchu treated him as a student. She welcomed his divergent thinking, viewing it as beneficial for creative development. After lingering at Yuzhu Peak for a considerable time and capturing joyful photographs, Qinghua enthusiastically suggested, "Since we are at Yuzhu Peak, Director, why not take a detour to Kunlun Mountain Pass?" "Indeed, it is not far," Liu chimed in. The director raised an eyebrow, assessing them. "You are all suffering from altitude sickness, yet you wish to continue?" No, do not flatter us." Feng Lanchu nervously waved her hands, concerned about misinterpreting the audience's perception. She herself did not possess a major social media account, only a minor one for commentary. Feng Lanchu was wholly devoted to academic research, and she requested that others refrain from complicating matters unnecessarily. Liu kindly intervened to alleviate Feng Lanchu's predicament. Ultimately, the director relented to the group's wishes and led them onward to Kunlun Mountain Pass. The Kunlun Mountain Pass, situated at an elevation of 700 meters, heralded their entry into the Kekexili Nature Reserve. A statue depicting a family of Tibetan antelopes stood proudly at the pass, with the ram's sharp horns exuding majesty. The ew's gentle gaze and the small lamb nestled between them, endearing and delicate. The group gazed at the statue, filled with a sense of longing, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to record their second episode, venturing deeper into Kekexili to witness the Tibetan antelope. Next to the statue, 2 stone tablets stood. Upon closer inspection, one commemorated 5 climbers who tragically perished during an ascent of Yuzhu Peak, while the other honored the martyr Soananda Jia. The group had heard of the climbers' news and films, yet knew little of the latter monument. Soananda Jia was a hero of Kekexili, sacrificing his life at the hands of poachers to protect the Tibetan antelope. His memorial was placed here to ensure that the memory of this guardian of Kunlun's creatures would endure. The monument bore a black and white photograph of Soananda Jia, featuring his slightly curled hair, weathered beard, and a hint of melancholy in his gaze as he peacefully regarded the land. The couplets flanking his portrait read, "His spirit remains," and his deeds overshadow Kunlun. Countless prayer flags hung before the monument, symbolizing the heartfelt remembrance of the people of Kekexili for him. A swell of indescribable emotion and reverence surged within the group. "Are there still poachers around?" Qinghua asked, her eyes glistening. Feng Lanchu nodded, stating, "Where there is trade, there is killing." However, the patrolling officers and the reserve personnel are continually striving to mitigate such occurrences. The group pondered the reasons behind the poaching of Tibetan antelope. "Have you heard of shatush?" A shawl measuring 2 meters wide and 1 meter long weighs only 100 grams, able to pass through a ring when clasped. Such a shawl can fetch 50,000, yet it is woven from the lives of 5 Tibetan antelope. It is not just the Tibetan antelope. In fact, the heads of wild yaks, bear bile, paws, and the pelts of snow leopards are also coveted by poachers. This is nothing short of demonic adornments. The group expressed their indignation. Wan Shishir wiped away tears, exclaiming, "I truly believe humanity has no right to take the lives of other animals for selfish desires. Indeed, it is a case of killing the hen for its eggs, driven by greed." Both Liu and Qinghua echoed in outrage. The director, Observing the candid expressions of the stars, felt a sense of satisfaction. Amidst the vast expanse of snow-capped mountains and the pristine blue skies. Standing beneath the monument and listening to the low, resonant sounds produced by the fluttering prayer flags, the group experienced an overwhelming sense of tranquility. Qinzhua took a deep breath, suppressing the pangs of sorrow within. I feel that this journey is a profound learning experience. I am grateful to Teacher Feng for imparting so much knowledge, and to nature for allowing me to appreciate the allure of the Tibetan Plateau. I hope my fans can begin to cherish the earth and protect its creatures. WNSH's gaze was resolute. Her hands clenched into fists as she articulated each word with conviction. I express my gratitude on behalf of every individual who cherishes this land. To every volunteer and officer who safeguards KKXL. It is your efforts that have transformed this place back into a sanctuary, turning it into a paradise on earth. Thank you. Lu bowed deeply with sincere appreciation. Jiang Anzhi's dark eyes glanced toward the distant plateau as he expressed gratitude for this journey, which had allowed him to reawaken his understanding of the world and discover a new meaning of life. The heartfelt sentiments of the star guest elicited enthusiastic applause from the director, which was echoed by the crew. Finally, with a hint of emotion, the director expressed his thanks for each individual's monologue, wishing for KKXL to remain forever vibrant and youthful. He then shifted the conversation, announcing that the next destination would officially be KKXL, where they would camp in tents, savor Tibetan cuisine, and search for Tibetan antelopes. Until next time, Chapter 38. Entering KKXL, although the director stated see you next time on camera, the first and second episodes were actually recorded consecutively. This decision proved to be astute, alleviating numerous complications for the subsequent mountain trek, but that is a tale for later. Early the next morning, the group followed the guide, Zhu RN, into KKXL, passing the familiar NSH-NKU and heading directly toward KNL N Mountain. Excitement filled the air as they reunited in this cherished place, feeling as if they were old friends. Zhu remarked on the remarkable transformation in her writing since their arrival. WNSH teased, naturally, for I have studied under a master. Zhu proudly patted her chest, prompting laughter from the group. Seizing the jovial atmosphere, the playful director announced, today, we will visit Zhu RN's home, where his wife has prepared a sumptuous lunch. We will engage in games to determine two individuals who will face a culinary challenge involving a surprise dish prepared by our hosts. The group exchanged wary glances, questioning the nature of this surprise dish. The director, with a mischievous grin, promised to keep it secret for now, but invited two experts to share their favorite and least favorite foods in KKXL. My favorite is dried meat. Although it is raw, the flavor after drying is exquisite and quite chewy. Zhu N began, explaining that such sustenance is ideal for survival in the wilderness. As he spoke, the group collectively gasped at the mention of raw meat. No way, that's unacceptable, WNSH vehemently disagreed. Raw fish is also uncooked. Zhu N countered, perplexed. That is entirely different, WNSH elaborated on the merits of sashimi. Once she concluded, Zhu N simply smiled, asserting, to me, it is all the same. WNSH was momentarily flummoxed. As for foods I cannot accept, well, I'm not picky. I find the cuisine of our Tibetan brethren quite delightful. Indeed, as a wilderness survival expert, being unselective is fundamental, Zhu N remarked, leaving the group feeling that the inquiry was somewhat futile. And you, LNCH? They turned their attention to her. I particularly enjoy the yogurt here, especially when sprinkled with a layer of sugar, she replied. Zhu RN, driving, gave a thumbs up, affirming my family's yogurt is exceptional. Hearing this, the group beamed, as the previous meals had consisted solely of coarse grains, and the thought of sweet, tangy yogurt made their mouths water. Truly, the women have an appreciation for life's pleasures. As for foods I cannot accept, LNCH pondered silently, her survival instincts preventing her from expressing her thoughts. She settled on mentioning blood sausage. Blood sausage? The group responded in surprise. This dish is found in regions such as Taiwan, Yunnan, Guangdong, and Hunan, where they had previously sampled it in culinary shows. And its flavor was not particularly daunting. It should be fine. I can accept that. Me too. Zhu and Lu concurred, relieved. Chapter 39. A warm welcome. The game commenced with fervor, adhering to the age-old finger-guessing tradition. Ultimately, the non-picky Zhu In sacrificed himself, finishing last, while Lu fell prey to the crafty Zhu, landing in the second-to-last position. The remaining participants successfully evaded punishment, stifling their laughter. The vehicle gradually approached a small village inhabited by herders. The village was modest, consisting of merely a dozen households, each a single-story dwelling, spaced apart, with sheepfolds and cattle pens. Zhu In's home was the third in line, visibly larger than those before and after it. The beams of Zhu In's house were adorned with many dark, large chunks of meat, and upon entering, he proudly introduced, "This is the dried meat that Zhu In's favorite. I will prepare plenty for you." "That is too generous," Zhu In quickly protested. "No need for formality. The sun is blazing outside. Let's go inside," Zhu In urged, leading the group into the house. The interior reflected the typical design of a Tibetan home, with a beautiful hostess awaiting their arrival. Their young son greeted the guests with a radiant smile, revealing 8 pearly teeth. As everyone settled down, the hostess busily arranged the feast. Naturally, yak and lamb were in abundance, accompanied by a type of roasted butter, a rich oil derived from the drying process of animals, which shimmered invitingly, promising satisfaction. However, this was also among the family's most treasured delicacies, reserved for esteemed guests. Lnch had tasted it before, but for someone accustomed to the mainland, the portion was overwhelming. She discreetly observed the others, aside from Jiang Anzhi, who remained unfazed. The rest appeared somewhat daunted. However, the butter was mild compared to the shock that ensued when the hostess presented a platter of blood sausage, leaving the group utterly speechless. Lu's face turned pale. "This is blood sausage," Zhu In explained cheerfully, "made from lamb intestines stuffed with minced meat and blood. Steamed to a perfect medium. It is most delicious when consumed before the blood solidifies." Lu glanced stiffly at the director, who innocently nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. This is the surprise dish prepared for you." "Thank you, Brother Zhu In. I was just thinking of trying it," Zhu In declared, sitting beside Zhu In. Mimicking his actions, he wielded a small knife over the plate, slicing off a segment of sausage, allowing the warm lamb blood to ooze from the incision, staining the cooked casing crimson. The two laughed as they indulged in the dish, seemingly oblivious to the alarming scene. The remaining guests exchanged sympathetic glances with the visibly queasy Lu. Even Jiang Anzhi's gaze reflected concern. It became evident that this was indeed genuine blood sausage. Lnch wore an expression that seemed to say, "I warned you." Picking at her beef, she took small bites. "Will this scene even be broadcast?" The director feigned ignorance, nervously rubbing his nose, and solemnly remarked, "Lu, we must honor our wager." Zhu In, overhearing, chuckled, "Though it may look intimidating, the flavor is truly delightful. Of course you, a wilderness survival expert who consumes raw snake and rat meat, are unperturbed." Ultimately, he mustered the courage to cut a small piece, swallowing it without daring to savor the taste. Afterward, he felt as though altitude sickness was imminent. Thankfully, Zhu In did not appear displeased by their reluctance to try the dish and enthusiastically offered the finest horse milk wine and milk tea, ensuring that lunch proceeded joyfully. Chapter 40. Endearing creatures. After lunch, the group rested on the large Kong until they regained their energy before setting out to search for Tibetan antelopes. July marked the summer in KKXL, with daytime temperatures soaring to 25 degrees Celsius, yet nighttime could plunge to 10 degrees. Thus, warmth and protection from the cold were paramount, and everyone remained vigilant. Not only do we have Tibetan antelopes here, but if luck permits, we might also spot Tibetan wild donkeys, Tibetan foxes, or even snow leopards, Zhu In declared, leading the way while sharing insights. Snow leopards? Lnch's interest peaked. She had sought the tracks of these elusive creatures during her last visit to KKXL. However, as sensitive beings, snow leopards are notoriously wary of humans, making encounters remarkably challenging. "Have you ever seen a snow leopard?" she inquired. "I have only glimpsed a few from a distance. They are far too clever, always avoiding human presence." "Are you interested in snow leopards?" "Indeed." Feng Lanchu nodded, acknowledging that the snow leopard is an endangered species in dire need of protection. However, Their elusive nature renders it exceedingly difficult for scientists to gather meaningful data. It is estimated that every scientist venturing into the snowy regions is captivated by the prospect of observing the snow leopard. Indeed, we once hosted a certain doctor who was also on a quest to find the snow leopard. He even captured images of the creature with an automatic camera. Albeit this was over a decade ago. Over a decade ago, Feng Lanchu's eyes sparkled with recognition. Hadn't the old gentleman previously photographed a snow leopard while researching in Kekexili? He had even shown her the photographs. He had employed the most convenient thermal imaging camera for fieldwork. The doctor you mentioned must be my teacher. You know Dr. Zhong? Zhuoren expressed his surprise. Yes. Feng Lanchu replied with a gentle smile. Zhuoren laughed heartily and applauded, marveling at this delightful coincidence. He had not anticipated that Dr. Zhong had such a beautiful and intelligent student. Listening to their conversation, Qinzhua quietly mused that he hadn't realized that Teacher Feng was not only knowledgeable, but also had such impressive connections. How could she know a doctor from over a decade ago? Indeed, the more one interacts with Teacher Feng, the more one appreciates her, Qinzhua reflected with great admiration. Jiang Anzhi quietly gazed at Feng Lanchu, who shone brightly in this realm, remaining silent for an extended period. After what seemed like a long journey, they arrived at a high vantage point, overlooking a winding river where several Tibetan antelopes grazed leisurely by the water's edge. Among them were a few rams, their long, pointed horns resembling the feathers of the crown worn by the Monkey King, exuding an air of majesty. Their sleek, shiny fur and long limbs were unmistakably vibrant with life. The group held their breath in excitement, their faces flushed. Shortly thereafter, a plump brown pony came bounding into view, its round belly indicating it had been well fed. Oh my, how adorable! How can there be such a short pony? Wan Shishir exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight, wishing she could reach out and touch it. That is a Tibetan wild donkey. Feng Lanchu corrected her from the side. Oh really? Wan Shishir replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed at her first encounter with one. Compared to horses, Tibetan wild donkeys are shorter, with rounder features and lacking the mane that horses possess. Chapter 41. Who stole the sheep? Zhuoren strode forward, engaging them in conversation in Tibetan. The others, unable to understand, remained patiently in place. After a considerable wait, they observed several men with shovels heading in the same direction. Everyone gasped. My goodness, how terrifying. Yet Feng Lanchu appeared incredulous. Are you sure it was a snow leopard? She queried. For the most fearsome creature in this vicinity was indeed the snow leopard. Feng Lanchu remained noncommittal. May I take a look at the sheep pen? The group gazed at her with admiration, exclaiming, Teacher Feng, you are truly remarkable. Jiang Anzhi, standing nearby, subtly furrowed his brow. Feng Lanchu, however, smiled and explained. Zhuoren eagerly led Feng Lanchu to the home of Zhurong, where the men with shovels had paused their work upon seeing Zhuoren lead a guest. After Zhuoren explained the situation to Zhurong, the owner generously vacated the sheep pen for Feng Lanchu. The sheep were herded into a corner of the pen, trembling in fear, while the southern side of the pen bore a breach, evidently torn by a ferocious beast. Fortunately, the pen's sandy ground revealed numerous animal tracks. Lacking measuring instruments, Feng Lanchu used her hands to gauge the size of the footprints. The prints were star-shaped, but the depth of the paw and claw marks suggested a robust creature. She then moved to the fence, closely inspecting the breach where she discovered some brownish-gray fur and bite marks, unmistakably left by the recent intruder. She picked up a small tuft of fur caught on the fence, scrutinizing it before bending down to follow the drag marks leading outward. Beyond Zhurong's sheep pen lay a small mound of earth, behind which sprawled a vast expanse of wilderness. This mound appeared to be an excellent hiding spot for the beast, making it easy to drag the sheep here, effectively escaping into the wild. Observing Feng Lanchu's meticulous investigation, the group felt a sense of familiarity. Doesn't Teacher Feng resemble a detective? Someone remarked. I came here for an environmental variety show, but it feels like I've mistakenly wandered into a crime investigation show. Nevertheless, she was undeniably impressive, Zhuangnan noted with a smile, as he seldom encountered a woman who possessed such beauty alongside intellect and skill. Feng Lanchu was indeed one of a kind. The group nodded in agreement, their eyes sparkling with admiration, akin to fans beholding their idol. So, Teacher Feng, have you gleaned any insights? Zhuoren and Zhurong approached with concern. Yes, I have a general answer. However, I would like to know what you plan to do next regarding the culprits. Jiang furrowed his brow in distress, stating that the animals were merely acting out of desperation due to scarcity of food. This implied that the culprits would not face punishment, which relieved Feng Lanchu. It was to be expected, as the Tibetan people, adhering to Buddhism, would not easily take a life. If it were farmers without such beliefs, they might resort to extreme measures to retaliate when their chickens, ducks, geese, horses, dogs, or cattle fell prey to wild beasts, frequently leading to acts of extermination, such as killing rats or wolves. In contrast, the kind-hearted Tibetan herders would quietly endure, merely reinforcing their sheep pens and cattle sheds. Chapter 42. The Truth Teacher Feng. Was it really a snow leopard that stole the sheep? Qin Zhua, who had been watching from the sidelines, could no longer contain his curiosity and asked. Feng Lanchu cleared her throat and stated earnestly, in fact, it was not a snow leopard that took the sheep. Not a snow leopard? Could it be a wolf? Zhuo Run and Zhurong exchanged skeptical glances, noting that wolves only ventured into the village during winter. Coupled with the analysis of the footprints left at the scene, snow leopards possess thick paws and remarkable jumping ability, resulting in rounder, lighter prints. The footprints observed earlier, although star-shaped, exhibited heavier traces of the hind paws and claws. To put it simply, it was akin to distinguishing between cat and dog footprints. Moreover, the fur and bite marks found at the scene bore unmistakable signs of a canine, leading to the conclusion that the culprit was indeed a wolf, not a snow leopard. After hearing Feng Lanchu's analysis, the group felt a wave of admiration wash over them, akin to a relentless river. I had no idea biology could be so fascinating, Qin Zhuo exclaimed, his eyes gleaming. Liu, crossing his arms, remarked coolly, as far as I know, all biologists are top scholars. Those who do poorly are simply not cut out for it. Qin Zhuo, feeling aggrieved, turned to Jiang Anzhi, saying, Anzhi, Yugo is bullying me. Jiang Anzhi glanced at the two and merely smiled faintly, refraining from joining the fray. Subsequently, the group rolled up their sleeves to address the issue at hand. Teacher Feng, do you have any good methods to prevent wolves from causing trouble? Zhuang Nan, adept in his work, quickly became Zhurong's assistant, nailing and reinforcing the structure with ease while simultaneously seeking counsel from Feng Lanchu. Wolves preying on sheep is an instinctual behavior. It is impossible to deter them from doing so. As Zhurong had mentioned, if they are well fed in the wild, they will naturally refrain from harming the village's livestock. During the bountiful summer months, incidents of sheep theft are rare. With the support of the group, Zhurong's spirits lifted, and he jested. Perhaps the wolves have grown weary of their wild feasts. Laughter erupted among the group. It is also possible that human activities in the area have driven wild animals deeper into the wilderness, leaving wolves with no choice but to attack domesticated livestock. As human encroachment expands, the wildlife that once thrived here is either forced to retreat deeper into the wild or confront humanity, both choices leading to a singular outcome. The harsher the environment becomes, the faster endangered species face extinction. Wild creatures that challenge human property ultimately meet their demise or expulsion. Regardless of the choice, animals at the bottom of the food chain find themselves with no escape. Hence, practices like reforesting and reverting pastures to forests are of utmost necessity. Nevertheless, Feng Lanchu understood that the villagers were also striving for survival. If displaced from this land, where else could they go? The path to harmonious coexistence between humans and animals remains a quest yet to be fulfilled. It is indeed a rare virtue for individuals to empathize with one another, even extending their understanding towards animals. She contemplated for a moment before suggesting the placement of colorful prayer flags and solar-powered prayer machines on the hillside, as they might deter wolves through human sound. Upon hearing this, Ji Rang was elated. The prayer machine would not only serve to ward off wolves, but also ensure a sense of safety, achieving two objectives simultaneously. Chapter 43. Such audacity. Assisting Ji Rang in repairing the sheepfold had taken until 7 o'clock, yet the plateau remained bright. Consequently, the banquet commenced at 7 and continued until 11, filled with the lively festivities of sheep roasting and cattle slaughtering. The Zhuoren family was the most affluent in the village, boasting 3 rooms, a master bedroom, a guest room, and a children's room. To graciously welcome their distant guests, they vacated the master and guest rooms, allowing the couple to squeeze into their youngest son's room. The production team transformed the guest room into a monitoring station, filled with equipment, while the spacious main house was reserved for the 6 esteemed guests. After the feast, the director distributed sleeping arrangements. Are we all to sleep on the large Kong tonight? He lamented, under such harsh conditions, we must make do. He thought to himself that soon they would be sharing tents as well, but wisely kept this to himself. Reluctantly, Wan Shishir could only discreetly pull Feng Lanchu into a corner and ask, Teacher Feng, do you think it might be possible for me to sleep in the corner? Wan Shishir was a unique figure in the entertainment industry, having carved her niche as a straight-shooting woman who refrained from scandalous rumors with any of the young heartthrobs. Furthermore, the fierce fandoms of Jiang Anzhi, Liu, and Qinzhu were notorious for their overwhelming power. Any actress who dared to associate with them would certainly find herself trending for all the wrong reasons. As evidenced by the misfortunes faced by Fu Qi after her rap party video became a target for online ridicule. The solid reputation Wan Shishir had painstakingly built could not be jeopardized. With the prospect of sleeping on a large Kong, she and Feng Lanchu would inevitably have to share a space. As the elder sister to the younger disciples, she must remain virtuous. Feng Lanchu understood the predicament of female celebrities and readily agreed. As night fell, the temperature dropped abruptly. Checking her phone, it displayed a chilling -8 degrees. Qinzhu, shivering as he clutched his blanket, made his way to the room, cheerfully planning to settle beside Teacher Feng for a bedtime story. However, upon entering the room, he was dismayed to find the typically reserved Anji had claimed the coveted spot next to Feng Lanchu. How sneaky of Anji, Qinzhu grumbled, clutching his blanket as he approached Jiang Anzhi, only to find Anji extending his long legs to block the left side, warmly stating, there's someone here. Confusion clouded Qinzhu's mind as he retorted, young man, your habit of grinding your teeth in sleep is no secret. After settling in, Anji cheerfully patted the empty space beside him and said, you go one team mind, you can sleep next to him. Frustrated at the growing distance from Teacher Feng, Qinzhu gritted his teeth in anger. His bedtime story plans were dashed. In defiance, he opted to curl up at the far edge of the Kong, huffing, sleeping at the edge is far more comfortable. You can all squish together. Chapter 44. The conclusion of the second stop, this unspoken competition for affection, concluded quietly, with Feng Lanchu, the epicenter of the turmoil, entirely unaware. When Jiang Anzhi brought his bedding beside her, her first instinct was to kick him away, but she reconsidered. No man would be willing to let his wife sleep alongside others, leading her to abandon her struggle. Naturally, she preferred to share the space with Anji. Once the lights were extinguished, in a half-dreaming state, Feng Lanchu felt a warm hand slip beneath her covers, instinctively grasping her wrist. The once thunderous cacophony of snoring and teeth grinding on the Kong diminished significantly, allowing her to drift into a blissful slumber. In contrast, Jiang Anzhi, plagued by insomnia, found little peace. Tossing and turning throughout the night, his agitation grew until he finally grasped Feng Lanchu's wrist in the early hours, which quelled his emotions to a slight degree. Ultimately, he managed to endure the night in a half-awake state. The following morning, as the sounds of the crew stirring outside reached him, Jiang Anzhi opened his eyes. He had one arm wrapped around Feng Lanchu's waist while the other held her wrist against his chest. She had rolled over beside him during the night. He finally understood the earthy fragrance surrounding Feng Lanchu. It emanated from the essence of her very soul. In just a few days, he seemed to have rediscovered his domestic partner, realizing that she could soar like an eagle, reaching heights he had never imagined. How many more facets of her remained unexplored? Fortunately, the cold morning kept the others on the Kong deep in slumber, oblivious to the stirrings around them, including Feng Lanchu, who remained unaware that she had been using the film emperor as a human heater throughout the night. In truth, shepherding was not as daunting as it seemed. The herdsman had designated grazing areas enclosed by fences, preventing the livestock from straying beyond certain boundaries. As long as they could guide the cattle and sheep to the pasture, they could attend to other tasks such as collecting dung, cutting grass, or searching for wild herbs. The 6 individuals divided into small groups. 2 of the women, along with Zhuang Nan, who was knowledgeable about herbs, were tasked with foraging for medicinal plants, while the remaining 3 top-tier celebrities set out to collect dung. Wan Shishir, stifling her laughter, walked alongside Feng Lanchu, teasing, I can already imagine the anguish and pity of their fans witnessing this. Feng Lanchu scratched her head in reluctant agreement. Collecting dung isn't too bad. At least they have tools. Foraging for herbs means digging through dung with bare hands. Wan Shishir immediately lost her enthusiasm for herb gathering. Seeing her mischievousness succeed, Feng Lanchu flashed a sly smile, clearly enjoying the playful banter. After several days of interaction, Feng Lanchu and the others could joke and converse freely like friends, yet the time for parting had quietly arrived. Wan Shishir, the first season's guest, was nearing the end of her journey and felt a pang of reluctance as she prepared to say goodbye. She took the initiative to add Feng Lanchu on WeChat, hoping to maintain their connection in the future. Chapter 45. The longing of fishing upon stepping onto the fragrant soil and seeing her adorable son come to greet her. Feng Lanchu felt an overwhelming sense of belonging for the first time. Mom! Jiang Anzhi rushed from the red Hummer directly into Feng Lanchu's embrace. She lifted her son high, showering him with affectionate kisses, exclaiming, "My darling." Ignoring Feng Lanchu's enthusiastic embrace, Jiang Anzhi kept glancing behind her, only to find an empty space. Anxiously, he inquired, "Mom, where's Dad?" The excitement and joy within Feng Lanchu momentarily diminished. This little rascal truly knew how to disrupt the mood. Dad has other work. Oh. Jiang Anzhi's shoulders sagged in disappointment. Unable to bear the sight of her little one's despondency, Feng Lanchu quickly diverted the topic. "I have a gift for you." "What is it?" Jiang Anzhi raised his eyebrows, forcing a smile. "It's a wild animal you like." "Thank you, Mom." Jiang Anzhi's eyes lit up. It seemed Jiang Anzhi had just disembarked from a flight, as the background revealed him in the car. "Dad!" Jiang Anzhi called out with enthusiasm, his expression far more joyful than when Feng Lanchu mentioned the gift. Jiang Anzhi smiled gently from the other end of the video. "You've received your mom. While I'm away, you must protect everyone, okay?" Jiang Anzhi sighed like a little adult, prompting Jiang Anzhi to chuckle again. Our Jiang Anzhi is truly remarkable. After exchanging a few more words, Jiang Anzhi ended the video call, having not once mentioned discussing matters with Feng Lanchu. And Jiang Anzhi showed no intention of speaking with his mother either. The driver, Zhu Mingming, was astounded by the film emperor's indulgence towards his son, noting it was quite exaggerated. "This is merely the tip of the iceberg," Feng Lanchu replied, her lips twitching. To call him a doting parent is an understatement. "What does it mean to work together?" Zhu Mingming quickly grasped the crux of the conversation between father and son. "What?" Zhu Mingming slammed on the brakes, causing Feng Lanchu and Jiang Anzhi to huddle together in shock. Calm down. Aunt Mingming is driving. Please pay attention to safety. Forget about remaining calm and secure. My best friend is going public with the film emperor, so how can she possibly stay composed? It is not as you might imagine." Feng Lanchu swiftly curtailed Zhu Mingming's wild imagination and recounted the events. Upon hearing this, Zhu Mingming smiled with a knowing expression, eagerly stating that she must be informed when this divine variety show premieres. She is eager to indulge in the excitement. Since leaving home nearly 10 days ago, Jiang Anzhi has indeed become quite attached. At the very least, every day when he arrives at work, he gives her a bear hug and a kiss before indulging in his own playtime. Chapter 46. Recording a song on this particular day, Feng Lanchu received a call from the director. Initially, she thought it was a mistake, as there was still half a month until the next recording session, which seemed too early for such a prompt. However, the director warmly invited her to the capital city. Me? Feng Lanchu was taken aback. I am tone deaf. Perhaps I should refrain from hindering everyone. Her repertoire consisted solely of the military songs belted out during training, and her subsequent work environment had not provided any opportunity to enhance her musical abilities, leading her to regress instead. She felt daunted by the prospect of recording such a formal and artistic theme song. Not to worry, we have professional instructors here. Even if we brought in a donkey, it could still sing beautifully. You may rest assured and come. There was something unsettling about this. Feng Lanchu gazed at the ceiling in disbelief, mentally drafting her refusal. By the way, recording the song incurs a separate fee. This was not included in the contract. I will send you the contract for the recording fee later, and you can sign it and bring it along tomorrow. Feng Lanchu dutifully swallowed her impending refusal, but added, "But I truly sing poorly." "No problem. It's just a few harmonies that won't be discernible when combined. As long as you don't mind, it's fine. I'll arrange a hotel for you and send a car to pick you up from the airport." "Oh, no need. I have a place to stay in the capital, so please don't trouble yourself." Jiang Anzhi has high standards for his sleep quality. To ensure a good night's rest, he owns properties in every city he frequents. He had provided Feng Lanchu with the access codes for these properties 3 years ago. The upcoming weekend was an ideal time to take Jiang Anzhi out for some leisure. Feng Lanchu set aside her phone and focused on her work. The next day, Jiang Che followed his mother, dragging his small suitcase. As they embarked on their journey to the capital, is Dad in the capital? Was his primary concern. I do not know. Even if he is in the capital, he is likely busy, so do not expect him to play with you. I understand. I'm a big kid now. Jiang Che muttered confidently, eliciting laughter from Feng Lanchu. The interior of the apartment retained the original design of the real estate. Before she could take a closer look, Jiang Anzhi called. Have you arrived? Yes. I just walked in. I haven't tidied up the place much. Let me know if anything is missing. Trim will be over shortly, so just have him bring whatever you need. I think it's quite good. Besides, I will be going out soon, so let us not make Shin run an extra trip for nothing. Then I will pick you up tonight. No need, we can manage on our own. Unlike others, Jiang Anzhi is always surrounded by eyes. If he were seen, it would cause trouble. Feng Lanchu, who has always valued her independence, did not encourage Jiang Anzhi to intervene excessively, and he did not press the matter further, offering a few reminders before hanging up. Mom, look. This room is exactly like ours. If it had been anyone else, they might have fantasized that the husband must be deeply in love with his wife and family, hence replicating their master bedroom in a 1-to-1 ratio. However, Feng Lanchu's professional instincts kicked in, leading her to analyze the situation purely from an anthropological perspective. Jiang Anzhi's sleeping habits. Chapter 47. An encounter with the ex-girlfriend. It must be said that while Jiang Anzhi's design choices may be obsessive, they do have their merits. The recording studio is situated within a creative workshop, reportedly frequented by numerous top-tier stars. Feng Lanchu had previously informed the director that she would be bringing her son along, and the director readily agreed. I never expected you, Teacher Feng, to have a child, exclaimed the young assistant, astonished. While waiting for the elevator, the assistant discreetly glanced at Jiang Che, finding the child extraordinarily charming, and struck up a conversation. What a handsome little boy. What is your name? Jiang Chuediao. Jiang Che hesitated, swallowing his full name. His grandmother had advised him not to disclose personal information to strangers, so he cleverly concealed his identity. Ah, what an interesting name. The assistant chuckled. Yes, Jiang Che nodded nonchalantly, prompting the assistant to stifle a laugh. Forgive me for my amusement, little one, Feng Lanchu said with a resigned shrug. He is quite unique and adorable. The assistant found the little boy endearing. As the elevator chimed and opened, a commanding voice called out for it to wait. A stunning beauty, clad in a vibrant pink dress and surrounded by several imposing men, entered the elevator. The space grew cramped, and Feng Lanchu had no choice but to lift Jiang Che into her arms. The striking beauty wore a deep pink dress, her long hair cascading down her back, glimmering rose gold earrings sparkling against her dark locks. Her porcelain-like complexion was accentuated by bold red lips, exuding both power and allure. Feng Lanchu raised an eyebrow as she recognized the woman in the reflection of the elevator mirror. It was Fu Qi, her husband's ex-girlfriend, a leading star. She hadn't anticipated encountering her here. Was she also there to record? However, Jiang Anzhi was at a recording studio quite far from this location. Feng Lanchu gazed at them in bewilderment. Did she do something? The three security personnel accompanying Fu Qi positioned themselves firmly behind her, effectively shielding her from view. Feng Lanchu exchanged a silent glance with the assistant, who merely smiled awkwardly without elaborating. Do I resemble a rabbit fan? Feng Lanchu pondered, perplexed. Fu Qi tends to act this way around ordinary people. Coincidentally, she is recording on the same floor these days, and several of my colleagues have been mistaken for fans and warned. The assistant leaned closer, lowering his voice. Fu Qi is notorious for her bad temper in the industry, and with the recent rumors, she has faced considerable backlash. If you encounter her again, it's best to steer clear. Feng Lanchu nodded in understanding. Chapter 48. Who dares to bully my son? Feng Lanchu stepped into the recording room for the first time, surprised to discover that the producer of the song was none other than the owner of Phantom Entertainment, the top-tier singer and dancer, Jiang Anzhi. Since Jiang Anzhi shifted his focus to films, Jiang Anzhi had dominated the music scene with unparalleled success. However, after founding Phantom Entertainment a few years ago, he gradually withdrew from the stage, focusing more on nurturing new talent. The rising star Qin Zhuo was one of his mates. It was unexpected that Home Guardians could enlist such a prominent figure to produce the theme song. Feeling inexperienced, Feng Lanchu was apprehensive. Fortunately, even if she faltered, Jiang Anzhi would not. After her audition, Zhang Qinyi demonstrated and guided her. Although Feng Lanchu lacked singing technique, her sweet and gentle voice blended harmoniously without clashing. It was certainly an improvement compared to that morning-s attempt with a former Special Forces soldier, which had left him nursing a headache. As Feng Lanchu commenced recording in the studio, the assistant took Jiang Che to the dining area for some fun. The upscale dining area in the recording studio catered specifically to VIPs renting the studio, offering not only an elegant environment and exquisite food, but also thoughtfully arranged children's and reading areas. The assistant led Jiang Che inside, saying, "You can play with anything you like, little one." Despite his tender age, Jiang Che was quite independent, not clinging to his mother, but rather exploring his surroundings. He took his time to observe and, noticing two boys and a girl joyfully playing with ocean balls while another lovely girl quietly read a picture book, he decided to join the reading area, selecting a book and sitting down at a small table. Children undoubtedly attract one another. When the assistant finally lifted her gaze from her phone, she discovered that the two children, who had been engrossed in their picture books, had now huddled together, deeply engrossed in their reading. Soon, a few boisterous children from the play area joined them. Although she could not identify whose children they were, it was clear that they were the offspring of celebrities. Thus, when a colleague summoned her to deliver a plate, the assistant confidently offered a few words of caution before departing. Meanwhile, the theme song for Feng Lanchu was being recorded with great fervor. Zhang Qinyi would halt the session at the slightest hint of discordance in pitch, breath control, or emotional delivery, requiring the artist to start anew again and again. After a long and arduous session, Feng Lanchu felt utterly drained. Dragging her weary body out, she was filled with a sense of discontent. Teacher Feng was indeed remarkable and extraordinarily talented, which elicited a rare, amiable smile from Zhang Qinyi. Flattery, flattery. Feng Lanchu waved her hand dismissively, vowing never to partake in such arduous labor again, noting that it would be easier to catch lizards in the desert instead. Upon exiting the recording studio, she found no sign of Jiang Che, a flicker of concern crossing her mind. It had been over 4 hours since they began recording. She wondered if the little one was feeling bored. They should be in the dining area. Zhang Qinyi observed her worry and suggested, "Thank you, I'll check on them." Feng Lanchu replied as she made her way outside. Upon arriving at the dining area, she overheard a sharp reprimand. "Whose child is this? Such a lack of upbringing." Feng Lanchu narrowed her eyes and hurried inside, just in time to witness a radiant woman smashing a cup of coffee onto the floor. Jiang Che Diao was standing right in front of her. When the woman spilled her coffee, he instinctively stepped aside to shield a little girl from the splatter. Witnessing the entire scene, Feng Lanchu felt a surge of indignation, akin to a lion whose scales have been touched. She rushed forward and forcefully pushed the woman aside. Ru Qi, taken completely by surprise, stumbled against the edge of a dining table. The onlookers were left dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. Feng Lanchu, indifferent to Ru Qi's plight, crouched down before her son, diligently brushing off the coffee stains from his clothes. "Who are you? How dare you strike me?" Ru Qi, fueled by rage, approached Feng Lanchu and attempted to grab her. Feng Lanchu closed her eyes, suppressing the fiery wrath within her before forcefully shaking off Ru Qi's grip and standing up. "It's you again." Ru Qi recognized Feng Lanchu, the very fan who had just infiltrated the scene, unable to contain her derision. "Who sent you here? You intended to capture me on video, didn't you? Inciting my anger through your child to film my outburst? How utterly laughable. Hand over the footage immediately. Otherwise, you shall not leave this place." Ru Qi advanced threateningly, her words rapid fire, insisting that the area was filled with her people and warning Feng Lanchu to be wise, as she would not spare a woman or child just because of their gender. The children, sensing the tension, scattered in all directions except for Jiang Che, who stood resolutely beside his mother. "You'd best leave now, or I shall not hold back," Feng Lanchu declared, her tone grave for the first time in her life. Ru Qi, noticing Feng Lanchu's unwavering resolve, took 2 steps closer, raising her hand to strike. However, Feng Lanchu, quick and perceptive, seized her arm, thrusting her knee into Ru Qi's abdomen, then twisting her hand until Ru Qi was subdued at her feet. Without hesitation, Feng Lanchu delivered a kick, sending Ru Qi sprawling away. Ru Qi's manager, witnessing the commotion, was nearly driven to madness. He rushed to assist Ru Qi, barking, "Call the police." Immediately, Feng Lanchu, crossing her arms and tilting her chin defiantly, replied, "Very well. I shall also call the police. A top-tier celebrity publicly abusing a child? Let us see who ends up worse off. The surveillance footage will clarify everything." She spoke with a commanding presence, unafraid. Vile creature. A wretched thing born to a father, but raised without a mother. Ruchi unleashed a torrent of profanities, the severity of which was shocking. As Ruchi and her manager witnessed Feng Lanchu pulling out her phone to record, panic set in, and they lunged forward to snatch it away. Feng Lanchu deftly obstructed their path with a nearby chair, taunting, "You dare to insult yet lack the courage to be filmed? Isn't it every top-tier celebrity's dream to be in the limelight? Today, let us see you trending on social media. Despicable wench, you go too far." Ruchi's manager, furious, rolled up his sleeves, preparing to retaliate. Just then, Jiang Anzhi arrived, seizing Ruchi's manager and scolding. "Isn't this enough humiliation? Don't you realize?" Upon seeing Jiang Anzhi, the manager's bravado diminished, recognizing the latter's significant status and connections in the industry. "You don't understand. This woman, she isn't a fan. She is a guest invited for my new song," Jiang Anzhi clarified. "Oh, so you brought a woman with a child to sing? What a joke." Ruchi sneered, glaring venomously at Feng Lanchu. "That child provoked me first. I merely administered a small punishment." As Ruchi stormed out, coffee in hand, an errant beach ball struck her, splattering coffee on her haute couture dress, a piece she had painstakingly acquired, now rendered useless. Naturally, she sought to find the culprit. The children present all pointed to the two youngest among them, and upon closer inspection, Ruchi recognized one as the child from the elevator, leading to the subsequent events. Jiang Anzhi cast a cold glance at Ruchi and stated, "I apologize, but you are punishing my daughter." This revelation left the crowd speechless. Jiang Anzhi's discreet marriage had not been a secret, yet he had shielded his wife and daughter well, with few having glimpsed their faces. At that moment, the attention shifted behind Feng Lanchu, where the little girl who had been playing with Jiang Anzhi had returned with her mother, a tall and graceful woman whose face was obscured by a mask, crouching beside Jiang Anzhi to wipe his hands. Ruchi felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Nearly fainting, she had sought to vent her frustrations on an easy target, only to find herself confronted by Jiang Anzhi's daughter. With so many eyes upon her and the weight of identity and status pressing down, she could not afford to back down. Thus she pressed on. "Let us set aside the children for now. How do you intend to address the fact that you struck me?" Ruchi pointedly directed her accusation toward Feng Lanchu, hoping she would apologize first, thus allowing the matter to fade away. However, Feng Lanchu remained unfazed, crossing her arms and coldly replying, "I struck you, what of it? Do you see her attitude?" Ruchi's expression darkened, realizing that before her was someone who had not yet debuted, but already exuded arrogance. As if she were a goddess. "This is not over. Expect a letter from my lawyer. Let us all take a step back and resolve this amicably." The recording studio owner rushed in, urging the crowd to leave. "We're all part of the same circle. Let us not escalate this. It's all a misunderstanding. Reconciliation is possible. Let her kneel and apologize," Ruchi declared haughtily, raising her chin defiantly. Feng Lanchu scoffed. "Dream on, perhaps in your next life. You can douse me with coffee, but if you touch Jiang Jiao, I will not relent." The two remained locked in their standoff, causing the studio owner to feel increasingly frantic, internally berating both women. He naturally preferred to support Ruchi, believing that if this unknown woman capitulated and apologized, the matter would be resolved. Yet, Feng Lanchu's steadfastness, reinforced by Jiang Anzhi's unwavering support, complicated matters significantly. "Could we possibly review the surveillance footage?" Jiang Anzhi inquired nonchalantly, her demeanor as frosty as ever. "We acknowledge our own missteps. Let us resolve this amicably without further scrutiny." "What do you all think? Resolve this amicably?" Ruchi exclaimed incredulously, her eyes wide with disbelief. Her manager shot her a warning glance, signaling her to remain calm during this delicate situation. After all, she was not embedded in the entertainment industry and had no fear of retaliation or resource theft. "Teacher Jiang, what do you think?" The manager subtly gestured toward Feng Lanchu. Jiang Anzhi made a gesture to indicate that the decision was hers to make. "This young lady, as one observes, adheres to the principle of if the enemy does not provoke me, I shall not retaliate." Feng Lanchu tugged at the corner of her mouth. It was impossible to compel her to apologize, and she had no interest in wasting her breath on Fu Qi. All right, let's all take a step back. The manager nodded, indicating to the boss that the surveillance footage could be disregarded. The recording studio owner laughed heartily, and the manager, understanding the boss's implied consent to suppress the footage, pulled the reluctant Fu Qi away. Chapter 51. Terrified beyond measure after Fu Qi departed. Feng Lanchu found no desire to linger. The recording studio had witnessed the emergence of a heroine, putting on quite a performance. This group consisted of only 5 members, all managers of top-tier artists in the entertainment industry, who would casually share gossip or insider news among themselves, maintaining a professional decorum that ensured confidentiality. Serving merely as a discreet sounding board, Xiao Chun, assuming it was merely another confrontation between 2 actresses, was initially disinterested. Such spectacles were commonplace backstage. However, upon entering the group chat, he was nearly taken aback. The video depicted a young woman skillfully subduing another woman, followed by a heartless kick that sent the latter flying, an act even a martial arts choreographer would hesitate to concoct. What truly astonished Xiao Chun was the identity of the 2 participants. The one being assaulted was Fu Qi, and the one delivering the blows was Feng Lanchu. Filled with both fear and excitement, he exclaimed, "What on earth is happening?" Xiao Wan replied, "The green TBTCH was being dealt with. Qiu Ling Kidat." What prompted her outburst? Xiao Wan explained, the high fashion was soiled by a child. She threw coffee at the child, and the child's mother, upon witnessing this, rushed over to deliver a thorough beating. Xiao Lu remarked, "Very impressive." Sister Xiao Feng added, "I'm curious about the child's mother's background." Xiao Wan responded, "Not from within the industry." Xiao Chun, overwhelmed by the flood of information, pondered the implications of Fu Qi throwing coffee at Jiang Jiao. He glanced at Jiang Anzhi, who was diligently reviewing his draft behind the glass door. If he were to discover that Jiang Jiao had coffee thrown on him by his former girlfriend, it would be quite the shock. Xiao Qin gasped, feeling a sense of dread creeping in. Should he inform Jiang Anzhi? If he did, it might escalate the situation. If he remained silent, he would be unjustly burdening both Lanchu and Jiang Jiao. Caught in this dilemma, he wrestled with his responsibilities as a manager to protect his artists from unnecessary disputes and unpredictable variables. Yet, throughout their 15 years together, they had experienced tremendous highs and lows, savoring the bittersweet journey that had transformed them from mere colleagues to family. It was only right that he inform his brother about the bullying of his nephew and sister-in-law. As Xiao Chun furrowed his brow in contemplation, he appeared as serious as a scholar. Chapter 52. An outburst of anger. Feng Lanchu was contemplating divorce. The very thought ignited a furious blaze within her. What kind of woman could be so petty as to use a child as a means of revenge? Reflecting on the entangled past between this woman and Jiang Anzhi, along with the various flirtations and intimate interactions during filming, made her feel quite ill. What on earth had Jiang Anzhi been thinking to choose such a person? It left her utterly speechless. While Feng Lanchu stifled her rage, she pondered how best to guide Jiang Che through this emotional turmoil. No one could predict whether this sudden external provocation would leave a lasting psychological impact on the child. After a day of play, it was time for a thorough cleansing. "Mom, it wasn't Timmy or Sister Meow Meow who threw the ball today," Jiang Che stated earnestly, his bright eyes wide open. Sister Meow Meow was a new friend he had made today, who had even read him stories. "I know, our Chue Jiao would never do such a thing," Feng Lanchu replied, gently patting his head, her tone softening in stark contrast to her earlier demeanor towards Fu Qi. Surprised by his perspective, she asked, "Aren't you afraid?" "Of course not. Dad said when he is not home, I'm the only boy in the family, and I must protect everyone." Upon hearing this, Feng Lanchu couldn't help but smile. "Our Chue Jiao is truly exceptional." "Of course," Jiang Che said proudly, scratching his head. "But Mom, you looked really fierce when you were arguing." Feng Lanchu was left speechless. "But Mom, your martial arts are impressive, just like Dad's." Jiang Che adored watching his father's series of action films, believing wholeheartedly that his father was a true martial artist. "That is just acting. Your mother possesses real skills," she retorted playfully. Having trained with retired members of the Delta Force in Africa, she knew she could hold her own against ordinary thugs, especially against someone like Fu Qi. "But Dad can fly, and you can't," Jiang Che argued, eyes wide. "I'm not a bird. I don't want to fly." Feng Lanchu huffed dismissively. Their light-hearted banter continued as they enjoyed their bath for nearly half an hour. After wrapping Jiang Che in a towel and emerging, she found Jiang Anzhi standing like a statue at the bathroom doorway, startling both mother and son. Jiang Anzhi said with a smile, approaching and taking Jiang Che from Feng Lanchu's arms, weighing him with a sense of nostalgia. It had been 2 months since he had last seen Jiang Che, and he seemed to have grown a bit. Feng Lanchu bypassed Jiang Anzhi to fetch Jiang Che's clothes from the suitcase, determined to ignore him. Jiang Anzhi, perceptive as ever, quickly sensed Feng Lanchu's mood. He pretended not to notice as he carried Jiang Che to her side. "Let me help him get dressed," he offered, taking the clothes from her hands. "What would you like to eat tonight? I could take you both out." Feng Lanchu shot him a cool glance. "I've ordered takeout. You're free to do as you please." Watching Feng Lanchu walk toward the living room, Jiang Anzhi squinted, feeling a bit lost. He had little experience in comforting others and was unsure how to proceed. A small hand patted his arm. "Mom is really mad today." Jiang Anzhi chuckled, perplexed. "Why is that?" "Because I was bullied," Jiang Che admitted shyly, realizing his mother was likely upset for not protecting him. Jiang Anzhi's eyes dimmed. It was he who had failed to protect them. But Dad wasn't he there? What does that have to do with him? Jiang Ge blinked, asking, "Dad, will you play with me tonight?" "Of course, Dad isn't going anywhere tonight. I'll stay with you." "Great." Jiang Che smiled brightly and leaped into Jiang Anzhi's embrace, leaving Jiang Anzhi with a mix of emotions. Chapter 53. Divorce? The kind that requires signing a contract after the assistant finished speaking. The director felt as if the world were spinning. If the individuals involved were from within the industry, matters could be resolved directly according to industry norms, with apologies and reparations made as necessary. No one would question it. However, Feng Lanchu was not from the industry. She had been recommended through several layers of connections. Although the entertainment industry appeared powerful in the public eye, the academic world was genuinely revered in Huagua, and offending someone like Feng Lanchu, who represented academia, could lead to serious repercussions. "Professor Feng, I sincerely apologize for the unwarranted distress you faced today. It was our oversight. Rest assured, we have resolved the matter. No inappropriate rumors will surface," the director assured her. "Thank you, Director. I appreciate your concern," Feng Lanchu replied, her composure returning. Reflecting on the situation, she realized she should not have resorted to violence in public. It would have been wiser to have quietly escorted Fu Qi away to avoid leaving any incriminating evidence. "To express my apologies, I would like to treat you to dinner tonight. How does that sound?" Just then, Jiang Anzhi emerged from the bedroom, holding Jiang Che, both father and son cautiously observing her with expressions of concern as if they had been mistreated. Feng Lanchu was nearly taken aback by their appearance. Closing her eyes, she chose to ignore them, focusing instead on the phone. "Please, there is no need for formality. This matter doesn't concern you. Since it's resolved, let us move on and not dwell on it further. However, since you have come to DD, I should extend the hospitality of a host. Please do not hesitate. Next time, when I am alone, you may invite me again. It is indeed inconvenient for Feng Lanch to bring the child along." So the director reluctantly decided to end the call after a few more exchanges. After hanging up, Feng Lanch continued browsing food delivery options. "Mama, are you done with your work?" Jiang Ch cautiously approached Feng Lanch and asked tentatively. "Emachem, Feng Lanch no dead. How about I order you some seafood kanji, my darling?" Jiang Ch cast a glance at the still-standing Jiang Anzhi. "But Daddy is allergic to seafood. You needn't worry about your father. I have not eaten all day." Jiang Anzhi interjected at the right moment, his tone slightly aggrieved. "Mama, can you make soup? Your pork bone soup is the best in the world." Jiang Chuti smiled sweetly, pulling at her hand. "I am as hungry as Daddy. I could eat a whole cow. How shameful to act cute. Do you not know how ridiculous you both are?" Ultimately, Feng Lanch conceded and ordered a home delivery of fresh vegetables, dutifully preparing a meal for 3. That night, Jiang Ch slept between them. With Jiang Ch present, Feng Lanch felt it inappropriate to express her thoughts, and they slept in silence throughout the night. Jiang Anzhi, who was assisting nearby, paused in his actions. "What do you mean?" "Literally." Feng Lanch did not lift her head. "You have a conflict with FQ. Yet I am the one who has to sign. So you are aware of what happened yesterday." Feng Lanch raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. Jiang Anzhi glanced at Jiang Ch, who was watching cartoons in the living room, and quietly closed the door. The entertainment industry holds no secrets. Indeed, yesterday I pulled your ex-girlfriend's hair. F-L-N-C-H declared boldly, arms crossed. As an adult, I cannot tolerate violence against children, hence I taught her a lesson. If you taught her a lesson, why did you draft the divorce agreement? Jiang Anzhi furrowed his brow in confusion. The divorce agreement was not a rash decision. She indeed prompted my determination. Prior to yesterday, I held no malice towards her, but after the incident, Miss FQ ascended to the top of my blacklist. The thought of you two being childhood friends, even having had a child together, makes me uncomfortable. And in the future, regardless of whether you and she rekindle old flames, you cannot escape the superficiality of the entertainment industry. Jiang Anzhi's face paled instantly, his eyes flickering with unnameable emotions. Chapter 54. What is meant to come will come. The two faced each other in silence, lowering their voices out of consideration for Jiang Ch, who was outside in the living room. Furthermore, you have come to understand me thoroughly, so I need not pretend. For the past 3 years, I have acted with propriety, but that is not the entirety of my character. My world is black and white, with no shades of gray. An ex-boyfriend is just that, someone with whom I no longer associate, much like how FQ will never become my friend. And while you and she may maintain a cordial facade in public, you must conduct your business as usual. I apologize, but I cannot tolerate any sand in my eyes. Your superficial interactions are all minefields, crossing my bottom line. Are you satisfied with this answer? FNG LNCH. Jiang Anzhi called her name in a hoarse voice. Son, let us go. Jiang Ch stood up, his eyes still glued to the television, oblivious to the dark emotions lurking in Jiang Anzhi's gaze. On the way to the airport, both Jiang Anzhi and FNC remained silent. Only Jiang Ch, carefree, played around. Due to his status, Jiang Anzhi did not get out of the car, watching the mother and son walk into the airport. His grip on the steering wheel tightened, yet he said nothing, silently turning the wheel to leave. Upon returning to Huaixing, FNC acted as if nothing had happened, for there remained a 3-month cooling-off period before the divorce. She could manage her affairs while waiting. Matters progressed unnoticed, and before long, it was time for the 3rd installment of Home Guardians to convene. The director, photographer, and crew were present. The director, with a furrowed brow, wiped non-existent sweat from his forehead. I say, Guardians, it is time for the opening of the 3rd episode. At least show your faces, as we still need to welcome this episode's guests. All right, no problem. Q&Ju obediently pulled down her mask, which immediately transformed into a fashionable neck gaiter. Lu also quietly lowered her mask, casting a glance at Jiang Anzhi, who remained unperturbed, still wearing his mask and sunglasses. Well, without some uniqueness, how could one captivate thousands of young girls? Though Jiang Anzhi is usually gentle, unless he willingly cooperates, it is difficult to sway him. He simply does not care to remove his mask. In comparison, those who were more cooperative seemed to lack strong personal characteristics. Perhaps this was why they always fell slightly short. Lu pondered in self-reflection. Just as the director finished speaking, a white military vehicle approached, and a girl in a watermelon red windbreaker gracefully stepped down. With 2 long braids, her eyes sparkled like apricot blossoms, and her small mouth curled into a subtle smile, appearing expressionless yet somehow inviting. Lu and Q&Ju began to applaud and cheer. If last episode's WNSHSH was the most quintessentially individualistic steel straight woman in the eyes of young boys and girls, then she was undoubtedly the alluring enchantress in the eyes of all otaku. Her innocent exterior sharply contrasted with her exceptional figure, and combined with her professional training and superb acting skills, she captivated audiences as the magnificent female spy in the hit drama B.I.M.I.Gu. No one expected that such a pure person in real life could portray the enchanting B.I.M.I.Gu with such depth. She was none other than the recently popular actress Esru. Speaking of Esru, her rise to fame was due to B.I.M.I.Gu. Yet she had previously played supporting roles in various films and dramas, sharing the screen with both Jiang Anzhi and Lu, and 2 years ago, tabloids even reported on her pursuing Jiang Anzhi. Chapter 55. The mission commences. 10 years of change can bring about a complete transformation. 2 years ago, a once-mocked minor character has now leaped into stardom. gaining attention and swiftly improving her resources to the point of walking alongside top-tier actors and idols. F-L-N-C-H touched her nose, a hint of amusement flashing in her eyes. Sensing a piercing gaze beside her, she discreetly glanced over to find a renowned actor Jiang Anzhi observing her coolly. Have I been discovered? F-N-G-L-N-C-H Clio de Trois. Feeling guilty as she suppressed her gossiping instincts. Esru is an old friend of mine, Lu said with a smile. Yes, I have collaborated with Brother Yu twice. Esru sweetly replied, her lips curling into a charming smile. Have you participated in this type of variety show before? Esru honestly shook her head. I have spent most of my time on set. Then you have come to the right place. This will surely be an unforgettable experience for you. I am truly looking forward to it, Esru exclaimed, placing her hands under her chin in anticipation, looking adorably innocent. After the guests finished chatting, the director slowly continued. Our third station's task is to join the patrol team of the KKXL Protection Bureau and accompany them into the heart of KKXL for patrolling and management. Before entering the inner area, we will undergo basic physical training and wilderness survival skills training. Now, let us welcome Director Jiang Anzhi and his team from the Forest Police. As the director's words faded, a line of police personnel marched in unison. With uniformly tanned skin, sharp eyes like eagles, and lean, fit physiques, they were clearly well-trained soldiers. Jiang Anzhi recognized Captain Jiang Anzhi and immediately approached him for a familiar handshake and shoulder bump. Brother Jiang Anzhi, it's good to see you again, Captain Jiang Anzhi said with a cheerful smile, patting his shoulder. It's been 2 years. Let me see if your skills are still as good as before. I have regressed. Jiang Anzhi humbly waved his hand. Once you have served in the military, you are brothers wherever you go. Jiang Anzhi had received assistance from Captain Jiang Anzhi during his wilderness survival challenges in KKXL, and they shared a close friendship. Though everyone had their own missions and work to complete, it was rare to meet. Today's reunion was a fortunate encounter. After exchanging pleasantries for a long while, Jiang Anzhi finally introduced everyone. Hello, everyone. Captain Jiang Anzhi greeted each of them. The director has asked you to join our team for training. Well, I think it is best to start by introducing everyone to our team's work schedule. Now, please follow us to the training base. The officers wear multiple hats. They must negotiate with poachers and gold miners, engage in wildlife rescue, and sometimes even participate in search and rescue operations when adventurers find themselves lost in snowy regions. They are also required to master various skills necessary for setting up camp in the snow and repairing vehicles. The guests rode in the officer's minibus to the training base, eagerly listening to Captain Gongbu share intriguing anecdotes from his time in service. Captain, what will we primarily learn at the base? Inquired the astute Qinzhua with genuine concern. Today, we will mainly focus on camp setup and wilderness survival skills. Tomorrow, you will join us as part of the logistics team, the captain replied. Teacher Xiao Feng, have you ever camped in the wilds of Qixili? Qinzhua and Feng Lanchu immediately began to whisper among themselves after hearing the captain's introduction. Upon arriving in Guermu, Qinzhua transformed into Feng Lanchu's devoted shadow, following her everywhere, even insisting on sitting together on the bus. Su obediently shook his head. The group exchanged glances, and Qinzhua quietly remarked to Zhuang Nan, Brother Zhuang, I'm counting on you this time. So I'm just a backup, huh? Zhuang Nan teased, prompting laughter from the group as they instinctively leaned on Teacher Feng due to her previous high-profile performances. In Chapter 56, titled The Competition, Captain Gongbu instructed them on constructing various types of tents, specifically the simplest kind known as the ridge tent, which is supported by a single pole in the center, creating a shape akin to a letter A. The 6 participants were divided into 2 teams. And it was at this moment that Feng Lanchu finally noticed Jiang Anzhi's pale complexion, which bore signs of fatigue, suggesting he had not rested well. Feng Lanchu internally lamented the merciless nature of the entertainment industry, reflecting on how it had worn down this young man of 185 centimeters. All right, we will split into 2 groups using a method of inconsistent hand positioning. Everyone form a circle facing inward, and raise your hands either up or down to automatically separate into teams, the captain instructed. What if it's uneven? This method feels a bit haphazard, Qinzhua complained, wishing for some props to aid their division. They all stood expressionless in a circle before the camera, and under the director's guidance, raised their hands. To their surprise, they ended up in 3 groups after just 1 attempt. Unbeknownst to them, The director observed the spontaneous formations with a mix of delight and concern. Zhuang Nan, Li Yu, and Jiang Anzhi raised their hands downwards, while Feng Lanchu, Qin Zhua, and Su Rui raised theirs upwards. Ecstatic about successfully teaming up with Feng Lanchu, Qin Zhua did not shy away from expressing his joy. Conversely, Su Rui frowned in frustration, noting the gender imbalance within their group. We must respect the rules of the game, the director thought, recognizing that conflict breeds engagement. Resigned, Su Rui followed her team to their designated tent. Although Feng Lanchu had never pitched a tent before, her logical thinking and sharp memory allowed her to begin gathering materials, while Su Rui and Qin Zhua were at a loss. I'll go see how they're doing, Su Rui said, darting toward the other group. After watching Su Rui disappear, Qin Zhua belatedly asked, Sister Su Rui, are you slacking off? Children see through but do not speak, Feng Lanchu mused, not expecting the delicate starlet to contribute significantly. Independently, she rummaged through the parts and discovered the tent's entrance. You go inside and hold this pole up, she instructed. Oh, Qin Zhua obediently took the pole and crawled into the tent to stabilize it, while Feng Lanchu began to stake down the fabric. Though she grasped the principles, her delicate nature made it a struggle to secure even half of the stakes. Inside, Qin Zhua exerted considerable effort to steady the pole and quickly exited to assist. In contrast, the other group of 3 men worked efficiently, swiftly completing their tent setup. Wow, you guys are amazing. Su Rui clapped enthusiastically. Jiang Anzhi remained focused, silently moving to Feng Lanchu's tent to help with the stakes. While Li Yu and Zhuang Nan joined in, Qin Zhua sighed in relief, wiping his sweat and thanking the brothers. Soon, both tents were erected, and Captain Gongbu inspected them, expressing satisfaction with both teams, though he noted that Jiang Anzhi's group had performed exceptionally well, earning a lavish meal as a reward. Qin Zhua's envy peaked when a sumptuous feast was laid before them, featuring familiar blood sausage and cured meat, while the losing team's ordinary meal consisted of lamb rice noodles, causing tears to flow silently within Li Yu. Ha! I suddenly feel that losing isn't such a bad thing. Qin Zhua laughed heartily. During lunch, Feng Lanchu noticed Jiang Anzhi's unusual silence. He had only taken a few bites before setting down his chopsticks. She frowned slightly, as the lamb noodles in her bowl suddenly lost their appeal. In Chapter 57, titled Visiting Brother Chun, after lunch, the group had 2 hours of rest. The training base provided dormitory accommodations, and everyone headed there to recharge. Su Rui expressed her disdain for the poor conditions of the temporary dormitory, instructing her assistant to fetch air fresheners and her preferred blanket, making the dorm lively with her assistant's comings and goings. Taking the opportunity to breathe some fresh air, Feng Lanchu headed straight for Jiang Anzhi's van. As expected, Brother Chun was inside, engrossed in his phone, startled when the door swung open. Upon realizing it was Feng Lanchu, he quickly made room for her. Why are you here, miss? He asked, still recovering from the surprise. Of course, I came to find you, Feng Lanchu replied, smoothly entering the vehicle and shutting the door. Most of the time, finding the van meant locating the star, and, similarly, it also led to finding the star's manager or assistant. He had a fever a couple of days ago, and was on a 4-drip yesterday, she learned, frowning at the thought of him risking his health in the high altitude. There's nothing to be done. He's a workaholic, and you know how he is. Brother Chen explained. Feng Lanchu disapproved, but felt powerless to argue, silently pulling out her phone to order some light meals for him. Yet, there were so many questions swirling in her mind that she didn't know where to begin. There's something I'm unsure if I should ask, she ventured. What is it? Brother Chun, still preoccupied with his phone, wondered if she was referring to the divorce. What? Brother Chun's eyes widened in shock. Divorce. Feng Lanchu replied calmly. Is there a problem? Didn't you two just have a fight? Is it about the divorce? Brother Chun's voice rose by an octave, realizing he had spoken too loudly and quickly covered his mouth. Jiang Anzhi, didn't he tell you? Feng Lanchu asked, somewhat surprised. Brother Chun shook his head stiffly, suddenly understanding why Jiang Anzhi had been so despondent over the past 2 weeks, but remained tight-lipped when asked about it. The reasons behind their discord were evident, and he knew it had to be that green tea. Xiao Chu, don't act impulsively. If there's any misunderstanding, we can clarify it. Don't let pride get in the way. Your conflict is because of Fu Qi, right? Feng Lanchu remained non-committal. Anzhi hasn't mentioned anything to you, has he? Brother Chun had a knowing look. P.S. A good person, but too kind and gentlemanly, always leaving some room for others. If I were him, I would have already trampled that green tea, fu chi, into the ground, he added. What do you mean? Brother Chun meticulously laid out the timeline of events. Let us start with the recent videos circulating online of them supposedly reconciling. You've seen those, right? Feng Lanchu nodded. That footage was deliberately edited. We received the original clip some time ago. Anzhi was inadvertently giving it more attention by remaining silent. Feng Lanchu, upon hearing the truth behind the peak encounter with Gua, was taken aback. It turned out that a trending topic concealed a multitude of deceit and intrigue. However, I am aware that you are also curious about the relationship between Anzhi and Fu Qi. Given Anzhi's character, it is likely he would never disclose it in his lifetime, so I shall recount it in full. Xiaoqin interrupted her and slowly added that Anzhi and Fu Qi indeed had a romantic involvement, though it was akin to a childish play. Fu Qi and Anzhi were neighbors. Perhaps you are unaware of this? Anzhi was born in Didou, where he pursued his studies, and Fu Qi grew up alongside him. It was Fu Qi who actively pursued Anzhi, eventually becoming his girlfriend. However, shortly after, Anzhi debuted, and later both were accepted into the film academy. By that time, Anzhi had already become a standout in his group, while Fu Qi was merely an 18-line newcomer just signed by an entertainment company. As Anzhi's fame soared, and he starred in films, Fu Qi, fearing the loss of Anzhi, resorted to extreme measures to secure a role in a television drama. Unexpectedly, she became pregnant, and Fu Qi could not keep the child. Upon learning this, Anzhi accompanied her for an abortion, only to be stalked and photographed in the process. The subsequent events unfolded much like those reported in the news. Anzhi had just received an award, but this incident severely impacted him, leading to the loss of several endorsements and nearly ruining his career, leaving him with an indelible stain. Conversely, Fu Qi gained national recognition from this incident and established her footing in the entertainment industry. Given the implications for Fu Qi's reputation and character, Anzhi chose to remain silent and avoided sharing the stage with her whenever possible. Our collaboration on Heartfelt was indeed unexpected. Fu Qi's name was not included in the contract, and it was only upon commencement that we discovered she was the female lead. Given Anzhi's character, once he accepted the role, he would not let personal matters interfere with his work. Despite his reluctance, he did not request a change of leads from the production team, unaware that a decade later, Fu Qi would still dare to employ the same tactics. Xiaoqin's words left Feng Lanchu in a state of mixed emotions, recalling her conversation with Jiang Anzhi and feeling a tinge of regret. Chapter 59. The Strong Woman's Throw. Captain Gongbu introduced the camping equipment, including the use of fire in high-altitude areas, lighting devices, food choices, and more. The two groups gathered around their small campfires to inspect their tools. Su Rui still preferred to squat near Li Yu's group to watch the commotion, while Qin Zhua, unbothered, happily tinkered with the equipment in Feng Lanchu's group. Seizing the opportunity to familiarize herself with the tools, Feng Lanchu discreetly glanced at Jiang Anzhi, noticing his complexion had improved from the morning's pallor, which eased her mind. During our patrols, we occasionally encounter poachers, making self-defense skills crucial. Today, I will teach everyone some basic self-defense techniques. Let us invite Zhuang Nanju to be my assistant. The crowd erupted in applause. Captain Gongbu and Zhuang Nanju demonstrated common self-rescue methods, such as shoulder throws and resisting abduction, then instructed everyone to practice in pairs. Jiang Anzhi and Li Yu paired up, pretending to fall comically, while the lone male, Qin Zhua, humorously became Zhuang Nanju's punching bag, tossed repeatedly. As the only two girls in the group, Feng Lanchu and Su Rui naturally teamed up. Initially, Feng Lanchu intended to feign a fall like Jiang Anzhi and Li Yu, but Su Rui, appearing delicate, clung to her arm with various expressions, exerting no real effort. As the supposed assailant, she nearly turned to stone. Haha, is teacher Xiao Feng too heavy for you, Sister Su Rui? Qin Zhua noted, stifling laughter at the sight of the girls frozen in place. Feng Lanchu shot a cool glance at the sprawled Qin Zhua, contemplating his conversational skills. With such a weakling, she dare not risk a faux fall. Feng Lanchu internally declined. How about we switch? Let me give it a try. Qin Zhua scrambled over to Feng Lanchu, abandoning Zhuang Nanju. Zhuang, Su Rui, Feng Lanchu, little Zhua, can you bear let me face teacher Zhuang? Su Rui was clearly distressed. Are you sure? Feng Lanchu cracked her knuckles, the sound echoing. Yes, Qin Zhuo replied without hesitation, placing his arm across her neck. I will be gentle. Before he could finish, he felt his arm tighten and his feet lift, only to find himself airborne, crashing heavily to the ground. A 1-meter-80 young man was effortlessly thrown by a 1-meter-66 girl. Feng Lanchu raised her hand to the petrified Captain Gongbu, signaling completion. In the ensuing silence, Jiang Anzhi suddenly burst into laughter. Good, very impressive. Captain Gongbu quickly gave a thumbs up. Teacher Feng, is there anything you cannot do? Qin Zhuo, rubbing his sore backside with a pained expression, felt quite wrong for having volunteered. I only have these few skills. Feng Lanchu humbly waved her hand. Women are no less than men. Splendid. Captain Gongbu and the team applauded Feng Lanchu enthusiastically. Meanwhile, the director silently wiped his sweat, recalling the assistant's description of how teacher Xiao Feng had kicked Fu Qi, realizing that on that day, teacher Xiao Feng had shown restraint. Chapter 60. The premiere of the exhilarating competition concluded today on a high note. Tonight, the first episode of Guardian of the Homestead premiered, and after dinner, everyone gathered to watch the debut together. Captain Gongbu cleared his living room to welcome guests, setting out an array of fruits and snacks on the warm kong. The oiled mats were laid out, and the butter tea was bubbling, awaiting the arrival of guests. When Feng Lanchu arrived at Captain Gongbu's home, the others were engaged in lively conversation in the living room. Teacher Xiao Feng, come over. Captain Gongbu and Zhuang Nanju were seated together, with Liu, Su Rue, and Qin Zhuo beside them. Upon seeing Feng Lanchu, Qin Zhuo waved enthusiastically, having mastered the art of claiming a spot after their earlier encounter on the kong, leaving an empty mat for Feng Lanchu. As Feng Lanchu approached and sat down, she scanned the room, noticing the space next to Liu was vacant. Where is Jiang Anzhi? Feng Lanchu keenly inquired about the missing individual. Upon hearing this, Feng Lanchu frowned, feeling uneasy and insisting on seeing a doctor promptly, lest she miss the snow zone tomorrow. Just as she spoke, the principal character arrived. Anzhi, clad in a black lightweight down jacket and a cap, appeared. Although his complexion was not as pale as in the morning, he still did not seem particularly spirited. He glanced at the gathering on the kong, pausing for 2 seconds on Feng Lanchu before looking away and taking a seat beside Liu. Watching him pass by her, Feng Lanchu felt a pang in her heart, an uncomfortable emptiness. Before she could ponder further, the television began to air. The program opened with stunning visuals of the beautiful Kekexili landscape, followed by a male voiceover. As the narration guided the audience, the camera shifted to a neighborhood, knocking on a door, where Qin Zhuo, with messy hair and sleepy eyes, answered. Laughter erupted among Feng Lanchu and the others. Hearing this, the crowd erupted in unrelenting mockery. When the scene shifted to Jiang Anzhi, it displayed him at 11 o'clock at night, hurriedly leaving a photo shoot to head to the airport. In the car, his manager, Xiao Chun, briefed him on the upcoming schedule for the next few days. We should arrive at Luhai around 3 in the morning, then switch to a business vehicle to Jirmu, just in time for tomorrow morning's recording. After this schedule ends, we will fly directly to Dido for voiceover. Jiang Anzhi responded, eyes closed, massaging his temples. In the later stages, Jiang Anzhi was tagged as a dedicated Iron Man. Subsequently, scenes of him boarding and disembarking from a plane, hurriedly changing vehicles, unfolded before us. Throughout the entire process, he uttered not a single word, yet one could sense the challenges he faced. This brought to mind that day when Anzhi mentioned he hadn't had breakfast while playing games, prompting a wave of sympathy from the crowd. Anzhi Zhuobu, it is not good for you to be so tense. There are times when one must relax, commented Captain Gongbu. Continuous work without respite is exhausting, even for an Iron Man. Jiang Anzhi slightly narrowed his eyes and nodded earnestly in agreement. Chapter 61. Trending topics. Wow, my favorite celestial beings are together. This guest lineup is worth $1 billion. Can you believe the dual emperors are together outside of New Year's Eve and award ceremonies? As the director instructed the participants to form groups to search for guests, Jiang Anzhi and Liu naturally gravitated towards each other, much to the delight of their fans. I heard my husband and Yuga have a good relationship off-screen. It seems to be true. The dual emperors are a worthy investment. Every time they appear together, it's a tooth-rotting sweetness. Honestly, Xiao Zhuozi is too adorable. I'd love to tease him. Those three are my favorites in the entertainment industry. May their friendship last forever. After receiving the hints from the director, the four of them set off in different directions. Jiang Anzhi and Liu quickly arrived at a horse ranch, where numerous strongmen were galloping on horseback while shooting arrows. Anzhi keenly halted Liu, suggesting they take a look inside. Liu raised an eyebrow, questioning whether they might find their target there. Nodding without hesitation, Jiang Anzhi proceeded, only to be stopped at the entrance by a herdsman. What do you two Zhuobu intend to do? The ranch is dangerous. You cannot simply walk in. What should we do then? The herdsman pointed to the horses behind him, stating that to enter the ranch, they must ride a horse. To find someone, they must hit the corresponding number target with an arrow. Upon hearing this, the duo peered inside again, noticing 30 targets, each marked with a number, while the strongmen riding horses bore number tags as well. Director, this is far too difficult, Liu lamented, exasperated at the prospect of needing to ride and shoot arrows just to identify someone. Why not just let me fly? Have faith in yourselves. You can accomplish this. Jiang Anzhi replied, choosing not to dispute the director further. He silently selected a horse, gracefully mounting it under the watchful eyes of numerous photographers, and galloped into the ranch. The director cheekily played the theme from Princess Pearl, eliciting joyous reactions from fans. My husband's long legs are too alluring. Once inside the ranch, Jiang Anzhi navigated effortlessly among the crowd, swiftly identifying a tall figure. He drew an arrow, nocked it, and with a swift motion struck the target's center, his fluid movements earning applause from many strongmen. The director stammered, congratulating Anzhi for locating the hidden guest, teacher Zhuang Nan. The topic of Jiang Anzhi. The sharpshooter quickly soared to the top of the trending list, with fans fervently supporting him. I declare I'm going to switch my allegiance to Anzhi for an hour. Just so you know, every drama Anzhi shoots adds a new skill. It's not just horseback riding and archery. A darling proficient in all arts. Mom will always love you. Not only did the fan circle stir, but the audience watching at home was equally astonished, particularly Feng Lanchu. The Jiang Anzhi she knew was a gentle and harmless darling, and she could hardly believe he was so adept at horseback riding and archery. His skills were nearly on par with a professional. Gongbu was also very surprised. His innate competitive spirit ignited. Jiang Anzhi, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Let us have a competition in archery sometime. Jiang Anzhi smiled and shook his head, attributing his success to luck, but Gongbu was determined to seize any opportunity to challenge him. Chapter 62. A slightly out-of-circle event after Jiang Anzhi located Zhuang Nan. The three hurriedly made their way to Qinzhua. Jiang Anzhi demonstrated his prowess again, quickly spotting Feng Lanchu amidst the crowd with just a glance. Wow, is my husband going to ascend to heaven? Sherlock Jiang, one must admit the film emperor is truly formidable. An overwhelming victory. Am I the only one noticing Anzhi's hand resting in an inappropriate place? To the sister above, you are not alone. I wish I could switch places with that expert. As Jiang Anzhi pulled Feng Lanchu out, he inadvertently touched on some fans' sensitive nerves. Once they boarded the business vehicle, Anzhi sat beside Feng Lanchu again, causing fans to reach their peak of envy. Wow, is Anzhi interested in that pretty lady? To the person above, kindly refrain from such dangerous remarks. Passers-by are puzzled. It's merely a seat. Haven't you ever shared a seat with a stranger? The barrage of comments continued until a game of finger-counting ensued, where Feng Lanchu inadvertently caused Jiang Anzhi to win a round, leading to laughter from Anzhi's fans. Xiao Feng is a bit adorable. Thanks to Xiao Feng for the reminder. Darling really needs to listen and eat breakfast regularly. My husband is working too hard. Can we ease his schedule? My heart aches. Let us arrange his work reasonably so he can have a good rest. I'm truly heartbroken. With a substantial fan base, Jiang Anzhi's supporters dominated the comments, turning the discussion toward his grueling schedule. Upon reaching the volunteer team in Galmud City, Jiang Anzhi and Liu opted for the more challenging tasks, garnering the appreciation of Qinzhua and Wan Shishir's fans, who expressed gratitude for the dual emperor's care for the children. As both teams set off, Jiang Anzhi once again found himself seated beside Feng Lanchu, causing fans' hearts to shatter. Whereas my husband's impenetrable wall gone? Wasn't it promised he would only have eyes for me? Why does he keep sitting next to this expert? I demand to know everything about this person within 5 seconds. Don't touch my husband. Why not have a trio of Jiang, Yu, and Zhua? Why must a woman be included? In the midst of the fans' complaints, the business vehicle arrived at Kunlun Shinquan, where the breathtaking scenery captivated everyone's attention. As the driver abandoned them and drove off, the first episode drew near its conclusion. It's over? Do I need that little money? Hurry and air the next episode. The first episode of Home Guardians swiftly ascended to the top of trending topics across various media platforms, with discussions on Jiang Anzhi's archery, dual emperors together, and celestial lineup dominating the screens. Even Feng Lanchu and Zhuang Nin garnered significant attention, with some even launching discussions on the looks of academic elites. Compared to the fervor online, the main characters in front of the television appeared much more composed. After the first episode concluded, everyone felt a lingering desire for more, encouraging each other to continue striving together the following day. After returning to their rooms and quickly freshening up, Su Rue faced the camera to bid goodnight, covering the lens with her coat. Turning around, she picked up her coat and headed outside, leaving Feng Lanchu puzzled. Sensing his gaze, Su Rue immediately smiled and walked away. So this is how it can be done. Chapter 63. The contemptuous battle of the wild donkeys at 6 in the morning. The resounding wake-up call echoed across the training base. Feng Lanchu, brimming with energy, completed a few rounds of calisthenics before the makeup artist arrived with her kit. After applying a simple, light makeup, Feng Lanchu found the boys already gathered in the dining hall. Jiang Anzhi's complexion was visibly poor, with dark circles under his eyes, indicating a lack of sleep the previous night. Feng Lanchu cast a concerned glance at him and ultimately couldn't help but approach. "Are you all right?" Jiang Anzhi seemed taken aback by Feng Lanchu's unexpected inquiry, momentarily stunned before slowly nodding. "If you truly feel unwell, please do not force yourself to enter to bed. It would be best to rest in Galmud. This is my advice as an expert guide." Feng Lanchu spoke with righteous fervor. After listening, Jiang An's expression darkened. He moved his lips, but uttered no words. Qin Zhua and Li Yu brought breakfast, and the two lapsed into silence, each consumed with their meal. Before their departure, Feng Lanchu remained uneasy and requested the team doctor to conduct examinations for everyone, only feeling reassured once they were deemed fit to proceed. The training base utilized domestically manufactured off-road vehicles. Though modest in price, they were robust and reliable, proving more effective in the high-altitude regions than many imported luxury vehicles. Typically, minor issues could be resolved with simple repairs, and in the event of emergencies, abandoning the vehicle was less distressing. Usually, 2 vehicles would be dispatched for patrols, with the lead driver being an experienced guide familiar with the terrain, ensuring safety. During the summer months, there were no roads in Kekexili, and the area was rife with marshes. Vehicles could only travel along tire tracks, but getting stuck was a frequent occurrence. The patrol team occupied the front vehicle, while the Guardians rode in the second. Zhuang Nan served as the driver, and Jiang An acted as the co-driver, with Feng Lanchu and 3 prominent stars seated in the rear. They drove towards the Kunlun mountain pass, passing familiar landscapes like Dashitan and Yirengo, the air imbued with a sense of nostalgia. This time, they followed the Qinghai-Tibet Railway, surrounded by breathtaking mountains and rivers that painted a captivating tableau. Occasionally, they spotted wild yaks grazing in the grasslands and antelopes peering curiously, everything exuding beauty. As they admired the scenery, a 4-hoofed creature suddenly dashed alongside their vehicle. In a short while, the animal brazenly overtook them, surpassing the front vehicle, and after leaving a considerable distance, it abruptly halted, casting a disdainful glance before prancing away, eventually vanishing into the vast grassland. The group stared in bewilderment at the unexpected spectacle. "What was that creature doing just now?" Feng Lanchu chuckled and explained. "That was a Tibetan wild ass. It considers itself the swiftest in the grasslands and cannot abide anyone overtaking it. Whenever someone rushes past, it instinctively engages in a race. Goodness, the traffic police should intervene. It desperately needs some education." Qin Zhua remarked, pointing at the now-vanished wild ass. "We should learn from it, focusing on our objectives and remaining vigilant against being surpassed." Zhuang Nin nodded in agreement while driving. At that moment, the front vehicle suddenly veered left, cutting into the grassland. Jiang imperceptibly alerted them that they had abandoned the road for an alternate route. "All right." Zhuang Nin swiftly adjusted the steering wheel to follow suit. The captain had previously mentioned the difficulty of navigating the grassland, emphasizing that the rear vehicle must adhere to the tire tracks of the front vehicle without any negligence. Zhuang Nin cautiously maneuvered behind the leading vehicle, inching along. Chapter 64. The trouble of getting stuck. September marks the rainy season in Kekexili, often accompanied by downpours, resulting in muddy grasslands resembling marshes. Once a vehicle becomes ensnared, considerable effort is required to extricate it. Prior to their departure, the captain recounted a previous patrol where frequent entrapments had turned a 15-kilometer journey into a 3-day ordeal. In light of this warning, Zhuangnin drove with utmost caution, apprehensive of mishaps. If we had been traveling at this speed earlier, that wild ass would have deemed us unworthy, Qin Zhuo jested amid the tension. Caution ensures longevity, Liu chimed in sagely. Sitting by the window, Su Rui appeared pale, feeling as if her insides were being jostled violently. However, recalling the ever-trending first episode, which had attracted a considerable following even among two ordinary experts, she felt that the 4 participating stars must be reaping significant rewards. Thus, she bore the discomfort with resolve. Just then, the front vehicle emitted a loud clank and tilted, stalling. Captain Gongbu and his team hurriedly exited to inspect the front wheel. Zhuangnin quickly hit the brakes and joined them to assess the situation. Despite the driver being a seasoned veteran, the road was indeed treacherous, especially after recent rain had rendered the once compacted tire tracks soft and unstable. A moment of inattention had led to the left front wheel sinking into the mud. Fortunately, each vehicle was equipped with a winch, with steel cables designed specifically for such predicaments. In this unexpected scenario, the Guardians stood aside, watching as the captain busily retrieved the winch cable from the rear vehicle to attach it to the front vehicle, then climbed onto Zhuangnin's vehicle to reverse it. Everyone, step back. It's dangerous, a well-meaning team member cautioned. The group complied and retreated as both vehicles exerted force simultaneously, but with a sudden snap, disaster struck. No one anticipated that the cable would suddenly break. The rear vehicle, having reversed too aggressively and veered off the track, found its right rear while plunging into the mud. A moment of silence enveloped them. What were they to do now? Captain Gongbu, resigned, stepped out and gestured for everyone to wait, stating, "We can only dig out the vehicles." With a command from Captain Gongbu, 2 junior soldiers began to gather stones from the vicinity. The front vehicle contained only 3 individuals, the captain and 2 soldiers, while the rear housed 6 guests. With both vehicles incapacitated, it was impossible for the group to merely observe the junior soldiers working. They eagerly rolled up their sleeves to assist. However, they soon realized that while they might not be able to lift mountains, they were accustomed to handling lighter tasks. Yet here, even a few steps left them breathless, and lifting stones felt like being pricked by needles. This was altitude sickness. Feng Lanchu remarked that Captain Gongbu and his team had adapted to the local environment, while they could not match their stamina and should instead work within their limits, emphasizing that this was not a matter of delicacy, but responsibility. Hearing Feng Lanchu's explanation eased their minds, and they shifted from gathering large stones to smaller pebbles, moving more deliberately, unable to endure any longer. Su Rui opted to cheer everyone on from the sidelines. Soon, the front wheels were filled with many small stones, and the junior soldier started the vehicle while the captain and others pushed from behind, with the group joining in to help. Through their collective efforts, the vehicle was finally freed from the mire. Although they were all flushed from exertion, they reveled in the victory as if they had clinched an Olympic gold medal. But what could they do? They had to keep working. The group resumed collecting stones to fill the pit, and once that vehicle was also freed, their faces had turned from red to pale. "Let us hope we don't get stuck again." Qin Zhuo and the others finally experienced the terror of being trapped, clasping their hands in earnest prayer for it to not happen again. Captain Gongbu erupted in laughter at the sight. Chapter 65. Setting up camp. As they continued on, the atmosphere was tense, each member wary of getting stuck again, a truly harrowing prospect. Fortunately, they safely arrived at their planned camping site. It was a flat expanse of grassland, accompanied by a clear stream, surrounded by endless stretches of verdant meadows, strikingly beautiful. However, as they ventured deeper, the altitude increased, making breathing laborious, let alone exclamations of joy. Though they longed to run and twirl across the grass, their stamina simply would not allow it. "We will camp here tonight and patrol over there tomorrow." Captain Gongbu indicated a direction, but the group looked on in confusion. To them, this was an entirely foreign realm, and they could offer no opinions, simply acquiescing to the orders given. "The soldiers and I will go patrol. You all will need to set up the tents and prepare the fire," he instructed. Understood, they nodded in agreement. With that, the captain and his team departed, leaving the 6 of them and the largely redundant cameraman behind. Let us set up the tents first, Zhuang then took on the captain's role, directing the others, who complied without dissent and got to work. The tents were the style, practiced yesterday. To lighten the vehicle's load, they had brought only two. One was for the captain and crew, and the other for the 6 guests. With the experience from yesterday's practice, the group worked efficiently together. However, at high altitudes, tasks took 3 times longer and were thrice as strenuous. 2 hours passed before both tents were finally erected. Zhu sat on the ground, panting, overwhelmed by the arduous task of erecting a tent. It was hard to fathom the difficulties involved in constructing a railway. Thus, it is imperative that we cherish the hard-won present. Liu smiled as he retrieved some simple cooking utensils from a vehicle. Feng El and Ch observed their surroundings for a moment and suggested, "Captain, let us divide the tasks." Zhuang En readily stepped forward. "Indeed, we are a group of over 10 individuals. While preparing meals is essential, we must also attend to restroom needs. It would be best to construct a temporary toilet." Zhuang En nodded in agreement. Historically, during their training in the jungle, they would find secluded corners to relieve themselves. However, with girls present, using the restroom was indeed inconvenient. "What exactly should we do?" Feng El and Ch inquired. "I noticed there are colorful cloths in the vehicle. We can dig a trench and surround it with them. When we leave, we will bury the toilet to protect the environment." Agreed. The two, both experienced in outdoor survival, quickly devised a plan for the toilet. Zhuang En assigned Ch and Liu to assist Feng El and Ch in constructing the toilet, while he took Qin Zhu and Su Ru to gather firewood and fetch water. They worked simultaneously, pushing forward with their tasks. After walking for a while, Feng El and Ch paused at a suitable distance from the camp, saying, "Let us begin digging here." "All right." Liu nodded enthusiastically, relishing the novelty of constructing a toilet for the first time. "If you do well, I'll let you manage the toilets from now on." Feng El and Ch teased. "It's settled then. What shall we do specifically?" "You and I will dig the trench, while Ch organizes the cloth." Feng El and Ch assigned the tasks. "How should I organize it?" Ch asked earnestly, marking the first time he had proactively spoken to her in the past 2 days. "We'll form a square. You can first measure the lengths," Feng El and Ch suggested modestly. Concerned about Ch's physical capacity, she hesitated to assign him demanding tasks. However, Liu was diligently digging the trench, and it wouldn't do for Ch to remain idle. Thus, she assigned him a task that seemed intricate, but was, in reality, trivial. He merely needed to arrange the cloth, which would later be easily surrounded by wooden sticks. Ch glanced at Feng El and Ch, but said nothing, obediently attending to the cloth. Before long, as Feng El and Ch and Liu immersed themselves in their digging, a slender, graceful hand reached towards Feng El and Ch. Grasping her shovel, it was Ch. "The cloth is organized. I will take care of the rest," he declared, taking the shovel from her without further discussion. If she were in ancient times, Ch would surely epitomize the refined young gentleman of a noble family, a paragon of virtue. Reflecting on what Xiao Ch had mentioned yesterday, she couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Under the camera's gaze, Feng El and Ch found it inappropriate to contest with Ch for the shovel and instead sought stones. Fortunately, there were plenty of river stones nearby, and she selected 2 relatively flat ones, laboriously transporting them to the toilet area. By the time she returned, the trench was nearly completed. They laid flat stones on both sides of the trench and encircled it with colorful cloth, thus creating a rudimentary toilet. A shovel was left inside for easy burial of waste, and a stick was propped outside to signal to others that the toilet was in use, preventing anyone from inadvertently approaching. Liu couldn't help but admire Ch's expertise, gaining newfound knowledge. A minor issue, really. In the past, we've encountered situations where someone was caught in a toilet while a wolf stood guard outside. Liu gasped in shock. "What did you do then?" Never show fear in the face of a wolf. If your gaze falters, it will charge at you without hesitation. At that time, our team faced off with a wolf for nearly an hour before it finally left. Liu was left in awe, realizing that wildlife research was indeed a thrilling yet perilous profession. Jiang Anzhi frowned slightly, a hint of fear crossing her eyes. Feng El and Ch's expression changed as she looked up. Su Ru was removing her shoes and socks, running towards the small river, her porcelain-like feet glistening under the sun. The water from the snowy mountains was a rare experience. Gazing at the crystal-clear river, Su Ru felt a longing. However, She soon discovered that the seemingly clear water was frigid to the bone. As she tiptoed in, the icy snowmelt nearly pierced through her soles. "Wow, it's so cold!" Su-Ru exclaimed, jumping in the river, instantly chilled to the core. Feng Nch rushed over, sternly admonishing her to come back ashore immediately. "The water here is all from the melting snow, with temperatures below freezing. It is unfit for drinking, let alone wading in. Do you realize the potential dangers of catching a cold?" Su-Ru shivered uncontrollably, having only been in the water for a brief moment, feeling as though she had plunged into a frozen pool. Yet, before the camera, she could not appear weak, her teeth chattering as she protested. "I just wanted to experience the river water. Do not take your health lightly," Feng Nch asserted, her tone unusually sharp, revealing her scholarly authority. Qin, watching from the side, silently admired Feng Nch's protective nature. He too had been tempted to follow Su-Ru into the water, but was grateful he had hesitated, sparing himself from reprimand. "Quick, have some hot ginger soup," Feng Nch offered as she handed Su-Ru a cup of ginger tea. Feeling slightly embarrassed after being scolded earlier, Su-Ru accepted the soup with a quiet thank you. After drinking it all, her body gradually regained warmth. At that moment, Qin quipped, "Well, Su-Ru, you can consider yourself the first person to soak her feet in the snowy mountains. Be mindful of your words. We must not mislead the younger ones," Jiang Anzhi interjected, giving Qin a gentle pat on the head. He immediately stuck out his tongue in playful defeat. Public figures must indeed be cautious in their conduct, for if a fan were to emulate their idol and suffer an accident, the consequences would be dire. Realizing her recklessness, Su-Ru fell silent. As night fell, the group credited their success to Jiang Anzhi and Feng Nch, who humbly deflected praise, insisting it was a collective effort. That evening, the young soldiers serenaded them with numerous songs from the plateau, and amidst the beautiful scenery, within the warmth of the tent, everyone felt immensely happy. When it was time to sleep, Su-Ru expressed her fear of sleeping on the edge and requested to be in the middle. As everyone was in sleeping bags, there was no concern of selfishness. Moreover, the wilderness was indeed cold and perilous. The group agreed to let the girls sleep in the center. Jiang Anzhi and Li Yu chose to lie at the extreme edges, while Jiang Anzhi contemplated for a moment before placing his sleeping bag next to Li Yu. Compared to the snoring Jiang Anzhi and the teeth-grinding Qin, Li Yu was his ideal choice. To his surprise, Feng Nch also dragged her sleeping bag beside him. Though the prime position was claimed by Feng Nch, Su-Ru felt too shy to voice her disappointment and begrudgingly shifted to the space between Feng Nch and Qin. Qin too felt regretful, having been outmaneuvered by Anzhi. However, this time it was Feng Nch's choice, leaving him with a sense of injustice. After washing his face with hot water, the group prepared to sleep. Even with thick sleeping bags, the chill from the frozen ground seeped through, but thankfully, the warmth from the recently consumed food provided some solace. After a long day of trekking, becoming stuck in the mud, and pitching tents, it wasn't long before everyone drifted into slumber, the sounds of snoring and teeth grinding filling the air. After lying in a sleeping bag for quite some time, without feeling sleepy, Feng Nch quietly crawled out, dragging a thick blanket outside. The starry sky of the plateau was clearer and more transparent than in the mainland. Though the night was frigid, the stars shone beautifully. Wrapped in her blanket, gazing at the stars while cradling her thermos filled with hot water, she took a sip of the warm liquid, feeling entirely at ease. Shortly thereafter, footsteps echoed behind her, and upon turning, she saw Jiang Anzhi emerging. "What brings you out here as well?" Feng Nch whispered. Unbeknownst to her, she found joy in gazing at the stars alone. Jiang Anzhi, clad only in an outdoor fleece jacket for warmth and wind protection, had not even taken the time to put on more layers. Upon stepping outside, he was suddenly hit by the cold and stifled a sneeze. "Oh dear, why are you dressed so lightly?" Feng Lanchu disapproved, quickly opening her blanket and approaching him. Jiang Anzhi raised his brows and obediently walked over to sit down. Feng Lanchu divided her blanket in half, ensuring he was wrapped up snugly, then pressed her thermos into his hands. Just as she finished, she felt a tightening at her waist, and in the next moment, she found herself falling into a warm embrace. "What are you doing?" Feng Lanchu whispered, struggling softly, wary of waking the others in the tent. "Don't move. Getting a cold at high altitude can be serious," Jiang Anzhi retorted, echoing her earlier words. He then handed her the thermos, wrapping his arms around her waist, providing warmth far superior to that small cup. Mr. Jiang, Feng Lanchu looked at him speechlessly. It seems we are divorced. When did that happen? Jiang Anzhi lazily glanced at the starry sky. The documents are still in your living room. I didn't see them. Jiang Anzhi appeared to have regained much of his spirit, contrasting sharply with his earlier lethargy. What happened to the gentleman's integrity? She inquired, exasperated. Who? Jiang Anzhi lazily shot her a glance, as if her words were entirely irrelevant to him. Just as Feng Lanchu was about to say more, Jiang Anzhi unexpectedly leaned in and pressed his lips against hers. Chapter 68. Pursuing you. Feng Lanchu was utterly bewildered. What was Jiang Anzhi doing? Just as she intended to speak, he seized the opportunity to deepen the kiss. This kiss was both tender and fervent. The emotional intensity at high altitude was far more pronounced than at lower elevations. The mere contact of their lips was enough to leave one dizzy and gasping for breath. After the kiss, Jiang Anzhi softly said, You always claim we lack an emotional foundation and that you could leave at any moment. From now on, I will pursue you. Is that all right? Well, what? You detest Fu Qi to the extent that anyone associated with her becomes tainted. You will never again see any images of me with her, all right? The repeated, all right, left Feng Lanchu completely stunned. Xiao Chu, I am serious. Jiang Anzhi tightened his embrace. Regardless of the reason, you have taken my surname, and there is no way to shed it in this lifetime. Moreover, there will not be a second Mrs. Jiang. Beneath the vast, starry sky, Jiang Anzhi's eyes sparkled like the stars, softly expressing his feelings in her ear. At first, the film emperor had quietly said, I admire you, which had led her to dizzyingly marry him. Now, he proclaimed that apart from her, there would be no other Mrs. Jiang. Who could withstand such declarations? You can take your time to consider. I am not in a hurry. We have plenty of time ahead. Jiang Anzhi lifted his gaze to the stars, smiling. The stars here are truly beautiful. Can you tell me stories about them? Forget the stars. Who is the mood to talk about them now? Feng Lanchu gazed silently at the starry sky, lost in thought. When Jiang Anzhi did not hear her response, he continued, Then I shall tell you. Having once filmed a movie about exploring the stars, he vividly recalled the intricate details of the celestial bodies. He began to describe the stars above, quickly captivating Feng Lanchu, who was always interested in such topics, and she began to engage in the conversation. As midnight approached, the night grew colder, and the thermos in her hands began to feel chilly. Feng Lanchu tugged at his arm. The others in the tent were soundly asleep, completely unaware of the chill that had entered with them. In this situation, even a bear could come, and no one would notice. Feng Lanchu chuckled helplessly, tucking herself into her sleeping bag to rest, while Jiang Anzhi's intense gaze remained fixed upon her. He silently whispered good night before obediently closing his eyes, his demeanor reminiscent of Jiang Chuediaoyu. This man stirred both her conflict and her heart. The following day, before dawn, Captain Gongbu and the team members rose. Feng Lanchu had stayed up late the previous night and, for once, lingered a bit longer in bed, while Jiang Anzhi remained quietly asleep beside her. The others had already begun their morning routines outside, with the beauty-conscious Su Rue seizing the moment to apply makeup before anyone else awoke. Appearing fully made up by the time the others emerged, the morning dishevelment completely absent. Feng Lanchu, who was not part of the entertainment industry and did not rely on her looks, had no such concerns. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, she simply braided her hair and was ready. Jiang Anzhi was the last to wake, his good looks still apparent despite the stubble on his face and his hair resembling a bird's nest. He remained strikingly handsome, his drowsy eyes reflecting the allure of a beautiful man awakening. Good morning, Anzhi ji, Qinzhua greeted warmly. Morning, Anzhi replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips, charming everyone around. Today they would join the patrol team to explore this marvelous land, promising to be a day full of significance. Chapter 69. The dark corners of Xinzhuang then continued to drive, following Captain Gongbu's lead. The patrol team primarily surveyed the area for poachers. In the early 1980s, this place had been a paradise for poachers and gold seekers. Since the establishment of wildlife protection laws in Huagua, the number of poachers had significantly decreased, though it was not entirely eradicated. Many villains still treaded the line of sin, often bringing thousands of bullets into Tibet, leaving only after exhausting their supply. Beneath those thousands of bullets lay the lives of countless beings. Often, The remains seen along the road were remnants of animals that had been hunted. Poachers would not take their prey whole. They would skin them, decapitate them, or sever their paws, discarding the rest of the body without a second thought. A level of cruelty that was unimaginable. After hearing Feng Lanchu's introduction, everyone expressed their dismay. As the saying goes, no trade, no harm. When will humanity and nature coexist harmoniously? Liu and Qinghua both felt a deep sense of sorrow. While they were speaking, the vehicle ahead came to a halt. Zhuang then followed suit, getting out of the car with them. Not far away lay an abandoned metal vehicle, long since rusted. Its frame the only remnant of its former self. What is this? The group questioned, puzzled. This is a vehicle left behind by poachers, Captain Gongbu explained. In the high-altitude terrain, it could not be cleared by human hands, left to weather away slowly, perhaps taking thousands of years to do so. Such individuals deserve severe punishment. Apart from the usual patrol team, the others were filled with righteous indignation. As they moved forward, as Feng Lanchu had mentioned, there were numerous animal skeletons strewn about. Some were the remains of defeated animals from fights, while many more were the lonely souls left behind by poachers. As they descended further, the group spotted a patch of dark grassland, sharply contrasting with the vibrant green grass nearby. Is it a black marsh? Feng Lanchu's eyes dimmed as she remarked. That is the sin left behind by the gold seekers. The waters of Kokoxili were rich, and many gold seekers frequented the area, turning the grass and stones, damaging the surface until nothing could grow. However, Kokoxili belonged to the permafrost layer. The soil was fragile and easily damaged, requiring thousands of years for recovery. Sigh. Aside from lamenting, there was little else to say. They wished to help, but felt utterly powerless. Qinghua felt despondent. Who says we are powerless? Each of you has millions of fans behind you. Under your influence, more people will come together to protect this place. Isn't that right? Qinghua nodded firmly at this. Anzhi, who loved photography, carried his camera with him, stopping frequently to capture the beauty around him. Anzhi's lens captures the world beautifully, Qinghua whispered to Feng Lanchu. He has a secondary account where he has participated in photography exhibitions, winning international awards. Is he that impressive? Feng Lanchu found it hard to believe, having never heard him mention it. Sure, Yuji told me in secret, Qinghua replied. What is his secondary account called? I'm not sure either. Qinghua scratched his head awkwardly. Feng Lanchu gently patted his shoulder, promising to inquire another day. Qinghua, touched, clasped his hands together with starry eyes, appreciating how kind Teacher Feng was to him, despite not being well acquainted with Anzhi. Teacher Feng was willing to seek information on his behalf. The crowd was taken aback. Having just witnessed the misdeeds of poachers, their immediate reaction was one of fear, thinking they might be retaliated against. Chapter 70. Who is on duty? The patrol members swiftly drew their firearms in caution, while Zhuang Nan grabbed a sturdy shovel from the vehicle and stood by. Feng Lanchu intended to accompany Captain Gongbu into the tent, but was held back by Anzhi. It's fine. I'll take a look, she reassured, gently patting Anzhi's arm to signal him to let go. The scene outside was chaotic. The boiler they had set up was toppled, and the remnants of their breakfast were completely devoured, leaving a mess on the ground. Feng Lanchu knelt down to examine the footprints left in the mud, and Captain Gongbu emerged to remark that similar prints were found on the sleeping bags. The footprints resembled those of a human, albeit significantly larger than those of an adult male, and bore 5 delicate holes at the toes. There have been reports of wild men in this vicinity, the captain stated seriously. Upon hearing this, Feng Lanchu chuckled. I cannot ascertain the presence of wild men here, but today, our camp has been visited by a Tibetan brown bear. The guests stared in disbelief. Indeed, Feng Lanchu confirmed as she entered the tent to inspect the marks before returning. These are unmistakably bear tracks. None of them had ever encountered a Tibetan brown bear before, and they eagerly gathered around to witness the novelty. The bear's paw was similar in size to a human's, though lacking the human arch, resulting in a flat footprint that left an impression of the entire paw. Its claws were sharp and rounded, resembling a set of conical spikes that would leave holes in the ground, while human prints would merely leave crescent-shaped arcs, a detail that could easily distinguish the two. With Feng Lanchu taking on the role of a teacher, the students listened intently. After she concluded her lesson, the group remained eager for more. Following the commotion caused by the Tibetan brown bear, their plans for a leisurely lunch were thwarted, forcing them to settle for some dry rations before returning. Once a member of the patrol, always a member, her heartfelt words moved everyone. prompting them to embrace and express their gratitude. It is precisely because of such wonderful individuals that the beauty of Kekexili exists. What? After 2 days and nights of travel, tonight we can finally rest in a comfortable hotel. Shortly after Feng Lanchu entered her room, a knock echoed at the door. As she opened it, she muttered, "You keep coming over like this, sooner or later," only to find it was not Jiang Anzhi as she expected, but Qin Zhua. Embarrassed, Qin Zhua scratched his head. "Teacher Feng, this is my first time knocking." "Sorry, I thought it was the service staff." She cleverly concocted an excuse. "What brings you here?" "We plan to check out the night market. Would you like to join us?" "Sure." Feng Lanchu nodded, as she had never visited a night market before. With a wave of the director's hand, the camera crew sprang into action. Chapter 71. 1,000 Lights. The night market in Gurmu was bustling with activity. The group, intent on concealing their identities, donned masks, and to an untrained eye, they appeared to be a bunch of elite adventurers. Some passers-by approached. "We are here to travel too. Should we team up?" "The more, the merrier." The group instinctively shook their heads, unwilling to engage. Gurmu is most famous for its roasted whole lamb, where commercial versions emphasize flavor and presentation more than the traditional styles of herders, catering more to the tastes of inland visitors. They chose a highly rated establishment online and ordered a plethora of dishes, eager for a hearty meal after their earlier hunger. "Teacher Feng, how should we deal with the Tibetan brown bear?" Qin Zhua queried, having read online that playing dead was the best strategy when encountering a bear. "Is that really reliable? If it's a black bear, that approach might work. However, with a Tibetan brown bear, you must never do that." "Why not?" "The behaviors of different bear species vary. Black bears do not consume carrion, so playing dead may allow for an escape. However, Tibetan brown bears do eat carrion. Lying down would be akin to offering oneself as a meal." "Wow, I almost fell for that online advice." Qin Zhua gasped in shock. To a bear, a human face is perceived as highly aggressive. In its mind, only a blow to the head can eliminate a foe. Thus, when encountering a bear, it's crucial to present a gentle and benign expression, avoiding any grimacing that might provoke it. The group nodded in understanding. Had they not asked, they would have remained oblivious. Clearly, knowing a few expert friends in life proves quite beneficial. "Absolutely. And I believe visiting a zoo is best done with Teacher Feng. Otherwise, it would be a wasted opportunity." "Indeed, when you put it that way, being Teacher Feng's child is truly a blessing," Zhuang Nan teased. Feng Lanchu could only shake her head in resignation. "Only you all appreciate me." Jiang Anzhi merely chuckled quietly. Before long, a large platter of aromatic roasted lamb arrived, the golden meat glistening under the seasoning of cumin, emitting an enticing aroma. The group quickly set aside their conversations and indulged in the feast. With each bite, the rich flavor of meat transformed their world into a delightful experience. That night, after a satisfying meal, everyone enjoyed a restful sleep. Of course, this did not apply to Jiang Anzhi. Whenever Feng Lanchu was around, he found it particularly difficult to remain calm. Fully aware that the scent of sleep-inducing fragrance lay just next door, how could he endure the agony of staying awake until dawn? Once again, after closing the hotel room curtains, Jiang Anzhi found himself at Feng Lanchu's door. When she opened it, she felt exasperated. "Even if I refuse, you will still come in? One to you?" "Yes." Jiang Anzhi nodded as if it were obvious. What could Feng Lanchu say? She could only silently step aside to let him in. "Is this how you pursue a girl? Completely disregarding her wishes?" "I never said that." Feng Lanchu shrugged. "Oh." Jiang Anzhi said no more, climbing onto the bed to prepare for sleep. Thinking of her seemingly worthless divorce agreement, she shook her head in disbelief. Resigned, she turned off the light and climbed into bed, only to feel Jiang Anzhi's hand stretching toward her. Feng Lanchu quickly withdrew her hand. "No touching, just sleep honestly." "Jiang Anzhi, you're so annoying." Chapter 72. Fleeting moments. The following morning, Feng Lanchu awoke in the embrace of the film emperor. Like a sloth, she clung to Jiang Anzhi's slender waist, her face pressed against his arm, while his left hand expertly held her right wrist. For some reason, it felt warm and secure. The alarm clock buzzed incessantly. "It's still early," Jiang Anzhi murmured, rolling over and pulling her closer, his eyes remaining shut. "We can't delay. Soon there will be people in the corridor." Reluctantly, Jiang Anzhi opened his eyes, his hands lingering on Feng Lanchu's waist, reluctant to let go. "Please adjust my schedule. I need to take a break." Half awake, Xiao Chun answered a vague request for leave over the phone, and found it impossible to return to sleep. It's only 5:30. If he is guilty, let the law punish him. Today, the group was set to visit the experts at the Gurmu Wildlife Research Institute. What do the filming and collection teams mean? They exchanged puzzled glances. Isn't it for filming and specimen collection? Qinj was suddenly asked. After some thought, Su Rui concluded that filming would likely not be an option for her, thus raised her hand first. I'll join the collection team. Me too. Qin Zhua followed suit, eager for a rare opportunity. After they made their selections, Qin Zhua looked hopefully at Feng Lanchu. However, the director intervened at that moment, stating that the two expert teachers would not be participating in the grouping. Since Su Rui and Qin Zhua chose the collection team, Anzhi and Liu naturally fell into the filming group. So, what exactly will we be doing? You'll find out once you get off the bus. Finally, they disembarked where the Research Institute experts awaited them at the entrance with a warm welcome. Thus began their tour of the institute, gaining insights into the daily routines of the staff. Feng Lanchu became acquainted with the experts here, and upon her arrival, everyone engaged in warm and lively greetings. Qin Zhua and others observed the young experts fawning over their esteemed teacher, whispering amongst themselves whether they had taken a liking to Xiaofeng. It was highly likely. Liu nodded in agreement. Among the academic elite, someone as stunning and exceptional as Xiaofeng was indeed a rare gem. Zhuang Min joined in the gossip. Jiang Anzhi gazed at the encircled Feng Lanchu, narrowing his eyes in silent contemplation. He began to reflect on whether he had been too lenient, realizing the situation was fraught with challenges. The group, feeling as though their prize cabbage was being devoured by pigs, maintained a sense of dissatisfaction that persisted until the specific tasks were announced, finally reaching a low point. The filming crew's role was straightforward, primarily assisting the collection team in documenting their findings. The collection team was tasked with sampling observational subjects, which in the wild typically included animal feces, fur, and carcasses. Su Rui and Qin Zhua announced that they would spend the afternoon learning methods of filming and sampling, and the following day would accompany the experts to the snowy region for practical application. Thus, the morning was spent with Qin Zhua and Su Rui mastering the technique of using tweezers to collect samples and place them in sealed envelopes. At mealtime, the two lost their appetite after only a few bites. Didn't you say Xiaofeng's specialty was incredibly cool? Liwa Teasa. It is quite impressive, but it doesn't include picking up feces. Qin Zhua replied innocently, blinking. However, most of my daily life involves collecting feces, she lamented, feeling utterly disheartened. On the second day, as they entered the snowy region for the fourth time into Kekexili, everyone had learned to appreciate the beautiful scenery. This time, they traveled in two vehicles, and the journey was relatively smooth with decent conditions, so the lead vehicle carried only a guide driver and one expert. These guardians were the main force for this mission. Upon arrival, they first set up tents and then constructed a toilet. Drawing from their previous experience, the group efficiently coordinated to complete everything, leaving the accompanying expert, Xiao Li, astounded. You all hardly resemble celebrities. You are practically half-field experts. Thanks to Captain Gongbu's excellent training, everyone felt a sense of pride, as they were indeed auxiliary members of the patrol team. Lunch consisted of simple noodle dumplings, but Feng Lanchu prepared them deliciously, rivaling even Captain Gongbu's culinary skills. She shrugged. Having lived in Africa for 3 years, she had to possess some skills to avoid starvation. Everyone was impressed. What game shall we play? Qin Zhua asked eagerly. Qingyu Chain, the director declared earnestly. We can only engage in activities that don't require much physical exertion or equipment on the plateau. Then let us start with Liu. Liu, wolfish ambition. Anzhi, heartless and ruthless. Qin Zhua, ruthless in taking flowers. Su Rui, Flirixingbeat. Liu, the wealthy often forget. Everyone fell silent until Qin Zhua suddenly burst into laughter. You go. It's a 4-character idiom. You should have responded with exorbitant prices. Another round of silence ensued. In the end, Jiang Anzhi emerged victorious, choosing Qin Zhua without hesitation from the collection team of Qin Zhua and Su Rui. Anzhi, choose Teacher Feng, choose Teacher Feng. Qin Zhua urged enthusiastically. If you show such favoritism, what will Zhuang Laoshe think? Liu chuckled. It's not that Zhuang Laoshe is inadequate, it's just that we prefer girls. Qin Zhua stated confidently. Moreover, having a male-female pairing makes for less tiring work, with both teams consisting of 2 men and 1 woman. It's fair. Anzhi naturally chose Feng Lanchu, and the trio formed a team successfully. With her small backpack slung over her shoulders, Qin was set off joyfully. This area was a high-traffic zone for wildlife, with traces of animals evident everywhere in the grass and on the ground. The task set by Xiao Li was to collect evidence of brown bears, but faced with the chaos of droppings, Qin Zhuo was at a loss. Oh dear, with so much feces, how am I to know who left it? Different animals have distinct diets, digestive tracts, and, consequently, their droppings vary as well. If we observe closely, we can differentiate them, Feng Lanchu explained, leading the two to crouch in front of a patch of grass, where a few black, chestnut-sized droppings were scattered. These belong to sheep. Their intestines are spiral-shaped, resulting in pellet-like feces. Nearby, there are also some loose droppings. These are from wild donkeys and horses. Herbivorous feces are primarily fibrous and tend to disintegrate easily after drying. The intestines of the brown bear are cord-like, and as it is omnivorous, its droppings are tubular, resembling hemp rope, which can be distinguished upon close examination. Crouching in front of a pile of feces, Qin Zhuo listened intently, and with Feng Lanchu's guidance, she could now identify the source. Ha ha! Qin Zhuo laughed heartily, tilting her head back in mirth. Feng Lanchu and Jiang Anzhi watched Qin Zhuo's exuberance with amusement. Jiang Anzhi scratched his nose, finding it quite peculiar. The director was at a loss for words, thinking, I am happy. I enjoy this. As the group continued on their respective journeys, they parted ways at the airport. After bidding farewell, Feng Lanchu embarked on her return. At home, aside from the incessant loop of Jiang Anzhi's series being replaced by Home Guardians, everything remained normal. Her grandmother couldn't contain her joy, exclaiming, Oh my, our Xiao Chu looks so marvelous on television. Just look at that Tibetan girl's attire. She is the most beautiful Zhuoma on the grassland. Indeed, more beautiful than any female celebrity, her grandfather concurred. Why is there only one episode? I want to see more. Jiang Chui Tiao urged for more content. Feng Lanchu chuckled, unsure of what to say. She initially thought her home was already dramatic, but upon reaching school, she was nearly taken aback. The once quiet biology department was now bustling with students. The moment they spotted Feng Lanchu, they erupted into fervor, shouting, "Ah, goddess, goddess! What pride we have!" Feng Lanchu felt startled, unsure of how to respond. Teacher Feng, may I shake your hand? As soon as the words were spoken, a girl eagerly grasped her hand, exclaiming, I just indirectly shook hands with my husband. Feng Lanchu was utterly perplexed, wishing to inquire who this husband was. Teacher Feng, could you please look after my son? Tell him to study diligently and strive for excellence. Feng Lanchu was again left with questions, wondering who the son was. Teacher Feng, may I have your autograph? Can I have a hug? Teacher Feng, I'm different from them. I don't follow stars, I follow you. Yes, yes, I'm your forever fan. The enthusiasm of the children caught Feng Lanchu off guard, and she fled in a panic. Oh my, that was terrifying. Just as she finished speaking, a figure in a white coat appeared, startling her into jumping back. Teacher Feng, don't be nervous. It's me. Upon closer inspection, Feng Lanchu recognized it was Professor Wang Bingbing from the adjacent department. She breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it was the children. Not at all. I'm merely an accessory. By the way, our school has formed a fan club for you and all faculty and students have joined. However, I'm not very familiar with Weibo. I only signed into your super topic 3 days ago. Feng Lanchu looked bewildered. Professor Wang, there's really no need. Nonsense. You are the face of our university. By the way, what is your Weibo account? Feng Lanchu awkwardly wiped her brow. I don't use Weibo. Is that so? Wang Bingbing was quite surprised, as it was rare for young people not to use Weibo. Even he, a scholarly homebody, had an account. How about I help you apply for one? No, there's really no need. Feng Lanchu hastily declined. I'm not accustomed to using Weibo. Moreover, she had no intention of entering the entertainment industry, so managing her own public persona was irrelevant. It should only be about a month left. In reality, there was just one final recording session before the conclusion. There were a total of 5 stations, each divided into 2 parts, with 3 months planned for completion. Upon returning to her office, she was once again met with the adoration of her devoted students, finally achieving some semblance of peace. At that moment, her phone rang. Upon seeing it was Zhu Mingming, she prepared to answer. The phone connected, and an exaggerated burst of laughter erupted from the receiver. Miss Feng, the internet is down. Hurry and reconnect. Your student has propelled you to the trending topics. Feng Lanchu was bewildered. The trending topics on Weibo were typically the domain of celebrities, with occasional fleeting moments for social news. However, today, news of a campus goddess teacher surged unexpectedly to the top of the trending list. Feng Lanchu had no fans. It was merely onlookers, and, surprisingly, the public was overwhelmingly positive. Beyond the promotional clips from marketing accounts, a personal account garnered significant attention. She is our esteemed teacher from Hawaii. Who would have thought she participated in the Home Guardians show? A goddess indeed. Here's a photo from her work. The accompanying images showed Feng Lanchu in a white lab coat conducting experiments in a laboratory, along with a candid shot of her during an outdoor assignment in Sichuan captured by a student. The comments beneath this post were filled with admiration. Wow, the academic world is blessed with such beauty. That lab coat is killing me. Truly a corporate beauty. Is she considering entering the entertainment industry? Count me in. As the likes and comments surged, many bloggers began sharing photos. Today, teacher Feng, fresh and new. The images displayed Feng Lanchu, wide-eyed and astonished at the gathering students. Her surprised expression charmingly contrasting with her usual calm demeanor in the lab. Ha! Why does teacher Feng look so terrified? You all are too much, you scared teacher Feng. Give me the address. On go to. The person above has no heart. Today, I shook teacher Feng's hand. It's as if I held hands with Anzhi. Oh no, that is too much. I want to do it too. Protect our teacher Feng. Don't cause a ruckus. By the way, where is teacher Feng's Weibo? I want to follow her. Teacher Feng, doesn't he have a Weibo account? There are few teachers who can resist the allure of fame and focus solely on academia. Let us protect such a good teacher and not cause her too much trouble. Right, her lack of a Weibo account shows she doesn't wish for too much attention. Let us guard her well and not pry in her life. Feng Lanchu, unexpectedly attracting a wave of admirers due to her beauty, further cultivated an image of humility by not having a Weibo account, thus gaining even more casual fans. It was a serendipitous turn of events. Not bad, Feng. You could just enter the entertainment industry, she mused. Feng Lanchu was at a loss for words. Whatever. I'll just join your fan club and be a founding elder for now, Zhu Mingming cheerfully declared. Is the hospital so quiet these days? If you have a guilty conscience, everything will seem suspicious. Fortunately, aside from those in the know, others wouldn't think along those lines. So far, no dangerous remarks had surfaced. In any case, it was wise to be cautious. After all, she was now considered a public figure. Please take care of your appearance and avoid looking disheveled. Otherwise, you might be criticized at any moment, Zhu Mingming kindly reminded her. To which Feng Lanchu nonchalantly nodded in agreement. Me, a public figure? Let us not get ahead of ourselves. Chapter 76, broadcast in the days that followed. Feng Lanchu felt a distinct shift. Wherever she went at school, students gathered to gawk, and little girls frequently slipped her notes filled with greetings for the three male deities. Finally, the weekend arrived, offering a respite from the nightmare of school, and she could enjoy some quiet time at home. However, both Jiang Ma and Jiang Ba showed up today. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Feng Lanchu responded obediently, her gaze falling upon the living room laden with fruits and snacks, leaving her puzzled. It wasn't until 8 p.m., when the opening theme of Home Guardians played, that she finally understood. So that's it. Oh, really? Well, let us watch it together, Feng Lanchu said. Jiang Ma chatted with her while watching, commenting on how clever the young man looked. He is just 20, still a child at heart. Anzhi was quite popular at his age too. Anzhi is a bit more composed, Jiang Ba chimed in. The couple's praise for their son continued until the camera finally shifted to Jiang Anzhi. Jiang Che clapped joyfully. Look, Mom and Dad are on screen. The trio was seen picking up trash along the riverbank, and Feng Lanchu's extensive knowledge and eloquence brought smiles to Jiang Ba and Jiang Ma. Our little Chu is impressive. Yes, he speaks so well. Meanwhile, online discussions were buzzing. Wow, has anyone noticed that Anzhi and teacher Feng are wearing matching gear? Outdoor gear is pretty similar. It's normal to have matching items. If my geography teacher were like teacher Feng, I wouldn't be hauling bricks on a construction site now. I also need a teacher Feng. No one anticipated that the first trending topic of this episode would be the world is missing a teacher Feng. Until Liu called the team doctor. Feng Lanchu pulled out glucose, and the atmosphere shifted. The dual emperors are truly in love. Look at how anxious Hugo is. He is about to explode. Thanks for taking care of us, teacher Feng. As the fans appeared, the loyal followers inundated the screen with gratitude for teacher Feng, effectively suppressing the dual emperor fans. The next day, as everyone set off for Yuzhu Peak, Feng Lanchu transformed once more into an all-knowing geography expert, fulfilling Qin Zhuo's prophetic words. The second trending topic, Kunlun Immortal Master, swiftly surged, attracting a wave of curious onlookers. Following the airing of the second episode, Home Guardians regained the top spot across major data websites. The screen froze on a scene of Qin Zhuo holding a blanket as Jiang Anzhi nonchalantly remarked that someone was present, leaving Qin Zhuo bewildered. The screen then faded to black. Did my little Zhuo get excluded? Anzhi, known for being a gentleman, would never bully anyone. Don't be misled by the poor editing. Is there a membership privilege? I want to see the behind the scenes. Teacher Feng is divine. I'm now a fan. In the next episode, I want to sleep on the big Kong. My Anzhi cannot be. The online buzz was lively. Chapter 77. Twisted Hearts. The popularity of Home Guardians continued to rise, and Feng Lanchu gradually entered the public eye. More and more people began to take an interest in this young woman, but unfortunately, aside from official information, nothing else was available. In a lavish apartment, a stunning woman glared enviously at her phone, where Feng Lanchu smiled at Jiang Anzhi. Her fists were clenched tightly, the pressure causing her fingertips to turn white. Feng Lanchu. Fu Qi articulated her name slowly, recalling the grievances from that day, coupled with Feng Lanchu's recent surge in prominence. Fu Qi's teeth ground in frustration. Want to stir trouble? Not so easy. Fu Qi immediately contacted several marketing accounts she knew. The next morning, scandalous rumors about Feng Lanchu began to surface. Feng Lanchu has an illegitimate child. Feng Lanchu is a homewrecker. Feng Lanchu is being kept. Shocking topics swept across the internet. Damn, which wretch is behind this? Zhu Mingming was furious and quickly typed out a condemnation for Feng Lanchu. The university was also enraged. This was a blatant smear against their institution. Jiang Ma was particularly incensed and immediately called Jiang Ba. Someone is slandering our daughter-in-law. Let us deal with this. Thus, before the netizens could even react and share their opinions, the negative trending topics vanished without a trace. Confused, the online community was taken aback. Shortly after, a statement was posted on Feng Lanchu's personal super topic. Ms. Feng Lanchu is indeed married, and her marriage is legal and valid, having no relation to the unfounded claims of an illegitimate child. To vindicate Ms. Feng Lanchu and restore her reputation, we reserve the right to pursue legal action against the marketing accounts responsible for these slanders. Should anyone continue to fabricate rumors and malign Ms. Feng Lanchu, we will hold them legally accountable without exception. Wow. The netizens finally grasped the situation and began to engage in fervent discussions. I truly wonder who bought those negative trending topics. Wow. They're even targeting ordinary people. The recent events surrounding Xiao Feng Laoshi have stirred quite a commotion, with a surge of trending discussions and unfounded accusations surfacing almost immediately. It is important to consider the veracity of these claims. The comments from certain individuals seem rather misguided. Only within your circle does such chaos seem to thrive. With Xiao Feng Laoshi's remarkable talent and beauty, one must question the absurdity of suggesting that she would play the role of a third party in someone else's relationship. Indeed, there are individuals who cannot bear to see others thrive, quick to label anyone they perceive as a rival as manipulative. As a devoted fan of Anzhi, I wholeheartedly support Xiao Feng Laoshi. Similarly, others express their unwavering support, identifying themselves as fans from various backgrounds. The online discourse has overwhelmingly condemned unscrupulous marketing accounts. Meanwhile, Jiang Anzhi has only just awakened, entirely unaware of the external turmoil surrounding him, as he is rumored to be the one supporting Feng Lanchu. Xiao Chun hurriedly arrives to report the situation, explaining that the matter has been largely resolved through Zhang's connections. Jiang Anzhi, understanding the gravity of the situation, contemplates whether further investigation is warranted. Xiao Chun raises an eyebrow, noting that relentless pursuit of the truth is not typically Jiang Anzhi's style. He promptly sets out to gather more information through his network. Concurrently, several marketing accounts associated with Fu Qi are in a frenzy. What was merely gossip about a minor celebrity has escalated into something far more significant, resulting not only in intervention, but also in account suspensions. Staring at the deactivated accounts, the bewilderment is palpable. These were hard-earned platforms cultivated over 8 years. Before any curses could escape, Fu Qi's call comes through, expressing frustration over the situation. Chapter 78. A break you've already accepted payment. Are you trying to deny your responsibility? Grandma, my account has been suspended. Who are you dealing with? My news was only posted for less than half an hour, and I've already received numerous legal notices. What do you mean? Fuchi inquires, puzzled. What else could it mean? The person you are targeting has connections. Do not contact me for the time being. The line abruptly goes dead. Connections? Fuchi's expression shifts to one of complexity. What are those connections? Watching the video on her phone, she bites her lip in determination. On a lovely weekend, Feng Lan Chu has arranged a 2-day, 1-night family outing, departing in the afternoon. Jiang Chue Jiao, packed and brimming with excitement after witnessing his parents' previous trip, declares, Mom, I'm ready. All right, we'll wait for the delivery guy to bring the vegetables before we set off, Feng Lan Chu replies while packing in her room. A moment later, she hears noise outside and frowns, stepping out. Didn't we agree that someone would come to let the adults in? You shouldn't open the door yourself. As she emerges, she finds Jiang Anzhi in the living room, carrying bags of fruits and vegetables. Where are you going? They both inquire simultaneously. Mom's gonna have fun with me. Jiang Chue Diao joyfully waves. Jiang Anzhi lifts him and asks with a smile, Where are we going? That's a leisure base created by Huaixiang, a perfect destination for summer relaxation, combining sightseeing and tourism. Feng Lanzhu, feeling uneasy for a moment, contemplates canceling their plans, only to be surprised when Jiang Anzhi suggests he should join them. Huh? What's the film star saying? What if he gets photographed? Then we'll go public. Jiang Anzhi responds casually, shouldering a bag and carrying his son outside. How easy it is for him to say. Feng Lan Chu thinks to herself, feeling exasperated. Thankfully, they have booked a standalone villa at Gui Lai Chu Shitian Yuan, which offers both row houses and private villas. The private villa boasts a fruit orchard, swimming pool, and barbecue area, allowing them to enjoy the amenities without stepping outside. Feng Lan Chu, seeking solitude, had chosen a standalone villa, conveniently allowing for Jiang Anzhi's discretion. By the time they arrive at Gui Lai Chu Shitian Yuan, it's already 4 in the afternoon. Jiang Chue Jiao is overjoyed, thrilled to be traveling with his parents for the first time. Once they arrive, Feng Lan Chu busies herself with unpacking, while the father and son head to the swimming pool to play. When Feng Lan Chu emerges with fruits and snacks, she finds Jiang Anzhi teaching Jiang Chue Jiao how to swim. The little boy, fearless and buoyant in his floatai, splashes around in the water. Jiang Anzhi's well-defined physique, highlighted by the sunlight, radiates an aura of masculinity. Feng Lan Chu can't help but indulge in a moment of playful admiration before calling out, Come over to recharge with some energy if you're tired. The two continue to blissfully enjoy their time in the water, particularly Jiang Chue Diao, who is so engrossed that he hardly lifts his head. Amen. Feng Lan Chu muses to herself, feeling a twinge of loneliness as she quietly exits to prepare dinner. She remains puzzled as to why the situation has escalated to Jiang Anzhi accompanying them to the farm stay. Nonetheless, the presence of a father is undeniably crucial for a boy. Since Jiang Anzhi is willing to be present, she sees no reason to object. Following the original plan, they will have a barbecue tonight. In the kitchen, Feng Lan Chu skillfully prepares the meal. Before long, Jiang Chue Diao bounces in, exclaiming, Mom, I'm so hungry. When do we eat? First, go take a shower and change clothes. You'll be able to eat soon. Okay. The little boy obediently turns and runs off. Moments later, his voice can be heard calling for his dad to help with his bath, prompting Feng Lan Chu to chuckle and shake her head. Chapter 79. A family of 3 barbecuing in the courtyard is a beloved family activity. After Feng Lan Chu sets the ingredients on the table, Jiang Anzhi takes on the role of the chef, confidently firing up the grill. Meanwhile, Feng Lan Chu and Jiang Chue Diao enjoy fruits in anticipation. Mom, will I be on television? Jiang Chue Diao innocently asks, resting his chin on his hands. Why? Feng Lan Chu zet pun, taken abak. Jiang Anzhi, understanding his son's intention, simply smiles and says, This trip is our secret. Only the 3 of us will know. The little one seems to think this outing is akin to the show Jia Yuan, Shou Huzhe. Feng Lan Chu realizes this and gently pats his head, saying, You're still young. Let your father and I handle the responsibilities of earning a living. Jiang Chue Jiao pouts, I'm not that small. I just may not be as big as you. Upon hearing this, Feng Lan Chu laughs heartily, embracing him. My son is truly adorable. The warm dinner unfolds under the night sky, with the summer breeze, fragrant barbecue, vast starry expanse, and a blissful family, weaving together the happiest of moments. As night falls, Zhu Mingming calls, "Where are you, big sister? No one is at your house." "I'm at Gui Lai Chu," she with Chui Diao. "You're impressive. Amidst all this chaos, you still find time for a farm stay. You haven't lost your internet connection again, have you? What is happening?" Casting a glance at the film star, who is busy cleaning up, she wonders if there are rumors circulating again. "You've been targeted by the opposition." "Opposition?" Feng Lan Chu is at a loss, as she is not involved in the entertainment industry. "Have you offended anyone recently? What exactly is happening?" Feng Lan Chu walks into the living room, retrieves Jiang Chui Diao's tablet, and logs into Weibo, finding everything peaceful and undisturbed. Everything has been resolved, so there's likely nothing to see now. "I'll send you screenshots of the morning's news later." Zhu Mingming called merely to trace the source. Feng Lan Chu, unaware and uninformed, likely knows nothing. "You're the main character. Could you please be a bit more diligent?" This carefree attitude hardly does justice to the countless fans and netizens who worry about you. Feng Lan Chu is further perplexed. After hanging up, Zhu Mingming sends some screenshots, all of which are negative trending news about her. Zhu Mingming. These negative trends have been suppressed, leaving no trace online. So don't worry. I just want to let you know to be cautious and not fall into the traps set by ill-intentioned individuals. Feng Lan Chu carefully reviews the marketing account's messages, finding them increasingly amusing. Just then, Jiang Anzhi walks into the living room and catches sight of her chuckling at her phone. "What is so funny? It seems I have become a sensation for all the wrong reasons." Feng Lan Chu raised her phone, bewildered by the gossip fabricated by some trivial marketing account. "No need to pay it any mind," Jiang Anzhi remarked lightly. "Oh, you know about it too?" Feng Lan Chu exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Anzhi cast her a humorous glance, saying, "Only you remain unaware." Indeed, she seldom ventured online, but she felt a twinge of embarrassment for not being informed earlier, so she could join in on the gossip. "The matter has been resolved. I will invite you to gossip tomorrow," Jiang Anzhi concluded before heading off to find Jiang Chui Tiao to wash up. Feng Lan Chu, perplexed, scrolled through the web, trying to discern who had so much time on their hands to concoct such rumors about her. Ultimately, she had to concede defeat. In the vacation area, it was inappropriate to allow Jiang Che to sleep in the children's room. Jiang Che shared a bed with his parents, and the arrangement was clear-cut. "Dad and I will protect Mom. Mom sleeps in middle." Feng Lan Chu was rendered speechless. Jiang Anzhi nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 80. Apology. Jiang Chui Tiao quickly fell asleep, while Jiang Di sprawled chaotically, tossing and turning. Feng Lan Chu and Jiang Anzhi were pushed to the edges, shivering from the cold. "This guy's sleeping posture needs some serious adjustment," Jiang Anzhi remarked helplessly. "Indeed, it was a lapse in judgment," Feng Lan Chu replied solemnly. Having already endured several kicks, it was evident that rather than protecting her, they were attempting to assassinate her comfort. Suddenly, Jiang Anzhi rose beside her and lifted her effortlessly. As Feng Lan Chu felt the world spin, she was repositioned before she could even call out in surprise. "Sleep now," he said. Feng Lan Chu raised her eyes, blushing, and thought she could choose not to sleep. Jiang Anzhi, however, leaned down and kissed her. As they entwined, Jiang Chui Qiao, in a dream, chuckled foolishly, causing Jiang Anzhi's back to stiffen as he sighed quietly, stroking Feng Lan Chu's face. Urging her to sleep, "I have no intention of staying awake," she protested silently. The next morning, Feng Lan Chu awoke first. Jiang Anzhi lay flat in the middle, his left arm around her waist while his right arm was embraced by Jiang Chui Tiao. She felt as though she and Jiang Chui Tiao were mere ornaments hanging on the shoulders of the film emperor. Feeling guilty, she crawled out of Jiang Anzhi's embrace, thinking how pitiful it was for him to be squished by the two of them. Jiang Anzhi stirred slightly, but did not wake. Observing the father and son sleeping soundly, she quietly got up to prepare breakfast. Recalling Jiang Anzhi's mention of gossip today, she eagerly logged into Weibo for the first time. To her astonishment, the top trending topic was apology to Ms. Feng Lan Chu. Clicking in, she found several marketing accounts issuing apologies, all bearing similar content, expressing regret for the unfounded accusations of her being an unwed mother and tarnishing her reputation. The apologies were sincere and urgent, leaving Feng Lan Chu feeling bewildered. If that person were in front of her, she would surely wave her hand and dismiss them. However, the fans were less forgiving, crying and expressing regret only after being sued. Why didn't you think about the consequences beforehand? What is the point of an apology if the police are involved? You deserve it. Crying for help when you encounter a tough situation. Where was your apology when you slander my husband? Exactly. You owe Ms. Fong an apology, as well as all the celebrities you've previously maligned. Is it just me? Or does anyone else notice how extraordinary Ms. Fong's support is? It quickly hit the trending list, and now there's an apology statement. You all know too much. The online discourse was fervent, with some applauding, while others speculated about the forces backing Fong Lan-chu. Before long, Huaxiang University joined the fray, releasing a statement in support of Fong Lan-chu, asserting her academic excellence, integrity, and commendable reputation among peers. Most significantly, the statement declared that Fong Lan-chu's marriage was lawful and that the rumors of her being a mistress were entirely fabricated. A video was even produced, featuring interviews with her colleagues and students, all praising her. Overall, the negative trending topic surrounding Fong Lan-chu was entirely eclipsed. Suppressing a shiver, Fong Lan-chu watched the flattering video multiple times and suddenly noticed a clue. She discreetly messaged Zhu Mingming. "Sister, tell me, what did you and my mother-in-law do?" Zhu Mingming replied, "Oh, you figured it out? The video was filmed yesterday afternoon by me and Jiang Ma at the school. We intended to inform you afterward, but it fell through, so we handled it ourselves. We're your fan club's core members." But Aunt Jiang insisted on keeping her contributions hidden to spare you any psychological burden. Fong Lan-chu thought, no, she already has a psychological burden. Chapter 81. No need to worry. Fong Lan-chu's feelings at this moment were truly indescribable. Although the individuals in the flattering video were blurred, Professor Zhong's bald head and Professor Wang Bingbing's robotic flat top, along with her students of varying heights and builds, were simply hard to bear. Jiang Anzhi, aware of the day's arrangements, woke up early. Upon opening his eyes, he found a message from Xiao Chengge. The marketing account's apology statement has been released, but there's an unexpected twist. Xiao Chengge sent a video link. This is a video from Fong Lauscher's fan club. It seems the fans made it on their own. Fong Lan-chu has a solid grassroots support. Many netizens are voicing their support for her. We've also guided the major fans to take a stand, and it seems other groups are joining in as well. Currently, Anzhi fans, Cantonese cuisine supporters, and Xiao fans are all backing her. Investigate the source and eliminate any uncertainties, Jiang Anzhi instructed. Understood. Xiao Chengge was taken aback by Jiang Anzhi's assertiveness, as he usually remained indifferent to the negativity directed at him. After concluding the conversation with Xiao Chengge, Jiang Anzhi opened the video and, after watching for a while, suddenly displayed a peculiar expression. In the reflection of the glass in the flat-headed professor's lab, it seemed he caught a glimpse of his mother. Fong Lan-chu emerged with breakfast for the two, and Jiang Anzhi discreetly tucked away his phone. "Mom, are we still going to dig for bamboo shoots today? After we eat, we will go." "All right." In contrast to the weighty thoughts of the two, Jiang Tiao remained blissfully unaware of the external disputes, cheerful and unbothered. "There's something I need to tell you," Fong Lan-chu said after some contemplation, deciding it was best to explain her mother-in-law's involvement with the fan club. Jiang Anzhi nodded while eating. "It seems that my mother and my best friend did something rather unwise." Jiang Anzhi paused with his chopsticks, nodding in a way that suggested he was at a loss for words. "But you still don't know what it is," Fong Lan-chu thought inwardly. "No worries. My mother will handle the mess. My dad will sort it out." Jiang Anzhi reassured her. His father had the backing of one of the finest legal teams in Huaxia, so even if Jiang Ma stirred up a huge mess, it would still be manageable. Since her son was so nonchalant, she decided not to overthink it. Fong Lan-chu scheduled a bamboo shoot digging trip, and, after finishing breakfast, the three prepared to set off. Fortunately, the return trip was discreet, and she had arranged for an 11 o'clock schedule, greatly easing the film emperor's burden. Jiang Tiao carried a small shovel, trailing behind Jiang Anzhi, while Fong Lan-chu searched for bamboo shoots, and the father and son worked seamlessly together. In no time, they had dug up a small basket. "Grandma loves bamboo shoots. We'll deliver them to her tonight," Fong Lan-chu said cheerfully. "All right. I love giving gifts to Grandpa and Grandma. Last time, I gave them my favorite bamboo leaves, and they framed it and hung it on the wall. They treasure it dearly." After digging for bamboo shoots, they descended the mountain and returned home. Jiang Anzhi pressed the gas pedal, driving directly to Jiang Anzhi and Xiaozhu. Jiang Ma approached Feng Lan Chu, saying, "My little Chu, you've suffered. I don't know which heartless person spread such malicious rumors about you. You're a fine young lady, and we're not even in the entertainment industry. Why such spite?" Jiang Ma, speaking as she ushered her in, reassured her, "Don't worry. With me around, I've got your back. Take him down." Feng Lan Chu, holding fresh bamboo shoots, gazed blankly at Grandma Jiang as she entered, casting an innocent glance at Jiang Anzhi. "Am I too short? Grandma can't see me at all. Just eat more, and you'll grow taller." Jiang Anzhi comfortingly patted his head. Chapter 82. Those on holiday are the happiest, not to mention the robust support Feng Lan Chu received from Jiang Ba and Jiang Ma at Jiangxin Xiaozhu. Upon returning to school, she was further astonished by the actions of her fellow students. They gathered at the entrance of the biology department, shouting, "Teacher Feng, go for it. We support you. Goddess, you are our pride, and we will always stand by you." Feng Lan Chu was nearly frightened into retreat. Upon reaching her office, Professor Wang Bingbing suddenly chimed in, "Teacher Feng, don't be afraid. No matter how others criticize, I will always support you. Even if you were truly deceived, I will stand by your side." Feng Lan Chu, taken aback, stepped back 3 paces. Regarding the rumors about her husband being a recluse, she had heard whispers around the school, but she never expected everyone to unite in her defense rather than take the opportunity to disparage her. This unexpected solidarity moved her deeply. "First of all, thank you all for your tremendous support. I truly appreciate it. Secondly, rest assured, my husband and I are doing well, and I appreciate your concern." Professor Wang Bingbing felt a mix of joy and melancholy. Knowing the beauty was happy made him feel lonely, a sentiment difficult to articulate. As the trending topic faded into obscurity, the 3rd episode finally arrived. Jiang Anzhi, on holiday at home, witnessed for the first time his parents bringing fruits and snacks to watch a variety show. He silently exchanged glances with Feng Lan Chu. The couple quietly settled into a side 2-seater to accompany them. "Where did you go this time?" "Oh, don't spoil it. Let's watch together. I really like that teacher Zhuang Nan. He's so handsome, sunny, and reliable." Jiang Ma chattered on, and soon the opening theme began, prompting Jiang Ba to gently pat Jiang Ma's hand, signaling the start. Jiang Ma immediately silenced herself, focusing intently on the television. The 3rd episode of Home Guardians officially premiered, and the barrage of comments began to flood in. To her surprise, the dominating comments were not from Anji's fans or regarding Cantonese cuisine, but rather from a new group of followers calling themselves disciples, inspired by the Kunlun immortal master. "Ah, my darlings, I'm here. Little teacher Feng, I love you. I am your little disciple. Little teacher Feng, I'm here. I'm the disciple from Huaida. Disciples from Huaida reporting, guarding our best little teacher Feng. Whoa, is Feng Lan Chu the top star? Ha! Although it's truly hilarious, I have unexpectedly become a fan of the suddenly appearing little disciples. Little disciples, how are you? I am an Anji fan, but I also want to protect our best little teacher Feng." Amidst the lively atmosphere of the comments, the guests prepared to set off for their destination. The director asked the experts to share their favorite foods to avoid any culinary pitfalls for the stars, and the comments erupted in chatter, as if they were guests themselves. "I have eaten the air-dried yak beef from Kekexili. It's really delicious, not at all unpleasant. I've tried that yogurt. It was mediocre with a bit of strange taste. Ha ha ha. Can I say I find sashimi awkward? I have seen blood sausage. It was a nightmare. The person above must be exaggerating. I've eaten blood sausage in Yunnan, and it was not frightening. For those that don't eat innards, just passing through." As the host served blood sausage, Zhuang Nan savored it with delight, and the visuals were simply stunning. "Whoa, this is too much." I quietly put down my chicken leg. "Mom, I no longer have to worry about midnight snacks." Qinzhua murmured whether this scene could be aired, to which Anji cryptically replied that the director enjoyed this kind of content, sending everyone into fits of laughter. "Haha, my darling Anji is perceptive. Please unlock more exciting behind-the-scenes moments. Sorry, I'm a fan of Cantonese cuisine, but I'm dying from laughter. Are we seeing double emperors? Haha." On Weibo, the topically "you eats blood sausage" quickly surged in popularity. Observers quietly mocked. It's genuinely popular, and it truly is entertaining. Investing in this is a win, sisters. Chapter 83. The invitation to debut after lunch. The group rested briefly before embarking on a journey to see Tibetan antelopes. Teacher Feng's animal class went live, and fans were once again captivated. Whoa! A large outdoor lesson live stream. It's not too late to study hard and apply to little teacher Feng's school. Sister, you are not alone. This inexplicable adoration reached its zenith as Feng Lanchu pursued who was feeding the sheep. Qing's expression mirrors mine exactly. Ha, we VE cross variety shows. I feel like I've entered the realm of the Great Detective of Stars. Great Detective of Stars, check out Little Teacher Feng. I want to send Little Teacher Feng to debut. No one anticipated the topic sending Little Teacher Feng to debut would skyrocket. The Kunlun Immortal Master has transformed into a Detective Conan, who is more versatile than Little Teacher Feng. Ha, the person above is toxic, but I like it. Unaware of the situation, passers-by believed she was a new internet celebrity, only to realize, upon closer inspection, that this was the recently trending Feng Lanchu, whom the nation owed a teacher. As the banquet concluded, the director announced that they would sleep on the Big Kong, igniting excitement among the crowd. It's happening. I have waited a week for this iconic moment. Finally, it's here. In the footage, Qingjue rushed to the supplies team to fetch blankets, her little feet bouncing with joy. The production assistant urged her to hurry, as she was pressed for time. Qingjue sprinted with the blanket, and the cameraman quietly asked why she was in such a rush. Teacher Feng is too popular. I need to claim my spot before anyone else. What are you planning to do? Teacher Feng's bedtime stories must be fascinating. Haha. As Qingjue thought of something, she dashed off. Little did she know, upon reaching the Big Kong, Jiang Anzhi had already made himself comfortable beside Feng Lanchu. The editing team playfully added a thunderclap effect when Qingjue approached. Undeterred, Qingjue moved closer, only to be blocked by Jiang Anzhi's leg, leading to another thunderous effect. At that moment, Liu approached from behind, commenting on his teeth grinding. After enduring a third thunderclap from the editing team, Qingjue quietly retreated to a corner, feeling lonely and cold. Haha, why is Qingjue so pitiful? The film emperor and the television emperor sharing a bed. I'm dying. My goodness, there's too much content. I can't handle it. Am I the only one who thinks Little Teacher Feng and Anzhi are a perfect match? Little Teacher Feng belongs to everyone, but the double emperors belong to each other. I will ship them for a lifetime. I also think Little Feng and Anzhi are great together. Whoa, a scholar and a film emperor. Jiang Feng Yuhua is quite interesting. I refuse to listen. Anzhi is mine. No matter how you oppose. Anzhi and Li Yu are indeed sharing a bed. The main character chose this. What can you do? Long live the double emperors. The double emperor faction is celebrating. Double emperors sharing a bed surged to the top of the trending topics, remaining a hot discussion. Following the airing of the third episode, fans of the singular character and the double emperors clashed, with the latter singing celebratory songs as if the main characters had officially announced their relationship. Singular fans insisted on their own unique beauty. Amidst the rivalry of the two factions, a new force quietly gathered, swiftly garnering followers like wildfire. Auvergnite, a super topic émerged. Named Jiang Feng Yuhua. Chapter 84. The second wave of controversy, even more astonishing, was that she had no Weibo account. Whether praising or criticizing her, she showed no inclination to respond. It was akin to a hunger marketing strategy, piquing the curiosity of netizens and further enhancing their desire to follow her. The next morning, Zhu Mingming cheerfully opened Weibo, preparing to relish the compliments for Feng Lanchu, only to find a topic titled Teacher Feng Assaults Fu Qi trending at number 10. Upon clicking in, one is met with a video of Feng Lanchu forcefully pushing and shoving Fu Qi, accompanied by her incessant strikes. The comments flood in with disbelief and outrage. Is this really Teacher Xiao Feng? Is anyone up there even human? Your beloved has been harmed. Can I just say that Teacher Xiao Feng is quite skilled? Truly worthy of being a Kunlun master. Are those praising her out of their minds? Shouldn't such violent behavior warrant immediate banishment? Does she even deserve to be a teacher? And an expert, no less. Is it acceptable to assault a female celebrity without cause? The studio must conduct a thorough investigation and refuse to apologize. The assailant must face legal consequences. Fans of Fu Qi erupted in vitriol, while self-proclaimed guardians of online justice joined the fray, causing the topic to trend even higher. Meanwhile, within Feng Lanchu's support group, the core members were left bewildered, frantically consulting Zhu Mingming on how to proceed, with some wavering individuals hastily departing the group. Some, unable to contain their anger, engaged in heated exchanges, only to be met with scorn and ridicule. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhu Mingming calmly reassured them. Let us refrain from speaking out prematurely. Remain vigilant and wait for the right moment. Teacher Feng is not that kind of person. Her actions must have been provoked. We shall wait until the truth is revealed before we respond. The others echoed her sentiments. After several attempts, the phone was finally answered. Miss Feng, I am truly at a loss. You've neglected the online realm, and now you won't even answer your phone? She was in the kitchen. A deep, melodious voice resonated through the receiver. Zhu Mingming froze momentarily. Was it a man's voice? The renowned actor Jiang Anzhi? Hello, he greeted politely. I will fetch her for you. Then came the sound of rustling blankets. Zhu Mingming's mind conjured an image of the actor rising bare-chested from bed, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. She covered her nose and stammered, No need. I could just talk to you. After hurriedly explaining the situation to Jiang Anzhi, she ended the call. I can't believe it. I actually spoke with the actor. Her heart raced, pounding wildly. Despite being friends with the actor's mother, wife, and child, why was she still so flustered? All right, I must inform the actor's mother. With that thought, Zhu Mingming reached for her phone again. After hanging up, Jiang Anzhi opened Weibo to find the video of Feng Lanchu's altercation with Fu Qi had skyrocketed to the top of the trending searches. It was evident that the video had been deliberately edited to favor one narrative. Jiang Anzhi furrowed his brow. At home, Jiang's mother was enjoying breakfast, contemplating calling the driver to take her to their new residence, when Mingming's call interrupted her. After ending the call, her expression shifted dramatically as she rushed to find Jiang's father. Xiao Chu has clashed with that girl. Which girl? Jiang's father asked, bewildered as he continued his breakfast. Fu Qi. What? Jiang's father's eyes widened, and they both watched the video again. Why did Xiao Chu hit her? Jiang's father was perplexed. How would I know? I wanted to do that for ages. Could it be that Xiao Chu has discovered the truth? Chapter 85. The situation escalates. Jiang's father and mother were utterly baffled, unsure of when or why this incident had transpired. Why don't you call and ask? Jiang's father suggested tentatively. Do you think Anzhi knows? Jiang's mother inquired anxiously. What does it matter if he knows? He and Fu Qi are history. No matter what, he should support Xiao Chu, Jiang's father scoffed. I'll call the lawyer right now and have them suppress this. How dare they touch my daughter-in-law without considering the consequences? Just as he was about to dial, Anzhi's call came through. Dad, please don't get involved. Not get involved? Why wouldn't I care about my daughter-in-law's affairs? Jiang's father raised an eyebrow. Let me handle it, Jiang Anzhi said, rubbing his temples. How do you plan to resolve this? Jiang's father asked with suspicion. Are you going to use your usual cold approach? I cannot allow her to be insulted. Not for a single day. Jiang's mother nodded vigorously. Yes, son, if you can't handle it, let us. Was the last incident resolved by your father? Jiang Anzhi, feeling helpless, realized that suppressing the matter would be less effective than uprooting it entirely. Rest assured, I will take care of it. For now, just stay out of it. After concluding the call with his father, he unhurriedly contacted Xiao Chun. Meanwhile, Feng Lanchu was oblivious to the storm outside, happily harvesting vegetables with Jiang by her side. The fresh lettuce, glistening like green roses nestled in the soil, was being meticulously cut by Feng Lanchu while Jiang collected them in a basket. Jiang Anzhi observed his wife and child laboring from above, a slight smile gracing his lips. Life was tranquil, filled with simple joys. These two precious individuals were the ones he vowed to protect for a lifetime. As time passed, the video of Feng Lanchu's alleged assault remained at the forefront of trending topics, refusing to diminish. The internet became rife with critics, their derogatory remarks echoing loudly. Even the supportive videos once shared by the fan club were resurrected for mockery. What about those who supported her? Are they regretting their stance? She claims to be a professor, yet she conducts herself like a beast. Is her behavior not appalling? She should publicly apologize, quick to demand apologies from others. Yet when the tables turn, they cower. Was the fan club full of intellectuals? Why are they suddenly silent? They back down. If even the fans are attacked, what else can they do? Dissolve the Feng Lanchu support group, banish the beast Feng Lanchu, and dismiss Professor Feng Lanchu. As online vitriol reached a fever pitch, several prominent official accounts simultaneously released another video, this time filmed in a CAF, featuring a longer duration and comprehensive content. In the video, children played with ocean balls, and as Fu Qi passed by with her coffee, she was struck by a flying ball, causing her drink to spill. In a fit of rage, she summoned the children over and, without a word, forcefully threw the coffee in their direction. One of the youngest bravely stepped forward to shield the others from the majority of the spill. Although the children's faces were blurred, the timestamp on the footage indicated that it was the original video, unedited. The accompanying caption was succinct: unedited original video. Chapter 86. A public outcry. The original video swiftly overshadowed the trending topic regarding Feng Lanchu's alleged assault, climbing to the top of the charts. The online community erupted in a frenzy. Those who had previously faced ridicule began to rise in defiance. Justice will prevail. Our silence does not equate to cowardice. We are merely awaiting the moment of vindication. The truth will emerge, and justice will be served. Shouldn't those foul-mouthed fans issue an apology? We don't desire an apology. If she can treat children so poorly, what moral character can she possess? Fu Chi's notorious temper is well known within the industry. Hasn't her past misdeeds been exposed before? As events unfolded, not only did Feng Lanchu's supporters rally, but Fu Chi's fans also joined the fray, dredging up her past transgressions. The tide of public opinion shifted dramatically, casting Fu Chi as the target of collective ire. Jiang Anzhi glanced at the trending discussions on Weibo, choosing to disengage. He set his phone down and exited the room. Watching as Feng Lanchu faced ridicule, Fu Chi felt a sense of relief after days of frustration. However, her joy was short-lived when a link titled Original Video suddenly appeared, causing the narrative to shift entirely against her. Fu Chi was thrown into a state of panic. Hadn't that video been deleted? How could the recording studio attempt to undermine her like this? Just as she pondered this, her manager's call came in, unleashing a torrent of reprimands. Fu Chi, have you lost your mind? Why didn't you inform me before releasing that video? What are you going to do about this mess now? You could have expressed your reluctance earlier, allowing me to guide others. Your reckless behavior should at least have some boundaries. Why jeopardize something that was painstakingly resolved? Now, what solution do you propose? Amidst the manager's scolding, Fu Chi's eyes brimmed with tears as she claimed ignorance of the situation, asserting it was not her doing. It better not be your fault, the manager retorted, eyes rolling skyward. I genuinely do not know. I am perplexed as to who set this trap to ensnare me. What should we do now? Regardless of whether you were involved, it is imperative to maintain your innocence, as you have no clarity on the matter. Shortly thereafter, Fu Chi's official Weibo account issued an apology statement. Dressed in a white dress and nearly barefaced, her red-rimmed eyes appeared pitiful as she faced the camera, delivering a heartfelt confession that resonated with many. Essentially, she explained that her startled disposition led to an accidental spill of coffee, which inadvertently harmed a child, for which she sincerely apologized. She vowed to be more cautious and to exercise restraint in her actions, inviting the media to supervise her. As for the widely circulated maliciously edited video, she claimed complete unawareness of it. The internet erupted in fervor. Acknowledging one's mistakes allows for improvement. Support Fu Chi. It wasn't intentional. My sympathy lies with Fu Chi. Please take care of your health. The comments here are amusing. Can they not distinguish between an accidental drop and a deliberate throw? Self-deception at its finest. If the principal is willing to weave a narrative, the fans will believe it. The coffee spill was real, and the lesson learned was genuine, but it is likely the video was not her doing. She has been targeted by rivals. The most pitiable is teacher Xiao Feng, who has been unjustly thrust into the limelight and criticized during this capital struggle. Regardless of whether it was orchestrated by rivals, Fu Chi's character is truly questionable. I stand with teacher Xiao Feng. The reprimand was warranted. My ever-transforming goddess, teacher Xiao Feng, has transitioned from detective to a chivalrous hero this week. Fu Chi's apology ascended to the top of the trending topics, drawing curious onlookers who overwhelmingly praised teacher Xiao Feng. Teacher Xiao Feng once again captured public attention. In addition to the online uproar, another realm was set ablaze, the elite circle of top entertainment managers. Sister Xiao Feng. Who exactly is teacher Xiao Feng? Does anyone know? Brother Xiao Wan. What are you aiming at? Brother Xiao Li. Need I say more? We wish to sign her. Sister Xiao Feng. Nonsense. Have you ever encountered a girl with such audience appeal? She frequently trends without any team marketing or packaging. Moreover, she possesses an innate charm, with fans forming support clubs autonomously. I refuse to believe you're not intrigued. Brother Xiao Lu. Our boss is also considering the possibility of engaging teacher Xiao Feng. Brother Xiao Chun, trembling in the corner, thought, could it be that our Xiao Chu has attracted the attention of talent scouts from the entertainment circle? Chapter 87. I will not engage in the entertainment industry, the group of managers urged Brother Xiao Wan, who finally arrived after much anticipation. I truly do not know, he replied. Sister Xiao Fong, that is rather unkind. Brother Xiao Wan, I genuinely have no idea. She was invited as a guest on Home Guardians by Director Zhao. I met her for the first time in the recording studio, and I heard she is an esteemed expert. Beyond that, I am unaware. Your friend's sister, Xiao Fong, has gone offline. Your friend brother, Xiao Lu, has gone offline. Your friend brother, Xiao Li, has gone offline. Brother Xiao Wan, what are these people up to? Brother Xiao Chun, they probably want to find Director Zhao. Your friend brother Xiao Wan has gone offline. Brother Xiao Chun, damn. Director Zhao is troubled, pondering how to shift the fans' focus from the gleaming stars to quality content. To address this issue, the little notebook has been filled with a plethora of trending topic names. Which trending topic should he purchase? As he grappled with this dilemma, the industry's foremost manager, Sister Xiao Fong, called. Director Zhao's eyes lit up. Could it be? Long time no see, Sister Xiao Fong. Director Zhao, it has been a while since we last spoke. How have you been? Same old, still busy with nonsense. Is that so? How polite, ha ha. As Sister Xiao Fong lavished praise upon Director Zhao, he was elated, but had yet to inquire about marketing strategies when she abruptly shifted the conversation. I wish to ask you something. Where did you unearth the treasure that is teacher Xiao Fong? Director Zhao, realizing the ulterior motive, thought the intention is clearly directed towards teacher Xiao Fong. After receiving a few more calls from prominent managers, Director Zhao's mood soured considerably. Just then, the fifth call of the day came in. He counted on his fingers and realized only Brother Xiao Chun was missing to complete the assembly of the 5 titans of the management world. Certainly, Brother Xiao Chun would soon arrive, eager to join the discussion. Director Zhao answered the call leisurely, only to be surprised that it was not Brother Xiao Chun. At this moment, Feng Lanchu and her family were preparing to take an afternoon nap when Director Zhao's call interrupted. Feng Lanchu glanced at Jiang Diao, who was on the verge of sleep, and silently communicated with Jiang Anzhi, its Director Zhao, before rising to answer the phone. Director Zhao, is teacher Xiao Feng busy? Feng Lanchu, no, I just have some free time. Director Zhao, the publicity department has informed me that there is a national interview variety show scheduled for this Saturday for our crew to promote. The stars have been directly notified through their managers, and since you do not have a manager, I am reaching out to communicate directly with you. Director Zhao, oh, you're too modest. Your topic's popularity is nearly rivaling the 3 major top-tier stars. You are the darling of our guardians. What would we do without you? But I lack experience. Feng Lanchu was at a loss for words. Director Zhao, teacher Feng, would you be interested in developing a career in the entertainment industry? Me? Yes, I have received several calls from top managers expressing interest in you. If you are inclined, I can facilitate an introduction. No. Feng Lanchu shook her head vigorously. I am untalented, unremarkable, and have children. Besides, I am far too old to be involved in the entertainment industry. Director Zhao, you underestimate yourself. Are you truly not considering it? Feng Lanchu continued to shake her head, grateful for Director Zhao's recognition and flattered by his kind words. After much insistence, she finally managed to quell Director Zhao's enthusiasm. Chapter 88. The support club's visit. Just after hanging up the phone, Jiang Anzhi emerged from the room, concern evident in his eyes. What happened? Director Zhao mentioned there is a variety show next Saturday. Jiang Anzhi raised an eyebrow. Are you eager for me to leave? Not exactly. This week, she was working, he was caring for their child, and her mother-in-law did not need to shuttle back and forth. This arrangement was quite pleasant. I will be leaving tomorrow. Oh, Feng Lanchu nodded, feeling a slight pang of disappointment. Jiang Anzhi did not notice her subtle emotions. Instead, recalling the agile girl from the video, he slightly raised his gaze, a hint of depth in his eyes. When did you learn martial arts? Feng Lanchu scratched her head. When I went to Africa. Did you use it in Africa? Not really. Feng Lanchu shook her head, explaining that she merely learned it for emergencies. It had not been necessary for any conflicts. That's good. Without warning, Jiang Anzhi reached out, gently pulling Feng Lanchu into an embrace. I hope you never have to use it. Suddenly being swept into a princess carry, or perhaps a rogue's embrace, Feng Lanchu's face flushed. Jiang Anzhi's strength was remarkable. Just as she was about to protest, the sound of the fingerprint lock unlocking interrupted them. Zhu Mingming and Jiang Ma appeared unexpectedly, startling Feng Lanchu nearly to the ground. What? All four were taken aback by one another's presence. I will be leaving tomorrow. Despite the late hour, Jiang Anzhi remained calm, demonstrating remarkable composure. Observing Feng Lanchu awkwardly extricate herself from Jiang Anzhi's embrace, Zhu Mingming's eyes sparkled with curiosity. My home guardian seems to be an extraordinary show. Not only has their relationship heated up, but what were they just about to do? How embarrassing. Cough, cough, Ming. Have you encountered any issues at the hospital? You seem to be as idle as if you were unemployed. As the director, I have a team of capable doctors. I merely need to guide them in the right direction. Feng Lanchu hurriedly greeted her guests, while Jiang Anzhi instinctively rose to fetch water from the kitchen. The simultaneous visit of the two could only suggest one possibility. Cautiously, Feng Lanchu inquired, "Is there some gossip circulating online?" Zhu Mingming and Jiang Ma exchanged glances, expressing their understanding that this young lady had once again lost her internet connection. Jiang Ma took the water from Anji's hands and asked, "Did you not inform Xiao Chu?" Anji replied nonchalantly, dismissing it as a trivial matter. Zhu Mingming and Jiang Ma exchanged another look, silently acknowledging that the incident involving the wife confronting her husband's ex-girlfriend had indeed made headlines, far from being a minor affair. Even Jiang Anzhi was aware of it. What could it possibly be? Feng Lanchu grew increasingly perplexed. Without needing further prompting from the two, she quietly picked up her phone and logged into Weibo. Unlike the last time, she had arrived just in time for the peak of the commotion. She was taken aback that her dispute with Fu Qi had become a topic online, and even more so by the maliciously edited video. Was Fu Qi out of her mind? Did she not fear that a genuine video would be released if she dared to post a fake one? Moreover, to be exposed and still feign ignorance was absurd. If Xiao Chun had not mentioned her dark past, perhaps people would have believed her, but with so many precedents, it was evident that she was indeed the culprit. This was nothing short of a desperate cover-up. Chapter 89. Cleverness backfires. Fu Qi truly brought this upon herself. Despite her public apology, she had once again tarnished her reputation. Feng Lanchu was utterly baffled as to why she would orchestrate such a scheme against her. "Are you all right?" Zhu Mingming's gaze darted between Feng Lanchu and Jiang Anzhi. One appeared indifferent, while the other wore a thoughtful expression, making it difficult to discern their emotions. Feng Lanchu meticulously put away her contemplative demeanor and clarified, "I did not intend to strike her." "No, you did well," Jiang Ma interjected, slamming her hand on the table, outraged that this venomous woman dared to throw coffee on her precious grandson. Fortunately, it was summer. Had it been winter, what if the coffee had been hot? "Sure, Auntie, please don't get worked up. Chu Tiao is still taking his afternoon nap." Zhu Mingming quickly soothed Jiang Ma. Jiang Ma, an educated woman known for her grace and composure, was evidently furious, a rare sight indeed. "Yes, please do not be upset. I've already defended Chu Tiao." Feng Lanchu added in an effort to calm her down. "Fu Qi is simply enchanted by the entertainment industry. She has fundamentally gone astray," Jiang Ma grumbled, noticing the peculiar expressions on Feng Lanchu and Zhu Mingming's faces, and quietly resolved to distance herself from Fu Qi for good. Jiang Anzhi, seemingly oblivious, quietly prepared tea for the two, refraining from interjecting. Zhu Mingming had intended to uncover some juicy tidbits, but was thwarted by Jiang Ma's arrival at the door and the unexpected presence of Jiang Anzhi in the house. With gossip out of reach, she could only engage in a casual visit. Meanwhile, Fu Qi, despite hastily recording an apology video, could not evade the loss of several endorsements. Having secured the script for Heartfelt, which had started off promisingly, all her efforts now seemed futile. Her manager was livid, incessantly blaming her for creating such a debacle. Yet, Fu Qi remained oblivious, fixated on the source of the video. "Did we not receive the original video? What is circulating online?" she questioned sharply. Her manager, equally exasperated, retorted, "Do you really think that asking others for the raw footage will yield anything? Why complicate matters that have already been agreed upon? If you waver, do you not think others will too?" Fu Qi frowned, still indignant. Her manager, frustrated with her obstinacy, exclaimed, "The show hasn't even aired yet. How many stars have lost their roles or had their faces replaced due to past controversies? Are you trying to hand your opponents an advantage?" Only when she learned that the film might be recast did Fu Qi truly panic. "But I recorded an apology video. What more can I do? I wish I knew." Her manager, feeling marginalized by top agents, had hoped to enter that circle through Fu Qi, but perhaps it was time to seek other opportunities. Who else could there be? either her rival or Jiang Anzhi, for the latter's family was well established. Observing Fu Qi's audacity in throwing the first stone with her video, she realized that retaliating with the original footage was justified. After some contemplation, Fu Qi begrudgingly acknowledged the logic, secretly resenting Jiang Anzhi for meddling. Her manager, sensing her expression, warned, "Do not engage in any more antics. The company has issued a final ultimatum. If you continue to act recklessly, you will be shelved." "Of course I will not," she replied, feigning compliance while secretly plotting her revenge. Her manager sighed in resignation, recognizing that this ambitious girl knew what she wanted and was willing to make sacrifices to achieve her goals, which was why she had forged a path for herself over the past decade. Chapter 90. Fans in Chaos Unbeknownst to Them. The fourth episode of Guardians of the Home had premiered. However, despite meticulous planning, they had overlooked that today was Friday, the day of the show's airing. The living room of Jiang Anzhi in Shaozhou was more extravagant than her own home, filled with snacks and the presence of uncles and aunts, creating an atmosphere akin to a festival. Overwhelmed, Feng Lanchu decided to use the excuse of preparing interview outlines to make her escape, leaving Jiang Chue Tiao downstairs to chat with relatives. Besides the eager relatives, fans of Guardians of the Home were also eagerly awaiting the fourth episode. In a brief period, the ups and downs of little teacher Feng had made her the focal point of excitement among the fans. "Oh, little teacher Feng, I'm here. Let us see what new breakthroughs our goddess has this time. Supporting my goddess with all my might." Wow, with this barrage of comments, one might think an international superstar is arriving. Teacher Feng, in my eyes, you're like the South's million-dollar talent. Amidst the fervent discussions, the main show began. Fans became restless, for in their eyes, as long as the main leads shared the screen, it was as festive as the new year. And any shared glances were akin to fulfilling family aspirations, not to mention sleeping in close proximity and sharing fruits. Upstairs, Jiang Feng Yuhua welcomes you. It's clearly the dual emperors that are more eye-catching. Anji has taken the bed from Yuga, all right. Is no one else shipping in Zhua? Upstairs is toxic. Upstairs is toxic. Upstairs is toxic. I am serious. Qin Zhua likes Anji, and Ji admires Yuga. Yuga is enamored with Zhuangnan. Zhuangnan confesses to Shige, and Shige exclusively favors teacher Feng. Come on, sisters, if you have more to say, share it. Ha ha ha, I'm losing it. What am I watching? The food chain in a cycle. The die-hard fans who would typically be merciless toward their rivals, surprisingly, did not emerge to claim anyone, as they welcomed the dawn in a harmonious state. Everyone greedily watched the cast's unadorned faces, praising each lead's beauty. Jiang Ma, beaming with pride before her aunts, exclaimed, "Look, is my Xiao Chu not beautiful?" The relatives nodded enthusiastically, knowing that, having gathered in her home, to say otherwise would be unthinkable. Alas, my son marrying Xiao Chu is truly a blessing he earned over 8 lifetimes. Jiang Ma continued to praise, grateful for her discerning eye that had singled her out from many girls years ago. Indeed, one must learn from your expertise in matchmaking. Her aunts nodded in agreement. Reflecting on their own children, some facing divorce and others delaying marriage, they found themselves quite troubled. Just look at Anji, successful in his career, happily married, and blessed with a lovely son. What a source of envy. The aunts, watching the couple on screen, expressed their sentiments as the show continued to air. The day's task consisted of collecting manure and harvesting herbs, and Jiang Yuzhua finally formed a team, much to the delight of fans. However, before they could celebrate, news of their manure collection task brought a wave of sympathy from the audience, shifting the mood from joyous reunion to feelings of pity and a desire to assist them. Not long after, Feng Lanchu quipped that there were tools for manure collection, whereas harvesting herbs required digging through it, and the viewers erupted in laughter. Ha ha, this is the reality, teacher Feng. Shiji's face has frozen. My heart aches for Shige. The master is still impressive. As the program approached its conclusion, this episode of Celestial Friendship topped the trending searches, with fans reveling in the camaraderie, while those seeking romantic moments searched diligently within the gaps, all thoroughly enjoying the experience. Chapter 91. Interview program. Early the next morning, Feng Lanchu set off for Yihai. The journey from Huaixiang to Yihai took over 2 hours by car. Jiang Ba arranged for a driver to take her, and Feng Lanchu graciously accepted and embarked on her journey. Upon arriving at the film studio, Feng Lanchu immediately spotted Qin Zhua's assistant waving at her. "Feng Laosher, this way. I'll take you inside." Qinghua had arrived a day early to rehearse for the opening dance, and inquiring about Feng Lanchu's arrival time in their group chat. He had sent his assistant to wait for her. With the assistant's guidance, Feng Lanchu effortlessly located the filming set of How to Zhua. Qinghua was already done with his makeup and hair. Upon seeing Feng Lanchu, he warmly embraced her and graciously offered, "Let me introduce you to the director and the host." Although young, Qinghua had skyrocketed to fame shortly after his debut and frequently appeared on various variety shows, making him quite familiar with the set of How to Zhua. "Hello, it is an honor to meet you," greeted the director and host enthusiastically. "Qinghua has been going on about how we must take care of you. I could almost develop calluses on my ears from his chatter," the director teased, while the host chimed in with praises. Their mutual flattery made Feng Lanchu feel somewhat bashful. "Have you reviewed the script and the process?" "Yes," Feng Lanchu nodded repeatedly. Having glanced over the general flow, which consisted of routine questions, interactions, and a few games of mutual understanding. After all, the spotlight was on Jiang Anzhi, while she and Zhuang Nan were merely there to fill the gaps. After exchanging pleasantries with the director and host, Feng Lanchu was then directed to the makeup room. She quickly became the most engaged participant aside from Qinghua. Once her makeup was complete, Feng Lanchu resembled a fairy, her long black hair elegantly curled. Dressed in a sophisticated apricot-colored gown, her bright eyes and radiant smile making her exceptionally beautiful. Qinghua and the others were momentarily stunned. Typically, the crew often faced rugged conditions during filming, yet Feng Lanchu looked stunning even without makeup. They were astonished by how striking she appeared when properly dressed, rivaling even the most glamorous of actresses. Before the recording began, Jiang Anzhi, Liu, and Zhuang Nan arrived, all seemingly coordinated to wear suits. After Qinghua completed the opening dance, the four tall gentlemen escorted Feng Lanchu onto the stage, making her appear as a princess surrounded by well-dressed princes. "We will be playing a QA game to test the mutual understanding among our guardians," the host announced with a smile, instructing the stage assistant to distribute white bards to the guests. "Who is the darling of the group?" "The darling?" Feng Lanchu glanced at Qinghua and quietly asked, "What does that mean?" "The most beloved and cherished member, the one everyone wants to take care of," came the reply. "Oh," Feng Lanchu nodded, swiftly jotting down her answer. When they revealed their answers, the results were as follows: Liu, Feng Lanchu Jiang Anzhi, Feng Lanchu, Qinghua, Feng Lanchu Zhuang Nan. Feng Lanchu, the host, was taken aback. "Everyone chose Feng Laoshi. Why is that?" Liu explained, "Because she is our wise star. Without her, our quality of life would undoubtedly suffer. So we must treat her well." Jiang Anzhi added, "Feng Laoshi is truly deserving." Qinghua, with a grin, stated, "As is well known, I am Feng Laoshi's little disciple." Zhuang Nan chimed in, "The team naturally must take special care of the girl, especially one as knowledgeable and capable as her. She deserves to be cherished." It was clear that Feng Laoshi was indeed the darling of the group, basking in their praises, leaving her feeling quite shy. Chapter 92. On the darling of the group, hearing the effusive compliments, Feng Lanchu felt her cheeks flush. They were exaggerating. No, it's not exaggerated at all. Feng Laoshi is truly remarkable. She shines in every episode, Qinghua boasted, eager to share his admiration. Now, I must remind you not to spoil anything." Liu interjected at the right moment. Qinghua immediately covered his mouth in mock alarm, warning, "Just watch the show, and you'll see." Seeing that there was little more to extract, the host turned to Feng Lanchu and asked, "And why did you choose Qinghua?" Feng Lanchu gestured towards Qinghua, saying, "Need I say more? Adorable and intelligent. He is the darling of the group." Qinghua smiled shyly, a rare moment of bashfulness. "All right, let's move on to the next question. Who is the laziest in the group?" The group exchanged glances, seemingly caught in a dilemma. While the name Su Rue floated in Feng Lanchu's mind, she hesitated. After all, she wasn't present, and it wouldn't be courteous to call someone out. Ultimately, they all sheepishly wrote down their own names. When the host prompted them to reveal their answers, they all displayed their own names. The room erupted in laughter, as a shared understanding of mutual support was evident. Feng Lanchu, who had played similar trust games during her time abroad, felt no apprehension but was concerned about not making a fool of herself. However, her teammates encouraged her, assuring her that it would be fine. With her eyes covered, she stepped forward. Crossing the balance beam was not difficult. By keeping a steady pace and testing her steps, she would not falter. As she extended her foot forward, The four tall young men below watched intently, with Jiang Anzhi issuing commands at each of her steps. Listening to Jiang Anzhi's instructions, Feng Lanchu carefully made her way to the end of the beam, where the boys formed a net and called out for her to jump. With determination, she leaped forward, and the boys caught her securely. With cheers surrounding her, Feng Lanchu removed her blindfold, feeling elated. The recording, which began at 4 p.m. and concluded around 10 p.m., finally came to an end. Since everyone was staying in Yihai that night before transferring the next day, they decided to go out for a late-night meal. As they exited the studio, Feng Lanchu was taken aback by the throngs of people outside. Suddenly, fans recognized their beloved stars and erupted in excited shouts. "Anzhi, darling. My husband. Anzhi, you've worked hard. Rest well. Chinjua's mom loves you. You go. Take care of your health. Little Feng Laoshe, you look beautiful. I came for you, little Feng Laoshe." Feng Lanchu was utterly astonished, never having imagined that one day, young girls and boys would come to see her, fervently proclaiming their love. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Anzhi gently nudged her from behind, prompting the dazed Feng Lanchu to get into the car. The fans, witnessing their interaction, erupted in further cheers. Before long, guardians of the home finished work together for dinner trended on social media, with netizens enviously commenting on their ethereal friendship. "Oh my goodness, today was totally worth it. Not only did I get to see Jiang Yuezhua together, but two expert teachers also showed up. Feng Laoshe is so adorably soft in person. She looks so cute in her sportswear. When we called out to her, she even widened her eyes in surprise." Exactly. If Anzhi hadn't nudged her, she might have forgotten to get in the car. "I initially came for Chinjua, but ended up being charmed by Feng Laoshe." Me too. Little Feng Laoshe is such a divine cutie. Chapter 93. A private gathering. Fans quickly uploaded videos of their encounter online, and it went viral, accumulating millions of views in no time. Typically, fans focus on their idols' fashion choices, their on-screen presence, and emotional states. However, today, the collective appearance of the Guardians astonished fans, especially as they left together, clearly heading for a gathering. Seeing their favorite idols making friends brought joy to the fans, who showered blessings on this enchanting friendship. The moment Jiang Anzhi nudged Feng Lanchu felt as celebratory as a festival for the fans, with those studying the dynamics replaying the video repeatedly. The slender, fair fingers lightly touched the delicate back, and Jiang Anzhi's gesture appeared so natural, while Feng Lanchu accepted it without hesitation. Later, this video became one of the iconic moments for many fans. Unbeknownst to them, they happily headed to a private club for hot pot. "How have you been lately?" Upon taking her seat, Zhuang Nin immediately inquired about the challenges of transitioning from an ordinary individual to a semi-celebrity in the entertainment industry. This transformation is particularly arduous, as everyone scrutinizes your every move under a metaphorical magnifying glass. However, we are not true stars. Once the fervor subsides, all will return to normal. Zhuang Nan's remarks were intended to console Feng Lanchu, who had been facing an unrelenting wave of negative trending searches. When Zhuang Nan first gained notoriety, she too experienced a similar fate. Even a simple outing for a bowl of noodles would lead to recognition. Although her situation was not as extreme as Feng Lanchu's, she had garnered a measure of fame, and every gesture drew attention. Now that the public's curiosity about her has waned, tranquility has returned. "Rest assured, the online criticisms do not significantly affect me," she reassured. The primary reason being that she is not a direct witness to the slander. Typically, she arrives late to the scene after the matter has been resolved, although she is the focal point. Her sense of involvement is akin to that of an observer enjoying the spectacle of others. Naturally, she hopes for an end to such negative publicity, as once the variety show concludes, they will each go their separate ways, and no one will bother her, a mere background figure. Xiao Feng, Yu and Fu Qi, Li Yu, are both esteemed actors. Fu Qi is a top-tier star, and naturally, they have collaborated and even won accolades as on-screen couple. Compared to Anzhi, Li Yu has shared more interactions with her. Due to specific circumstances, Li Yu and Fu Qi were unable to bond closely, yet they maintained a cordial public relationship. With the emergence of this incident, it was only natural for him to express concern. "We bear no grudges. It was merely a conflict that arose in the past," he stated, with the caveat that Fu Qi was unaware of Jiang and Xi's marriage to her. Li Yu paused before adding that Fu Qi is not easily provoked, so it would be wise to exercise caution in future encounters. His words could be interpreted as a subtle show of support for Feng Lanchu. Feng Lanchu felt a surge of gratitude. She had not anticipated such unwavering backing from her peers after only a few days of acquaintance. "Thank you, everyone," she expressed sincerely. "Let's set aside these discussions and enjoy our meal." Qingjue took the initiative to direct everyone's attention to the dining, and they promptly began to eat. Anzhi, seated beside Feng Lanchu, diligently served her dishes throughout the meal, and on occasion, she would offer him some of his favorite foods. Unfortunately, the three burly men across the table were engrossed in their own conversation, oblivious to the interaction between the two. Had there been a female present at the table, their exchanges would have been quickly noticed. Just as they were discussing the presence of women, Qingjue video called Wan Shishir. It appeared that Wan Shishir had just finished her commitments and, like the others, was made up for the occasion. Upon seeing the lively gathering enjoying hot pot, she exclaimed, "Ah, you lot, eating and drinking deliciously behind my back. Where is Shirgu?" Liu chuckled and inquired, "Just finished a meet and greet. Ugh, so exhausting. Why wasn't I invited to your gathering?" Feng Lanchu interjected, "You can still make it if you come now." Wan Shishir replied, "I'm in the capital. Where are you all? If you're in the same city, I can be there in a flash." Crap, the call dropped, she lamented, feeling frustrated over her unrequited affections. In the bustling first-tier city of Yihai, Jiang Anzhi, a prominent figure, dared not be overly indulgent and arranged for Uncle Xiong, John's father's driver, to pick up Feng Lanchu. After completing his 4 o'clock flight, Jiang Anzhi headed straight to the airport. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and the fans of Home Guardians were elated. They were thrilled to watch the updates on Friday and a special episode on Saturday, relishing the joy of double releases. In the 5th episode, the Guardians reunited in Kekexili. Aside from Zhuang, Nan donning her usual camouflage, the rest of the group was clad in uniform attire resembling salted egg superheroes. The director, in a moment of difficulty, requested they remove their masks, prompting a flurry of laughter in the comment section. The viewers began to speculate about the origin of the outfits and their potential connections. After thoroughly discussing the costumes, they finally turned their attention to the episode's featured guests. While many expressed their reluctance to see Shirgu depart, it was ultimately futile. When the stunning Su Rui made her appearance, the comments exploded with excitement from her fans, affectionately dubbed bees, who tirelessly buzzed around their flower, showering her with praise. Regardless of whether Su Rui was on screen, her supporters fervently promoted her name. The moment she appeared, a wave of effusive compliments ensued, leaving onlookers unable to suppress their envy, though they refrained from vocalizing their critiques due to the decorum of the comment section. As the episode of Home Guardians progressed, it finally triggered its first negative trending search, Su Rui slacking. Viewers flocked to mock her, and the once prominent Su Rui, who had solidified her status with White Rose, was on the brink of jeopardizing it all. Su Rui's statement of distress resonated with her fans, who lamented, "My dear Rui, my heart is shattered." They criticized her agency for scheduling such a taxing itinerary in high-altitude conditions. With the support of her fans, the internet began to collectively ridicule Su Rui's perceived shortcomings. Watching from home, Su Rui wished she could disappear. Her fans' incessant chatter was more detrimental than beneficial. As the program continued with fervor, they transitioned to physical training in the afternoon, with the captain and Zhuang Nan demonstrating alongside the guests, leaving the fans too captivated to focus on anything else, engrossed in their admiration. My dual emperors are undoubtedly true love. They've teamed up again. The comments buzzed with excitement, as their movements hinted at a playful camaraderie. Zhuang Nan executed a shoulder throw, while the two emperors exchanged affectionate gestures, drawing cheers from the audience. Amidst the lightheartedness, a playful exchange ensued, with Qingjue, who had fallen to the ground, shamelessly approaching Xiaofeng, requesting a turn at the playful antics, resulting in a swift counter by Xiaofeng. The lively atmosphere filled with laughter and adoration, as viewers delighted in the combination of charm and skill that unfolded before them. I am a fan of Anzhi, but I am also quite eager to witness how Feng Lanchu falls. What a curious affair. It seems I'm not alone in this sentiment, as the sister above me has echoed my thoughts. Speaking of which, has anyone else noticed that Anzhi has not been in the best of spirits today? The entire day has felt rather gloomy, with only a fleeting smile appearing just moments ago. My heart aches for my beloved Anzhi. Thus, today as second trending topic, Feng Lanchu can fight, has surged once more, overshadowing Su Rui's discussion. Finally, we have returned to a more normal trending topic. I have become a devoted follower of Xiaofeng Laoshir's trending news. I must read it every time it appears. The term trending follower is rather amusing. ISNT it? Upon seeing the small cushion prepared for Feng Lan Chu by Qin Zhua, everyone erupted in laughter. It is undeniable that Qin Zhua is Feng Laoshir's #1 disciple. He truly adores Xiaofeng Laoshir. However, I do not harbor any jealousy. My Anzhi excels in archery and horseback riding. I must revisit the first episode. I am unable to progress any further. It is so hard to let go. Until next week, sisters. We shall meet tomorrow, sisters. As long as I can pause quickly, it shall never come to an end. Chapter 96. The Paradise of Fan Circles. This weekend is destined to be a celebration for the fans of Jia Yuan Shou Hu Jia. The 5th episode has just concluded, and the trending topic remains active. The next day, the promotional debut of How to Dang has also begun airing. When Feng Lan Chu appeared in a lovely little dress, arm in arm with Jiang Anzhi and Li Yu, the fans erupted with excitement. They have finally arrived, treading upon starlight. Xiaofeng Laoshir is truly adored by all. Did Xiaofeng Laoshir save the world in a past life? I am so envious. I wish to inhabit Xiaofeng Laoshir's spirit. Li Yu and I, much like Anzhi, are merely there to observe. Qin Zhua nodded in agreement. He feels the same. I find myself devoid of any spotlight. The fans immediately countered with comments. No, darling. Your presence is the greatest contribution. You have made Kiki Shili even more beautiful. As long as you are there, what else needs to be done? I would offer you the entire world. It seems everyone is quite indulgent towards Xiaofeng Laoshir. Indeed, I felt it too. Xiaofeng Laoshir is the cherished one. Anzhi commanding Xiaofeng Laoshir is incredibly handsome. So much boyfriend energy, it brings a sense of security. Xiaofeng Laoshir is truly brave, charging forward without hesitation. Yes, sisters, I was there that day. I saw them share the same vehicle. Sisters, hurry to Weibo. Yugo and Xiaozhi will have shared photos from their gathering. Upon hearing this, everyone rushed to Weibo to observe. On Weibo, Li Yu posted a series of hot pot photos with the caption, "A gathering of the Guardians, looking forward to next week's reunion." The images captured everyone around the hot pot, smiling and laughing, the atmosphere delightful. Qin Zhua promptly retweeted it. Haha. Today I also successfully secured a chance to sit alongside Feng Laoshir. The netizens quickly noticed the seating arrangement. Li Yu, Zhuang Nan, Qin Zhua, Feng Lan Chu, Jiang Anzhi. Wasn't he Feng Lan Chu sitting next to him? This brought great amusement to all who commented. The steadfast Feng Laoshir and the ever-flowing stars. Xiaozhi's daily pursuit of stars is quite right. Seeing Qin Zhua feels like witnessing my own star-chasing endeavors. Even Jiang Anzhi, who seldom posts on Weibo, made a rare retweet. His caption read, I too have succeeded. The fans went wild. What? My darling is also pursuing Xiaofeng Laoshir. Alert! The crisis alarm has been sounded. Xiaofeng Laoshir is undoubtedly a global superstar. Even my idol is secretly chasing stars. Haha, the one above is killing me. What benefits do you gain from this? Jiang Anzhi's comment not only sent his fans into a frenzy, but also delighted the fans of Jiangfeng Yuhua. Wow, the movie Emperor is being so overtly suggestive. ISNT this a declaration of ownership? Dare to make it official. The Civil Affairs Bureau should come over and lock this down. I'll swallow the key. Voices on the internet are diverse, yet the overall trend continues to develop positively. Director Zhao, holding his phone, is overwhelmed with mixed emotions, his eyes brimming with tears. Is there not a certain charm in the themes of public security personnel this week? How frustrating. Chapter 97, The Final Gathering. Following the airing of How to Dang, Jiang Anzhi and his companions have acquired a new nickname, the Guardians of Sweetheart. What a curious title. Is the term sweetheart referring to me? Feng Lan Chu harbors an ominous premonition. With a smile, she nods. The Guardians are four strapping young men, while the sweetheart is Feng Lan Chu. She is utterly speechless. Today marks the final assembly of the group in Guarmu. Before departing, the official account of Jia Yuan Shou Hu Jia collected messages or questions from fans directed towards the Guardians. On the way to Guarmu, they presented the question cards. After showing Feng Lan Chu the team nickname, they finally got to the heart of the matter. Xiaofeng Laoshir, you shall now face the heart-throbbing 10 questions set by the fans. To ensure each question is heartfelt, please join me in making a pledge. A pledge? Feng Lan Chu looked bewildered. Must it be so serious? With a solemn nod, Director Zhao insisted. Feng Lan Chu obediently nodded, reciting each line. After completing the pledge, Feng Lan Chu was taken aback. Was this level of seriousness truly necessary? How terrifying. It's all right. You aren't part of the entertainment circle. So the variety show gods cannot dictate your actions. Not wishing to see her frightened, I offered comfort. That is true. Let us proceed. All right. Who do you think is the most handsome in the team? Is this even a question? Everyone is quite handsome. Feng Lan Chu scratched her head. Please pay attention to the question. Who is the most handsome? Well, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Feng Lan Chu continued to joke, noticing the increasingly raised eyebrows, and finally answered honestly. Jiang Anzhi. If Jiang Anzhi and Qin Zhua fell into the sea, whom would you save? Feng Lan Chu frowned in exasperation. You expect me, a fragile woman, to rescue two strapping men? They ought to learn to swim themselves. No objections there, I nodded, signaling for the next question. Do you have someone you like? I'm married. What do you think? Unable to counter, I wiped my brow and pressed on. When was your last kiss? I am married, you tell me. Feng Lan Chu continued to dodge the questions. What kind of person is your husband? He is gentle, patient, good with children, and very handsome. What situations in life are unacceptable to you? I cannot tolerate things I cannot control. What brings you joy? What brings me happiness? What is the message you wish to convey to your fans? Thank you. If the earth were about to be destroyed, what would you wish to do? I would curse. Please recommend Jia Yuan Show Huzhou to your friends in one sentence. Jia Yuan Show Huzhou is a fantastic show. Do not miss it. Congratulations, Feng Laoshi, for completing the questions. The audience erupted in applause. Were the questions truly this simple? I expected inquiries about my husband or where he works. Feng Lan Chu Non Jalen Glapet Along. Speaking of which, are these questions not typically reserved for stars? As a mere consultant, why must I partake in this? Is there anyone who even cares? Feng Lan Chu Thai Set An I Badao. Wearing a look of disbelief. I thought you could not come up with anything substantial and thus settle for these peculiar questions to brush things off. Chapter 98. The Young Fan at Work. As they engaged in awkward small talk, the vehicle gradually arrived at the familiar hotel. To her surprise, there were quite a few fans outside the hotel, some even holding banners of Feng Lan Chu. After stepping out of the car, several fans eagerly approached her. Xiao Feng Laoshi, you are so beautiful. This is your last episode. Give it your all. Where did you all come from? Feng Lan Chu was genuinely surprised, noting that most of them appeared to be in their early 20s and wondered if they were still in school. We came from the neighboring city just to see you. Yes. You look even more beautiful in person than on television. Feng Lan Chu, adopting a maternal tone, kindly advised them. The young fans, moved yet nodding, expressed their eagerness to depart shortly. After repeated reassurances, Feng Lan Chu finally made her way to the hotel. Before long, a video documenting her arrival at work was posted in her fan forum, showcasing Feng Lan Chu's amiable and radiant demeanor. I am utterly enchanted. Teacher Xiao Feng is truly gentle. Not only did she converse with us, but she also stood with us for quite some time, constantly worrying about our safety and urging us to be cautious. How touching. Indeed, she was remarkably patient throughout, resembling a kind teacher. I adore her even more now. I envy the sisters who went to greet her. I too wish to meet teacher Xiao Feng. I have resolved to apply to Huaida next year. I will certainly get to meet her then. I am indeed from Huaida. However, teacher Xiao Feng only mentors graduate students, not undergraduates. Teacher Xiao Feng is amazing. Wow, could we have a few more sisters? I want to see more. My senior said teacher Xiao Feng's child is very adorable. She occasionally brings him to school, and the students all adore him. I wish to see. I'm even more eager to attend Huaida's sisters upstairs. Please respect privacy and refrain from prying into teacher's family. Yes, I apologize. I will delete it immediately. The atmosphere in the fan forum was harmonious. Shortly after Feng Lan Chu's arrival, Jiang Anzhi also appeared, and surprisingly, they were the first to arrive. However, amidst the public gaze, it was not appropriate for them to interact. Instead, Xiao Cheng hurried over. Teacher Xiao Feng, it's been a while. Indeed, it has been a while. Feng Lan Chu, perceptively understanding Xiao Cheng's feigned unfamiliarity, seamlessly engaged in playful banter. How did you know? Feng Lan Chu was taken aback, She had indeed received several calls from talent agencies, but had little interest, dismissing them after brief conversations. What are your thoughts? What thoughts? Are you interested in entering the entertainment industry? Recently, many people have inquired about this, including even my grandmother, who said she would invest immediately if I showed interest in debuting. Feng Lanchu chuckled. I truly am not suited for that, nor am I interested. Anzhi also mentioned you aren't interested, but I remain hopeful and wish to ask again. Xiao Qing shook his head regretfully. If someone had approached me at 17 or 18, perhaps there would have been a chance. At this age, you understand our circumstances. Feng Lanchu glanced at Jiang Anzhi, who pretended not to know them from a distance. If we were discovered, we would both be out of work. Thus, we cannot put all our eggs in one basket. If Anzhi loses his job, I would still have to support the family, wouldn't I? This absurd theory left him speechless. Chapter 99. The contest of groups. After waiting for half an hour, the entire team of Guardians of the Sweetheart finally gathered. The opening venue was the grand conference room of the hotel, beautifully adorned with a touch of prairie charm. Li Yu surveyed the surroundings and couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of the final episode, "Look at this extravagant expenditure." Director, are we recording here today? Qin Zhuo joined in the banter. The director, smiling, replied, "You all have high hopes. Today we are embarking on our culminating battle. Thank you for your unwavering support throughout this journey. First, let us welcome our guest for this episode." As he spoke, everyone turned their gaze towards the entrance, and soon a familiar figure made his way inside. The tall, robust figure with a genial smile was none other than Captain Gongbu. Captain. No one was more excited than Zhuang Nan. Greetings, everyone from Zhuobu. It is wonderful to see you all again. Captain Gongbu performed a traditional Tibetan greeting. Our guest this episode is Captain Gongbu. The director confirmed with a nod. With Captain Gongbu here, does that mean this will be a challenging episode? This time, we will be following in the footsteps of Suinandaji. However, we will divide into two groups. One group will travel by vehicle, while the other will trek on foot. On foot, the crowd's eyes widened. This episode will feature experts joining the fray. Feng Lanchu was speechless. It was indeed befitting of the final episode. Zhuang then shook his head in exasperation. How will we travel on foot? Even Jiang Anzhi, who typically complied, could not help but express doubt. The director cleared his throat, attempting to overlook their dissatisfaction. Considering everyone's physical condition, we won't overly challenge you. The starting point is the hotel, and the destination is Kunlun Mountain Pass. Along the way, we have set up 5 checkpoints, each with a challenge. Completing a challenge allows you to board the vehicle. Failing means you must walk. So the outcome of the first round isn't definitive. Precisely, there is an opportunity for a comeback. Director Zhao smiled mysteriously. Now, let us proceed to the group division. We will draw lots to determine the teams. Hesitantly, Feng Lanchu approached to draw her lot, revealing a green slip. Ha! I'm teamed up with Teacher Feng again. Qin Zhuo exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Feng Lanchu's green slip. She glanced at the yellow team members and silently sighed. It seemed they were destined to share the same path. Huh? Teacher Feng, are you subtly implying that I am weak? Qin Zhuo's eyes widened. Of course not. Feng Lanchu shook her head. I am merely indicating. Anzhi, please say something fair. The opponents are indeed formidable. Jiang Anzhi nodded in agreement. Feng Lanchu surveyed the almost fully energized trio from the Ding Sheng team, feeling a pang of despair. No worries. While we may lack physical strength, we possess sharp minds. Qin Zhuo reassured himself. What do you mean? Qin Zhuo was puzzled. The director, overhearing Anzhi's words, silently looked to the heavens, indicating he was oblivious to the context. Feng Lanchu suddenly realized they were aiming for a 4th-place finish to secure a 3rd. Yes, Anzhi confirmed with a nod, observing the two come to a silent agreement. Qin Zhuo wore a bewildered expression, thinking, why does it feel like I cannot comprehend? We are all on the same side, so why are they suddenly speaking in riddles? With the groups determined, the director commenced with the first task of the day, archery. Both teams assessed each other's strengths with keen vigilance. Chapter 100. The contest of marksmen when it comes to horseback archery, the Tibetan youths are undoubtedly skilled. In this arena, Captain Gongbu would claim 2nd place, as none would dare to claim 1st. However, Anzhi's prowess should not be underestimated either. With both teams fielding heavyweights, the remaining competitors were left to contend among themselves. Zhuang Nan, a Special Forces veteran, had impeccable aim, while Li Yu, having starred in numerous period dramas, was no stranger to archery. In contrast, Anzhi's team consisted of a girl, and a young boy. Can you manage? Although Anzhi addressed the group, his gaze was fixed on Feng Lanchu. She shook her head helplessly, knowing her aim could not compare to Zhuang Nan's. I have never handled a bow. Qin Zhuo raised his hand, admitting his lack of experience as well. No worries. Just give it your best shot. Losing is not the end of the world. Anzhi encouraged the two. The first leg from the city was relatively smooth, and there was no harm in letting the first round go. The two nodded in agreement. The hotel boasted a private equestrian arena, and as the group moved to the horse grounds, they found archery targets and horses prepared for them. Director, are we really doing this? Rest assured, everyone. Director Zhao replied with a grin, stroking his chin. He was quite conscientious. We have two options. One is to shoot directly at the target and score points based on accuracy. However, if you choose to shoot while riding, you can earn an additional 10 points. Is this really a choice? The group collectively expressed their disbelief. Without hesitation, Anzhi mounted a horse to shoot. With long legs draped over the horse's back, he remained calm and composed, drawing his bow with ease and releasing it, the arrow striking true at the bullseye. 10 points. The crowd erupted with cheers. Captain Gongbu seemed to be inspired by this impressive display and confidently approached, effortlessly leaping onto his horse and scoring a bullseye as well. Both achieved perfect scores, setting a strong precedent for their teams. Qin Zhuo was next. Opting for caution, he chose to shoot from the ground. Having practiced for a short while, he knew his aim would not rival Anzhi's or Gongbu's, but he was confident he would at least hit the target. Sure enough, his arrow found the 6-ring mark, earning him 6 points. He shook his head in disappointment, but Feng Lanchu and Jiang Anzhi offered their encouragement, assuring him he had done well. The yellow team was soon to face Zhuang Nan. Zhuang Nan was exceptionally skilled in archery, yet for the sake of his team's victory, he chose to take the risk of shooting arrows while riding a horse. The horse galloped, and despite not perfectly controlling his strength, he managed to hit the 6-ring, accumulating a total of 16 points when combined with his riding score. This resulted in a 10-point gap between the two groups. Feng Lanchu made her entrance, and Anzhi quietly observed her, feeling that the outcome was inconsequential and urging herself not to feel pressured. Rest assured, I will take care of it. No one anticipated that Feng Lanchu would also opt to ride. With her bow slung on her back and holding the reins with one hand, she gracefully leapt onto the horse, reminiscent of a swift swallow in flight. Her agile movements caught everyone's attention. Captain Gongbu generously praised teacher Xiao Feng for her impressive skills. Clearly a seasoned rider, Jiang Anzhi was equally surprised by Feng Lanchu's horsemanship. Her poise rivaled that of an expert. Her brilliance brought a subtle smile to his lips. Truly a treasure of a girl. Having spent 3 years in Africa, Feng Lanchu was no stranger to horseback riding or various modes of transportation. For her, riding was not particularly challenging, but archery while on horseback was a novel experience. After aiming a few times, she decisively released the arrow. A gentle breeze caressed her hair, and her long eyelashes fluttered as she maintained a composed gaze. The arrow deviated slightly from the bullseye, but still landed in the 9-ring, bringing her total to 19 points, allowing her to surpass her opponent. The crowd erupted in applause. With a smile, Feng Lanchu dismounted, and Jiang Anzhi stepped forward to assist her, while the green team celebrated joyously with high fives. My teacher Xiao Feng is simply the best. Chapter 101. Glory in defeat. This put considerable pressure on Liu. After a moment of hesitation, he stepped forward, only to surprise everyone by not choosing to ride. If he had ridden, as long as he didn't miss the target, victory would have been assured. Liu glanced at the sky and then at the ground, finally playfully winking at his opponents, pondering what was so exciting about an obvious victory. I have decided to take a risk. Yuge is so handsome, Qin Zhuo exclaimed with delight. Since Yuge was willing to take it easy, they readily agreed. Liu flashed a charming smile at everyone and then drew his bow to shoot. The entire process took less than a minute, almost playful in nature. However, the arrow landed squarely in the red center. Qin Zhuo and Feng Lanchu were taken aback, while Jiang Anzhi had anticipated this outcome. Ah, what good fortune! Liu sheepishly scratched his head, saying, Teacher Xiao Feng, I'm so sorry. The director announced that the yellow team narrowly won by a single point, securing the opportunity for the first leg of the journey. Feng Lanchu's group had already prepared for the possibility of losing the first round, so when the results were revealed, there was not much emotional fallout. However, she couldn't help but view Liu in a new light. Just now, Yuge was playing the fool, wasn't he? Feng Lanchu teased. Indeed, he deliberately lulled us into complacency. I thought he was going to let us win, Qingjue replied indignantly. Li belonged to a riding and archery club in the imperial capital, Jiang Anzhi explained leisurely. So he's a professional. Qingjue gasped in surprise. Yuguo's popularity is not solely based on his looks. Anzhi patted Qingjue on the shoulder, saying, "You have much to learn." Qingjue nodded in agreement, realizing the truth in those words. Initially, he thought that outstanding singing and dancing would be enough to gain fame, but as his status rose, he encountered more and more things he didn't know. Just look at Jiang Anzhi and then at Liu. It has become evident that to succeed in the entertainment industry, one needs not just luck, but also substantial skills as a foundation. All right, let us set off quickly. Feng Lanchu also urged the day's Qingjue. They waved goodbye to the three departing in the vehicle and embarked on their journey. The sun over Guermu was scorching, with intense ultraviolet rays. The trio walked in unison, donning hats, masks, and sunglasses, shielding themselves thoroughly. After a short while, they encountered a group of motorcyclists resting by the roadside. Jiang Anzhi glanced at the heavy motorcycles, approached them silently, and greeted the others with familiarity. The onlookers, including the photographer, were taken aback. Are these Anzhi's friends? Qingjue looked at Feng Lanchu in confusion. I am equally puzzled, she replied, understanding the situation. Qingjue joined her in greeting. Hi, brothers, long time no see. The motorcyclists wondered who these overly familiar newcomers were. There were 7 motorcycles in total, and they planned to tour Qinghai, Tibet, with their next stop conveniently being Kunlun Mountain Pass. Anzhi engaged in cheerful conversation with them. And not only did the motorcyclists agree to give him a ride, but Anzhi also secured a motorcycle for themselves. Ultimately, Anzhi rode with Feng Lanchu, while motorcyclists took Qingjue along as they prepared to set off. The 3 accompanying cameramen were in a panic, asking, "What about us? Help us." Qingjue, feeling a sense of triumph, looked up. No one expected that the once pitiful walking team had transformed into a stylish motorcycle brigade. Initially, Feng Lanchu held onto the back of the motorcycle to avoid drawing attention, but as Jiang Anzhi revved the engine and accelerated, she found herself clutching his slender waist, constantly reminding him, "Slow down, my life is precious. Don't be reckless at high altitudes." Jiang Anzhi smiled slightly, a rare glimmer of mischief crossing his face. Chapter 102. Second Station Challenge to Reduce Wind Resistance. Feng Lanchu tightly grasped the fabric around Jiang Anzhi's waist. The scenery beside the road blurred into streaks, and the wind threatened to unseat her. Yet, leaning against Anzhi brought her unparalleled reassurance, as if he possessed the ability to steady her very soul. Unexpectedly, she realized that she had subconsciously come to trust him deeply, willing to entrust her safety entirely to him. Was this an indication of affection? She was momentarily stunned, jolted back to reality by a sharp turn. Shaking her head, she silently criticized her wandering thoughts and continued, "Jiang Yi, slow down. My life is paramount." In no time, they arrived at the Shitan, a crucial rest stop for entering Kekexili, where many replenished their supplies. Just as Liu's group arrived, a large convoy of motorcycles approached. The lead motorcycle screeched to a halt in front of them, and the rider dismounted gracefully, lifting a female passenger off the back. As they removed their helmets, it turned out to be Jiang Anzhi and Feng Lanchu, a handsome man and a beautiful woman on a grand motorcycle. What a scene straight out of an idol drama. Liu and the others were left in a daze. Jiang Anzhi expressed his gratitude to the riding team, who praised his skills before departing on their motorcycles. "You all, Liu Stamarat. He is truly handsome and quite flashy," Zhuang then added enviously. While the spectators were starry-eyed, Feng Lanchu did not feel quite as elated. She ruefully rubbed her numb behind and thigh, saying, "My legs have gone numb." "Me too," Qingjue chimed in, shakily approaching her. "This bumpy ride has nearly split me in two." Jiang Anzhi cleared his throat to stifle a laugh. "Aren't you numb?" The 2 novices, experiencing motorcycles for the first time, turned to him simultaneously. While prolonged riding would indeed be uncomfortable, adjusting their posture for shorter distances typically alleviated the issue. Speed of Dreams was one of Anzhi's representative works, telling the story of a race car driver. It was through this role that he learned to ride a motorcycle, just as everyone was engaging in casual banter. The director and crew finally completed their adjustments. "Well, everyone is sped to the second station, and our challenge will commence shortly. The task is simple: emergency rescue. One of the 3 must act as the injured party, while the other two teammates navigate obstacles to transport the injured to the rescue center. For the green team, Feng Lanchu was the obvious choice for the injured, given her light weight, which increased their chances of success. In contrast, the yellow team consisted of robust young men over 6 feet tall. Although the injured's weight was a disadvantage, Zhuang Nan and Captain Gongbu were both former soldiers, possessing extraordinary endurance, and thus their chances were not insignificant. Both sides were secretly sizing each other up. As the whistle blew, Jiang Anzhi scooped up Feng Lanchu, while Zhuang Nan lifted Li Yu and began a sprint. Both teams opted for a one-carrier and one-support strategy. Although Zhuang Nan was swift, Li Yu, being a tall adult male, had to switch with Captain Gongbu at each obstacle. In contrast, no one expected that this handsome man, Jiang Anzhi, would possess such strength. Perhaps it was also due to Feng Lanchu's lightness, but he managed to complete all the obstacles in one go, leaving Qinzhua on the sidelines without an opportunity to showcase his abilities. Upon reaching the destination, Jiang Anzhi breathed slightly heavily. Feng Lanchu leaned down to inquire if he was all right, given that they were nearing the high plateau where vigorous exertion was indeed inadvisable. Jiang Anzhi gently shook his head to indicate that he was fine. "Anzhi ji, you are too dedicated. I could assist as well," Qinzhua remarked, feeling a tinge of regret for not being of use. However, Jiang Anzhi patted his shoulder, saying that if an adult could endure, he should, as the journey ahead was long and would soon be entrusted to him. The trio celebrated their victory in the second round, finally acquiring their vehicle. In Chapter 103, titled "A Journey as Swift as an Arrow," no one anticipated the subsequent events where the green team fortuitously triumphed in every match, thus fulfilling Feng Lanchu and Jiang Anzhi's wish to secure a top 4 finish while maintaining a top 3 position. The poor yellow team, aside from their initial win, failed to secure any further victories. Captain Gongbu shook his head repeatedly, suggesting they consider it a leisurely mountain hike. Along the journey, the green team took the initiative to collect any litter they encountered. Their destination for the day was the nearest unfreezing spring conservation station to Kunlun Mountain, with plans to formally depart for Suanandaji Conservation Station the following day. After a day of exertion, hunger struck, and, as they savored the familiar noodle soup and hearty meat, a profound sense of satisfaction arose within them. What a delight it was! Coincidentally, Friday marked the airing of the 6th episode. The group, having not gathered for some time, arranged with the director to watch the broadcast together. Remembering the positive response from fans during the premiere, the director readily agreed. In a fortunate twist, Captain Gongbu himself appeared on screen, and even he, accustomed to the tumult of life, could not suppress a hint of shyness upon seeing his own likeness. The episode commenced with the patrol starting the next day, when they witnessed the group laboring to extricate a vehicle from a predicament. Captain Gongbu felt his eyes welling with emotion, reflecting on the countless times he had dug out vehicles over the decades. Each success brought forth joy akin to this moment. Yet the companions to share that joy had changed over time. One could not help but wonder how much longer he would be able to continue this endeavor. Jiang Anzhi, being a perceptive individual, noticed the glimmer of moisture in Captain Gongbu's eyes and offered a comforting pat on his back. The fans online, however, could not fathom the depth and melancholy of Captain Gongbu's feelings. Instead, they busied themselves with ridicule. "Huh, look at someone slacking off again, while others are hauling stones. She merely picked up a couple and squatted there pretending to work. This is not a regular heartbeat. It's clearly sheer laziness. Sisters, don't give her attention. Focus on your own. My little Zhuo praying with her hands together is truly adorable. Anzhi ji, do take care of yourself. Your complexion is visibly poor. Please don't push yourself so hard." Not only is Anji's health not great, but his mood has also been low these past 2 episodes. I wonder if the film is not going well. With the recent backlash against Fuqi, the film may be affected. Perhaps it's sympathy for Fuqi that makes him unable to smile around Teacher Xiaofeng. Which of you is stirring trouble? Anji and Teacher Xiaofeng are just fine. Don't sow discord. Take my Anji away. If he cares more for Fuqi than for a dog, there is something wrong with his character. The beloved Xiao Tianxin arrived safely at the campsite. Captain Gongbu set off on patrol, leaving a few behind for logistical support. Zhuang Nan fully utilized his expertise in wilderness survival. Under his guidance, tents sprang up as if they were towering skyscrapers. Subsequently, Feng Lanchu and Zhuang Nan discussed constructing a toilet, their expert dialogue exuding an air of academic brilliance that sent pink bubbles of delight soaring among the fans. I am Jiang Yuhua, but I need to climb the wall for 10 minutes. Me too. Ha ha ha. Teacher Xiaofeng is a perfect match for any oil. Wow, that oil is quite something. Barely had the experts made their presence known when Feng Lanchu took Li Yu and Jiang Anzhi, her two junior companions, to build the toilet. She assigned tasks to them, yet fans quickly observed that there seemed to be little to organize with the colorful cloth. I can't help but feel that Teacher Feng is showing favoritism towards the film emperor. Is our UG not worthy? Ha! The one above is toxic. But I want to ask if our UG is not deserving. In Chapter 104, titled Internet Trolls, fans, with their keen eyes, effortlessly discerned Feng Lanchu's subtle intentions. Anji is visibly unwell. Teacher Xiaofeng caring for a sick person is perfectly reasonable. When Rere doesn't work, it's laziness, but the film emperor is a sick person. What a double standard. Please. Which I saw Anji not working. Furthermore, the tasks were assigned by others. Anji was merely complying. As the barrage of comments grew heated, Jiang Anzhi had already tidied the colorful cloth and approached Feng Lanchu to take her shovel. Fans burst into laughter. See, who is not working? My Anji darling has done double the work. Does it sting? Why not just enjoy watching quietly without stirring trouble? If you want to provoke, let your main character do something worthy of your pride. Exactly, so much noise. If you don't want to watch, then leave. Who are Anji's fans? They are seasoned veterans of the entertainment industry, capable of bringing tears with their sharp words without resorting to vulgarity. In no time, Suruerue's fans vanished without a trace. Afraid to speak up, the online uproar regarding Surue's laziness escalated, and before long, she found herself in icy water. Feng Lanchu sternly commanded her to come ashore. Learning from past mistakes, fans from all sides quickly mobilized. Let the bees dare to come out and cry. Stepping into icy water is clearly the fault of your main character for being brainless. No rebuttals accepted. Teacher Feng stated that the snow water here is the source of our great rivers. Thinking that I might be drinking your main character's footbath water makes me nauseous. Don't let me see any of your snide comments. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Before long, a bizarre trending topic surged. Suruerue's fans threatened with cyberbullying. Those casually observing the situation clicked in and found a chorus of fans from the three major stars vehemently denouncing the bees. Upon grasping the context, onlookers burst into laughter. Ha ha! What a peculiar trending topic. This is the first time I've seen fans unite to silence someone. However, stepping into icy water is indeed a bold move. How cold must the water in the prairie be? Are they out of their minds? So Teacher Feng's reprimand was justified. They later explained the consequences of such actions. But it's truly amusing. If anyone were to speak up, it should be Teacher Feng's fans. But what did I see? All Anji fans, Yukai, and Ishua Xiao fans, guarding our sweetheart, united as one. The one above has a nice rhyme. What use is my thumbs up? Teacher Feng's character is beyond reproach. Surue's visibly dark expression is apparent, yet she still selflessly brings ginger soup to her. If it were me, I'd say drink it or not. I wouldn't spoil you. Idol stars must be mindful of their words and actions. If she leads the way like this, some clueless bees might actually follow suit. And if something goes wrong, who will take responsibility? It is often said that fans mirror their idols. While these online trolls may squawk and bicker as they vie for influence, they exhibited an unusual consensus on this matter. United, the three factions became an indomitable force, leaving the bees with no power to retaliate, their anger silenced. What was intended as an opportunity to benefit from the variety show instead turned into a regrettable setback. Just then, a message popped up on WeChat, surprisingly from Fuchi. Suruerue pondered. Although both were in the television industry, Fuchi's status was higher, and they had little interaction aside from occasionally calling each other sister. What could this sudden outreach mean? In Chapter 105, titled Collaboration, Fuchi's message read, Little Rue, it has been a while since we last connected. How have you been? After listening to the voice message, Surue nearly jumped in fright at Fuchi's deliberately gentle tone, feeling as if she were under the gaze of something formidable. Hello, Fuchi Jia, long time no see. Is it convenient for me to call you? Before she could finish typing, Fuchi's voice call came through. I recently glanced at your trending topics and felt a pang of injustice for you. Fuchi, upon her arrival, was forthright, her voice brimming with concern. Indeed, Sister Fuchi, I too find myself at a loss for words. Have you considered your course of action? I am uncertain. My agent advised me to refrain from meddling. Your agent likely believes that avoiding complications is preferable. You need not heed her. Simply follow your own instincts. What do you mean by that, Sister Fuchi? Showerway, you are excessively naive. The entertainment industry operates on hierarchy and influence. If you do not exhibit a modicum of assertiveness, how can you expect to command respect? A mere amateur can easily trample upon a top-tier actress. Your performance as an actress has been woefully inadequate. Fuchi's tone, laden with concern for my well-being, nearly moved Su Rue to tears. However, the crux of the matter is that they share no genuine connection. Despite encountering each other at several award ceremonies, Fuchi has never deigned to acknowledge her due to their differing statuses. This overt display of camaraderie today only left Su Rue feeling uncomfortable, as if a thorn were lodged in her back. Although she has recently ascended to the upper echelons, she is no inexperienced novice. After navigating this circle for so long, what secrets could possibly remain, especially concerning a celebrated figure? Fuchi's notorious temperament and her penchant for exchanging favors for resources are hardly secrets. While Su Rue yearns for fame and is not averse to drama, she has her limits. Furthermore, collaborating with Fuchi could potentially lead to disastrous consequences. Thank you for your counsel, Sister Fuchi. I am momentarily at a loss regarding my next steps. What should you do? Simply articulate on Weibo the fact that you were deliberately targeted by that expert during your recording. Your fans will rally to your defense. Su Rue thought better of it. With the subpar skills of the so-called expert, she would likely end up in a worse predicament. Moreover, your fans may be lacking. I'm here to assist you. And how might you assist? I may not have much, but I do possess some disposable income. Implicitly, this suggested that should she be willing to step forward, Fuchi was prepared to employ online influencers to bolster her behind the scenes. It was easy for her to speak so lightly. The uproar surrounding the original video had been suppressed. If Fuchi truly possessed such formidable connections, there would be no need to seek her alliance. This indirectly highlighted that the real power broker was Feng Lanchu. It was foolish of her to recklessly approach the situation. Besides, even negative attention is still attention. At least her notoriety remains intact. If she were to continue playing the victim and crying foul, how would Liu and Jiang Anzhi perceive her? Would it not be more advantageous to align herself with these two titans of the entertainment industry rather than with Fuchi? I appreciate Sister Fuchi's advice and will give it due consideration. Very well, I shall await your news. Fuchi hung up the phone satisfied. Though she understood that Su Rue could not topple Feng Lanchu, the prospect of adding to her frustrations was indeed gratifying. Furthermore, in a world where scandals proliferate, who could truly remember one's original character? Fuchi leisurely retrieved a lady's cigarette and indulged in a cloud of smoke. After the perfunctory exchange with Fuchi, Su Rue did not rush to post on Weibo. Instead, she continued to observe the misadventures of the inept. Alas, these incompetents vexed her. Perhaps upon retiring from the industry, she would establish a training course on how to confront others without resorting to vulgarity. As the indolent Su Rue surfed the internet at home, Jia Yuan show who should continue to air. At bedtime, Su Rue insisted that the girls sleep in the middle, and the boys had no objections. Lying on either side, Jiang Anzhi instinctively sought Liu. Fans of the twin emperors erupted in laughter, declaring, "My Yu Ge is a magnet. Wherever he goes, Anzhi follows." The twin emperor's flag will never fall. Anzhi is inexplicably adorable. Primarily, it's Zhuangnan snoring and Xiaozhu's teeth grinding. Haha. Teacher Feng voluntarily slept next to Anzhi. I am utterly besotted. Thank goodness it's Teacher Feng. Had it been Su Rue, I would have been infuriated. Likewise, thank you, Teacher Feng, for protecting Anzhi. I, Rue, am not interested. Take Rue away. Take it without thanks. Just leave. My Xiaozhu should not sleep in a row with Su Rue. Teacher Feng quickly changed positions. Teacher Feng, do you not want your little apprentice anymore? Woe is me, you double-standard dogs. Why can Feng Lanchu do it, but my Rue is merely a nuisance? May all double-standard dogs perish. May the backlash of karma befall your entire family. As dawn broke, the cameras began to roll. Sounds of snoring and grinding teeth echoed, until the officers in the adjacent tent gradually rose, bringing life to the surrounding tents. Su Rue was the first to awaken. She deftly donned her hat and wrapped her scarf around her face before swiftly exiting. Shortly thereafter, Zhuangnan and others awoke as well. Inside the tent, Only Feng Lanchu and Jiang Anzhi remain peacefully nestled in their sleeping bags. Oh my! The two are alone. A lone man and woman amidst the flames of passion. The upstairs runaway novel has been read too much. They are clearly a match made in heaven, ushered into the bridal chamber. The upstairs insinuation is suggestive, yet lacks evidence. The scene is too beautiful. I must screenshot it, captioning Ijiang Feng you attempt sleep. Haha. If we speak of eloquence, you surely excel. Feng Lanchu gradually stirred, her tousled hair failing to conceal her fair visage, prompting yet another wave of admiration from fans. Teacher Feng's beauty is truly unparalleled. Just now, I thought Surui rushed out due to an urgent need. But now I realize she must have seen Teacher Feng's bare face and fled in shame to touch up her makeup. Haha, the description is so accurate. I cannot refute it. You are ugly. Your whole family is ugly. Whoever is ugly knows. Begone. The inept once more resisted, but was ruthlessly suppressed. When Jiang Anzhi arose and smiled at Qinzhua, the beauty enthusiast went wild once more. Typically, when discussing celebrities' bare-faced photos, they are clearly wearing makeup. Passers-by often enter to mock them. Today was no different. They anticipated yet another shameless star pretending to be natural, but were stunned to find this trending topic instead. It was genuinely bare-faced. Someone captured the moment when the adorable sweethearts awakened, featuring Jiang Anzhi, Liu, Qinzhua, and Feng Lanchu, each with hair askew and faces still clouded with sleep. Yet undeniably, their features were all strikingly beautiful, and Jiang Anzhi, not only handsome, possessed a smile that captivated the heart. Why do I adore this man? Is it not simply because I see him smile at me like this each morning? Sister, if only you had consumed some peanuts, you wouldn't be so intoxicated. Regardless, I shall forever cherish Jiang Anzhi. Jiang Anzhi, being an acclaimed actor, had a robust fan base. And before long, this trending topic soared to the top. Jiang Anzhi dominated the discussion with his enchanting image of slumbering beauty. As the show approached its midpoint, the group finished their morning routines and set off on patrol. Fans accompanied the stars to witness breathtaking landscapes and engage with the most delightful wildlife. Upon encountering the devastation left by poachers and gold diggers, they experienced an unprecedented resonance. How detestable are poachers and gold diggers? Those animals are so pitiable. Why must they suffer such brutality? I heard poachers serve a few years and are then released, many returning to their nefarious ways, heedless of reform. Buddhism teaches that all beings are equal. The lives of animals are equally valuable. They should not be wantonly deprived, let alone subjected to cruelty. As Jia Yuan show Huja neared its midpoint, it finally garnered the first positive, trending topic that director Zhao had yearned for, poachers. Although it did not surpass Celestial Bareface in prominence, it climbed rapidly. Director Zhao was on the verge of tears. His heartfelt efforts had not been in vain. Oh whoa, oh my, I have finally awaited the second episode of Detective Feng. Tears welling as I behold my little teacher, Feng, displaying her prowess. Anzhi held Teacher Feng's hand. Oh my, she was clearly told not to go. Not a fan, but drawing on my years of experience watching superstar detectives, I sensed something unusual. I too have noticed. I believe Anzhi has a special regard for Teacher Feng. Upon reflection, this is indeed chilling. Look, when Teacher Feng goes to inspect the scene, he follows her every step. Sisters, do not panic. I have reached the age of 30, and I am now eligible to pursue romance. The fans express their desire for tranquility. Laughter ensues as blessings are sent to Anzhi. Messages of congratulations come from Yu Gu and Qinzhua. Other fans, standing idly, criticize the situation as the double emperors rise in defiance, exclaiming their disapproval. Experts echo this sentiment. Teacher Xiaofeng, do you still remember your little disciple by Daming Lake? As the program nears its conclusion, the focus shifts away from the identity of the perpetrator, centering instead on discussions surrounding Jiang Anzhi and Feng Lanchu. The third trending topic of the evening, does Jiang Anzhi like her, swiftly eclipses the poacher. Director Zhao laments the troublesome fans. Feng Lanchu, being a young woman, is set to spend the night alone. Concerned for her safety, the director arranges for a female staff member to accompany her, but Feng Lanchu graciously declines. Shortly after returning to her dormitory, Zhu Mingming's call comes through. Feng Lanchu is puzzled by this young lady's troubles. I'm not troubled. You are? Zhu Mingming replies cheerfully, masking any hint of distress. What do you mean? Guess what tonight's trending topic is? Have I been targeted again? It's more serious than that. What is it? Netizens say the film emperor likes you. The buzz online is quite lively. Feng Lanqiu is taken aback. And as she converses with Zhu Mingming, she opens Weibo. The top trending title reads, "Does Jiang Anzhi like her?" Upon clicking, she finds a lengthy post by an account named Entertainment Circle Sherlock, filled with logical analysis, evidence, and timelines, so well-structured that even a novel would shy away from such creativity. The title is The Film Emperor, Chapter 108, Eating Melons. I swear that all my analysis derives from genuine content and is not mere conjecture. I believe the film Emperor harbors feelings for teacher Xiao Feng. There will certainly be detractors claiming that everyone adores teacher Xiao Feng. However, the kind of affection I speak of is that of a man towards a woman. Let's first analyze Anzhi. He is gentle and courteous, wise and humble. Yet beneath it all, there exists an unperceived aloofness and indifference. While many female stars aspire to board his grand vessel, none have succeeded thus far. However, the dynamic between the film Emperor and teacher Feng is decidedly different. In the first episode, the film Emperor spots teacher Feng in the crowd and directly pulls her out. When has he ever taken such initiative? If you can find an instance, I shall eat my keyboard. Moreover, he remains glued to her side, his gaze fixed on teacher Feng throughout. Given their shared sleeping arrangements in a large tent, it unmistakably highlights the film Emperor's lack of aversion toward her. Only you can make me laugh. How do we explain the film Emperor instinctively grasping teacher Feng's arm to prevent her from approaching danger? If the internet retains memories, one ought to recall an episode from last year titled Delivering Your Happiness, where the film Emperor and a female actress were flying guests. The female guest nearly fell into a river, yet the film Emperor remained indifferent, showing no intent to assist. Is it not clear that the film Emperor's feelings for teacher Feng are indeed special? What strikes me most is the moment the film Emperor reminds teacher Feng to get into the car, giving her a gentle push from behind. This footage was sourced from their super topic. The link is provided for netizens to savor. I have watched it multiple times, and the film Emperor undoubtedly holds affection for teacher Feng. To clarify, I am not a fan, nor am I attempting to brainwash anyone. Don't argue. Your arguments are futile. Sherlock from the Entertainment Circle has made his analysis, igniting fervor among fans. Wow, that analysis is spot on. But what a teacher Feng. A flower already claimed? What an exquisite love story. I suddenly wish to ship them. Is there a writer willing to pen this? I shall gladly lend my pen. I find it curious how some persist in opposing teacher Feng. She is married, after all. Such claims put her in a difficult position with Anzhi and her husband. One ought to consider the situation before spreading rumors. Indeed, Anzhi and teacher Feng are merely close friends. Regardless, Anzhi is committed to me. If you wish to delve into the film Emperor's story, remember to tune in every Friday evening for Guardians of the Home. In truth, your analysis could apply to our dear Xiao Zhua as well. Perhaps you should explore Qin Zhua and Feng Lanqiu, and you may uncover their love. Even wind and moon can create sweet moments. A light sprinkling of sugar can be quite delightful. Overall, the majority of netizens are engrossed in unraveling the film Emperor's romantic interest. Meanwhile, the principal, Feng Lanqiu, reflects on the situation with much sentiment. My goodness, what they say is so convincing, I am almost inclined to believe it. Believe what? The film Emperor. Chapter 109. The film Emperor likes me. Feng Lanqiu's remark leaves Zhu Mingming speechless. Do you realize how much of green tea moment that was? No, you misunderstand. In the first 3 years of marriage, they maintained a respectful distance. She herself embraced a mindset of merely coexisting. I believe Anzhi shares this sentiment. Perhaps he wishes to avoid the pitfalls of a broken family or is committed to a lifetime partnership, unwilling to betray his wife. Nonetheless, Anzhi has expressed his desire to pursue her and has taken action towards that end. Yet, Feng Lanqiu senses that this is not love. It is merely an effort to approach love. After all, they are both adults, finding it difficult to be swayed by mere gestures or smiles like in their student days. However, Anzhi's willingness to act indicates his seriousness about their marriage, and she must strive to respect her counterpart. Zhu Mingming, who does not grasp the intricacies, akin to the Entertainment Circle Sherlock, feels the film Emperor's earnest intentions and is pleased. However, the current situation is somewhat precarious. Despite the seemingly harmonious online atmosphere, the film Emperor's secret marriage is a bombshell revelation. Had the news broken a month and a half ago, it would have primarily affected the film Emperor alone, leaving his wife and children unscathed. However, With Feng Lanchu's rising fame, the complexity escalates. If the film emperor's secret marriage were to be exposed now, and if his wife were indeed Feng Lanchu, the consequences could lead to both of them facing dire repercussions. Of course, there's a possibility of widespread support and celebration, but such odds are negligibly slim. Zhu Mingming shakes her head, overwhelmed. In any case, you all should be cautious. Do not let this be uncovered. Rest assured, I shall be prudent. After ending the call with Zhu Mingming, Feng Lanchu logs into Weibo once more, her fingers swiftly typing the words Jiang Feng Yuhua, seeking to broaden her horizons within the renowned super topic. Due to the intervention of the entertainment circle Sherlock, the once moderate Jiang Feng Yuhua super topic is now flooded with fans, quickly ascending to the top 3, even surpassing the long-standing leader, the double emperor super topic. The pinned content reads, "No elevation of the main character, self-indulgence, and if you dislike it, exit. Engaging in pointless confrontations is unnecessary." Subsequently, she observes numerous posts celebrating their shared moments, from car rides to synchronized sleeping arrangements, with various physical interactions meticulously compiled into collections or GIFs. Amusingly, anytime they turn their heads, it is portrayed as the film emperor covertly watching teacher Feng or vice versa. Their mutual admiration is depicted as a reciprocal secret affection. Exaggerated phrases like "a single glance lasts a millennium" and "you occupy my heart," an uncontainable love, are so flowery they leave her feeling rather queasy. Feng Lanchu quickly exits, exclaiming, "How do today's youth possess such vivid imaginations?" Some have even penned fanfiction of their escapades, which is quite shocking. The nights in the plateau grow increasingly cold, prompting Feng Lanchu to rub her somewhat numb hands together, urging herself to sleep. The next day, they are set to continue their journey to the Suan Nandaji Protection Station. The first stop involves visiting the monument of Suan Nandaji at the Kunlun Mountain Pass, where Feng Lanchu recounts the heroic deeds of this young martyr, memories still fresh. Before long, they arrive at the final destination, a protection area named in honor of Suan Nandaji, commemorating his bravery. The Baohu Station was established by an environmental organization leading volunteers and was later donated to the Management Bureau of the El Hai Kikeksili National Nature Reserve. It has now evolved into a comprehensive conservation center that encompasses patrolling, education, and wildlife rescue. Chapter 110, a different landscape at the destination. This vehicle won't stall or anything, will it? Liu expressed some suspicion. There was indeed a reality show where explosives were placed in a car, and it subsequently exploded. Qinzhua also speculated uneasily. It shouldn't. At most, it will create some difficulties at the destination. Zhuang Nan joined in the analysis. Teacher Feng, is there anything we need to particularly pay attention to at the Suanan Daji Conservation Station? Feng Lanchu thought for a moment and shook her head regarding her impression of the conservation station. It was quite normal when I visited. The director silently remarked. Who is not normal? Little teacher Feng is not being kind. Not long after the vehicle set off, a distant view revealed a cluster of red-walled, white-roofed buildings, with a tall iron observation tower standing prominently against the vast plateau. The destination, Suanan Daji Conservation Station, had arrived. The area was expansive, and under the guidance of the staff, everyone toured around. They even saw a local teacher conducting a class for the children here. Is this also a school? Liu inquired, somewhat surprised. Nearby, there were children of herdsmen who often followed their parents while grazing sheep, with little else to do. So a temporary classroom was set up here for them to come and learn some knowledge. The teaching staff consisted of members from the Management Bureau, and those who did not have patrol or duty tasks on a given day would engage the children in learning, such as recognizing characters and speaking Mandarin. In addition to the children, there was also a recreational activity center where villagers occasionally gathered to sing and play chess. They lacked the utilitarian mindset of mainlanders who were bent on buying cars and houses to achieve success. Nor did they indulge in self-pity for growing up in such a harsh environment. Instead, they genuinely loved this land and passionately toiled on it. Who can say that such a life is not a form of great wisdom? Thus, most Tibetan people are friendly, open-minded, and broad-minded. Little teacher Feng, I heard that conversing with wise individuals can make one smarter. Is that true? Feng Lanchu felt somewhat awkward, reluctant to dishearten him. The great wise one's insights on life differ from ours. If you can gain new perspectives through conversation, then you have indeed gained wisdom. It was Jiang Anzhi who responded. The group laughed at the youngest, yet seemingly most enlightened member. How does that ancient text go? The youth lamenting over sorrow? Zhuang then scratched his head and asked. The youth does not know the taste of sorrow, desiring to compose new verses yet forcefully expressing sorrow. Liu, well-versed in historical dramas and literature, immediately chimed in. Yes, that's it. Zhuang Nan laughed heartily. Little friend, your life journey is still long. Your current task is to observe and participate more. Do not rush to contemplate. Insights will naturally come later. Zhuang Nan, don't always treat me like a little friend. Qinzhou playfully clung to Zhuang Nan's shoulder, appearing as if they were good buddies. Chapter 111. Reality blurs with performance. Anzhi, still smiling, remarked, being young is not a bad thing. Experiencing diverse landscapes at this age is also a valuable life experience. Qinzhou nodded repeatedly, filled with admiration for Anzhi. I finally understand why the Tibetans said you are fated with Buddha. Earlier, when they went to watch a chess match, an elderly man had surveyed everyone and then smiled, saying Anzhi had a connection with Buddha. At that moment, Qinzhou almost envisioned a dramatic scene where Anzhi renounced the world, leaving fans in tears. Anzhi laughed upon hearing this. He had a family and could not renounce the world, yet he admired the monks' openness and tranquility. After receiving a spiritual cleansing, they arrived at the square area of the Sunan Daje Conservation Station, ready to commence the day's theme. Director, we have arrived at our destination. As is well known, this place integrates patrolling, education, and wildlife rescue. Before our patrol, we experienced it with Captain Gongbu, and just now, we briefly felt the friendliness and purity of the Tibetan people. Now, we will focus on the purpose of this episode, wildlife rescue. Here, we will not divide into groups. Everyone will learn rescue knowledge together. Upon the director's words, everyone was deeply moved. They had not expected the director to be so kind. They had previously misjudged him. The director subtly curled his lips into a cunning smile, thinking to himself, it's the last episode. Let us see how he shines in the plot. Positive energy is trending. Little sweetheart is here. Under the arrangements of the staff, they entered into intense learning. The group learned some basic knowledge about treating external injuries and calming animals, and before long, it was noon. Just as everyone was enjoying warm meals and having pleasant conversations with the staff, two Tibetans rushed in, their faces pale and expressions anxious, gesturing frantically to the staff. Feng Lanchu focused intently on their gestures, her expression growing serious. What happened? Jiang Anzhi also sensed the unusual atmosphere. It seems an animal is injured. Feng Lanchu could not understand fully, but caught a few keywords. Animal, blood, dead. Well, there's no question about it. We must go. Qinzhou was the first to stand up decisively. Director, although he had arranged for extras, he did not instruct them to harm animals. What on earth are these people doing? The situation escalated, and who could contain it? Director Zhao's face turned ashen as he called the person responsible for arranging the extras, launching into a tirade. The other party, however, looked confused. Director, we just finished distributing the box lunches. We haven't started working yet. Are you coming over now? Not their people. Then, Chapter 112, the heart-stopping drama of life. The group followed the staff to the site of the incident. To their surprise, it was far more gruesome than they had imagined. Animal carcasses were piled like mountains, blood splattered everywhere, even staining the grass red. Some bodies were already decomposing and reeking, while others still bled from their wounds. No one knew when these animals had been hidden here. Feng Lanchu scanned the gruesome scene, and shockingly, among them was the notoriously fierce wild yak of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Its neck had been severed, and its head was nowhere to be found, leaving only a bloodied carcass on the grass to tell its tragic tale. Next to the wild yak lay a large pile of skinned carcasses, most of which were Himalayan marmots, along with some commonly found animals on the plateau. The fur of marmots has excellent insulation properties and is a premium raw material for pelts. To this day, poachers still dare to brazenly hunt wildlife protected in this area. Teacher Feng, these. Qinzhou felt nauseous at the sight of the bodies, his face pale. These are Himalayan marmots, also known as groundhogs. Even Zhuang Nan, a tough man, found it hard to bear the visual impact, frowning. Is the one that howls recently popular? Feng Lanchu nodded. It lacks sharp claws for defense and can only use sound to ward off enemies, making it one of the bottom-tier animals in the plateau's food chain. How can such a cute creature be so pitiful? Qinzhou lamented, unable to bear it. Captain Gongbu examined the chaotic scene and confirmed that there were no bullet casings. The marmots had no bullet wounds. Poachers would seek intact pelts, so they would not easily cause damage. If I guess correctly, they must have poisoned them. Just as Feng Lanchu finished speaking, some bottles of English-labeled poison were found in a makeshift hut constructed by the poachers, with clear skull and crossbones, symbols indicating toxicity. The group was filled with righteous indignation upon seeing the poison. These bodies are here. What if other animals mistakenly ingest them? They are truly despicable. Qinzhua gritted his teeth with anger. We will definitely catch them. Captain Gombu clenched his fists, equally outraged. People should not be so shallow as to only focus on immediate benefits. The Tibetan antelope, wild yaks, Tibetan brown bears, and even the marmots are not merely unowned wild creatures. They are integral to maintaining the stability and balance of the entire ecosystem in the source region of the Liaohe River. Feng Lanchu sighed, reflecting on the fact that nature is a complete whole. Every mountain, river, lake, and all living beings, including humans, are the result of millions of years of natural evolution and selection. The decline and extinction of certain species can trigger a cascade of repercussions. However, people often remain oblivious to the gravity of the situation, believing themselves to be the masters of the world, free to act as they please. Jiang Anzhi silently observed Feng Lanchu, whose face bore an expression of compassion, feeling that at this moment she resembled an enlightened being, caring for the world, yet remaining out of reach. It will be all right, he could not help but voice. Our next generation will do better than we do now. The others were equally moved, recognizing that indeed, the next generation would surpass the current one. For we have come to understand the error of our ways and shall pass this belief on to our descendants. Chapter 113. Rescue. As everyone reflected on these thoughts, the administrator hurried over. Teacher Xiao Feng, we discovered a man-made burrow on the slope behind us, and there are some injured Tibetan gazelles inside. Upon hearing that there were still living beings, Feng Lanchu immediately dashed towards the administrator. The others exchanged knowing glances and followed suit. The burrow was located in a mound at the back, shallow yet containing 3 Tibetan gazelles. To prevent their escape, poachers had piled tires and heavy objects outside the hole. It seemed that, realizing their hideout had been discovered, they had retreated in haste, leaving these animals behind. In any case, the unfortunate creatures trapped in the burrow had narrowly escaped a more dire fate. Tibetan gazelles are inherently vigilant and wild animals. Even if they're on the brink of death, they would never willingly submit like fish on a chopping board. She had once seen a gazelle at a wildlife rescue station in the capital, and despite the caretaker's diligent care, it remained untamed and fiercely alert. As Feng Lanchu approached to touch it, the gazelle immediately assumed an aggressive posture, showing no inclination to coexist amicably in its quest for freedom. Now, it was unclear how long the gazelles had been trapped in the burrow, each appearing weak and at the mercy of the rescue team members, who were attempting to handle them. Feng Lanchu, having majored in veterinary medicine and later shifted her focus to wildlife research for her master's and doctorate, was well equipped to provide care. She checked the pulse and temperature of the gazelles and inspected them thoroughly. She observed multiple wounds on their heads, likely caused by repeated attempts to escape by ramming their heads against the walls of the burrow. These minor injuries could be bandaged, but the greater challenge was that the gazelle's muscles were relaxed and weak, clearly having been administered a potent anesthetic. An overdose of such anesthetics could disrupt the function of their internal organs and lead to heart failure. The Suananda Protection Station lacked the facilities to treat such cases and needed to transfer them urgently to the Elhai Wildlife Rescue Station. After receiving Feng Lanchu's advice, the administrator promptly called to request assistance from superiors and arrange for a vehicle to set off. There were only 4 people at the protection station, should 3 leave. Only the administrator would remain, and this location evidently required more experienced hands. Zhuang Nan and Li Yu raised their hands without hesitation, offering to escort the Tibetan gazelles to Elhai. The director also readily agreed, dispatching a cameraman to accompany them, allowing the escort team to set off first. Feng Lanchu and the others continued to tidy up the area. The poachers had lingered here for about a week, leaving trash strewn all over, and it was uncertain whether any wildlife had mistakenly ingested this plastic waste. Qinzhua and another patrol member took on the role of waste collectors, gathering up the litter. Feng Lanchu, Jiang Anzhi, and the administrator formed one group, while the other 2 rescuers teamed up with Captain Gongbu to continue searching the vicinity for any additional burrows. Not far from the gruesome scene, a beautiful sea of flowers bloomed, featuring the tender yellow of the curled iris, the vibrant red of the Tibetan poppy, and the mysterious regal purple of the blue gentian, all flourishing splendidly. Caquexally welcomed every visiting guest in its most beautiful state. Yet there were always unwelcome intruders wreaking havoc in the home of the host, regardless of their mood. The sight of such beauty could not help but bring a slight sense of relief. The flowers here are truly magnificent, Jiang Anzhi remarked sincerely. The flora of Caquexally has adapted to the high plateau environment, exhibiting specialization. Unlike the lush vegetation of inland plants, those here are predominantly cushion-like or clumped, with short leaves and dense branches that significantly reduce wind resistance while effectively absorbing and retaining moisture and temperature. In contrast to their diminutive leaves, the flowers here are exceptionally vivid and large, easily noticeable from a distance. Jiang Anzhi pondered what accounts for this. Chapter 114. The most beautiful sea of flowers. Feng Lanchu seemed to understand Jiang Anzhi's confusion. The flowers on the plateau are large and vibrant for two reasons. Firstly, to attract insects for pollination and to reproduce quickly before the frost-free period ends. Secondly, due to the intense ultraviolet rays at high altitudes. The petals produce high amounts of carotenoids and anthocyanins to absorb the UV radiation. Generally, carotenoids give flowers a yellow hue, while anthocyanins can render them red, blue, or purple. The stronger the ultraviolet light, the more of these pigments are produced, resulting in more vivid colors. Many of the uniquely colored flowers we see today have been cultivated with these two pigments. As if recalling something, Feng Lanchu smiled slightly. The professor in my adjacent apartment is quite skilled in this area. The flowers he cultivates are wonderfully diverse. What a professor lacking in awareness. Sending flowers to a married person is rather inappropriate, Jiang Anzhi retorted with a slight pout, a flicker of discontent crossing his eyes. Teacher Xiao Feng is truly knowledgeable. The administrator chimed in with a hearty laugh. Most of them were local Tibetan people. Although they worked in the protection area, they engaged in grassroots tasks and possessed abundant practical experience. Yet they were not particularly versed in the principles of matter. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. I merely speak from theory, while you are the true practitioners, Feng Lanchu sincerely praised. The photographer nearby pondered silently. This sounds familiar, as if it's a standard phrase among experts. Previously, he had found such statements to be rather bureaucratic. But witnessing the administrator's genuine smile today made him perceive their validity more profoundly. As they walked and admired the scenery, the administrator's keen eyes suddenly spotted several unusual objects in the distance. There is something over there. Let me take a look, he said, gradually moving forward. Feng Lanchu squinted and noticed a mound of earth not far away, suggestive of an animal presence. She glanced at Jiang Anzhi, who silently matched her pace. As they approached, the administrator seemed to discern the commotion ahead, and his previously slow steps suddenly quickened. I see poison, the administrator exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Feng Lanchu rushed forward and discovered several burrow entrances resembling those of mice or rabbits, strewn with fragments of sweet potatoes. 2 pikas had succumbed to the poison, their bodies lying next to the burrow, still intact, indicating that the incident had occurred within the last few days. This was likely one of the poachers' operating sites. They could not have scattered their nefarious deeds in just one location. We need to spread out to search further, she suggested. To prevent more animals from unintentionally consuming the poison, we must clear it away as quickly as possible. Yet, in the vast expanse of the plateau, who could know the extent of the poacher's hunting range? Let's split up. Each person can cover a separate area, focusing on the softer soils or places with water. Feng Lanchu proposed. The administrator and Jiang Anzhi simultaneously shook their heads. No, it's too dangerous on the plateau. Even those of us who have spent years here don't dare to wander off alone, let alone you two. What about those two going together? She cautiously inquired. And we also have the cameraman, which makes 4 of us. Considering that every second spent searching could reduce the risk for innocent animals, the administrator reluctantly nodded. You must prioritize safety. Take this, he said, handing a whistle to Jiang Anzhi. The signal is poor at high altitudes. Sometimes the phone won't work. If anything happens, blow the whistle to alert us. Understood, Jiang Anzhi replied with a nod. Chapter 115. A wolf ahead. As they watched the administrator depart, Feng Lanchu, Jiang Anzhi, and the cameraman continued to advance. The habits of the shoe rabbit exhibit both the cunning of a rabbit and the alertness of a mouse. Typically, upon discovering a burrow, one can be assured there are additional exits nearby. This is common knowledge, and we are certain that poachers are aware of it as well. Let us explore this area further. The cameraman murmured quietly, indicating that this was indeed a fact he was familiar with. Not long after, they stumbled upon a second burrow, littered with sweet potato fragments. However, unlike the previous site, this one had been stripped bare of its sweet potatoes, with several shoe rabbits lying lifeless nearby. Jiang Anzhi silently utilized tweezers to collect the bodies into a pre-prepared bag. These poisoned creatures now served as sources of lethal contagion, and if consumed by other animals, countless innocent lives could be lost. It was imperative to manage this situation as effectively as possible, while observing Jiang Anzhi meticulously clear the scene. Feng Lanchu suddenly sensed a waft of a foul odor. Following the scent, they spotted a lean wolf glaring at them from a nearby, elevated area. It was evident that the carcasses had caught the wolf's attention long ago, having lurked in wait for the cover of night to feast, only to be interrupted by unexpected visitors. With its meal now threatened, the wolf had no choice but to reveal itself. "Anzhi, do not move," Feng Lanchu whispered a warning. Upon hearing this, Jiang Anzhi paused, his gaze locking with that of the wolf. The wolf's fierce, penetrating eyes remained fixed upon them, its black nose twitching, seemingly preparing to reveal its fangs. Jiang Anzhi narrowed his eyes slightly, an intense aura emanating from him in an instant. The wolf, sensing the threat, flickered its gaze and quickly redirected its focus towards Feng Lanchu, evidently perceiving her as the weakest link in their group. The cameraman, trembling slightly, attempted to capture the moment with his camera, wanting to step back for a wider shot. The wolf, acutely aware, assumed he was preparing to attack. Its claws digging into the ground, its gray fur bristling, poised to spring into action. "Do not move," Feng Lanchu cautioned at that moment, causing the cameraman to freeze in place like a statue. The wolf scrutinized the cameraman for a moment, confirming his inaction before returning its gaze to Feng Lanchu. Jiang Anzhi, standing slightly behind, regarded the creature expressionlessly, while the wolf defiantly held its ground, its narrowed eyes locked onto him. The group collectively exhaled in relief, but curiosity got the better of the cameraman, who hurriedly approached the slope where the wolf had stood, only to find a flat ground below devoid of the creature. It was incredibly swift. Another cameraman remarked, equally intrigued, but unable to leave his post to join the spectacle. "It is a lone wolf, aware that it cannot contend with our numbers. It will put on a show and then depart," Feng Lanchu mused, amused by their inherent canine instincts. "Is that so?" The cameraman pondered, his perspective shifting. Wolves are the most adept at assessing their surroundings. When encountering a lone wolf, one must remain calm and avoid abrupt movements, making it clear that they are formidable and not to be trifled with. The wolf will naturally retreat from danger. However, when faced with a pack of wolves, one can only wish for good fortune. Feng Lanchu shook her head in resignation, noting that while it is possible for one to confront a pack, it necessitates mastery of various elemental energies and inner strength. Otherwise, ordinary individuals like them, when confronted with a wolf pack, would be at their mercy. Fortunately, they had encountered a lone wolf. The cameraman sighed in relief. Chapter 116. A tiger behind the encounter with the wolf jolted the group into the realization that they were not merely participants in a variety show, but rather embarking on a genuine adventure in a wild, untamed wilderness. They became acutely aware that a moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. Along their path, they continued to discover the remains of shoe rabbits, prompting Feng Lanchu to join in the collection efforts. Traversing the plateau was already challenging, and carrying heavy burdens only compounded their difficulties. Feng Lanchu and Jiang Anzhi each held woven bags, and eventually, they enlisted the cameraman's assistance, allowing one person to capture the landscape while the other secured the action camera to their chest, freeing their hands to help. As they contemplated a compromise, footsteps suddenly echoed ahead, and moments later, two individuals emerged from the valley before them. Upon seeing Feng Lanchu and her companions, they halted, hands instinctively moving to their waists. Demanding, "Who are you?" Jiang Anzhi assessed them calmly, noting their rugged outdoor attire and the unmistakable foreign accents, yet their fierce expression suggested they were no strangers to violence. Jiang Anzhi casually set down his bag and draped an arm around Feng Lanchu, stating, "We are merely travelers on our honeymoon." The two men exchanged skeptical glances, their eyes darting to the towering cameraman. A honeymoon with two large men? What a joke, one of them scoffed. We are guides, here to show you the flower fields. Jiang Anzhi continued smoothly, inquiring, are you also here to see the flowers? His demeanor was as relaxed as if engaging with fellow travelers. The strangers exchanged glances, silently communicating. What do you have in your hands? The man with a beard queried, his voice raspy and dry, reminiscent of a withered corpse. These are merely some trinkets we picked up, Jiang Anzhi replied nonchalantly. Enough of your nonsense. Put down your belongings and leave immediately. The bearded man barked. Jiang Anzhi hesitated, explaining that the items were worthless and merely toxic remnants. Leave at once. The thinner man added threateningly. We apologize for any offense, gentlemen, Jiang Anzhi conceded. Turning to leave with Feng Lanchu, the cameraman hastily following suit. To their surprise, Feng Lanchu chirped in a feigned, innocent tone. Are you giving away the fox fur you promised me just like that? Didn't you say you offered 150,000 for their help in finding it? You're not keeping your word. The cameraman immediately felt a chill run down their spines, wondering what Feng Lanchu intended. We will search elsewhere. There must be another way. Jiang Anzhi gently reassured her, tightening his grip on her arm to signal her to be cautious. No, it took so long to find it. Why not ask if they would consider parting with it? Feng Lanchu insisted, her voice rising in a playful yet stubborn manner. Wait, the two men called out, halting their retreat. Jiang Anzhi cast a sidelong glance at Feng Lanchu before turning back, smiling faintly at the pair. Is there something you wish to discuss? Do you desire the fox fur? Forgive my wife's capriciousness, he added with a hint of charm. The bearded man interrupted, clearly uninterested in the trivialities, cut the chatter. I only want to know if you want the fox fur. Yes, Feng Lanchu replied eagerly. Chapter 117. The dark deal. Feng Lanchu's eyes sparkled as she declared. We can offer 150,000. Regardless, their interest lay solely in the fur. Feng Lanchu gestured towards the pile of bags they had set down, her demeanor reminiscent of a whimsical, headstrong young woman. The bearded man scrutinized the couple for a long moment before shifting his attention to the cameraman. Speaking rapidly in a foreign tongue, the cameraman, bewildered, could not comprehend the exchange. The bearded man huffed in irritation. I detest you self-righteous mainlanders. You have so many ways to earn money. Why must you reach into our impoverished lives? Taking without asking, stealing my fur. Are you tired of living? The cameramen were at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. They were simply along for the ride, not intending to disrupt any business. Jiang Anzhi attempted to mediate. Please, let us leave peacefully. Get lost. You're an eyesore. The thinner man waved dismissively at the cameraman. The situation had escalated beyond the cameraman's expectations, leaving them unsure of how to proceed. In hope, Director Zhao, who maintained an uninterrupted line of communication, could swiftly contact Captain Gongbu and Zhu Ying for assistance. Otherwise, they would become the first cameramen to be murdered by criminals while recording a variety show. No, Wen Lanchu furrowed her brow and rejected their proposal. I have known you for a few days, yet you appeared out of nowhere. Heaven knows what you might do to us if you call them away. Having them as witnesses provides us with some reassurance. The burly man surveyed the group with an almost mocking smile, all soft and pale like dumplings. Even 10 more would be inconsequential. If they truly intended to act, they would have to comply. Take the money and leave. Do not engage in futile actions. The emaciated man warned his companion. Hand over the money. The burly man extended his hand. Where's the hide? First, give us the money, and the hide will naturally follow. All right. Jiang Anzhi stepped forward, producing a black bank card from his pocket. Wen Lanchu, swift and decisive, clung to his arm. I will go with you. Wait here, Jiang Anzhi said firmly, pressing her down, his tone unexpectedly frosty. Wen Lanchu pouted in dissatisfaction. They do not trust you. Besides, I want to see what the fox pelt looks like. Moreover, if you command me to remain still, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing? Jiang Anzhi gazed at her, speechless. This time was different. Obey and stay put. Anzhi, having said that, strode towards the two men. Wen Lanchu, irritated, kicked a small stone on the ground, still unsatisfied, and crouched down to throw a handful of gravel at the back of Jiang Anzhi's head. Jiang Anzhi paused momentarily, but continued onward, unfazed. Wen Lanchu trailed closely behind, occasionally tossing small pebbles at him in a fit of pique. The burly man and the emaciated man exchanged glances, speechless at the spectacle, if she were their wife. she would have been punished long ago. However, this delicate flower was merely destined to be bullied. They watched the unfolding drama with amusement, casually reaching for Jiang Anzhi's bank card. Just then, a cloud of sand rose from behind, obscuring their vision. Chapter 118. Thunderous fury. The two poachers had never anticipated that they would be caught in the crossfire during their first act of mischief, and they were taken aback, wanting to curse. However, before they could utter a single curse, the emaciated man's abdomen was struck with such force that he lost his balance and fell backward. Almost simultaneously, the burly man felt a twist on his wrist, and, as he instinctively tried to retreat, a sharp pain shot through his midsection. It was Jiang Anzhi, who seized the moment when wind launched Shu through the sand, striking with tremendous force. He delivered a precise side kick that sent the emaciated man flying, then twisted the burly man's arm and drove his knee forcefully into his stomach. As the burly man doubled over in pain, Jiang Anzhi swiftly snatched the gun concealed behind him and hurled it towards the cameraman. Finally recovering, the burly man realized he had been ambushed. His teeth ground together as he wiped the blood from his eyes with his sleeve and charged at Jiang Anzhi, the two quickly engaging in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, after being kicked away, the emaciated man hastily drew his gun from his waist, but before he could secure it, Wind Lanshu delivered a swift kick that sent it flying. Taking advantage of his momentary disarray, she landed several powerful kicks to his ribs, nearly breaking them. The emaciated man gritted his teeth, attempting to kick Wind Lanshu, but she skillfully evaded him, forcing him to retreat while struggling to rise. Before he could regain his footing, Wind Lanshu executed another strong side kick, sending him flying again. As the emaciated man writhed in struggle, Wind Lanshu knelt on his back, her hands firmly twisting his arms to secure him to the ground. In a matter of moments, Jiang Anzhi had subdued the burly man, who was now in a far worse state than the emaciated man. The two cameramen, who had been observing from a distance, were left dumbfounded, their mouths agape in disbelief. What on earth did they just witness? Was this a Hollywood blockbuster, or a showdown between heroes and villains? Someone please save them. Was this a hallucination? A savior arrived. By the time Captain Gongbu and the administrator reached the scene, Jiang Anzhi and Win Lanshu had already taken control. The group swiftly secured the two poachers who, realizing they were caught red-handed, ceased their struggles and surrendered. The two brave souls had accomplished a great feat, and I must report to my superiors to commend you. With these two in custody, I believe we can swiftly dismantle this gang. You are the pride of our patrolling officers. You overpraise us. This is the duty of every citizen. Wind Lanshu humbly smiled, unaware that Jiang Anzhi's expression was quite grim. What they had expected to be a scene of carnage turned out to be this. The astonishment of the onlookers was no less than that of the cameramen who had witnessed the entire ordeal. However, the immediate priority was to escort the two captives away to prevent any unforeseen incidents, compelling the group to suppress their curiosity and dispatch the individuals first. Yet, they were short-handed. How should they manage this situation? Chapter 119. Low-pressure escorting prisoners was no simple task, and ultimately, Captain Gongbu decided to temporarily withdraw from the recording to undertake this urgent duty. He, along with two other members of the Bureau, would be responsible for escorting the captives, while the administrator remained behind to assist Wind Lanshu and the others in the aftermath. After bidding farewell to Captain Gongbu and watching his off-road vehicle depart, only the administrator, Jiang Anzhi, Wind Lanshu, and the two accompanying cameramen and director remained. To be honest, throughout the journey, Director Zhao's heart had been in his throat. His breath held in anxiety, and only after confirming that Jiang Anzhi and Win Lanshu were unharmed did he finally exhale a long sigh of relief. If anything had happened to them, his life would be worth nothing. It was not merely a fear of financial loss. One cannot bear the weight of lives in a lifetime. Truly, thank the Buddha for protecting them. It was merely a false alarm. Director Zhao murmured, still shaken. The cameraman internally scoffed at the notion of it being a false alarm. Once you see the raw footage, you will understand just how perilous and thrilling it was. Fortunately, the poachers had not realized what they were holding. Had they known it was a camera capable of capturing their faces, they would have drawn their guns long ago. Escaping the wolf only to encounter the tiger. What a tumultuous day. Thankfully, it ended without further danger. Praise be. The once vast team now consisted of only a few stragglers. And concerned about potential trouble, The director did not allow Qin Zhu to accompany them, instructing him and his cameraman to remain behind and wait. Throughout the journey, even Wind Lanchu, normally carefree, sensed the oppressive atmosphere radiating from Jiang Anzhi. She glanced at him anxiously, realizing that she had indeed gone too far this time, and thus refrained from any further provocation, obediently staying in her place. Even when the administrator attempted to lighten the mood with a joke, she maintained a cautious demeanor, mentally preparing her apology. "Little Wind, Anzhi, are you all right?" "Yes, I'm fine." Wind Lanchu shook her head. "Let us talk." Before Wind Lanchu could settle, Jiang Anzhi suddenly pulled her behind the tent. "What is going on?" Qin Zhu looked on in confusion. Jiang Anzhi ignored him, continuing to drag Wind Lanchu along. "Young lady, do not cross paths with danger." Director Zhao quickly intervened, having witnessed the entire scenario. The cameraman, who understood the situation better than anyone, was about to praise Director Zhao for his shrewdness when Zhao shot him a gesture. "Go and film them." The cameraman complied. Jiang Anzhi pulled Wind Lanchu to the back of the tent, abruptly releasing her hold, his face grave and forbidding. Wind Lanchu nervously fidgeted, her rehearsed apology suddenly lost in her throat upon seeing his expression. "What do you want?" Jiang Anzhi asked in a calm, yet chilling tone. "I realize I was excessive. Not only did I overestimate my abilities, but I also dragged everyone into this mess. I am truly sorry. Get out." Jiang Anzhi suddenly barked at the edge of the tent, startling Wind Lanchu into trembling like a leaf, feeling extremely wronged. This guy's terrifying when angry, showing no mercy whatsoever. "Leave if you must," she said, and so she would. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise. Feng Lanchu lowered her head, feeling a sense of grievance as she prepared to depart, but her wrist was suddenly seized by Jiang Anzhi. "I wasn't talking about you." Anzhi spoke calmly, urging her not to be angered. "You two should have a proper conversation." The cameraman awkwardly waved his hand and swiftly departed like a fleeting shadow. After the cameraman left, the atmosphere grew heavy once more. Jiang Anzhi gazed at her for long, while before asking in a muted voice, "Feng Lanchu, you have never held us in your heart, have you?" Upon hearing this, she instinctively shook her head. Anzhi continued, his brow furrowed in concern. "Have you ever considered what would happen if something were to befall you? What would I, Jiang Che, and our family do? I respect your work and admire your beliefs, but could you not also value us?" He sighed. "Life is singular. You are not a savior and cannot disregard everything." Jiang Anzhi suddenly released Feng Lanchu and walked away. The moment he let go, her nose inexplicably tinged with emotion, and her eyes began to blur uncontrollably. Without hesitation, she chased after him, embracing his slender waist. "I am sorry. I realize my mistake." In that fleeting moment when she encountered the poachers, she admitted that her only thought had been to apprehend them. Otherwise, the vast expanse of the plateau would require untold manpower and resources to pursue their crimes. It was only when she saw the struggle between the poachers and Anzhi that panic surged through her. She regretted her impulsiveness. They were merely ordinary people. The thought of Anzhi being harmed sent shivers down her spine. Evidently, Anzhi had been hurt by her reckless actions. "I am not heartless. I simply will not act that way again. Truly, for you." Feng Lanchu interrupted him without hesitation. His unexpected response left Jiang Anzhi momentarily stunned. "So for Jiang Anzhi, can you not be disappointed in me?" She raised her gaze slightly, her eyes brimming with hope. Jiang Anzhi stirred slightly. "Can I trust you?" Feng Lanchu nodded, realizing he could not see her, and quickly spoke up. Just as her voice emerged, her hand turned cold. Anzhi suddenly pulled her into his embrace, his fingertips icy, but he soon released her, wrapping one arm around her waist with ease while his other hand grasped her chin, leaning down to kiss her without hesitation. This kiss, born from the aftermath of their ordeal, was fervent and filled with deep affection. Feng Lanchu clung tightly to him to avoid collapsing. Qin Zhuo watched the two embrace, his eyes wide with astonishment. He had heard the argument and approached in concern, only to witness this shocking scene. Casting a furtive glance around and seeing no one, Qin Zhuo fled in disarray. After a prolonged entanglement of lips, Jiang Anzhi finally released Feng Lanchu. The corners of her eyes were tinged with red, complemented by her flushed lips, rendering her utterly pitiable. Jiang Anzhi, his gaze somber, said, "If you do not wish for Jiang Che to become an orphan, please take care of yourself. But you're still here, right? Wherever you go, I will follow. If you descend into hell, I shall accompany you. The depth of his eyes concealed unspoken words. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently voiced his inner turmoil. Are they all right? Director Zhao waved his hand towards Qin Zhua. The latter, drifting like a ghost to Zhao's side, numbly nodded. Zhao, with an air of nonchalance, patted him on the back. Look at you, lost in thought. Anzhi can't possibly harm Teacher Feng. He might just scold her a bit. There's no need for you to worry so much. Qin Zhua gazed at Zhao, who remained blissfully unaware, and he understood the meaning of being the only sober one in a drunken crowd. The thought of his superior, Jiang Anzhi, being in a secret marriage already weighed heavily upon him. And now he had to contend with Anzhi and Teacher Feng, a couple whose love was bound to be condemned by society. Who would rescue him? Who could tell him how to navigate this situation? Alas, ultimately, he bore this burden alone. Why do you keep sighing, child? Zhao inquired with exasperation, pinching his cheek. Qin Zhua instinctively recoiled from Zhao's grasp, responding gravely, You wouldn't understand. Even though Feng Lanchu had calmed her emotions, traces of tears lingered in her slightly reddened eyes. The group quickly stood up, some chuckling while others prepared for the next scene. However, when Feng Lanchu approached them, she unexpectedly bowed deeply. I'm truly sorry for the trouble my recklessness has caused everyone. No. Teacher Feng, please don't do that. Zhao and the cameraman exclaimed in alarm. I owe everyone an apology. I acted too hastily today, putting everyone in danger. Please forgive me. The situation had been resolved amicably, and all seemed well. Teacher Feng, please do not blame yourself, Zhao reassured her. I have no authority to speak on this matter. But those cameramen who faced life and death alongside you surely will not hold it against you. Zhao discreetly urged the cameraman to say a few words. The first cameraman, with a sincere expression, said, In truth, we were glad to partake in the effort to capture the wrongdoers. The second cameraman eagerly nodded, adding, Yes. We felt a sense of regret for not being able to contribute to the cause until today. It was a worthy endeavor, seeing that no one held her accountable. Feng Lanchu felt deeply moved. Let us all rejoice. After all, we accomplished a great deed today, and everyone is safe. The administrator joined the discussion at the opportune moment, stating, The patrol vehicle will arrive shortly. Let's handle this matter first. The debris had already been organized by Qin Zhua. It was best to burn the trash that could not be transported and then bury it. Without hesitation, they rolled up their sleeves once more, with Feng Lanchu and the administrator incinerating the rubbish and leftover remains, while Jiang, Yu, and Zhua dug a pit for burial. On the plateau, it was difficult to gauge the passage of time by the light of day. When the distant sound of a car horn echoed, they had long since cleared the area, their stomachs growling in hunger. Hey, brothers, sorry to keep you waiting. You guys are incredible. Teacher Feng, you are a true heroine. You have achieved a great feat for Kekexili. As the men praised Feng Lanchu and Jiang Anzhi, their spirits soared, and the Tibetan songs they hummed resonated through the expanse of Kekexili. Due to the unforeseen incident, the director was compelled to adjust the filming schedule. Little did they know, fate had other plans, for they encountered genuine poachers, thus surpassing their expectations and fulfilling the thematic task of this episode. As Jiang Anzhi was removing his outerwear, he noticed Qin Zhua casting furtive glances at him, prompting a smile. Do you have something to say to me? Qin Zhua nodded, glancing at the equipment before shaking his head. Speak freely, don't hold back. Jiang Anzhi removed his jacket, revealing a form-fitting black fleece underneath, accentuating his well-defined physique that would draw anyone's admiration. Suppressing his envy, Qin Zhua solemnly said, Anzhi, if I had a delicious apple, theoretically, should others not take it? Yes. Jiang Anzhi sat down, massaging his sore arms while nodding in agreement. Have you grasped the concept? Huh? Jiang Anzhi appeared confused. All right, let's try another analogy. Qin Zhua positioned a small stool in front of Jiang Anzhi and raised his hand. For instance, this watch is mine, even if others admire it. Out of principle, they should only appreciate it from afar, not touch it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Anzhi finally understood. Who took something from you? Qin Zhua despaired, scratching his head. In their dormitory, with so many cameras around, he couldn't directly say, Anzhi, you must reconsider. You and Teacher Feng cannot be accepted by society. However, the more convoluted his approach, the less Anzhi seemed to comprehend. Who will rescue this child? Watching Qin Zhua, who was fidgeting like an ant on a hot stove, Jiang Anzhi chuckled and playfully poked his forehead. What exactly do you wish to convey? Zhuo was just about to speak when a knock echoed through the dormitory door. Resigned, he approached to open it, only to find Feng Lanchu standing outside, cradling a bottle of medicinal wine. It was as if fate had conspired against him. Tears welled in his heart. "What brings you here?" As Jiang Anzhi caught sight of Feng Lanchu, a flicker of recognition illuminated his eyes. How oblivious he had been not to notice such a clear sign before. Observing Feng Laoshe, it was evident that her eyes sparkled with unbidden joy upon seeing Anzhi. That infuriating mutual attraction had gone entirely unnoticed by him. "This is our family's traditional medicinal wine. You should apply some later." After all, Jiang Anzhi must have endured considerable suffering today, and with the combination of the medicinal wine and the old Feng family's massage techniques, he would recover in a couple of days. However, for now, he must fend for himself. Feng Lanchu had intended merely to deliver the medicine, but Qin Zhuo, standing guard like a vigilant sentinel, obstructed her path. "You should head back. You've worked hard. Rest early, and see you tomorrow." Without a hint of hesitation, Qin Zhuo slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Feng Lanchu stood outside, bewildered, her expression a tableau of confusion. Chapter 123. Qin's Vigilant Defense. Anzhi. "Let me take care of you." Jiang Anzhi tilted his head slightly, scrutinizing him with a thoughtful gaze. Qin Zhuo, feeling a twinge of guilt, averted his eyes. "Do not doubt me. I have studied massage techniques." Anzhi smirked, offering no further retort as he settled comfortably, resting his chin on his arms, exuding an air of languid serenity. "Then I shall entrust this to you." "No problem." Qin Zhuo advanced eagerly, only to be met with Anzhi's cool glance. "What's wrong?" Qin Zhuo instinctively halted. "The equipment," he prompted with a casual reminder. At once, Qin Zhuo understood and cheerfully draped his clothing over the camera. "Dear viewers, I am about to assist Anzhi with his medication. Please avert your gaze. Rest well, and good night." Once all the equipment was covered, Jiang Anzhi leisurely removed his fleece jacket. To his dismay, several alarming purple and red bruises marred his arms and back, a sight that was painful to behold. It was then that Qin Zhuo recognized the dangers faced during the day, and he silently applied the medicine to Jiang Anzhi. Observing Anzhi's calm demeanor, which seemed impervious to pain, Qin Zhuo lost the urge to lecture him. He sighed, tenderly massaging Anzhi's back. "Anzhi, from now on, I will protect you." The next day, everyone gathered in the cafeteria. During breakfast, Liu shared tales of escorting the Tibetan antelope, likening the rescue station to the panda base he had visited, assuring everyone that the antelope would receive thorough care. This brought much relief to all. Feng Lanchu found Qin Zhuo's behavior peculiar today. No, it had been strange since yesterday afternoon. Wherever she went, as soon as she spoke with Jiang Anzhi, he would appear, often without uttering a word. Even the slightest glance in Anzhi's direction would summon Qin Zhuo, who would then surround her protectively. What was going on with this boy? Feng Lanchu pondered, unable to decipher the inner workings of his youthful heart. Meanwhile, Qin Zhuo reveled in his vigilant defense, yet felt a twinge of guilt, as if he had inadvertently torn apart a pair of lovers. Director Zhao, unaware of the group's sentiments, cheerfully announced, to reward everyone, "We will not impose any tasks or challenges today. It shall purely be a day of sightseeing." The group stared, wide-eyed in disbelief. "Is that true?" "Indeed. After yesterday's hard work, we will visit Sun Lake to admire the beautiful mountain scenery." After a brief respite, they set off, all fitting into a single vehicle. Zhuang Nan was the driver, and under Qin Zhuo's enthusiastic arrangements, Feng Lanchu took the passenger seat, while Jiang Anzhi and Liu settled in the back. The atmosphere was lively, especially for Zhuang Nan, who had heard about the thrilling escapade of Feng Lanchu and Jiang Anzhi capturing a bandit, and felt a twinge of envy. "If only I'd been there," he sighed wistfully. "Escorting animals is also crucial. I heard you did all the driving," Feng Lanchu praised, prompting a smile from Zhuang Nan as their conversation flowed easily. From the back, Qin Zhuo observed the two, feeling a pang of unease. How could little Feng Laoshe betray Anzhi? He shook his head, chiding himself for such thoughts. Chapter 124. Sun Lake. Little Feng Laoshe, where is Sun Lake? The moment the question was posed, the others instantly grasped the director's intent. Entering from the Kunlun Mountain Pass, they would end at Sun Lake, honoring the heroes and bestowing a beautiful conclusion upon guardians of the homeland. Sun Lake shimmered under the sunlight, its vast surface reflecting the snow-capped mountains. blending seamlessly into the horizon. A gray monument stood solitary amidst the grass, seemingly desolate yet filled with significance. For reasons unknown, as they presented a hada to the monument, many felt a lump in their throats. In that moment, Chinj sorrowfully wished that Suanan Dalji could become the mountain deity, safeguarding this beautiful land eternally. It certainly will, Zhuang Nan concurred, having experienced the loss of comrades. In their belief, death was merely a physical end, while the spirit remained immortal. Director Zhao smiled, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. We shall not say goodbye. I look forward to our next reunion. The group, filled with emotion, embraced in a circle. And with a crisp clap, the camera lens was finally covered. Indeed, we must gather often in the future. Let's keep in touch. Men, being straightforward, quickly transitioned from their brief melancholy to laughter and camaraderie. With the tasks completed early, what shall we do next? Qin Zhuo exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. What about Zhuang Nan? Be cautious, Anzhi cautioned. Zhuang Nan, remember to share any good news with us. Of course. What about Anzhi? Off to Yihai. Qin Zhuo lamented with a sigh. It seems it's just me and little Feng Laoshe left to play here. When did I agree to that? Feng Lanchu retorted. Undeterred, Qin Zhuo quietly schemed to persuade little Feng Laoshe to accompany him for a couple of days. The tables had turned. The most leisurely person had suddenly become the most pressed for time. Casting a meaningful glance at Jiang Anzhi and Feng Lanchu, Qin Zhuo reluctantly boarded the vehicle. Jiang Anzhi watched Qin Zhuo's departing figure, tilting his head slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips, his heart clear. It seemed this boy truly understood something. Chapter 125. The enigmatic questions of Little Chun. The production team would remain at the Management Bureau for a few more days to capture additional footage. Zhuang Nan veered off to find team leader Gongbu, while Li Yu and Anzhi awaited their manageress arrival. Shortly thereafter, Little Chin's car pulled up. I'll take you to the airport, Jiang Anzhi said, glancing at Feng Lanchu, who seemed to recall something and readily nodded, surprised by her quick agreement. Anji's lips curled upward. Anzhi, I leave little Feng Laoshe in your care. Do look after her. Director Zhao's motherly tone was relentless. Had Qin Zhuo been present, he would have been gnashing his teeth in frustration, blaming their meddling for igniting an unwanted spark between the two. Alas, he was already gone. After acknowledging Director Zhao, Anzhi ushered Feng Lanchu into the car. Once they were settled, Little Chun started the engine. To Feng Lanchu's astonishment, it was Little Chun himself at the wheel. After all, he was a highly sought-after agent, coveted by countless stars. The driver has altitude sickness, so he is on leave for a few days. Rest assured, I will ensure you arrive at the airport safely. Little Chun reassured, his demeanor warm and unpretentious. Ahem. Jiang Anzhi seemed a bit unwell, subtly coughing to the side. Little Chun, could you turn up the heating? Feng Lanchu finally remembered the purpose of their shared ride, and while speaking, she drew the window curtains closed, then turned to Anzhi, urging him to remove his clothing. Xiao Chunji's face flushed with embarrassment as he nervously exclaimed, Xiao Chu, it's broad daylight. Be mindful of the influence. Feng Lan Chu displayed a foolish expression. Jiang Anzhi could not help but chuckle softly. Don't laugh, hurry up. Feng Lan Chu said as she leaned over to assist him with his clothing zipper. Jiang Anzhi did not resist and allowed her to manage him. I should get out of the car first. Xiao Chungu said hastily, glancing at Feng Lan Chu in the rearview mirror, who looked like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. After a moment of thought, he awkwardly inquired, is 1 or 2 cigarettes time enough? Jiang Anzhi shot him a cool glance without responding. However, Feng Lan Chu, puzzled, asked, why do you want to get out? Can't you tolerate the smell of medicinal wine? Huh? Xiao Chunji's face was full of questions. He was injured yesterday, and I want to check on him. She explained. Oh, what? Xiao Chunji's eyes widened in shock, and he abruptly slammed on the brakes. Feng Lan Chu was caught off guard and nearly lunged forward, but Jiang Anzhi swiftly caught her, saving her from harm. What is all this fuss about? Jiang Anzhi frowned slightly, showing his displeasure. I'm sorry, Xiao Chungu said, scratching his head in shame, then inquired with concern, how did you get hurt? Anzhi, were you injured? Is it serious? It's nothing, Anzhi replied, stabilizing Feng Lan Chu and taking over the task of removing his outerwear. Before long, his fair, solid chest was revealed, showcasing a bruise that had darkened to black and numerous other contusions on his arms. Jiang Anzhi's porcelain white skin made the purplish-red bruises particularly alarming. To minimize resource wastage during filming, only the stars and the filming crew ascended to the plateau, while assistants and staff remained at the hotel in Gurmu. Thus, he was unaware of the events that had transpired above. Upon seeing the injuries on Jiang Anzhi's body, Xiao Chungu was utterly shocked. Heaven knows how much Jiang Anzhi is worth. Even the loss of a single hair strand could amount to tens of millions, let alone these injuries. Fenglan Chu thought to herself, what kind of gossip has she stumbled upon this time? Chapter 126. Feng's massage. I knew that Liu, that rascal, seems cheerful but is secretly scheming. He calls you brother endlessly, but in reality, he would love to stab you in the back every day. Jiang Anzhi sighed, pinching his forehead in exasperation. Xiao Chenggu was otherwise fine, but he had a penchant for overthinking others' intentions. Ahem, in truth, we encountered poachers yesterday. Fenglan Chu confessed honestly. Huh? Xiao Changji's eyes widened. Let's talk about it later. Anzhi is bare-chested. Catching a chill would be troublesome. Fenglan Chu realized that her efforts last night had been in vain, regretting not insisting on staying to help. If she had dealt with it timely, perhaps he would have healed by today. Now wholly focused on applying medicine to Jiang Anzhi, she had no time to explain to Xiao Chenggu. Concerned for Anzhi's well-being, Xiao Chenggu restarted the vehicle and spoke as they drove. Ashu. In the management office, Liu, waiting alone for his agent, sneezed. Who is cursing me? He mused. Or perhaps it's a bit chilly indoors. I should step outside to soak up some sun. With that thought, he sauntered outside, completely unaware that Xiao Chenggu had been disparaging him. Jiang Anzhi sat comfortably, cross-legged, as Fenglan Chu gently worked on his back with her delicate hands. Her soft hands, surprisingly strong, caused him to emit soft groans of comfort several times. Does it hurt a lot? Fenglan Chu asked, concerned about the possibility of internal bleeding. A little pain was normal, but if it was severe, it might indicate internal injury. And a visit to the hospital would be prudent. Cough, it's nothing, Jiang Anzhi replied, his eyes flickering slightly, feeling a bit guilty. Xiao Chu's technique appears quite professional. Xiao Chenggu could not help but compliment as he occasionally glanced in the rearview mirror. It's all right. My grandfather is a renowned bone-setting master. I've learned a few massage techniques from him. Anzhi is truly fortunate. Fenglan Chu chuckled, not responding further. In truth, it was her first time providing such service to Jiang Anzhi. It must be said that Jiang Anzhi's back was delightful to touch, distinct in texture, smooth and elastic. Cough. Fenglan Chu's gaze flickered as she hesitated to apply too much pressure. Are you tired? Jiang Anzhi slightly turned his head, placing his fair fingers over hers to suggest a brief rest. Applying more while it's warm will help it dissipate faster. We still need to head to Yihai for our schedule. The sooner we treat it, the better. Observing the affectionate interaction between the two, Xiao Chenggu felt a pang of jealousy. How did these two suddenly become so close? It's utterly nauseating. By the time they reached the airport, it was already past 8. Concerned about fans waiting for them, Xiao Chenggu drove directly to the underground passage. Even avoiding the entrance, they could not escape the boarding gate, where numerous eager young fans awaited. Upon spotting Jiang Anzhi and his entourage, their eyes sparkled with excitement, and they instinctively let out a shriek before quickly covering their mouths. Unlike the scattered fans Fenglan Chu encountered in Gurmu, these fans seemed organized and disciplined, refraining from approaching and simply watching them quietly. When Jiang Anzhi glanced over, each fan joyfully stomped their feet, yet they restrained themselves to avoid disturbing passersby. They deftly unfurled the banners they held, which read, "Congratulations on the completion of Anzhi's variety show." Fenglan Chu couldn't help but be impressed. Anzhi's fans truly exhibited high quality. It seemed they were there to celebrate the completion of the show. She wondered how long these youngsters had been waiting there. She couldn't help but smile at Anzhi's fans, who were delighted. For them, meeting Anzhi was the goal, and catching a glimpse of Xiao Feng Laosher was like a delightful bonus. Chapter 127. Xiao Feng Laosher's husband despite Jiang Anzhi's tight schedule. He chose a flight slightly later than Fenglan Chu's, ensuring he could watch her board before feeling at ease. After a lengthy flight of nearly 4.5 hours, they arrived in Huaixiang close to midnight. There were not many people traveling from Green Sea to Huaixiang. As Fenglan Chu walked out with her backpack, she was taken aback to find a throng of young people waiting at the exit, around 100. The moment they spotted her, they erupted with fangirl screams, instantly filling the quiet airport with excitement. Congratulations on the completion of Xiao Feng Laosher's project. Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Feng Laosher. Bystanders turned to look, wondering who this beautiful girl was, pondering if she might be a new star or an idol. Shu, Feng Lan, Chu awkwardly gestured for everyone to lower their voices. If I remember correctly, today is Monday, right? Don't you have classes tomorrow? Yes, we'll leave soon. Huh? You don't like the entertainment industry? One young fan looked disappointed, realizing that if Xiao Feng Laosher stopped participating in variety shows, they would be at a loss. I have my own professional responsibilities. Just as you all have your mission to study well, we cannot lose sight of our priorities. We love you. Please participate in more variety shows. After waving goodbye to the crowd, Xiao Feng Laosher quickly got into the car. Goodbye, Xiao Feng Laosher. We love you. The roaring Hummer sped away, and the young fans exclaimed, "Oh my, is that Xiao Feng Laosher's husband inside? Did anyone see who was driving? I was too busy looking at Xiao Feng Laosher." The extravagant vehicle surely belonged to a handsome man, leading to a misconception that her partner was a wealthy playboy. Gasp! The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. Not long after, a post about Feng Lan Chu began circulating among her fans, some expressing their concerns with tearful messages. Our Xiao Feng Laosher is a celestial beauty. I'm so worried about her meeting the wrong person. Boo-hoo. What's going on here? Same question. Please explain. We came to pick up Xiao Feng Laosher after work and saw her partner's car. He seemed so cold, unwilling to even get out to open the door for her. Indeed, the car is flashy. It clearly looks like he is not a good person. Perhaps he just couldn't get out for some reason? Now that they've arrived. What could be inconvenient? Unless he has a leg injury. It's just an excuse. He clearly doesn't care. Wow, now that you mention it, that's unforgivable. Let's seek justice for Xiao Feng Laosher. Condemn the heartless man. If he doesn't love her, he should let her go. Return my teacher, Xiao Feng, to the free skies. Sisters, let us remain calm. Emotions are matters between two individuals, and we must not be swayed by appearances. How could such an astute person as teacher, Xiao Feng, ever compromise her integrity? Zhu Mingming was unaware that she had inadvertently criticized Jiang Anzhi. Chapter 128. Strange tales. Not long after Feng Lan arrived in Huaixiang, Jiang Anzhi and Xiao Chenggu also landed at Yihai. Though it was the early hours, the fans awaiting arrivals at Yihai were abundant. Donning a cap and mask, Jiang Anzhi quietly proceeded towards the van. Along the way, Anzhi's fans were filled with excitement. Yet, like the fans of Luhai, they maintained absolute silence and discipline. Only after watching Anzhi board the vehicle did they disperse with a sense of wistfulness. Is it merely my imagination, or do I detect the scent of medicinal wine? Could it be that Anzhi sustained an injury while recording a variety show? Oh please, don't let that be the case. It would break my heart. As soon as Xiao Changgu entered the car, he swiftly turned on his phone. As a top-tier agent, his professional standard necessitated that he remain informed of all developments. After scrolling through updates from various celebrities and their fans, he stumbled upon a particularly intriguing headline. Upon clicking it, he nearly burst into laughter. The marketing headline read, "Teacher Xiao Feng's husband is unworthy." The post proclaimed that if teacher Xiao Feng's husband did not cherish her, he should promptly let her go. Given teacher Xiao Feng's abilities and charm, she could easily select someone far superior. Under this news, numerous netizens left messages seeking to court her. Jiang Feng Yuhua is true love. Teacher Xiao Feng, please give our esteemed actor a chance. Teacher Xiao Feng, do not compromise. You deserve better. Even The Disciple by Daming Lake is an option. Please take a look at our Yugo. A strong man and an expert would make a good match. Would teacher Xiao Feng consider? I'm also a candidate. I teach at the university next to yours. Since the one above has boldly professed love, so will I. I'll live next door and can create a sea of flowers for you, presenting you with a unique bouquet daily. Those above are either tycoons or flower farmers. Ha ha. An educator? Really? Xiao Chenggu grinned widely as he read the comments. But suddenly, a fair and slender hand reached over and snatched the phone from his grasp. Xia Tianyi, he feel offended. Upon closer inspection, he realized the commotion was due to the airport pickup. The elders in the fan community were quite anxious, fearing the speculations of the young fans might hold a grain of truth. Teacher Xiao Feng's senior sister. No need to worry, sisters. Rainbow praise. President, you have finally arrived. What should we do? I hope teacher Xiao Feng is not marrying the wrong person. Thousand hand, thousand eye, spider spirit. That individual is indeed ungracious. If he cannot even open a door upon disembarking, how can we expect him to do anything for Teacher Xiao Feng, ruler of the greenhouse? Although we have already alerted the little fans not to jump to conclusions, truth be told, my heart feels quite cold. Teacher Xiao Feng's senior sister. Ahem, sisters, no need to feel disheartened. In fact, that person is mine. Everyone. Chapter 129. Overly saturated discussions. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Mingming decided to candidly reveal her identity to the elders in the fan community. Through a month of diligent effort, she had risen to become the leader of the Fenglan fan club. Alongside her presidency, Zhu Mingming had an eye for talent, actively identifying and promoting 4 capable individuals among the fans to lead the financial, anti-black, common control, and voting groups, known as the 4 Elders. They included the dedicated manager of the Electricity for Love Fund, Teacher Xiao Feng's mother fan, the anti-black leader, ruler of the greenhouse, the art and copy group leader, Thousand Hand Thousand Eye Spider Spirit, and the comment control leader, Rainbow Praise. The 5 leaders held daily meetings to interact and strategize. Zhu Mingming pondered whether to inform them of her identity, but little did she know, this revelation would lead to an uncontrollable turn of events. Thousand Hand, Thousand Eye, Spider Spirit. Are you the master? Zhu Mingming was truly in awe of Rainbow Praise. No wonder he stood out among the common controllers. Teacher Xiao Feng's senior sister. Little Rainbow, I am a friend of Teacher Xiao Feng, female. Rainbow Praise. So you are a close friend of Teacher Xiao Feng? Truly. A sister who would stand by in times of need. Thousand Hand, Thousand Eye, Spider Spirit. Little Praise, since the president is willing to reveal her identity, we might as well join in. Rainbow Praise. That is fine. For the unity of our team, revealing our identities is nothing. I am Kai Jiao from Teacher Xiao Feng's graduate class. Thousand Hand, Thousand Eye, Spider Spirit. I am Zhu Kue, a graduate student in wildlife research at Huai University. Teacher Xiao Feng's senior sister. Are we all part of the same circle? By the way, aren't Teacher Xiao Feng's students all male? You all? Cross-dressing masters? Thousand Hand, Thousand Eye, Spider Spirit. Hee, the fan circle is predominantly female. As men, we have no choice but to conform and compromise. Teacher Xiao Feng's senior sister. Rainbow Praise. What about the anti-black leader? Little one, come out. It's time to reveal your identity. Ruler of the greenhouse. I'm just an ordinary office worker. Rainbow Praise. And the mother fan? Teacher Xiao Feng's senior sister. The mother fan sleeps early. She's also someone I know. Thousand Hand, Thousand Eye, Spider Spirit. Goodness. It seems that among our 5 leaders, for our insiders, one must say this is quite the serendipity. Zhu Mingming, on the other side of the screen, was at a loss whether to cry or laugh. How could their eyes be so sharp? Selecting 2 out of 3 from among the multitude? This truly is the most saturated discussion in history. Even family businesses would not dare to be so blatant. Complaints aside, the individuals she chose must persevere. Teacher Xiao Feng's senior sister. Let us support one another and lend a helping hand. Rainbow Praise. Yes. Let us together protect our beloved teacher, Xiao Feng. Teacher Xiao Feng's senior sister. You all have classes tomorrow. Don't stay up too late. Rest early. Thousand Hand, Thousand Eye, Spider Spirit. I'm used to staying up as a student. It's fine, but little one has work tomorrow, so sleep early. Ruler of the greenhouse. Yes. Everyone should rest early. Good night. Before long, everyone had logged off. Before his computer, Professor Wang Bingbing adjusted his anti-glare glasses, a subtle smile of a king gracing his lips. Reveal identities? That would be impossible. He would never disclose to anyone that this esteemed professor of plant ecology had registered no less than 10 fan accounts solely for the purpose of online anti-black activities. Chapter 130. Fishing and human younglings. While the fans of the Fenglan Support Club were revealing identities and strengthening their revolutionary camaraderie, young Jiang Anzhi was embroiled in his first internal struggle of life. As he matured, he could no longer enjoy carefree play at home. During his mother's business trip, his grandmother sent him to kindergarten, where he truly experienced the tribulations of life. Nearby Jiangxin Shaozhu, there existed a prestigious kindergarten, reputed for employing the world's most advanced educational philosophies, known for cultivating children's cognitive abilities through nature. This kindergarten only admitted 30 children per academic year, and it was said that graduates were exceptionally bright, certainly winning at the starting line future pillars of a nation. With her remarkable prowess, Jiang Ma secured a trial admission slot, allowing Jiang Che to experience communal living, especially as he was due to become a proud kindergarten student in September. Life at the kindergarten was simple. Breakfast was served from 8 to 9 o'clock. After breakfast, the first lesson, an observation class, commenced. The children ventured outdoors, free to choose flowers, plants, and trees, exploring their curiosities without restraint. Each child had a designated teacher who accompanied them at a distance, allowing them to engage with nature at their own pace, whether counting ants or observing the blooming and wilting of flowers. Following this, they would have lunch and take a nap. The afternoon continued with more observation, snacks, feeding animals, or engaging in light labor. For the other children, this life, akin to a vacation, is filled with new discoveries and joys each day. The only moment that seems to spark interest is the brief time spent feeding the little white rabbit. Is this adorable child somewhat out of sync with his peers? Is he reclusive or perhaps facing social challenges? It does not appear so. He communicates normally, and just a couple of days ago, upon entering the kindergarten, he was playing with the other children. This sudden shift is perplexing. Further observation is warranted. If issues arise, it is prudent to inform his parents promptly. However, for the past few days, it has been his grandmother who has been picking him up and dropping him off, and his parents have not been seen. This might be a reflection of familial circumstances. It is difficult to ascertain. I shall inquire with his grandmother this evening. Unbeknownst to Jiang Anzhi, who is passing the time in a daze, he has become the focal point of the teacher's observations. This independent classroom, constructed outdoors, houses 10 plump rabbits, each residing in its own cage. The school fosters compassion and responsibility in children by allowing them to care for these small animals one-on-one, a project that has garnered parental approval. All right, children, it is once again time to feed the animals. Please provide the rabbits with their dinner, the teacher announces, allowing the children to collect the rabbits' food, which includes an assortment of lettuce leaves, romaine, and carrots. Unlike the other children who scramble chaotically, Jiang Che methodically selects a few of each item before approaching his designated rabbit's cage. He is assigned a charming gray and white rabbit, which eagerly recognizes the arrival of its feeder. The rabbit's nose and lips twitch in anticipation, its little teeth barely visible. With a gentle smile, Jiang Che presents the food at the cage's entrance. The rabbit takes a couple of bites from his hand before using its paws to drag the food inside. Jiang Che does not resist and allows it to take the food in. The teacher observes Jiang Che's composed demeanor with quiet admiration. This little fellow, though not particularly sociable, displays remarkable intelligence, quite unlike a typical 3-year-old. His orderly approach to feeding the rabbit resembles that of an experienced rabbit farmer. Before long, Jiang Che completes his feeding task. The rabbit, now well-fed and content, affectionately nudges against the side of the cage. Jiang Che reaches out to pat its furry head, and the rabbit does not flinch, gazing back at him with a simple, endearing expression. A soft smile graces Jiang Che's face as he stands up. The observing teacher nearly melts at the sight of his tender smile. This little darling is undeniably captivating. Just as Jiang Che intends to leave, he spots a boisterous child from the class wobbling towards him with a cup of water. Make way, he barks, shoving aside the children in his path as he squats before his own rabbit's cage, dousing the vegetables with water. What are you doing, you little chubby one? Zhang inquires nonchalantly. Zhou Tsong glances at the newcomer, disdainfully curling his lip and ignoring him. After mixing the vegetables with water, Zhou Tsong prepares to pass them to his rabbit, only to have a foot suddenly kick his vegetables away. Staring in disbelief at the scattered greens, Zhou Tsong's anger surges. He looks up to see Jiang Che glaring at him, admonishing him like an adult. Do you know that doing this will give the rabbit diarrhea? A rabbit with diarrhea can easily die. Do you wish to harm it? You're talking nonsense. I didn't. Zhou Tsong retorts, his face flushed with indignation. He merely thought that rabbits should not only eat vegetables without water, but when he tried to offer water, the rabbit refused to drink, leaving him with no choice but to use this method. Yet, this little newcomer had the audacity to knock over his food and accuse him of wanting to harm the rabbit. Infuriated, Zhou Tsong shoves Jiang Che, who taken by surprise, falls but does not cry. Instead, he retaliates by throwing the scattered vegetables at Zhou Tsong's face before getting back up and delivering a swift kick that sends Zhou Tsong tumbling. As the class bully, Zhou Tsong is unaccustomed to being bested, especially by someone younger, and he breaks down in tears. Jiang Che is at a loss. The chubby one is resorting to crying to gain sympathy. This unexpected commotion catches the attention of the teachers and students alike. Even startling the rabbits, who momentarily pause their munching at the sound of Zhou Tsong's wailing. The air remains silent for 3 seconds before the teacher rushes to intervene. Children must not fight. If there are conflicts, tell the teacher, and we will resolve them. He bullied me, Zhou Tsong cries, sitting amidst the vegetable remnants, his clothes soaked and his demeanor a mess. In contrast, Jiang Che stands pristine, arms crossed, resembling a spoiled young master who has just bullied a commoner. What has transpired? The teacher inquires patiently while assisting Zhou Tsong. I was simply feeding the rabbit, and he suddenly came over and kicked my vegetables away, then scolded me. Zhou Tsong cries, his grievances echoing the teacher's observations. The teacher turns to Jiang Che. Jiang Che, would you like to explain your actions? I couldn't stand by and watch him cause harm. If the rabbit eats the vegetables mixed with water, it could suffer from acute gastroenteritis, leading to diarrhea and dehydration, Jiang Che explains earnestly. Bai is innocent. The teacher is momentarily taken aback by his logical reasoning. Is this truly common knowledge? She wonders, silently wiping her brow. Chapter 132. Please contact the parents Qian Du Qian Ku. Can rabbits die from drinking water? Answer. Rabbits can drink water in moderation, but excessive water intake can be fatal. Additionally, feeding rabbits vegetables with water can lead to diarrhea and dehydration, which may ultimately result in death. Teacher Li quietly closes the webpage. Her expression calm as she sips her green tea. It seems Jiang Che's assertions hold truth. Could this child be a prodigy? What kind of parents raise such a remarkable child? As her thoughts wander, a knock sounds at the office door. Guomin, it must be Jiang Che's parents. Teacher Li hastily takes another sip of water, preparing for a lengthy conversation. However, upon looking up and recognizing the visitor, she inadvertently spews out the water. What? Jiang Feng Yuhua? How did teacher Xiao Feng end up here? Just as she arrives, Zhang's mother receives a phone call from Teacher Li. Have we already reached the point of parental intervention after just one trial class? Feng Lanchu is taken aback. Perhaps I should check on the situation, Zhang's mother suggests hesitantly. But Feng Lanchu shakes her head. Mother, I will go. Children playing and teasing one another is quite normal. Do not reprimand him too harshly. A gentle discussion will suffice. Our Jiang Che is quite intelligent and will understand. Concerned that Feng Lanchu might be too stern with her precious grandson, Zhang's mother offers a heartfelt reminder. Rest assured, I will handle it well. With an air of calm, Feng Lanchu departs, leaving Zhang's mother anxious at home, wondering who would dare to provoke her beloved grandson. Upon seeing Feng Lanchu, Teacher Li nearly leaps from her chair. Her exaggerated reaction startles Feng Lanchu as well. Feng Lanchu. Hello, Teacher Xiao Feng. How are you? I didn't expect to see you here. Teacher Li stammers, her face a mixture of excitement and panic. It is no secret how deeply she admires home guardians, and she is indeed a devoted fan of Jiang Feng Yuhua. Encountering someone she admires without any preparation is a thrill few can withstand. Noting Teacher Li's ecstatic yet cautious demeanor, Feng Lanchu quickly deduces her identity as an ardent fan. Hello, I am Jiang Che's mother. Teacher Li's eyes widen in disbelief. Could she have struck gold? She is now the homeroom teacher for the son of Teacher Xiao Feng. This is beyond comprehension. She cannot wait to buy a lottery ticket after work. Teacher, I heard Jiang Che has caused some trouble, so I came to find out more. Rest assured, we are not blaming the child. We simply wish to understand his situation and discuss his behavior over the past few days, she replies, pulling up the surveillance footage to share Jiang Che's daily activities with Feng Lanchu. Previously, we were perplexed by his utter disinterest in the things in the garden. But now I finally comprehend the reason. For Jiang Che's mother is Feng Lanchu. I believe Feng Lanchu must have taken Jiang Che outdoors, visiting the true grandeur of nature. So how could he possibly find the mundane school environment appealing? Moreover, since Feng Lanchu is his mother, it is hardly surprising that she would not question him if he claimed he could care for dragons, let alone rabbits. Teacher, I apologize for any trouble Jiang Che has caused you. Feng Lanchu expressed with a touch of guilt. No, please don't say that. Teacher Xiao Li responded with trepidation, waving her hands dismissively. Feng Lanchu did not anticipate that Jiang Che's independent foray into social realms would manifest in such behavior. All along, she had raised him as if he were a human cub, refraining from overindulgence. Most of the time, she acted like an eagle guiding her fledglings, solely responsible for teaching him about nature and instilling a worldview, while providing the essentials for survival, encouraging him to experience and grow on his own. Jiang Che was astute, and she found him easy to nurture, often believing that her son possessed an astonishing capacity for comprehension and that there was little to worry about. However, from the videos, Feng Lanchu keenly noticed signs of Jiang Che's slight social disconnect. Upon reflection, she recognized that while emphasizing the cultivation of academic thought, one must not overlook conventional education. After all, humans are social creatures, inseparable from their communities. Fishing. I hear you've been bullying your classmates, Feng Lanchu said, conversing with him as if in casual chat. I did not bully him, Jiang Che asserted, stating the facts. I was reasoning with him. Reasoning with your fists? Jiang Che, feeling guilty, glanced around, avoiding Feng Lanchu's gaze. Fists are the hard truth. Feng Lanchu sighed, exasperated, and quietly led Jiang Che to a bench in the small park, preparing for a profound discussion. Regarding the little rabbit, you prevented Zhou Song from errant behavior, allowing the rabbit to escape peril. Mother wishes to commend you for that. Jiang Che smiled faintly and nodded, I understand. However, concerning your various behaviors in kindergarten, Mother does not quite agree. Feng Lanchu's tone shifted, causing Jiang Che's smile to falter as he tilted his head, awaiting her further words. You're uninterested in observation class. Do you think the things in the garden are all too familiar and thus uninteresting? Jiang Che silently nodded. And you are unwilling to play with your classmates, perhaps finding their incessant questions bothersome because they know nothing? Jiang Che nodded again. But do you truly understand everything? Feng Lanchu looked intently into his eyes, and a flicker of confusion crossed Jiang Che's gaze. This tree, there's similar ones at school. Do you know its name? What flowers does it bloom? What fruits does it bear? When does its bark shed? Feng Lanchu pointed to a nearby magnolia tree. Jiang Che glanced at it, attempted to answer, but fell silent and shook his head. Do you know where the ants in the garden reside? What distinguishes them from other types we have encountered? Jiang Che again silently shook his head. Nature is an immense whole. Humanity has spent thousands of years and still cannot claim to fully comprehend it, let alone you. Although you frequently accompany Mother on excursions, it does not mean you have mastered it. Whether in science, art, or any field, only through persistent exploration and inquiry can one hope to gain deeper insights. I feel your recent demeanor has become somewhat proud and complacent. What do you think? Jiang Che, abashed, lowered his head and earnestly admitted, I know I was wrong. Observing Jiang Che's adorable and bashful admission of guilt, Feng Lanchu knew he had grasped the essence of the matter, thus pulling him into her embrace. Mother is not criticizing you. She merely believes you can approach life in a better manner so that you may live without regrets. Jiang Che nestled in Feng Lanchu's arms, inhaling her familiar scent, and for once, playfully said, I missed you, Mama. Chapter 134. Drunk on oxygen, she hurried over. Concerned, why are you so late? Did the teacher keep you after class? Were you criticized for fishing? Jiang Ma's heart ached intensely, her eyes brimming with tears. Feng Lanchu felt a pang of shock, wondering if Jiang Anzhi had been raised in such excessive pampering. Reflecting on his habit of clutching her wrist while sleeping, it seemed to make sense. Grandma, I was wrong. Jiang Che looked up earnestly at Jiang Ma. I did not perform well at school, but starting tomorrow, I will be serious. My good boy, to Grandma, you are the best, Jiang Ma exclaimed, lifting Jiang Che in her arms, chattering about the delicious food she had prepared for him. This old lady is spoiling him a bit too much, Feng Lanchu thought. Though considering Anzhi's gentlemanly demeanor, perhaps such an educational approach could yield unexpected miracles. Mistakenly perceived as having been overly pampered, Jiang Anzhi began to cough softly in the lounge. Xiao Chun Gu paced anxiously, for since midnight the previous day, Jiang Anzhi had been coughing incessantly, nearly every 10 minutes. They had scheduled a week for filming an album, but now Anzhi's health issues were inevitably affecting the shooting process. Xiao Chun Gu seized the opportunity to take Anzhi to the hospital for an examination, and the doctor reported no issues. Yet, Anzhi's cough persisted, seemingly worsening. You could consult a specialist. They might have effective remedies, the stylist suggested, waking Xiao Chungu from his reverie. Right, how'd I not think of that? Without delay, Xiao Chungu pulled out his phone and called Feng Lan Chu. My dear Chu, here's the situation. Anzhi has been coughing nonstop since yesterday. Do you have any remedies for coughs? Jiang Anzhi shot him a cool glance. Who is your dear Chu? What kind of cough? Just a dry cough. With an itch in the throat, but no cold symptoms. It's not a cold. Unaware of Jiang Ye's discontent, Xiao Chungu diligently relayed the symptoms. This could be oxygen intoxication. Feng Lan Chu pondered for a moment before providing an answer. Xiao Chungu was completely flabbergasted. He could grasp concepts like drunkenness, being inebriated, or even driving under the influence, but what was oxygen intoxication? Is there a solution for it? He lamented Anzhi's misfortune. Going to high altitudes meant either altitude sickness or injuries, and now, just when they had finished filming, he faced oxygen intoxication. Xiao Chunji's expression twisted in anguish. Oxygen intoxication is a stress response due to the body not adapting to the environment. It will self-correct in a few days. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chungu's frown deepened, and Ji's schedule was meticulously timed down to the second. And moving to the next itinerary, in just a few days left no room for such delays. Perhaps you could come over for a few days to care for him. We feel more at ease. After hanging up, Feng Lan Chu felt a twinge of empathy. Though Anzhi's symptoms resembled those of oxygen intoxication, given his previous chest injury, she couldn't help but wonder if it had affected his heart or lungs. What's wrong? Jiang Ma, who was feeding Jiang Che, looked over with concern. Setting her phone down, Feng Lan Chu thoughtfully replied, Mom, I need to go to Yihai for a few days. Could you please look after Jiang Che? Oh, all right. Jiang Ma nodded without suspicion. After all, he will be at kindergarten this week. You can go with peace of mind. Jiang Che Chapter 135. Journey to Yihai. You promised Mommy you would behave well. What does behaving well have to do with your departure? Zhan Duque asked incisively, refusing to relent. Feng Lan Chu awkwardly ruffled his hair, acknowledging that a mature child could grow independently from his mother. You really want to take me? Jiang Che's eyes brimmed with tears. You must expand your own territory in your own kingdom. I want a video call, Dad. Complaining would be futile. Dad had no say over her. Grandma. Jiang Che, in despair, threw himself into Jiang Ma's embrace. Little Feng is just too unlovable. Jiang Ma chuckled at the bizarre yet strangely harmonious exchange between the two, reassuring, It's all right. Grandma will play with you. Jiang Che sobbed. Grandma always says that. In a moment of profound reluctance, Jiang Che reluctantly watched Feng Lan Chu ascend into Uncle Xiong's vehicle, destined for Yihai. Initially, she found herself torn between attending Anzhi's gathering and indulging in fishing. However, reflecting upon the fact that she had only been enrolled for 2 days, coupled with the unpleasant altercation with her classmates, she realized that addressing the situation would be pivotal, rendering it unwise to request a leave of absence. Thus, she resolutely decided to leave him behind. Jiang Ba had established an estate in the western district of Yihai, where one of the villas was inscribed in the name of Feng Lan Chu. Ironically, he had stayed there more frequently than she had. Upon arriving at Yihai, it was already 11 p.m. After a brief exploration, finding no one in sight, she proceeded directly to the master bedroom. The sound of water trickling from the bathroom revealed that Anzhi was inside. His suitcase lay beside the wardrobe, seemingly untouched, as garments remained within, with only a few items showing signs of having been rifled through. As Feng Lan Chu organized her belongings, she decided to assist him in tidying up as well. Just as she made headway, the bathroom door swung open with a swift motion. To her astonishment, amidst the rising steam, Jiang Anzhi emerged, clad only in a towel around his waist, droplets of water cascading from his chest. Neither of them anticipated such an encounter. After a moment of silence, Jiang Anzhi's cheeks flushed slightly as he stepped back into the bathroom and closed the door. Feng Lan Chu, equally embarrassed, lowered her gaze to the clothes she was arranging, only to realize she was holding a pair of gray boxer briefs. Flustered, she tugged at the shorts, exclaiming in her mind, why did he have to appear at such a moment? Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Anzhi opened the door once more, catching her in the act of adjusting the waistband. Feng Lan Chu, it's not what you think, she stammered, her cheeks burning. Clearing his throat, Jiang Anzhi masked a grin that threatened to break free, eventually requesting, could you pass me some clothes? Sure, she replied, tossing the shorts aside as if they were a hot potato and promptly retrieving his sleepwear. I also need the underwear. Seriously? Is this deliberate? Feng Lanchu protested. Jiang Anzhi stifled a chuckle in the bathroom, and when he finally emerged, properly attired, his wife appeared adorably flustered, her ears still slightly pink. Is your cough any better? Feng Lanchu inquired, attempting to maintain a facade of calm. Yes, he replied. Just as he settled onto the sofa, a pristine white towel landed atop his head. With a bemused expression, he removed it to find Feng Lanchu earnestly instructing him. Dry your hair. We don't want you catching a cold. All right, he acquiesced, lowering his gaze to dry his hair, his refined features appearing even gentler beneath the soft glow of the light. Seeing Jiang Anzhi dutifully tending to his hair, Feng Lanchu felt a wave of relief wash over her as she finally retreated to the bathroom. The earlier encounter had been exceedingly awkward. Exhaling a deep breath, she scolded herself for feeling bashful despite their shared history. After all, they were already parents. What was there to be shy about? She berated herself for being inexperienced, especially since he was an esteemed actor who had effortlessly navigated such situations. No, to be precise, his earlier performance could only be deemed clumsy, as he had easily exposed her embarrassment. With that realization, Feng Lanchu cast aside her reservations and quickly took a refreshing shower. The room remained unchanged, identical to their home. Having dried his hair, Jiang Anzhi sat on the bed, engrossed in a script. The substantial manuscript bore a white cover, but the minute text was indecipherable from her vantage point. When Feng Lanchu emerged, he set the script aside. Is it for a new film? She inquired amiably. Yes. He was in high demand, as every film project sought to cast him in the leading role. Does your injury still hurt? At her inquiry, Jiang Anzhi blinked and replied candidly, yes it does. His forthright admission prompted Feng Lanchu to squint suspiciously. Upon noticing her skepticism, he offered a soft smile and reassured her, it truly does hurt. In a playful gesture, she grabbed a pillow and lightly struck him. Pain indeed. Now go to sleep. Jiang Anzhi chuckled, coughing lightly for a moment. Observing him, Feng Lanchu hesitated before suggesting, should I make some raw candy pear soup? Get some rest instead. But you're more effective than raw candy pear soup. As he spoke, Jiang Anzhi pressed a gentle kiss to her cheek. Feng Lanchu widened her eyes in surprise. Wait, she and T come all this way for such an intimate encounter. She raised her hand to shield Jiang Anzhi's face, declaring, you shouldn't engage in vigorous activities right now. He paused, slightly tilting his head to evade her hand, responding in a teasing manner. It doesn't T have to be vigorous. Feng Lanchu found herself at a loss for words. Was this his usual demeanor? It felt slightly out of character. They had been married for 3 years, and aside from their wedding night, they had maintained a respectful distance, rarely encroaching on each other's personal space. However, after participating in a variety show together, their relationship had rapidly blossomed, transforming Jiang Anzhi, who previously limited their interactions to holding hands, into someone who frequently embraced and kissed her. I suspect there are no supplies at home, right? Feng Lanchu pressed on. Jiang Anzhi's brow furrowed, and he muttered a curse. There truly aren't. Leaning closer, he captured her lips, kissing her deeply until she gasped for breath, forcing him to relent. In a hushed tone, he murmured, tomorrow, it won't end. With that, he pulled her into his embrace, sighing regretfully as he closed his eyes. The next morning, after a long absence from a restful slumber, Jiang Anzhi awoke languidly. The figure in his arms had transformed into a cold pillow, prompting him to cast a disdainful glance at it before tossing it aside. Every morning, he engaged in this same ruse, believing he could outsmart Jiang Anzhi. Meanwhile, Feng Lanchu was industriously preparing breakfast in the kitchen, where a pot of translucent, creamy congee bubbled gently, while vibrant pickled vegetables sizzled in hot oil, releasing an enticing fragrance. The woman in the kitchen, her hair tousled and lazily gathered behind her, possessed enchanting almond-shaped eyes and rosy cheeks. Her lips were slightly parted, and she wore a white shirt with a gray apron. The morning light cast a natural, soft glow upon her, rendering her utterly breathtaking without the need for makeup. Contemplating Feng Lanchu preparing breakfast for everyone, Jiang Anzhi envisioned capturing a series of such everyday moments. And today, he finally found the opportunity. Are you taking pictures of me? Feng Lanchu asked, feeling somewhat flustered. I'm terrible at photography. Throughout her life, posing for the camera had never been her strong suit. She would either compare herself to others or stretch her arms wide to embrace the sky or raise a hand to admire nature, often leading to her friend Zhu Mingming teasing her for lacking personality. Consequently, during every trip, Zhu Mingming would dictate her poses. Recalling what Qin Zhuo had said, that Jiang Anzhi was an exceptional photographer, only heightened her discomfort. Noticing Feng Lanchu's unease, Jiang Anzhi approached with a smile, showing her the captured image. In the morning light, a stunning woman gazed in astonishment at the camera, her eyes reflecting not just shock, but also the warmth of seeing a loved one. Adjusting the aperture to its maximum, Jiang Anzhi blurred the surroundings, creating a beautiful composition with harmonious lighting and colors. Feng Lanchu gave a thumbs up, impressed. You truly are remarkable. This must be the pinnacle of her photographic collection. Receiving her praise, Jiang Anzhi affectionately ruffled her hair. Let us eat breakfast. Though Feng Lanchu's breakfast was simple, it embodied the essence of home-cooked meals. Compared to takeout, Jiang Anzhi preferred this. Therefore, when Xiao Chun arrived, beaming with joy and carrying steamed buns and fried dough sticks, he found that the couple had already finished their meal. Xiao Chun, what is that saying? I know the moonlight. The moonlight knows the gutters. As Jiang Anzhi prepared to leave, Feng Lanchu handed him a large thermos filled with stewed pears, the pale yellow broth glistening and promising warmth. How sweet, Xiao Chun muttered, shaking his head as he sipped his soy milk. By the time Jiang had stepped out, it was already 10:30. The sun had risen early, hanging amidst the branches. After a busy morning since 7, she finally changed into her running attire and donned her sun hat, ready to jog. Even here, she could not neglect her daily exercise. The Yihai Manor was expansive, and as she ran along the shaded paths of the villas, her eyes were met with vast greenery, creating a refreshing atmosphere akin to an oxygen bar. As Feng Lanchu ran, a fluffy large dog unexpectedly bounded out from somewhere, ambling alongside her with a leisurely gait, its pink tongue lolling from the corner of its mouth, occasionally spilling drops of drool, embodying both charm and clumsiness. This was a beautiful Chow Chow. As it barked and ran, it glanced up at Feng Lanchu, its upturned mouth and sparkling eyes revealing its joyful mood. The dog seemed quite happy. Feng Lanchu greeted it with a smile. The duo continued their leisurely run when suddenly, a whistle echoed from behind. The persistent whistling continued. Yet the dog seemed oblivious, maintaining its pace. Your owner is calling you. Feng Lanchu gradually came to a halt. Then, a voice tinged with reproach rang out. You lecherous dog. How could you forget your loyalty? I wonder who you learned this from. The boy who had been whistling was equally astonished upon seeing Feng Lanchu. What the heck? Teacher Xiao Feng, what are you doing here? Qin Zhuo? Feng Lanchu exclaimed in surprise. How did you end up here? They exchanged looks of mutual astonishment. Oh, right, this is my home. He gestured broadly to the verdant surroundings. Although Feng Lanchu was not well acquainted with Yihai, she had heard stories from Jiangma about it. It was said that Yihai Manor belonged to the 4 prominent families of Yihai. These families had divided the manor into 2 sections, the inner garden and the outer garden. The outer garden consisted of villas and upscale communities, catering to the affluent residents of Yihai, and living in Yihai Manor was a mark of prestige among the elite. The inner garden, however, was privately owned by the 4 families. If Feng Lanchu remembered correctly, one of those families bore the surname Qin. She raised an eyebrow at the boy on the electric scooter before her, having heard that many in the entertainment industry were 2nd or 3rd generation wealthy individuals dabbling in showbiz. This boy was indeed a hidden rich heir, the mysterious son of the manor. Hey, Qin Zhuo looked puzzled. You must have faced quite a bit of hardship to enter the entertainment industry, right? Finally grasping Feng Lanchu's implication, Qin Zhuo chuckled and replied, Ah, don't mention it. When I first became a trainee, I nearly got kicked out. Thankfully, my cousin attracted the attention away from me, so now I'm just a small fry at home. No one pays me any mind. Though Feng Lanchu did not know much about Qin Zhuo's family matters, she could guess that his path had not been easy. Woof. Seemingly unhappy with being overlooked, Qin Xiaomei shook its fluffy fur and began to bark. Hey, let adults talk. Kids shouldn't interrupt. Qin Zhuo shot a sidelong glance at it. Qin Xiaomei? Feng Lanchu giggled. Is this your dog? Yes, her name is Qin Xiaomei. My mom found her for me as a sister. Huh? Feng Lanchu raised a brow in confusion. My mom dotes on girls, since she can't have one herself. She has to find solace in these little ones. As he spoke, Qin Zhuo playfully nudged Qin Xiaomei's chubby legs. Not to be outdone, Qin Xiaomei bounced, and tugged at his pant leg. Enough of this. You've been running all morning. Let us take a break. In the end, the trio began to meander around Yihai Manor. As a local, Qingyun naturally had no trouble navigating the estate. He led Feng Lanqiu through the inner garden, which, unlike the opulent European-style villas of the outer garden, had a more understated yet distinctive charm. Feng Lanqiu, not well-versed in architecture, simply found the buildings aesthetically pleasing. If architecture students were to visit, they would surely recognize these as early works of the renowned designer Hua Dangdang. His early series is rarely used for residences anymore and has become a popular tourist destination. Who would have thought that 4 of them were still used as homes? After their stroll, it was already noon, and Qingyun invited Feng Lanqiu to his house for lunch. As an adult, she felt it was impolite to show up at someone's home empty-handed, so she politely declined. However, on their way to Feng Lanqiu's residence, Qingyun's expression grew increasingly peculiar. After wandering around, he had been so focused on being a guide that he completely forgot to ask why Teacher Feng was there. Now, the destination was becoming all too familiar. As far as he knew, Anzhi lived in Villa 8808 of Yihai Manor. When they finally arrived at 8808, Feng Lanqiu announced their arrival, and Qingyun felt as if he had been struck by lightning. What the heck? Teacher Xiaofeng, this is your home? Qingyun stammered. Feng Lanqiu nodded calmly. Care to come in for a bit? Qingyun shook his head vigorously. No way. What if I see Anzhi inside? I would definitely faint on the spot. He thought, how could Teacher Feng be so bold? This was no ordinary affair. Her partner was a movie emperor. If it were anyone else, they would probably choose a more discreet location for their rendezvous. How could she so brazenly invite someone to their love nest? Or did she consider him one of her own, trusting him enough to extend an invitation? If that were the case, he certainly could not stand idly by. Before any greater harm was done, he felt he must intervene and help them reach a resolution. As the saying goes, it's better to cut short the pain than to prolong it. Though he did not understand love, he firmly believed that one could live without it. The world is vast and life is long. One is bound to meet the right person at the right time. After an internal struggle, Qingyun looked resolutely at Feng Lanqiu and stated plainly, Teacher Xiaofeng, I like you. Huh? Feng Lanqiu's eyes widened in shock. What was going on? Was he trying to confess? Had the sun fried his brain? Before she could utter the words were not suitable, Qingyun continued, throwing her into further confusion. I also like Anzhi, so he was bisexual? I don't want you to suffer even a little bit. Feng Lanqiu was bewildered. Did their feelings have any inherent connection? You will not find happiness together. You should break up. Feng Lanqiu stared at him, stunned, finally realizing, you already knew? Yes. I found out at the last stop. Qingyun nodded earnestly. Recalling his peculiar demeanor during their last stop, Feng Lanqiu suddenly understood. Teacher Xiaofeng, while I respect love, I believe life cannot revolve solely around it. Think of your family, your lovely children, your parents. For their sake, you should pull yourself together. Am I not doing well right now? She questioned. Really, though Anzhi is wonderful, he is not your destiny. For both of your futures, you cannot be together. But we have. You have promised each other a lifetime? Even if you have promised, you can always change your mind. I've made countless promises, none of which have come to fruition, and look where I am now. That is not because. Feng Lanqiu began, but was cut off. Is it because you and Anzhi are cohabitating? Feng Lanqiu was taken aback. How could she explain that? They indeed lived together, but strictly speaking, it was a legal cohabitation since they had registered their marriage. Teacher Xiaofeng, physical intimacy in the entertainment industry doesn't equate to lifelong commitment. What? There are plenty of on-set couples and extramarital affairs. Don't think that because you've been intimate, you are tied to him for life. That notion does not apply in this industry. Except, of course, for me. I'm a prime candidate in the entertainment world. Feng Lanqiu could only stare in silence. However, those surrounding her always advocated for reconciliation rather than separation. Encountering someone who suggested a breakup for the first time was indeed a novelty. Xiaozhua, I will seriously consider what you said. No need to ponder. It is better to endure a short pain than a prolonged suffering. You should move out now. I will help you carry your luggage. Qingyun spoke decisively, and although she was initially seated comfortably on the tram, she seemed ready to march right to the door to drag out her belongings, startling Feng Lanqiu considerably. She hastily intervened. To her surprise, it was Qin Xiaomei, who had been quietly munching on seeds beside her, who came to her rescue. seemingly unable to contain herself any longer. Qin Xiao jumped off the tram and began barking in a flustered manner. The Yang Manor had a pleasant environment, and even a slight increase in the volume of neighbors chatting would prompt security to intervene, let alone a dog barking wildly. Yes, Teacher Xiaofeng. Feel free to call on me if you need any assistance. Qinzhua felt quite moved. Teacher Xiaofeng finally understood his good intentions. Yet thoughts of Ji Ge made him somewhat anxious. Rest assured, I will not betray you. Well, as long as you both are well. I would willingly accept any scolding from Ji Ge. With a heavy sigh of relief after managing to persuade Qin the Yi to leave, Feng Lan Chu reflected on how imaginative the younger generation was. Initially, she had little faith in their relationship, but recently, the film emperor had exhibited quite a bit of charm. The stylist and Xiao Changge glanced at the exquisite figure in the studio while chatting casually. I can't shake the feeling that Ji is in a particularly good mood today. Just look at his brows and eyes. They seem softer than usual. Xiao Changge, with a bemused expression, retorted, May I inquire how you calculated that 3-point increase? Because I distinctly observed a 3,000-point difference. I can't help but think Ji has fallen in love. Speaking of which, it's about time he considered marriage. Surely, you can't keep him single forever. He is not single. He is always flaunting his affection, not allowing anyone else to share even a drop from that pot of water. Isn't that all thanks to his wife? Although Xiao Changgu internally scoffed at this notion, he maintained a professional demeanor and stated, emotionally, we naturally support Ji. Logically, he is our boss, and it is not our place to interfere. As the saying goes, as long as Ji desires it, the studio will comply unconditionally. Implicitly, this meant the film emperor currently had no inclination towards romance. Tony nodded in understanding. By the way, I heard that a 16-year-old fan recently cracked one of the Heart's secret codes. Quite impressive. Since his debut, Ji recorded a heartfelt video each year, sharing what he most wished to convey. However, each video was encrypted, and fans could decipher the codes to unlock and view them. Having been in the industry for 15 years, he had shared 15 secret codes, with only 10 deciphered thus far, and with the recent one cracked for remained unresolved. Chapter 141. No more excuses. Xiao Changgu mused that the remaining 4 codes were personally set by Jiang Anzhi, making them quite difficult to decipher. After all, Jiang Anzhi held an identity unknown to outsiders, the future heir of the Jiang Group. He had received elite education from a young age, and among his hobbies, hacking and Morse code were his specialties. Unless one enlisted the aid of top international hackers, no one could crack those codes. However, Xiao Changgu would never disclose this. It wasn't that he was overly suspicious, but the entertainment industry was rife with treachery, and the intertwining of interests among individuals was far too vast. One could never be certain that a seemingly innocent comment wouldn't become a sharp blade in someone else's hands. In this circle, only Jiang Anzhi could elicit such vulnerability. This was a professional quality necessary for a top-tier agent. Shooting required not only time for styling, but also had high demands regarding scenery, lighting, and camera movement. After completing a shoot, Jiang Anzhi would personally review the footage, ready to reshoot any unsatisfactory shots. By the time they finished 4 looks, it was already 2:30 in the morning. Jiang Anzhi, who typically adhered to a strict schedule, surprisingly called for a stop. I'm going to buy something. After saying this, he donned a hat and mask and exited the car. Both the driver and Xiao Changgu were momentarily stunned. What does Anzhi need? Why not just ask us? They worried about him being recognized and causing the store clerk undue shock, which would be quite embarrassing. However, they misjudged the scenario. The convenience store clerk was half asleep, her eyes heavy with fatigue. Even if the god of wealth appeared before her with gold ingots, she wouldn't be dazzled, let alone a man buying condoms late at night. What a lewd man. The clerk didn't even glance up as she scanned the items, showing no interest in him whatsoever. In her eyes, only her refined and virtuous Anzhi was worthy of her admiration. Gazing at her sleeping face, no matter how spirited he felt, he could not bring himself to act mischievously while she slumbered. Sighing in resignation, he placed the Durex in a spot where she would see it upon waking and headed off to freshen up. The next morning, Feng Lan Chu awoke to the heat. She found herself trapped in Jiang Anzhi's embrace. Like a koala, not only held her tightly, but also entangled his long legs around her short ones. Despite the air conditioning, the summer heat was unbearable. Moreover, a certain part of Jiang Anzhi's anatomy had inexplicably risen, pressing against her waist like a rod. As a biology professor, she understood this to be a normal physiological phenomenon for men. Fenglan Chu attempted to move, but found herself firmly held in place. Gazing at the ceiling, she inexplicably missed the days when he would merely hold her wrist. Sigh. With a tearless sigh, Fenglan Chu resignedly began to massage Jiang Anzhi's back and waist. This fellow was akin to a large dog. He would only loosen his grip once adequately appeased. However, Jiang Anzhi's abs were indeed enticing. Fenglan Chu's small hands gently kneaded his washboard-like abdomen, causing him to involuntarily emit a few soft sounds. Lying back and allowing her to continue. Seizing the opportunity, Fenglan Chu cautiously rolled away. Half asleep, Jiang Anzhi, upon feeling the absence of her comforting touch, prepared to turn over when a soft pillow was stuffed into his arms. Although it wasn't as comforting as her hand, the familiar scent allowed him to relax and drift back into tranquility. Fenglan Chu felt quite pleased with her tried-and-true escape tactic. Just as she turned to leave, she caught sight of 5 boxes sitting conspicuously on her bedside table, and her face instantly flushed. Goodness, Jiang Di, you were something else. Chapter 142. The owner of the fiery Hummer Fenglan Chu gazed speechlessly at the figure who, though still asleep, exuded an otherworldly charm. She could hardly fathom what expression he must have had when placing those condoms in the bedside drawer. Moreover, he had placed 5 boxes. Truly impressive. When Jiang Anzhi finally woke, he disdainfully tossed the pillow he had been clutching. With Fenglan Chu around these past few days, he felt as if he had been injected with an invincible sleeping agent, sleeping soundly. How had he ever thought to merely hold her wrist? What a waste of 3 years. However, ever since he had openly pursued her, he had frequently dreamt of her setting fire to him, especially in recent days. With the sight of her was tantalizing yet unattainable. Glancing at his small tent, he resignedly headed to the bathroom. What a torment. After sending Jiang Di off with a meaningful gaze, Fenglan Chu hesitated to venture outside for a stroll. She feared encountering Qin Zhuo again. Having successfully dissuaded him yesterday, she couldn't afford to be caught again today. Before leaving, Fenglan Chu intended to prepare some food for Jiang Anzhi. But before she could even open the recipe, Wan Shishir suddenly sent her a link to a Weibo post. Confused, Fenglan Chu switched to the WeChat conversation and was met with an eye-catching headline. Fenglan Chu's husband is keeping a mistress. Luxury cars for beautiful women. Wan Shishir, dear, take a look. If you need to deal with a scumbag, come to me. Fenglan Chu was dumbfounded. Just when things had settled down, trouble had come knocking again. Swiftly, she clicked on the link, only to find a flurry of marketing accounts spreading gossip. The gist was that Fenglan Chu's husband as Fiery Hummer had recently changed owners, now belonging to a stunning beauty. The media suspected that Fenglan Chu's husband was cheating and maintaining a mistress. Since ancient times, topics such as infidelity and mistresses have always been the most fervent discussions. Regardless of personal involvement, netizens cannot resist chiming in, especially when it concerns the illustrious Xiaofeng. Observations like the world of the wealthy is truly sordid. And Xiaofeng, hurry and divorce. Just look at that car. It's driven by no good person. Abound, alongside calls to team up to confront the mistress, and disdainful remarks about the woman being merely a cunning seductress, claiming Xiaofeng is no match for her. The outcry continues with demands to expose the scoundrel behind it all, with comments like, "Who is this scoundrel? Can someone uncover his identity? I want to see what sort he is." And I'm genuinely furious. Amidst the storm of online vitriol directed at the innocent Zhu Mingming and Jiang Anzhi, Fenglan Chu finds herself at a loss for words. Not to mention the nearby Wan Shishir, who is equally agitated. Wan Shishir exclaims, "Don't be afraid. I'll stand by you." Alongside Wan Shishir, the event's female protagonist, Zhu Mingming, is also fervently promoting her perspective. "What do you mean that flashy car is obviously not good? I worked hard for my money to buy it, so what is wrong with that?" She defiantly defends herself against accusations of being a seductress, asserting, "I'm clearly a queen with a commanding presence. Are you blind?" Zhu Mingming logs into her alternate account to voice her thoughts. "Honestly, I think this Hummer is stunning. The owner is beautiful and exudes a queenly aura." She continues to push back against the negativity, stating, "Those who criticize must have warped views or be mentally deficient. Praising the mistress is utterly absurd." Despite her attempts to assert her dignity, she finds herself relentlessly attacked by a horde of onlookers. In a fit of anger, she slams her hand down, declaring, "Just because the tiger doesn't roar, do you think I'm a sickly cat?" As the online battle rages on, a message suddenly pops up in her WeChat group. "Wow, President, is there someone named Xiao Zhu Xia?" asks Rainbow Praise. "Yes, I'm busy here, please don't disturb," replies Xiao Feng S. Sr. "Do you need our support?" Rainbow Praise inquires. "No need. Focus on controlling the comments elsewhere," comes the reply. "Honestly, President, you're quite beautiful. Compliments, thousand hand, thousand eye, spider spirit. Don't waste time arguing with netizens. Just draft a statement regarding the vehicle owner," advises the ruler of the greenhouse. Once the statement is released, people will know we have Xiao Feng in our circle, and they might twist it into a narrative that Xiao Feng is deliberately promoting a persona while orchestrating everything behind the scenes. "What should we do?" asks Rainbow Praise. "If you need funds, come to me," responds Xiao Feng S. Mother Fan. Typically, fan clubs for celebrities manage funds for support events, but in this case, Xiao Feng S. Mother Fan is extraordinarily affluent and can easily purchase any opposing fan club if she wishes. Thus, it was unanimously decided that Xiao Feng S. Mother Fan would oversee the financial matters of their club. By the way, why do I feel like I've seen the president somewhere before? Muses thousand hand, thousand eye, spider spirit. She was the one who interviewed at our school last time. Notes the ruler of the greenhouse. "Oh, have you all figured it out?" responds Xiao Feng S. Mother Fan. "Fate is indeed wonderfully mysterious," exclaims one sure. Regarding today as gossip, Xiao Feng has something to say, and fans from all sides can disperse after watching. Attached is a video featuring Feng Lanchu standing before a white wall, her long hair cascading down her back, her black shirt accentuating her fair complexion. Without makeup, she remains stunning under the high-definition lens, her naturally radiant features strikingly beautiful. Hello everyone, I am Feng Lanchu. Concerning the online gossip today, as it involves my family and friends, I feel it necessary to address it. I apologize for taking up public media resources. I must clarify that the Hummer does not belong to my husband, but rather to my good friend, the lovely lady you saw. That night, she came to pick me up, and due to the presence of fans outside, she remained in the car to avoid drawing attention. I never anticipated this would escalate into such a misunderstanding. I am genuinely grateful for everyone as concerned, but I'm just an ordinary person and hope that you do not waste too much attention on me or my family. Once again, I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused. The moment Feng Lanchu's clarification video was released, it caused an uproar. Shortly after, Qinghua, Jiang Anzhi, Liu Zhuangnan, and the Guardians of the Home all shared Feng Lanchu's video. Feng Lanchu's clarification effectively silenced the rumor mongers, allowing her fans to counterattack and achieve a decisive victory in this incident. Zhu Mingming wiped the sweat from her brow, shaking her head. Realizing this was the fourth time she had been unfairly attacked. She couldn't fathom where marketing accounts found the time to obsess over an ordinary person. No wonder she had felt someone was watching her lately. She had thought it was an admirer, but it turned out to be paparazzi. Still, why would these tedious paparazzi focus their attention on Feng Lanchu? Had they sunk to the depths of stalking her relatives and friends? Regardless, it was prudent to warn Xiao Chu. After speaking with Zhu Mingming, Feng Lanchu sighed, understanding the helplessness that comes with being a celebrity. "Why so early?" she mused. "Yes, I only managed 2 outfits today. The remaining light and shadow series will be completed in the next couple of days." The thought of her upcoming farewell made Jiang Anzhi's mood darken. He felt as if he had been struck 1,000 times, yet he maintained a calm facade, noting, "Tomorrow is Friday." Feng Lanchu, with a puzzled expression, nodded, "Yes, it's Friday. Is there something special about it?" Jiang Anzhi looked at her with a knowing expression. "The Guardians of the Home will air." With that, Jiang Anzhi achieved his goal, a satisfied smile creeping onto his face. After a simple dinner, the two went about their evening routines. As Jiang Anzhi emerged from the bathroom, he glanced at the empty bedside table, a teasing smile flickering in his eyes. "Where's the item I left there?" Feng Lanchu rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Mr. Best Actor, please be serious. I'm sleeping with my wife." "How is that not serious?" Jiang Anzhi replied, leaning down to peck her lips, adding, "I wouldn't mind if you sleep with me." "Ugh, this man." Feng Lanchu leaned back, trying to escape his grasp, but Jiang Anzhi followed her lead. Suddenly, he loosened his hold, pressing down on Feng Lanchu, bringing a soft kiss. That night, Feng Lanchu felt like a fragile grass, swaying in a tempest, trembling and unable to find peace. The next morning, Feng Lanchu found herself unusually reluctant to rise. When she finally awoke, she felt as if her bones were disassembled, especially her pelvis, which throbbed with a peculiar pain. As she took a deep breath, preparing to get up, Anzhi stirred awake as well. For the first time, they met each other's gaze upon waking. Jiang Anzhi wrapped his arms around Feng Lanchu. Pulling her close, "It's still early. Let us sleep a bit longer." Despite his words, certain heated areas suggested otherwise. Feng Lanchu propped himself up on his chest and turned over, only to notice several forlorn wrappers strewn by the bedside. As memories of last night flooded back, a blush crept onto his cheeks, and he silently murmured, "You will be responsible for the cleanup later." Indeed, a collective tidying up would ensue. Chapter 145. The scenery behind Anzhi. Once the stylist had finished applying makeup to Jiang Anzhi, the originally gentle man transformed into an embodiment of restraint and darkness. His cheeks flushed, hinting at a recent encounter, and traces of blood adorned the corners of his lips, exuding a primal allure. Why not go shirtless for this shot? A mere silhouette from behind would be striking. The director, inspired by Anzhi's dark makeup, proposed enthusiastically. Anzhi paused for a moment before giving a subtle nod. The crew erupted in excitement, prompting the director to call for the makeup artist. Tony, quickly add some bruises to his back, and perhaps a few scratch marks as well. The makeup artist nodded in agreement. Jiang Anzhi, unhurriedly, removed his black shirt, his injuries from the plateau still visible as bruises, thus sparing the makeup artist additional work. When Anzhi turned around to reveal his sturdy back, Tony was left utterly astonished. Wow, just yesterday, I suggested Anzhi should date, and now this. The makeup artist's imagination raced with various risky scenarios, causing his mind to whirl, and a rush of heat erupted uncontrollably from his nose, resulting in a nosebleed. Jiang Anzhi, the makeup artist. At that moment, Xiao Chun entered, holding a cup of water for Anzhi, and was met with this bizarre scene. His instincts kicked in, and he rushed over to drape Anzhi's shirt back on. Tony, you know Anzhi isn't into this sort of thing. The makeup artist cursed under his breath. Even if he is gay, would he dare flirt with the leading man? He isn't foolish, always concocting conspiracies about others. This scoundrel. In an effort to punish Xiao Chun, the makeup artist resolved to keep Anzhi's romantic secret under wraps, relishing the thought of his impending turmoil. Soon, filming commenced, with Anzhi standing in the interplay of light and shadow, his bare back illuminated, showcasing the faint bruises and scratches, embodying both restraint and allure. Even the men watching found themselves captivated, let alone his adoring fans. The scene was completed in one take, and Anzhi quickly donned his outerwear. As preparations for the next scene began, the director, unusually, summoned the makeup artist, patting him on the shoulder and praising, "Tony, you did exceptionally well today. The makeup looks incredibly authentic. You'll receive an extra chicken leg at lunch." The makeup artist, feeling guilty, forced a smile, knowing the compliment was exaggerated. True gold does not shine so brightly. However, he dared not voice his thoughts and accepted the praise with reluctance. Aside from the makeup artist's efforts, the director noticed Anzhi's high level of cooperation that day. He even consented to expose his back, something he would typically ignore. Had Anzhi encountered some fortuitous event? During the break, a message from Feng Lanchu arrived. "Jiang Anzhi, his pillow, my wife ran away. After consuming everything, she left, making me feel as though I had been taken advantage of." Sitting in Uncle Xiong's car on his way back to Huaixiong, Feng Lanchu nodded silently, enduring the discomfort in his legs. To distance myself from Anzhi is to gain eternal life, compared to his reckless abandon. The relatives and friends of Jiang Anzhi and Xiao Zhu seemed trivial. Chapter 146. The kingdom built on fishing. By the time they returned to Huaixiong, it was already afternoon. Jiang Che's week-long kindergarten experience had just concluded, and Feng Lanchu set out with Jiang Ma to pick him up. To spare the elders concern, Feng Lanchu refrained from mentioning Jiang Anzhi's discomfort, merely stating that he was away on business. Jiang Ba and Jiang Ma held boundless trust in their daughter-in-law, naturally harboring no suspicions. It was said that under Feng Lanchu's patient guidance, young Jiang Che had finally adjusted his mindset, earnestly engaging with kindergarten life. The little ones in the yard approached him with friendliness, and he no longer distanced himself from them. With a wealth of knowledge surpassing that of ordinary children, he became an endearing figure, even winning over the notorious troublemaker Zhou Song, who now looked up to Jiang Che. The teachers adored him immensely. Eventually, Jiang Che departed the school, surrounded by the wistful gazes of his classmates. Spotting the familiar figure by the school gate, he broke into a charming smile. Running towards Feng Lanchu, "Mama!" Feng Lanchu crouched down and embraced him, exclaiming, "You have excelled in your fishing task. You deserve commendation. Can I have a gift?" Jiang Che gazed at her with wide, expectant eyes, a sight that Feng Lanchu could not refuse. "Speak your wish. I would find a way to bring down the moon for you. I want a little sister." In an instant, Feng Lanchu recalled the breathless visage of Jiang Anzhi. Her face turned crimson. "All right," Jiang Che replied with a bright smile. "Xiao Chu, you must work hard. Bring home a sister for our fishing." Indeed, indeed. The grandmother and grandson both earnestly urged her to conceive. Feng Lanchu gazed at them in bemusement, unsure of what to say. Every Friday, when Home Guardians aired, it became a festive occasion at Jiang Anzhi and Xiaozhu. Relatives gathered as if celebrating the new year. Just as they engaged in awkward conversations regarding the topic of a second child, Feng Lanchu's phone rang, and she fished it out as if it were savior. It was Jiang Anzhi. With a complex expression, she answered, and Jiang Anzhi's face appeared on the screen, a sly smile gracing his features. "It seems quite lively at home, Dad." Jiang Che, equipped with an uncanny ability to detect Jiang Anzhi's voice even amidst the noise, called out energetically, "Jiang kumanaj Jiang ke closer tu Feng Lanchu. You two go upstairs to chat. My son and daughter-in-law seldom gather. It's rare for him to video call, so I must play the facilitator." With mixed feelings, Feng Lanchu took Jiang Che upstairs, where Jiang Anzhi chuckled softly. "I've rescued you from peril. Should you thank me?" Feng Lanchu rolled her eyes, as if I am reluctant to interact with your family. "Not at all," Jiang Anzhi replied with a warm smile. His face still bore traces of makeup, indicating he had yet to finish work. Meanwhile, Jiang Che could no longer contain himself, bouncing towards the camera. "Here you go." Feng Lanchu, exasperated, handed the phone to Jiang Che, who immediately planted a kiss on the screen. "Hey, son, did you enjoy kindergarten?" Jiang Anzhi's voice was deep and melodious. "It's called in, not kindergarten," Jiang Che corrected him. "All right, did you have fun at your Yuyuan?" "It was fun. I performed excellently. And Mama said she would grant me a wish." "What wish?" "I want a little sister." Upon hearing this, Jiang Anzhi chuckled softly. "What a splendid wish. Daddy want one too." Feng Lanchu sighed. Just as Jiang Che was reveling in the conversation upstairs, the 7th episode of Home Guardians finally commenced with much fanfare. After a week of boredom, online viewers flocked to the live broadcast. "Give me Anzhi's spotlight. Anzhi's darling wife has arrived. Qin Zhu's mother has come. Cantonese cuisine reporting, Cantonese cuisine first. Teacher Xiao Feng Moi." Then the director announced that in the next episode, they would be seeking out the Tibetan brown bear. Thus, the main footage officially began, opening with a vibrant scene of the bustling night market in Galmud, illuminated by bright lights and filled with the sounds of chatter. Fans, confused, observe as a group of conspicuous adventurers strolled down the leisurely streets of Galmud, clad in similar hiking jackets and face coverings, capturing everyone's attention. My Anzhi's long legs are unmistakable. Wow, I love this entrance. The most dazzling night market vibe. I would love to see them star in a group battle film, whether military, espionage, or a travel group. I'm all in. A travel group? Really? As they continued on, they eventually arrived at a whole lamb barbecue shop, indulging heartily. The post-production team added filters, making the sizzling, oily roasted lamb appear even more enticing. Wow, I want to order takeout. During the day, the items were devoured by the Tibetan brown bears, leaving my little Zhuozhua famished. The last time I visited GRM, I dined at the same establishment, and it was truly delectable. Right from the start, they unleashed their formidable tactics. Can they even handle it? Netizens swallowed their saliva while gazing at the screen, and after a while, they began chatting about various topics. When Feng Lanchu mentioned her encounters with Tibetan brown bears, the fans spontaneously formed a small praise group for Teacher Feng. The goddess speaks. Do share more. I have learned a lot from Lu Ming. If Teacher Feng remains silent, I shall truly become bear food. I heard that Tibetan brown bears have a fondness for groundhogs. Wow, groundhogs are so adorable. The bears are rather inconsiderate. The fans continued their lively discussion, although it veered off topic, yet they remained thoroughly entertained. The team gathered to visit the Wildlife Research Institute, and the fans were immensely curious about everything, especially seeing how familiar the staff were with teacher phone, while the teammates appeared visibly cautious, which instantly delighted the viewers. Why do I sense hostility from them? Their expressions were akin to that of a farmer witnessing his prized cabbage being trampled by pigs, which had me in stitches. The miraculous Finji truly pairs well with anyone. Under director Zhao's deliberate provocation, the groups were formed. When Xinzhua and Su Rui learned about the tasks assigned to the collection group, they were utterly bewildered. The clever Zhua was indeed caught off guard. Su Rui's expression was quite amusing. The juxtaposition of her nail polish and the excrement was truly ironic. Su Rui has already faced online bullying for 2 weeks. I plead with keyboard warriors to show some humanity. To be honest, Su Rui is not bad. Aside from her tendency to slack off, her cleverness, and her self-proclaimed superiority, she has no significant flaws. The previous comment struck a nerve. Is that not enough? Truth be told, she is far better than Fu Qi. Please take Su Rui away. There is no need for unnecessary conflict. Yes, our Su Rui holds great respect for her seniors. Both Su Rui and her seniors are wonderful. Comparisons are unwarranted. As expected, a sycophant, praising her seniors while perhaps failing to realize if they appreciate such flattery. I dislike those who favor Fu Qi. Disgusting. Due to the B's self-proclaimed clever remarks, Su Rui, who had finally managed to lay low, became the center of attention once more. Watching videos at home, Su Rui thought, oh no, I might just retreat into isolation. Chapter 148. The professional field team, what a sight to behold. Clearly, the community surrounding Jiuan is filled with fans opposing Fu Qi. Yet the B's employed their usual humble language from Weibo here, repeatedly addressing her as senior. If not her, then who should they confront? The key point is, she is not particularly close with Fu Qi. It is truly unjust to be wrongfully criticized. Unable to contain herself, Su Rui called her manager. Wasn't it said that someone was guiding the fans? Why are they still so foolish, speaking without thinking or considering the occasion? The major fans had already stepped in to manage the situation. There are plenty of wild fans and scattered supporters, which are difficult to control. The manager rolled her eyes. Isn't this just your highness causing a scene? Who can she blame for being caught with a flaw? What is wrong with being lazy? Isn't it the marketing that is ineffective? Xinzhua, like me, chose the collection group, yet everyone praised him as a clever little rascal. Why is it that when it comes to me, I am merely deemed lazy and a source of amusement? Fine, I understand. I will enhance the arrangements in this regard. The manager sighed in exasperation. If it comes to that, let me handle it. I'll even take my share of the advertising salary. Su Rui hung up the phone in disbelief, paced around her room, and eventually succumbed to the temptation of turning on the television. Watching television without comments is quite soothing. Everyone studied diligently. Even Su Rui, despite her discomfort, used tweezers to collect hair, feces, and other specimens. Once again, the netizens were astonished. Yes, this Wildlife Research Institute is where Teacher Phone resides, right? She must be studying these things year-round. Teacher Phone and all the frontline researchers truly work hard. A salute to all researchers. The barrage of tributes brought a smile to Director Zhao's heart. Just as he became lost in his thoughts, a phone call interrupted him. It was an unfamiliar number. After some contemplation, he answered, "Hello, this is Jiang Anzhi." "Hello, I am Secretary Phone from the Ministry of Natural Resources." "Ah, good day, I am Jiang Anzhi." Even though the other party could not see him, Director Zhao stood up from the sofa, filled with utmost respect. "This is indeed our supreme honor. All right, I will send the letter over. We can finalize the awarding date later." "Very well, that is no problem." After bidding farewell to this esteemed leader, Director Zhao was elated, feeling happier than if he had received the honor himself, as he could share this national-level accolade with everyone. This time, without needing further discussion, the group tacitly began setting up tents and constructing toilets, leaving the team leader astonished. "We are the guardians of our little sweetheart. This is the most honorable task. Have you ever considered filming a team drama? These men in military uniforms are undoubtedly special forces. I am utterly captivated." The critical point is, while the skills displayed on television are mere performances, their skills are real, and that is the true allure. My goodness, if I could marry any one of them, I would die without regrets. Oh no, I too wish for that. Chapter 149. The hidden concerns of rising fame, the outstanding little team, quickly stabilized the rear. And soon the director began to divide everyone into groups. As the idioms were tossed out, laughter erupted. Hugo intentionally gave Anzhi an easy time. How pampered is Hugo? Speaking of which, my clever teacher Feng has never secured first place in games. How can that be? Could it be that teacher Feng is a gaming black hole? Not quite. With Zhuo at the bottom, fear not. It is clear that Hugo lost. So why is he blaming my Zhuo? After Anzhi won the game, she chose to team up with Qin Zhuo, prompting more laughter from the netizens. An indisputable choice. The way Zhuo encouraged Anzhi to choose teacher Feng was utterly hilarious. Indeed, he was almost about to snatch her away. Zhuo truly admires teacher Feng. Speaking of which, why do I feel like Anzhi, teacher Feng, and Qin Zhuo form a family unit? I feel the same. A trio combination. How delightful. What a brilliant description. As the program neared its conclusion, the preview revealed Feng Lan Chu leading the team to educate everyone about feces. The visuals were shocking, yet oddly appealing. Teacher Feng's online class is coming. Students, take out your pens and make notes. Another week of waiting. I'm about to turn into a stone waiting for my husband. While the netizens expressed their endless sentiments, Qin Zhuo was on his way. He watched the live broadcast on his phone and felt regretful seeing himself fervently encouraging Anzhi to select teacher Feng as her partner. Oh no, unbeknownst to him, he had become an unwitting accomplice. How could I be so foolish? Qin Zhuo angrily scratched the chair. With tears in his eyes, he lamented, "You don't understand. Ultimately, it is humanity that benefits." Thus, she clearly noticed a distinct change in her life. No matter where she went, there would always be countless curious eyes watching her with enthusiasm. The once desolate laboratory began to bustle with activity, with inquisitive students frequently dropping by for encounters. Some even came from other schools to observe. If they were all fans, it would be manageable, as fans tend to be considerate of your feelings and behave with some restraint. But those who merely came for the spectacle treated her like a spectacle themselves. Many even anonymously sent flowers and gifts. Professor Wang Bingbing from the adjacent lab, noticing Feng Lan Chu's dubious gaze, quickly shook his head, insisting, "Not me. I cannot bring myself to give such ordinary flowers." Feng Lan Chu chuckled, knowing full well it was not you. "I merely wish to inquire if you have seen anyone place these here. I had not paid attention to it. However, I shall certainly safeguard it for you next time, preventing any unauthorized entry. This is not a park. How can one casually roam in such a critical research area? And flowers too. Truly, they are imitating his approach. I shall promptly report this to the school. Strict regulations must be enforced." Professor Wang Bingbing pondered with a hint of resentment. Chapter 150. Disturbances unending gazing at the unknown flowers and gifts. Feng Lanchu felt quite troubled. Accepting them was out of the question, yet returning them posed an uncertainty. The absence of a prominent Weibo account became glaringly apparent. Otherwise, a straightforward rejection of gifts could have been issued with clarity. Just as she hesitated on whether to create a Weibo account, students began to enter the laboratory. Two tall young men walked in. One, Zhu Jinkei, stood at 180 centimeters, embodying the typical appearance of a robust northeastern lad, honest and straightforward, with a quarter Korean heritage. The other, Kai Jiao, hailed from Guangxi, possessing a delicate demeanor, his smaller stature beside the imposing northeastern youth akin to that of a charming girlfriend. Having known her for 2 years, their camaraderie was evident. Upon seeing the colorful array of gifts, they were taken aback. "Wow, teacher Feng, have you mastered the art of wealth manipulation?" Feng Lanchu, suppressing a smile, thought to herself that if they expended as much energy on their studies as they did on novels, they needn't be here today. Kai Jiao and Zhu Zhenkue exchanged guilty glances. In truth, they had long since abandoned gaming and novel reading. These two academically inclined gentlemen had squandered their time engaging in trivial disputes, neglecting their recent experimental reports, which had resulted in their being summoned by teacher Feng for additional lessons. Quite the embarrassment. Not wishing to linger on this topic, Zhu Zhenkue raised a brow and asked, "Teacher Feng, how do you plan to handle these items?" After some deliberation, Feng Lanchu decided to call Zhu Mingming, who had reportedly joined some fan club, to see if she could seek their assistance. While she made the call, the two students listened intently. Upon hearing her mention Mingming, they were taken aback. "Oh, is she the president? Is teacher Feng about to meet their leader?" They thought, excitement bubbling within them. Listening to Feng Lanchu's inquiry, Zhu Mingming, while reviewing the day's surgical schedule, responded, This is simple. Have a spider spirit and rainbow fart record a video. I will upload it to the super topic shortly. Feng Lanchu was left bewildered. I am discussing serious matters, and you are talking about Journey to the West? Zhu Mingming fell silent for 3 seconds, incredulously thinking, what on earth is this Journey to the West? How did you manage to become a professor with that intellect? Feng Lanchu remained perplexed, while Zhu Jingkue and Kai Jiao raised their hands silently. Teacher, we are the spider spirit and rainbow fart. Not long after, Feng Lanchu pinned a video to the super topic. Fans were astonished to see a fresh image of their beloved teacher Feng, donned in a lab coat. Wow, has our main character descended into the super topic? They exclaimed, eagerly clicking to view the content. In the video, Feng Lanchu appeared composed in her lab coat, her chestnut hair neatly tucked behind her ears, exuding an aura of elegance and aloofness compared to her usual self. Our teacher Feng's beauty is truly commendable. The lab coat suits her perfectly. It seems someone had assisted her with the recording, as she did not need to fumble for the recording button this time. Although she appeared more familiar than before, her slight awkwardness was still apparent. Hello everyone, I am Feng Lanchu. Ahem. I wish to take this opportunity to clarify that I kindly request no more gifts be sent to me. As a public educator, regardless of the reason, I should not accept any gifts. Chapter 151. The Wind of Positivity. Feng Lanchu's video rejecting gifts quickly gained traction within the super topic, its popularity surging and soon trending. Netizens responded with amusement. Teacher Feng stands firm. Her values are commendable. I admire her. Let us learn from Teacher Feng. Rejecting gifts. Shouldn't those who find ways to receive gifts feel ashamed? Ahem. The world owes me a Teacher Feng who feels overwhelmed. Haha, we won't send cards, but we'll send flowers. You're all fortunate. Who would believe I once sent oil? What? How does one send oil? We pooled together, each contributing 50 yuan. The school used the funds to buy gifts. But I truly don't know what was purchased. I was rather indifferent to worldly affairs back then. In truth, giving gifts to teachers is secondary. The main goal is to promote the reverence for educators. As one day as a teacher is a lifetime as a father. Teaching students to be grateful is of utmost importance. It's not that I find it inappropriate. Rather, the approach is misguided. I believe there's a distinction between voluntary and compulsory acts. The discussion among netizens grew increasingly convoluted as they began to share opinions on the pros and cons of gift-giving and visitation. Before long, the father of Yangshi specifically commended Feng Lanchu for her stance against accepting gifts, lauding her as a paragon of integrity and a model educator, thereby providing an official endorsement of the matter. Feng Lanchu, who had been inexplicably praised, was left bewildered. She merely wished to avoid trouble. Who would have thought it would lead to such profound reflections among netizens? Ultimately, even the father of Yangshi seized the opportunity to conduct a lesson on professional ethics. As the wind of positivity swept across the internet, at the headquarters of a certain film company in the capital, an internal screening was underway. While the director, screenwriters, and investors watched intently, a certain leading actor remained engrossed in his phone. His delicate features were accentuated by the dim light of the screen, creating an ethereal presence. Fu Qi, seated not far from him, observed the on-screen romance with satisfaction. This was not her first foray into film, yet it was the one she cared about most. Having spent a decade to return to this man's side, casting a longing glance at Jiang Anzhi, she was dismayed to find him perpetually absorbed in his phone, only occasionally glancing at the screen out of necessity. After the screening concluded, Jiang Anzhi and his colleague, Xiao Cheng, walked out effortlessly. Anzhi, a sound of high heels echoed from behind as Fu Qi, clad in an exquisite tailored outfit, approached with a smile. Jiang Anzhi, seemingly oblivious, continued forward. Xiao Cheng, walking alongside, couldn't help but scrutinize Fu Qi's elegant heels, thinking, are those made of some supernatural material? She runs so fast without faltering. Anzhi, even if you harbor no other feelings towards me, surely you wouldn't be so cold-hearted considering we grew up together? Fu Qi smiled, attempting to reach out to Jiang Anzhi. Yet, he swiftly sidestepped, turning his head slightly, gazing at her with an air of detachment as if she were a stranger. What do you want? Fu Qi clenched her fists, suppressing the discomfort of being overlooked. Since the last rap party, it's been rare to see each other. Let us have a meal together and reminisce. No need. Jiang Anzhi glanced at his watch. I have other commitments. Is it truly that you cannot stand my presence? Fu Qi's expression darkened. Jiang Anzhi, however, paid no heed and continued walking briskly. Xiao Cheng offering a feigned apology. I'm sorry, Miss Fu, but we really must hurry and cannot linger. Xiao Cheng followed Jiang Anzhi, leaving Fu Qi behind, her expression clouded with uncertainty. Was he preoccupied with the trending topic about Feng Lanchu? Chapter 152. Preservation is Feng Lanchu again, isn't it? Fu Qi seethed inwardly, clenching her fists. Initially, her disdain for Feng Lanchu stemmed from their verbal sparring and physical altercations, but had since escalated into something more complex. Why should someone else attain what she had labored for a decade or two with such relative ease? Why must this married woman pursue Jiang Anzhi? Wasn't she entangled with Zhang Qianyi? How dare she attract attention? FQ seethed with jealousy, her face contorted in malice. Moments ago, she had dashed away swiftly, leaving her assistant trailing behind to gather her belongings. As the assistant hurriedly caught up, clutching her extravagant handbag, she chanced upon FQ's twisted expression. In an instant, the assistant fell silent, cowering like a quail. Had she encountered yet another setback with the film emperor? Alas, since the commencement of ZUXN, how many times had she faced closed doors? Yet, FQ remained undeterred. The assistant silently criticized her, a hint of disdain inadvertently caught by FQ's keen eye. Narrowing her gaze, FQ's long nails swiftly lunged forward, unexpectedly leaving a vivid red mark on the assistant's face. What kind of look is that? Is my appearance so unpleasant to you? I apologize, FQG, the assistant stammered, feeling unfortunate as she retreated a step, distancing herself from the danger zone. Ignoring her, FQ seized her bag and strode purposefully out. The agent and director emerged, engaged in pleasantries, only to spot the assistant, who was holding her face with a reddened corner of her eye, her fingers revealing the marks left by the nails. Understanding that FQ had once again acted out, they refrained from commenting in front of the director. The director waved dismissively at the assistant, urging her to leave swiftly. Observing the gesture, the assistant lowered her head, departing quietly in dismay. If she could no longer tolerate it, resigning to avoid such indignities would suffice. However, the allure of a substantial salary and a lingering fascination with the entertainment industry compelled them to endure everything. The peculiar posts on a certain platform were often tailored for individuals like them. Those who felt wronged vented their frustrations here, only to return the next day, feigning resilience. Unlike the unfortunate assistant, Xiao Chn was comfortably seated in the passenger seat, basking in the praise of YNGSHBBA for Feng LNCH. Grinning like a proud father, he logged into his secondary account to share the video. Master brother of teacher Xiaofeng, my little CH is truly remarkable. Another round of praise from YNGSHBBA. Fans in the super topic noticed the appearance of teacher Xiaofeng's major fan, showering him with likes. Master brother, you've arrived. Though late, Master brother is always here. Another day of loving teacher Xiaofeng and Master brother. Let us protect the best teacher Xiaofeng today as well. Xiao Chn, like an emperor, interacted with his disciples, while Jiang Anzhi in the back seat took out his phone to dial a long-untouched secretary's number. Upon seeing the direct line ring, the chief secretary of GNGSH Group's headquarters, CUX M. Ing, raised an eyebrow and quickly answered, "Hello, Mr. Jiang. This is CUX M. Ing. Please dispatch a security team to discreetly follow Xiao CH, ensuring her safety." Understood. CUX M. Ing was initially taken aback, but soon realized he had been remiss. By now, Mrs. Jiang was no ordinary person, and he had failed to keep up, allowing fans and media to disturb her. Is it the entire team? Yes, very well. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Chapter 153. Endorsement since the release of her video rejecting gifts. Feng LNCH had noticeably returned to a semblance of normalcy in her life. No longer were there strange individuals following her in and out of school, nor bizarre gifts arriving at the laboratory. The air felt fresher as a result. One day, while reveling in her newfound tranquility, she received a call from Director ZHO. "Hello, Teacher Xiaofeng, this is Director ZHO. Hello, Director ZHO, what can I do for you?" A sense of unease washed over Feng LNCH, as if Director ZHO were a harbinger of trouble. She shook her head, dismissing the impolite thought. "I would like to invite you to our media conference and award ceremony in DD." Award ceremony? Feng Lnch's face displayed confusion. Did variety shows require awards? Should they also play the national anthem? Oh, I see. Feng Lnch nodded. I think I will decline. In fact, she was already in the process of transitioning from associate professor to full professor. By the way, there's something else I need to mention. What else? Let us get it all out in the open. Feng Lnch resignedly accepted her fate. Several companies are interested in having you as their spokesperson. Would you be interested? Since you don't have an agent, they all approach me. I hesitate to make a decision on your behalf. You can take a look first. The compensation is substantial, and if your schedule permits, taking on some side work wouldn't be bad. The company said they can accommodate your shooting location, even filming nearby at Huixing. I will send you the information and product descriptions for these companies shortly. If you're interested, I can relay your intentions, or you can contact them directly. After Director of HO ended the call, it wasn't long before a WeChat notification chimed, and several documents arrived. Although Feng Lnch had no interest in the entertainment industry, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of excitement at the prospect of receiving endorsement offers. What kind of company had such discernment? Curiosity piqued, she opened the documents, only for her expression to gradually stiffen. The first document featured an eco-friendly bag in pastel colors, detailing the endorsement requirements, which primarily entailed stating on camera, green and eco-friendly garbage bags are a must-have for home and travel. The second document showcased an insecticide, presumably an eco-friendly one, designed to leave cockroaches and pests with no escape. The third, somewhat more reputable, was a mouthwash, emphasizing natural plant ingredients and environmental friendliness. It required the model to swish and spit out dirt, revealing a pristine white smile. Feng Lnch silently closed the documents, although she hadn't intended to accept any offers. The mere sight of these proposals inexplicably dampened her spirits. Director of HO, please kindly decline on my behalf. I appreciate the company's discerning eye, but I believe they could find more persuasive celebrities. Farewell, financial backers. Chapter 154. The true flavor of humiliation after turning down the financial backers. Feng Lnch was about to set her phone down when a text from Jiang Anzhi arrived. She opened it to find flight information. He had purchased her ticket. Jiang Anzhi. I will pick you up tonight. Xiao effing. Oh no, that's unnecessary. Jiang Anzhi. I have time. Xiao effing. It's not a matter of availability. What if we get photographed? Jiang Anzhi. It's fine. Because of Jiang Anzhi's message, Feng Lnch felt anxious from boarding to disembarking. As an ordinary person, she could have walked through the airport without raising an eyebrow. However, with Jiang Anzhi coming to pick her up, she felt compelled to don a hat and mask to avoid being recognized, not wanting to hinder the film emperor. Yet, as she approached the arrival area, despite the throngs of people, none seemed interested in her. She silently scoffed at the bustling metropolis, pondering how different it was from her small town, where any handsome man or beautiful woman would be mistaken for a celebrity returning home. Huixing City. I am at least a prominent tourist city in Hu11. Several vehicles were parked outside the terminal, one of which was an ordinary black car with tinted windows. But the license plate stood out, marking Jiang Anzhi's birthday. Without hesitation, she opened the door and slid into the passenger seat. Jiang Anzhi wore a black shirt, also sporting a cap and mask. The two were similarly disguised, leaving only their eyes visible. Upon seeing this, Feng Lnch couldn't help but laugh, feeling they were both courting trouble. Jiang Anzhi seemed to find her humor infectious, his eyes crinkling in a smile. The first time picking someone up feels quite pleasant. This was her second visit to this place. The living room remained as unremarkable as ever, yet Jiang Anzhi's presence elevated its ambience significantly. Do you want some noodles? I can make you some, Jiang Anzhi asked, removing his hat and mask. I already ate on the plane. Feng Lnch replied, unpretentious about food. She had no particular demands, having eaten dinner during the flight, and had no idea that someone was planning a heartfelt dinner for her. The thought of showcasing his culinary skills, Jiang Anzhi silently retracted the idea, emerging in a refreshing demeanor. Feng Lnch, with a hint of concern, gradually realized that the acclaimed actor Jiang Anzhi was seated alone on the sofa, appearing somewhat desolate. What troubles you? She inquired, approaching him with genuine care. Is work causing you distress? Jiang Anzhi sighed, shaking his head in resignation as he reached out to embrace her. However, Feng Lnch, quick-witted, pushed him away. Expressing her disdain, "I've just bathed." Jiang Anzhi, looking speechless, gazed at her, remarking, "You are the first to deem me unclean." "I never said that," she replied innocently, blinking her eyes, having absorbed a fraction of someone's essence. Jiang Anzhi leaned in slightly and pecked her lips, stating, "As long as you are clean." Feng Lanchu's face flushed crimson. She pondered his words in confusion. Attempting to retreat, she found Jiang Anzhi unyielding, swiftly wrapping his arms around her waist and drawing her closer, their lips meeting in the process. Having not seen each other for over a week, Jiang Anzhi had never yearned for someone so intensely. Previously, he had regarded love as a nuisance, unnecessary. Now, he felt a slight ache in his cheeks. Chapter 155. The revelation of a hidden marriage. Feng Lanchu wished to evade the situation, as her purpose for being there was work, not romance. Yet, the actor's formidable presence and skills, which seemed honed not merely for the sake of television, left her in awe. During a prior encounter at Yihai, she had experienced his strength firsthand, realizing she was no match for him. He appeared to be a mere pretty face, yet possessed immense power. Just as the tension between them escalated, the phone rang abruptly. With considerable effort, Feng Lanchu managed to redirect Jiang Anzhi's attention from ignoring the call. Unhappy, he furrowed his brow and eventually directed his frustration at the unexpected caller. "It's a call from Xiaochen." After steadying his breath, Jiang Anzhi quietly answered, his voice somewhat hoarse. "What is it?" The connection on Xiaochen's end was poor, but the message came through intermittently. "Oh no. The news of your hidden marriage and child has broken." The romantic atmosphere dissipated instantly, replaced by a chilling tension. Jiang Anzhi squeezed Feng Lanchu's hand reassuringly, saying, "Do not fear, I am here." However, the notion of not fearing seemed impossible to Feng Lanchu. After a considerable pause to gather her thoughts, she trembled as she opened her phone, which erupted with sensational news headlines, rendering her momentarily speechless. Gangdang, top star Zhang Qianyi exposed for being married with a child. The revelation indeed concerned Zhang Qianyi, not them. A marketing account suddenly leaked the news, presenting evidence that Zhang Qianyi was already married with a daughter, along with photos of the family out together. As a rising star, Zhang Qianyi had once shared the spotlight with Jiang Anzhi, dominating the stage for years before establishing Phantom Entertainment, which produced the most popular young idol. Qinzhua. Zhang Qianyi's stature on stage had garnered a multitude of fans. The sudden exposure of his hidden marriage sent shockwaves through the fan community. Chapter 156. The boldness. Zhang Qianyi's candid acknowledgement of his status stirred a frenzy among the public. Younger fans reacted impulsively, spewing vitriol and expressing their discontent. "What a disgrace. I was deceived. I can't believe I supported you all these years while you embraced another woman." Older fans exhibited more composure, yet many despaired and chose to withdraw. "If love is lost, let's part ways. It is time to say goodbye. Allow me to be the one to initiate it." Meanwhile, some diehard fans remained steadfast, proclaiming their unwavering support for the artist they adored. "You are still you. We have always loved the authentic you. Even as a husband and father, you remain our beloved deity of the stage. I will pursue you regardless. I refuse to unfollow. Those who claim to feel deceived dare not reveal their true intentions." The responses from fans varied widely, each expressing their sentiments based on personal perspectives. Observing the torrent of insults and curses online, Feng Lanchu felt as though she were glimpsing her own future. If Zhang Qianyi faced such backlash, what awaited Jiang Anzhi? Her complexion paled as she looked at him, but Jiang Anzhi comfortingly squeezed her hand. After carefully perusing the information, he silently dialed a number. The recipient took a while to answer, their voice cold. "My phone has been bombarded with calls. What do you want? How do you intend to address this?" The other party responded with impatience. "A statement has already been issued. I believe it's best to move on." "That is not adequate," Jiang Anzhi gently cautioned. "The evidence is substantial. You have been deceived." "Damn it, Zhang Qianyi, this is infuriating. I need your PR team's assistance." "All right. Also, please investigate who is orchestrating this behind the scenes." After hanging up, Feng Lanchu was left in astonishment. "You know Zhang Qianyi?" Jiang Anzhi met her gaze and nodded. Feng Lanchu finally understood the peculiarities surrounding their previous recording session with Zhang Qianyi. It was already peculiar for a variety show to request a song from him, let alone for him to personally assist in a recording. "Did you invite him?" she shamelessly ventured. Jiang Anzhi merely picked up the towel that had fallen during their earlier closeness, continuing to dry her damp hair. With your vocal abilities, how could I possibly? Well, the video of me fighting with Fu Qi was mine. Huh? Feng Lanchu questioned, perplexed. Isn't your usual approach to remain detached? Jiang Anzhi's hands gently fell from her hair to her shoulders, lightly embracing her as he smiled faintly. I can afford to be involved. You cannot. For instance, when Fu Qi deliberately stirs up rumors, I simply disregard them entirely. The public perceived him as a gentleman, but in truth, he deemed such trivial antics beneath him, preferring to avoid unnecessary attention. In contrast, Feng Lanchu could not abide even the slightest disrespect toward others. He admitted that at first, he regarded her merely as the woman he would live with for a lifetime, devoid of love. Naturally, they maintained a respectful distance, and he fulfilled his duties as a husband, providing her with everything she deserved, yet he never showered her with excessive affection, even amidst swirling rumors. He simply reassured her with a token of trust. It was only through this variety show that he began to reevaluate her and their relationship. Chapter 157, Guashan Guahai. Undeniably, the vibrant Feng Lanchu captivated him deeply. It turned out that his seemingly dutiful and domesticated wife possessed such an intriguing side, akin to a treasure that revealed more fascination the deeper one delved. This young lady was upright and kind, beautiful and intelligent, embodying every commendable adjective imaginable, save for the profane. Gazing into Jiang Anzhi's deeply affectionate eyes, Feng Lanchu felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. Unbeknownst to her, he had been quietly acting behind the scenes, standing firm in the matter regarding Fu Qi, with her small hand tugging at Jiang Anzhi's clothing, one half kneeling and the other seated cross-legged on the sofa. They both lowered their heads in contemplation, inching closer together, their gazes solely focused on one another, just as their lips were about to meet. She recalled a statement he had sent to Su Rui. Feng Lanchu, with her meticulous thoughts, raised a question. Jiang Anzhi chuckled, playfully pinching her cheek. So, you have been paying attention to me? Su Rui's scandal was from several years ago, wasn't it? Feng Lanchu's eyes sparkled. Was it not Zhu Mingming, the progenitor of gossip, who had kept her informed? She simply remembered it. I know the person behind Su Rui, she implied, suggesting that the denial was for the sake of the benefactor. What? Feng Lanchu was once again astonished. Benefactor? Recalling Su Rui's delicate and beautiful visage, she thought, what an astonishing revelation. Gossip monger. Jiang Anzhi ruffled her hair and excused himself to take a shower, saying no more. Wait, don't leave me hanging. This person is utterly clueless. Meanwhile, in a private luxury restaurant in the capital, candlelight flickered over the plates and cups as toasts were exchanged. The agent remarked that this was a significant investor and should not be offended. Fortunately, over the years, he had only requested a meal. Otherwise, they might have clashed with knives and forks right there. Nonetheless, this individual was indeed peculiar, stealing a glance at the composed and aloof gentleman across the table. She couldn't resist another yawn. Feng Lanchu had thought that if Jiang Anzhi were to be overly affectionate tonight, she would deliver a swift kick. To her surprise, after Jiang Anzhi completed a shower, hair still damp, he merely cast a regretful glance at her and said, You should sleep early. I have matters to attend to. Feng Lanchu felt momentarily petrified. Jiang Anzhi seemed to see through her, leaving with a teasing chuckle. Goodness, it feels as though I was mocked. Embarrassed. She buried herself in the sheets, contemplating this man. Online, news of Zhang Qian's secret marriage flooded the internet, and netizens eagerly feasted on the gossip. Following the trail laid by marketing accounts, Jiang Anzhi hacked into their terminals and traced the suspicious transaction links to expose the hidden companies behind them. The financiers behind these marketing accounts were a publicly listed securities company based in Hong Kong, and further investigation led to the parent company, the largest shareholder of which was a domestic subsidiary of a copper mining industry, with the ultimate owner being Fu Xinlai. Upon uncovering the mastermind, Jiang Anzhi frowned, saved the information, and sent it to Zhang Qian's email before leisurely shutting down his computer. Returning to his room, it was already past 4 in the morning. Feng Lanchu slept soundly, curled up in her blanket, making her a heartwarming sight. Jiang Anzhi gently climbed into bed, enveloping her in the blanket in his embrace. As if sensing the familiar warmth, Feng Lanchu instinctively murmured and nestled closer to him, her breath soft and long. Anzhi sighed softly, feeling that she was delicate and sweet, leaving him yearning for more. Chapter 158. These girls can talk. Today, There was a meet and greet, and it was inappropriate for the two to appear too conspicuous. Feng Lanchu took the initiative to offer to drive, only to be ruthlessly declined by Jiang Anzhi. Ultimately, a vehicle from the Jiang Group's branch in the capital came to pick her up. The news of the meet and greet had been widely disseminated, and when Feng Lanchu arrived at the venue, the hotel exterior resembled that of a concert. The film emperor, the television emperor, and the top idol of the entertainment industry appeared together, igniting excitement among fans from the capital and surrounding cities. Feng Lanchu's little fans became almost invisible in comparison to the three major factions, trembling in the encirclement of the larger crowds. Their small numbers and passive attitudes led them to relax, tucking their banners under their arms and engaging in conversation about the trending Jiang Anzhi. For they had no chance of competing in volume or numbers. Little Fan 1. Fortunately, teacher Xiao Feng was already married before I got to know her. Little Fan 2. Indeed, it leaves us with no room to struggle. We can only silently accept. Little Fan 3. However, teacher Xiao Feng is not a celebrity. She has the freedom to love without needing to provide us with explanations. Little Fan 4. Being a celebrity is tough. Dating equals losing idol status. And marriage is akin to self-sabotage. Alas, fans nearby, overhearing their conversation, felt an itch to join in, seizing the opportunity to engage in the group chat while they waited. Anzhi Fan 1. I would be quite pleased to see my Anzhi in love. If the partner is a good girl, I would surely bless them. Anzhi Fan 2, right? We who have been fans for over a decade wouldn't naively hope for him to remain lonely forever. Wouldn't a little Anzhi be delightful? Anzhi Fan 3. As long as she isn't one of those overly clingy, melodramatic types, I can accept anyone. Guangdong Cuisine Fan 1. We are quite open-minded too. If you go find someone like teacher Xiao Feng, I would absolutely support it. Little Fan 1. Teacher Xiao Feng is already taken. Guangdong Cuisine Fan 2. Just using teacher Xiao Feng as a benchmark, not referring to her personally. Burning Fan 1. Our Xiao Zhua is still young. He should focus on his career. Anzhi Fan. Indeed, Xiao Zhua is still young and can take his time. Besides, there are too many dangers in this circle. We must watch over him closely. Burning Fan 2. That's right. Little Fan 5. By the way, Jiang Anzhi is getting on in years. I think marriage is quite normal. I don't understand why fans are so sensitive. Guangdong Cuisine Fan 3. Mainly because he has achieved godlike status in the singing and dancing realm. Many idol fans are quite possessive, believing the idol belongs solely to them. Anzhi Fan. Fortunately, our Anzhi has crossed over into other fields, and over the years, many brainless fans have been washed away, leaving mostly rational individuals. Little Fan 7. Actually, Jiang Anzhi has retreated to the second line in recent years. Since establishing Phantom Entertainment, he has given the stage to the talents from his company and rarely appears himself. Burning Fan. My Xiao Zhua can start dating after turning 28. I won't stop him. Guangdong Cuisine. I don't know if it's appropriate to mention this, but I once saw an interview with Qin Zhua where he said his family didn't allow him to enter the entertainment industry, or else no one would inherit the family business. He mentioned that marrying at 20 and having a grandson to inherit the family business was the condition for his family's approval. Little Fan, what? Is that true? Burning Fan 1. Oh, kids say silly things. Our child is just being mischievous. It needs to be corrected. Burning Fan 2. Exactly, we shouldn't take it seriously. Originally competing in silence, the fans were unexpectedly united by Little Fan 1, leading hundreds to engage in lively conversation on the streets. The security guard at the hotel entrance looked bewildered. So noisy. This group of girls can really talk. Chapter 159. Waiting Room. Amid the friendly discussions among the fans, the celebrities' vehicles arrived one after another. The security personnel, who had been dozing off while listening to tales of their idols, suddenly perked up upon spotting the target vehicles, jogging to form a human barrier and clearing a safe passage. The first to disembark was Qin Zhua, who energetically hopped out of the car, causing his fans to erupt into ecstatic screams. Qin Zhua waved at them before dashing into the hotel. The second to arrive was Feng Lanchu. To everyone's surprise, as she stepped out of the vehicle, not only her little disciple, Anzhi, but also the fans from Zhua Xiaofun and Yu Kai erupted into cheers. After all, Feng Yujing belongs to everyone. Teacher Xiao Feng. Teacher Xiao Feng. Please take care of Xiao Zhua. Teacher Xiao Feng. Do take care of yourself. Teacher Xiao Feng is pregnant. The little disciples were deeply moved. They initially thought they would be the only ones cheering, but unexpectedly, Fans from other groups were eager to lend their support. Thus, the little disciples became even more enthusiastic, fervently waving their banners and shouting. Compared to this fervor, the fans' welcome seemed trivial. Feng Lanchu, feeling a bit embarrassed, hurried towards the hotel. In the midst of the fans' encouragement, one could almost feel the spirit of the World Cup. As they approached the hotel, Qin Zhua emerged again, smiling as he took Feng Lanchu's hand and walked swiftly inside. Maijua's boyfriend energy is off the charts. At that moment, it was hard to decide whom to envy. I also want to hold teacher Xiao Feng's hand. That rascal Qin Zhua, is he causing trouble again? And Ji, just having stepped out of the car, heard the fans and pouted in dissatisfaction. Only then did the fans notice another vehicle arriving. As they focused, they spotted the tall and slender figure. It was their beloved Anzhi. Darling, Anzhi, my darling. Darling, remember to rest. Jiang Anzhi glanced at them indifferently and quickly walked inside. Oh no, Anzhi has mentioned he dislikes being called darling by fans. Are they out of their minds? I was so excited that I inadvertently shouted my thoughts aloud. In the past, Anzhi would smile at us. Today, he merely glanced our way. Next time, we'll be careful. Anzhi dislikes being called son and darling. Just as Anzhi's fans sighed in regret for their oversight, Li Yu's vehicle arrived as well. Unlike Anzhi's fans, who were more cautious, the Yukai fans were unrestrained, joyously cheering, darling, my son, mommy loves you. You go marry me. Li Yu chuckled, glancing at them with amusement, shaking his head as he entered. Before going in, he advised them, take care of your voices. The fans enthusiastically nodded in agreement. Your Yugu is truly wonderful. Anzhi's fans and Zhuoxiao Fun fans were envious to the point of tears. They quickly shook their heads, resolutely stating, we will not waver. The meet and greet was scheduled for 10 o'clock, with still over half an hour before it began. The production team had arranged resting rooms for the guests, and Feng Lanchu was pleasantly surprised to find herself assigned a private resting room. However, she did not enjoy this privilege alone. Qin Zhua did not even glance at his own resting room, following Feng Lanchu closely into hers and settling in for the long haul. Before long, Jiang Anzhi and Li Yu naturally made their way to Feng Lanchu's resting room. Was it that her resting room smelled particularly inviting? Though she thought this, seeing everyone after a long time made Feng Lanchu genuinely happy. Chapter 160. Connecting with Zhuang, Nan, it has been so long, teacher Xiao Feng. Li Yu exclaimed joyfully as he entered, embracing Feng Lanchu. Jiang Anzhi raised an eyebrow at the side. Once Li Yu released her, he intended to step forward to offer his affections, but just as he opened his arms, Qin Zhua rushed in and enveloped Jiang Anzhi instead. Brother Anzhi, it's been ages. I've missed you so much. Jiang Anzhi, speechless, pried away the boisterous young man. No, you haven't. Realizing that Qin Zhua was likely trying to separate them, Feng Lanchu couldn't help but giggle. Seeing her smile, Jiang Anzhi couldn't help but curl his lips in a slight, resigned smile. Wow, you two can't hide your flirtation. Qin Zhua thought anxiously, quickly changing the subject. Hey, where's brother Zhuang Nan? With some time to spare, Li Yu decided to video call Zhuang Nan. Moments later, Zhuang Nan answered, looking rugged with a scruffy beard, surprising everyone. Qin Zhua widened his eyes and exclaimed, Brother Nan, are you crossing a desert? Zhuang Nan chuckled helplessly, stroking his beard. I've been busy catching poachers these past few days. Is everything going smoothly? Anzhi and Feng Lanchu, standing behind, were equally concerned. We've captured all the big fish. Now we're chasing down a few small fry. I plan to surprise you all in a few days. Brother Nan, please be careful and stay safe. As your environmental ambassador, we will support you. Great. Qin Zhua nodded eagerly. Make sure you rest well. We'll see you in a few days. Li Yu kindly into the call. While people live their comfortable lives, there are always unsung heroes quietly guarding the background. Zhuang Nan, a retired soldier, should have been living a peaceful life after laying down his arms. But the hero's blood coursing through him compels him to once again take up the steel gun. After bidding farewell to Zhuang Nan, a sense of heaviness settled in everyone's hearts. They all hoped that brother Zhuang Nan, Captain Gongbu, and all those involved in the capture operations would stay safe. Qin Zhua sincerely wished them well. Feng Lanchu looked at Li Yu in surprise. Does Yugu also have matchmaking duties? It might be time to find a wife. Jiang Anzhi nodded in agreement, acknowledging that their boss wasn't getting any younger. Living a life on the edge wasn't suitable anymore. With a wife and children, there would be more to consider, and he wouldn't be so reckless. This led to pondering a serious question. which hand had Qin Zhua held earlier. Before long, the director hurriedly entered. Seeing all four of them present, he paused in surprise. "Oh dear, I thought everyone had not arrived yet. It turns out you've all gathered here." After a brief exchange, Director Zhao returned to the front stage to continue his work. Chapter 161. Award Ceremony. The Guardians of the Home Awards Ceremony and Media Meet and Greet officially commenced. The remaining 3 rows were filled with staff, followed by the fan section. Even from such a distance, and only able to gaze at their idol's back, the fans were still immensely excited. "My son's nape is so handsome. My darling has such broad shoulders. My husband has such a striking profile. My teacher Xiao Feng is so petite." As for what the leaders were saying on stage, apologies, but no one was paying attention. A particular leader, concluding his speech, declared loudly, "Protecting the environment is protecting ourselves. Safeguarding our home is the duty of heroes and every citizen." Now, I announce the commencement of the award ceremony. I invite the 5 guests to the stage. As the leader's voice fell, thunderous applause erupted from the audience like a tidal wave. Fans exclaimed, "Finally, it's over. My idol is about to take the stage." Accompanied by a stirring march, the guardians of the Little Sweethearts took the stage. For the award ceremony, all 4 dressed formally. The men looked dapper in sharp suits, while Feng Lanchu donned a beige suit skirt, resembling a valiant female soldier. Standing together on stage, they were captivatingly beautiful. Fans gushed over their looks while whispering about Zhuang Nan's absence. Soon, a video of Zhuang Nan appeared on the screen. He was still in the beautiful highlands. The azure sky behind him clear, the snow-capped mountains pristine. Against this stunning backdrop, his rugged face appeared even coarser, yet his eyes sparkled with vigor. "Hello, everyone. I am Zhuang Nan. Due to certain circumstances, I cannot attend the award ceremony in person. However, I am delighted to serve as the ambassador for ecological protection, and I am committed to dedicating my life to this cause for our country." Viewers watching the live stream responded enthusiastically, quickly reviving Zhuang Nan's long-dormant fanbase. The few loyal fans still holding on were instantly brought to tears. Their persistence had been worthwhile. The tough guy Zhuang Nan was reaching another peak in his life. As the only female representative, Feng Lanchu proudly became the spokesperson for the image ambassadors. Of course, it was also possible that others simply did not wish to speak. Her brief words conveyed her determination. Jiang Anzhi, standing behind, slightly curled his lips, his eyes filled with affection. Once again, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Following the conclusion of the award ceremony, the leaders in the front row departed one after another, officially handing the stage over to the guardians of the home. And the meet and greet commenced in earnest. Chapter 162. The fan meeting. The fan meeting for Shouhu, Zhijiyuan, has officially commenced. Jiang Anzhi excels in horseback riding and archery, as well as motorcycle skills. Liu specializes in tent pitching and toilet construction. Qin Zhuang finds himself in grappling and cleaning up. And Zhuang Nan demonstrates driving and combat prowess. Meanwhile, Feng Lanchu's talents lie in her skills as a detective. Fans without tickets watch the live stream from outside, tears of envy streaming down their cheeks. Various games unfold, including finger games and idiom relay, with Qin Zhuang consistently at the bottom, Feng Lanchu in the middle ranks, and the twin emperors firmly securing the top 2 spots. The fans are amused, declaring, "I am certain that Teacher Xiao Feng is indeed inept at games. Can we let Teacher Xiao Feng win just once? This is too funny. I have lost my head." Sighing inwardly, Feng Lanchu reflects on her years of navigating the vast sea of knowledge. Despite her proficiency in various geographical subjects, these games are simply not her forte. Surviving in 3rd place without finishing last is already a commendable achievement. As for whom she draws or the questions asked, it all depends on luck. When the host first calls Teacher Xiao Feng's name, she is momentarily taken aback, but quietly stands to listen to the question. The host announces, "The first question drawn today is for Teacher Xiao Feng. Many netizens refer to you as the omnipotent Feng Yujing. Whether it's Jiang Feng Yuhua with Anji, the master-student relationship with Xiao Zhuang, Zhuang Nan the expert, or Yugu's romantic escapades, you seem to be quite popular. Which one do you personally prefer?" Feng Lanchu scratches her head in distress. "Honestly, these peculiar pairings astonish me. The creativity of the netizens is impressive, haha. However, I am already married, so let us not go there." Hearing this, the fans wilt, while the loyal fans applaud enthusiastically. Haha, your significant other dismantled it right before our eyes. Yes, yes. Openly declining is fine. Just hold hands behind the scenes. Feel free to deceive yourselves. Either way, it's a day of clarity or a day of delusion. The host draws the second question, and once again, teacher Xiao Feng's name is called. Feng Lanchu's humble words evoke a chorus of encouragement from the audience. No. Teacher Xiao Feng, you're the best in our eyes. You are Nambai Wan. Who is Nambai Wan? Feng Lanchu responds with a puzzled expression, prompting another round of laughter. Chapter 163. Fan questions. The host proceeds to draw the third question, and Feng Lanchu anxiously glances over, her eyes filled with hope that it will not be directed at her. Alas, the host, true to expectations, announces Feng Lanchu's name once more, leaving her utterly speechless. Just how many little disciples have entered? She wonders silently. The fans below are in tears. The number of fans from each household is fairly equal. Yet it seems every group has posed questions to teacher Xiao Feng, creating a situation where she stands out alone. The host awkwardly wipes non-existent sweat from his brow to ease the tension, saying, the number of questions directed at teacher Xiao Feng indicates how much everyone truly adores her. The third question asks how one can get into teacher Xiao Feng's school and become her student. As long as you study diligently and take the exams seriously, remember to apply to Hawaii University's School of Biology when filling out your application. Our college is rich in resources, with esteemed teachers and a plethora of talents. We welcome aspiring youths to apply. The dean of the School of Biology, watching the live stream from home, weeps tears of joy as he sees teacher Xiao Feng tirelessly promoting the school. This year's Top 10 Teachers Award must go to her. By the way, the handsome young man standing next to her bears an uncanny resemblance to the angler in teacher Xiao Feng's household. Have all handsome men begun to look alike? The host's hand trembles as he draws the fourth question, and under immense pressure, he opens the slip of paper, finally exhaling in relief. The host states, this question is directed at Anzhi. Upon hearing this, Anzhi steps forward, taking the microphone from Feng Lanchu's hands. This small gesture sends the fans into a frenzy. Teacher Xiao Feng just handed the microphone to the best actor. Their hands touched. I can't take it. I'm fainting. Seriously. There's only one microphone for 4 guests, and you're all shipping this. It's too intense. Fans are always searching for sweetness in the cracks. If you don't believe it, go find it. The main character just dismantled it right before our eyes, and you're still deceiving yourselves. Compared to the fans glued to their phones, those present are less agitated, for their minds are filled with thoughts of being in the same space as their idol, breathing the same air, and having their idol right before their eyes. As for the rival fans, they can discuss that later. The host begins to read the question, what is the 13th wish password? The audience erupts in excitement, whether they are Anzhi fans or not. Everyone is keenly interested in this question, eagerly anticipating whether the best actor can provide them with a hint. Anzhi smiles slightly. These 4 matters are quite significant to me. They can be said to have changed my life. Revealing them would spoil the fun. You all should seek the answers yourselves. The host suggests, today's gathering is destiny. It's inevitable to feel disappointed without any revelations. How about a hint from Anzhi? After a moment of silence, Anzhi responds, you can try using the formula for the square password. The host inquires, what is that? Fans chime in. Is it the cardinal directions, east, south, west, north? Or is it Zhuke and Xuanwu? The online community erupts with discussions. I almost thought it was Lijiang's South Square Street. Forgive my lack of culture. I don't understand what Anzhi is saying. I quickly switch screens to search. Oh my, Baidu says it's encrypted using a 4x5 matrix, with each matrix containing 25 letters, or you can treat the same characters as identical or switch to a 6x6 matrix, adding 10 digits. Continuously rearranging will yield the encrypted matrix. What's the conversation upstairs? In summary, the square password is a cipher comparable to Morse code. What does Anzhi think we are? Chapter 164. An unexpected incident. The fans are left speechless by the new vocabulary they learned today. If I could decipher this nonsense password, I wouldn't be chasing you here. I'd have you chasing me. I treat you like a treasure, while you treat me like a spy. The most unfortunate fan in history. Can't call him husband, can't call him son, can't shout at the airport, and must learn to decipher Morse code. Upstairs. It's a square password. I'm truly about to die from laughter. Before long, Jiang Anzhi square password trends on social media, and netizens engage in fervent discussions. Some even offer hefty rewards for hackers who can decipher it. Curiosity about Anzhi grows immensely. What kind of treasure is Anzhi that he knows such peculiar things? The more he hides, the more I want to know. Actually, it's not really hidden. We just lack the ability to unlock it. Hacker 001. I'll take the task. I'm Hacker 999. I'll take the task. I'm Hacker Anywhere. I'll take the task. A myriad of self-proclaimed hackers bubbles up online, and fans gleefully tease about whose password is effective and who should receive the payment. Feng Lanchu has rightfully become the undisputed champion of answering questions at the event. Thus, the fan meeting concludes in a harmonious atmosphere, with the guests departing while holding the flowers prepared by the fans. The entire hall echoes with their names, filled with reluctance. Suddenly, someone starts a commotion. A fan accidentally bumps into the lighting rig, causing it to topple silently toward the departing guests. Jiang Anzhi, with quick reflexes, grabs Feng Lanchu and pulls her into his embrace, the light stand crashing down and grazing his back. Had Jiang Anzhi not swiftly intervened, it would have been Feng Lanchu who was struck. The sudden turn of events leaves the audience in shock, and everyone screams in concern. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Feng Lanchu, in a panic, touches Jiang Anzhi's face and shoulders, to which he shakes his head, assuring her he is unharmed. The security personnel swiftly gathered to separate the fans, while the staff hurriedly supported the lighting rig, rescuing the guardians trapped beneath it. Qin Zhuo remained unharmed at the forefront, but Liu found his leg pinned, and the unfortunate Jiang Anzhi suffered a blow to his entire back from the rig, though Feng Lanchu, whom he shielded, miraculously escaped unscathed. The fans outside were bewildered, questioning whether they had encountered a terror attack. Moments ago, all seemed well, with everyone receiving flowers and preparing to depart. How could the live stream abruptly cut to black? Soon, piercing screams echoed from within, and an ambulance arrived without delay. It entered directly from the underground parking lot, and Liu and Jiang Anzhi, accompanied by their manager and Qin Zhuo Feng Lanchu, were swiftly taken to the hospital. Director Zhao, though anxious, had to remain behind to manage the scene. The news of the incident must be suppressed, or else Jia Yuanshou Huzhu would face dire consequences. Zhao, rarely adopting an authoritative demeanor, took the stage and seized the host's microphone. An unexpected incident occurred, but the guests have been safely transported to the hospital. The initial feedback from the doctors indicates no serious injuries, so please rest assured. Chapter 165. Kindred Spirits regarding today's events. Jiang Anzhi and Liu preferred not to publicize them. Once they provided a detailed report upon their discharge from the hospital, an official statement would be released. They also hoped for cooperation in maintaining confidentiality until the statement was issued, to avoid giving marketing accounts the opportunity to create uncontrollable rumors. The fans, understanding, signed a confidentiality agreement and exited in an orderly fashion. The sisters waiting outside rushed to inquire about the situation, but they all tacitly shook their heads, choosing silence and stating they would wait for the official announcement. After being taken to the hospital, Jiang Anzhi and Liu underwent comprehensive examinations. Fortunately, their injuries were only superficial, with no damage to muscles or bones. However, Jiang Anzhi fared worse than Liu, suffering a concussion and several lacerations on his back. Although his life was not in jeopardy, he would need to rest and recuperate. Xiao Chun, incessantly chattering beside him, was met with Feng Lanchu's unwavering gaze fixed on Anzhi. The doctor had already tended to his wounds, and he lay on the bed, engrossed in incomprehensible codes. Feeling Feng Lanchu's gaze, he set aside his phone and gently beckoned her closer. She silently approached, and Jiang Anzhi expertly grasped her wrist, softly massaging it. "I'm fine. Do not blame yourself." Feng Lanchu pouted, aware that even if she repeated this 10 times, Jiang Anzhi would always protect her. As a man, he instinctively stepped forward to assist anyone in need, as it was only natural for a man to stand tall. Yet, when the person hindering progress was oneself, it became difficult to avoid feelings of guilt. "What do you want to eat? I'll buy it for you later." Feng Lanchu crouched down, her eyes filled with concern. "I'm fine. Just help me with the discharge later. After all this, how can you think of leaving? Stay here and recover." Xiao Chun immediately scolded, exasperated by his dislike of hospitals and medication. He still struggled with his insomnia, unsure if the medication would interact adversely. They would have to inform the doctor shortly. At that moment, the sound of wheels rolling echoed from outside, and soon, Qin Zhuo entered pushing Li Yu in a wheelchair. Although he was not seriously injured, he could not move for a while. "Hey," Li Yu greeted with a wave. "Uh-huh." Jiang Anzhi, lying on the bed, lifted his eyelids and naturally released Feng Lanchu's hand. The reunion of kindred spirits was particularly touching. "How come you two are so unfortunate?" Xiao Chan shook his head sympathetically. "Too long of legs," Qin Zhuo quipped. Feng Lanchu, who had been feeling down, suddenly burst into laughter. "At a time like this, you still have the energy to jest." Everyone couldn't help but laugh, resonating with the sentiment that surviving a great calamity often brings unexpected fortune. Finally, Liu wheeled himself to Jiang Anzhi's bedside, and they took a photo to send to Director Zhao. The picture captured Jiang Anzhi lying on the bed, with Li Yu beside him in the wheelchair, both smiling gently at the camera. They resembled actors on a film set more than patients. Even Qin Zhuo shared a photo of himself, Feng Lanchu, and the two patients. Captioned, "Thankfully, it was a close call. We are all well, so rest assured." A flurry of messages flooded in, overshadowing the news of Zhang Qian's hidden marriage. Chapter 166. A gentle unfolding. Xiao Wan, Zhang Qian's manager, had just concluded a meeting with Jiang Anzhi's public relations team and was about to check online trends when he was startled by the trending topic: Jiang Anzhi and Li Yu injured at meet and greet. The news shot up like a bolt of lightning, quickly ascending to the top of the charts. Was Jiang Anzhi so dedicated? Was he willing to put himself at risk to suppress the trending topic for Zhang Qian? Nevertheless, this was certainly a topic of great interest to the fans. "Oh my gosh," my heart shattered upon reading the title, but the photos inexplicably healed my broken heart. Me too. Seeing them all together and safe made me cry. Let us hope today's incident doesn't repeat. I heard Anzhi and Yuge were injured while saving Xiao Feng and Xiao Zhua. Woo woo woo, little disciple. Thank you, Anzhi and Yuge. Ing, for Xiao fans. Thank you, Anzhi and Yuge. Protecting our sweethearts. May there be no more accidents. Everyone must be safe. By clarifying the outcome and sharing a family photo, they deftly diffused a brewing storm. It seemed that the matter of their boss's hidden marriage could also be resolved quickly, as long as they cooperated fully. Jiang Anzhi's public relations team was puzzled. They had initially planned to gather after the meet and greet, but now they found themselves exchanging glances in the hospital. Director Zhao hastily concluded the meet and greet and rushed to the hospital, only to find the four of them engrossed in a game of cards in Jiang Anzhi's room. Zhao instantly felt his worries were unwarranted. "Are we still having dinner tonight?" Qin Zhuo asked nonchalantly, his face adorned with white bandages. "It has been cancelled," Zhao replied, staring at everyone. "Should we eat here instead?" "Anzhi." Zhao stared at him in astonishment. "What is it?" Everyone turned their keen gazes toward him. Jiang Anzhi scratched his nose. "It's nothing. I just want to review the situation." Indeed, they needed to review it. Today, they had made a mistake, and he expressed gratitude that no one had placed blame. Zhao bowed slightly, feeling quite apologetic. "Don't be like that, Director Zhao. It wasn't your fault." "Exactly. This was an unforeseen incident that no one could predict. Thankfully, it was merely a false alarm, and it has passed." Everyone urged him, and Zhao felt deeply touched as the heavy weight pressing on his heart finally lifted. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Zhuo shamelessly remarked, "If you truly feel guilty, just hire our original cast for the second season at a high price." Director Zhao. Chapter 167. The kind-hearted ones. If he could leave tonight, he would be even happier, and Jiang Anzhi joyfully accepted the discharge notice. Meanwhile, the group argued over who would stay overnight. "I take full responsibility for this matter, so I shall remain to keep vigil," Director Zhao stated. "I'm young and strong. I can go without sleep for a night," Qin Zhuo chimed in. "I need to stay for observation anyway. I might as well keep Anzhi company. Kindred spirits should look out for each other," Liu added. "You all need to stop fighting. As the manager, it's only right that I stay. Otherwise, it would seem like I'm just coasting," Xiao Chun interjected. Feng Lanchu quietly said, "You all should leave." "No way. A concussion can vary in severity. What if something happens and there are no family members to sign?" Feng Lanchu silently thought to herself. "That's why you all should leave." "What did the family say?" "Not good. Not good," Jiang Anzhi echoed. But the others could not hear their silent exchange and, after much contemplation, nodded in agreement. "Let us decide on this," Feng Lanchu remarked, silently casting a pleading glance at Jiang Anzhi, who could only smile helplessly. Though he spoke to the crowd, Feng Lanchu understood that he was comforting himself. Ultimately, despite her reluctance, She could only follow Qinzhua, tears streaming down her face. In Qinzhua's chauffeur-driven car, he could not say much with his manager present. He could only offer vague reassurances. Don't worry, teacher Xiaofeng and Ji and Yuge are both fine. Feng Lanchu nodded absent-mindedly. All along, she had believed herself to be a free spirit, unbound by anything in this world. Even marriage could not tether her soul. Thus, whether her husband was a film emperor or merely an extra, they maintained a respectful distance without indulging in romance. Fishing had anchored her to a sense of home, and now it seemed she had acquired yet another attachment. It dawned on Feng Lanchu with a sense of regret. That Anzhi had prepared a late-night snack for her last night, possibly even dinner. Had he eaten? She had dined on the plane, naturally assuming Anzhi would manage dinner on his own. The thought of her carelessly washing up and going to bed while Anzhi sat alone, forlornly placing ingredients in the refrigerator, filled her heart with anguish. Silently, she retrieved the ingredients he had prepared and diligently set about cooking noodles. She felt remorse for her thoughtlessness, belatedly realizing Anzhi's intentions. For the first time, she found herself unable to sleep in her familiar bed. Mimicking Anzhi's habit, she hugged his pillow, inhaling its faint fragrance, and soon drifted into a hazy slumber. After an indeterminate time, she awoke to find it was barely past 11 at night. She felt as though she had slept for an eternity, but it had only been a little over 3 hours. Unable to remain still any longer, Feng Lanchu resolutely decided to change her clothes. Having eaten and slept, she would go to see Jiang Anzhi. Chapter 168. The Instigator Yesterday. The news of Zhang Qianyi's concealed marriage broke, immediately stirring turmoil among the investors. Particularly, the endorsements he held were of great importance to the brand merchants, who anxiously observed the public sentiment. Several brands that were negotiating with him quietly shifted their attention to male stars of equal standing, such as Li Yu. In the entertainment industry, no one could remain perpetually at ease. What does it matter if one is a top-tier star or a music idol? Once one's weaknesses are exposed, there is no turning back. Those who once followed you, living and dying for you, will turn on you like vengeful spirits, leaving no trace behind. Observing the fans, akin to a colony of ants collapsing and swarming in anger, Fu Qi subtly curved her lips in a smile. Having transferred the final payment, her plan for revenge against Zhang Qianyi had reached a perfect conclusion. The public humiliation she endured would not be so easily dismissed. Exiting the payment page, she logged back into Weibo, only to be drawn in by the headline, Jiang Anzhi injured. Her expression changed in an instant, and she quickly clicked on the news, skimming through the updates with mounting concern. Why was it Anzhi who was injured? The world had finally quieted down. Jiang Anzhi sighed helplessly, retrieving his phone to access the link provided by Director Zhao. Soon, the surveillance footage from the event venue appeared before him. He fast-forwarded through the footage, only halting once they had left the stage. In the video, as they descended from the stage, the fans erupted in cheers until they reached the safety corridor, where a man in black seized the chaos to push against the lighting rig. As the rig fell and chaos ensued, he was the only one moving against the tide. Anzhi swiftly captured a screenshot of the man and logged into an obscure website, deftly hacking into a certain information network in Huagua, quickly retrieving all the suspect's details. After acquiring the information, he exited the network and utilized his resources to track the man's whereabouts, ultimately spotting a familiar woman in a CF. Jiang Anzhi narrowed his eyes. Just then, a sharp click announced the opening of the door. At midnight, the sound of high heels striking the floor echoed harshly in the hospital. Jiang Anzhi glanced at the slender heels, his gaze steady and unyielding as he regarded the newcomer. Anzhi, are you all right? Fu Qi's face was etched with genuine concern. Jiang Anzhi slowly rose from the bed, casting her a cold glance. What brings you here? You were injured. How can I not come and check on you? Fu Qi replied, placing the fruit she held on the table and reaching for a nearby chair to sit. However, Jiang Anzhi unexpectedly hurled the pillow onto the chair, causing it to tumble to the ground with a thud. Fu Qi's expression changed. What do you mean by this, Jiang Anzhi? That is the question I should be asking you. Jiang Anzhi, seated on the bed, fixed a cold gaze on her. What exactly do you want? What have I done? Fu Qi raised an eyebrow, unhurriedly settling onto the edge of the bed. Suddenly, Jiang Anzhi exerted force, gripping her neck and forcefully slamming her against the bed. Fu Qi winced in pain, instinctively attempting to struggle. But Jiang Anzhi's grip was like a vice on her throat. No matter how she fought or pounded, He remained expressionless. In her struggle, Fuqi realized they were uncomfortably close, separated by merely an arm's length. She ceased her resistance, surrendering to the moment, and gazed at him. Is this how you plan to reconcile with me? Chapter 169. Diverging paths. Regardless of how Fuqi tried to provoke him, Jiang Anzhi remained unresponsive to her taunts. You were the one who leaked the news about Jiang Anzhi, weren't you? Fuqi's eyes flickered, and she swallowed hard. Why would you say that? Chuanjun Securities. Yamada Holdings Bronze Division. Do you need me to elaborate further? Jiang Anzhi's cold declaration caused Fuqi's complexion to shift. You investigated me? Jiang Anzhi released his grip on her neck. Fuqi, considering your family's past kindness to us, I have made concessions time and again. However, my leniency has led you to a misguided perception. In this world, not everyone will yield to you. The more reckless you become, the sooner you will find yourself without aid. Fuqi stared at Jiang Anzhi, momentarily lost in thought. Anzhi, do you still care about me? Over the years, he had avoided her like the plague, never showing her a kind face. She had finally secured a role in the same production, striving to draw near to him both on and off set. But Jiang Anzhi treated her as if she were a stranger, indifferent to her attempts at humor or knocking on his door. He was like an impregnable fortress, leaving her no opportunity whatsoever. For the first time in many years, he brought up their past. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Fuqi seized the moment, crying heart-wrenchingly. I have never been able to let go of you. I was the one who confessed to you, and you owe me an acknowledgement. We were just about to start, so why did it turn out like this? Jiang Anzhi furrowed his brow, sensing the inappropriateness of their current position on the bed. Enduring the pain in his back, he still managed to rise from the bed. It is all in the past. Discussing it further is futile. Why is it futile? Everything I have done over the years was to meet you at the pinnacle. Only by standing at the same height as you can I earn the blessings of the crowd. Fuqi followed closely, attempting to reach out for Jiang Anzhi, but he swiftly retreated, evading her grasp. You keep insisting that your efforts over the years matter. But what does your revenge against Jiang Anzhi have to do with your endeavors? You were the one who orchestrated the incident with the lighting rig, weren't you? Are you seeking revenge on me? Or on Feng Lanchu? What are you saying? Fuqi's face turned pale, panic washing over her. Jiang Anzhi regarded her for a long moment before speaking. Is it because they publicly humiliated you that you resorted to such extreme measures for revenge? You should be grateful it was I who was injured. What do you mean? Fuqi took 2 steps back. As for the incident with the lighting rig, I can let it go. Your family's debt is settled. From now on, take care of yourself. As he spoke, Jiang Anzhi took a step back, casting a glance at the fruit on the bedside table. I cannot accept these. Take them with you. Jiang Anzhi. Fuqi glared at him, resentment evident in her eyes. Must you meddle in everything? However, remained silent, casting a subtle glance toward the door, clearly indicating his intention to see her off. Fuqi offered a cold smile, picked up the fruit from the table, and hurled it fiercely into the corner trash can before leaving without a word. After she departed, Jiang Anzhi stood still for a while before quietly turning to gather his clothes and phone. Is the esteemed movie star preparing to roll up his bedding and elope after a midnight rendezvous? A teasing voice floated in from outside. Chapter 170. What were you up to? Jiang Anzhi chuckled softly at the remark, choosing not to provide an explanation. Feng Lanchu sauntered in leisurely, casually shutting the door behind her. Packing your clothes. Where do you intend to go? Speak honestly. If he was chasing after Fuqi, she would have no qualms about tossing him out of the window right then and there. Huh? Feng Lanchu was somewhat taken aback. I didn't expect you to be here. She gazed at him in astonishment. A warm, soft sensation flooded Feng Lanchu's heart, yet she sensed something amiss and fought against Jiang Anzhi's charm, skeptically inquiring. Are you planning to escape the hospital? Cough, how could that be? Jiang Anzhi's gaze flickered. You'd better be truthful. Feng Lanchu, feeling a bit irritated, extricated herself from his embrace. He was indeed quite evasive about his troubles. Ever since you entered the hospital, you've been clamoring to leave. It's the middle of the night, and you're still contemplating a getaway? I am not, Anzhi murmured, sounding aggrieved. With her arms crossed, Feng Lanchu surveyed the disheveled bed, the scattered fruit, the lingering scent of perfume, and the aftermath of a lady's hysterical departure. Everything had its trace, leaving no room for denial. Jiang Anzhi furrowed his brow, troubled as he pondered how to explain himself. You actually choked her. Was it merely a lesson? Feng Lanchu found it amusing. Jiang Anzhi's eyes shifted. Did you see it? As long as there are no misunderstandings, it will be difficult to explain otherwise. Ah, yes, the bed was a mess, and there was some tussling in the room. Feng Lanchu remarked, arms folded, watching him with a leisurely demeanor. It sounds chaotic, but in reality, it could be a grave misunderstanding. Stay put on the bed, she directed, gesturing toward the mattress. The scent of disinfectant made him feel utterly sleepless. Just as he was lost in thought, he felt the bed shift as Feng Lanchu took a seat at the foot. Jiang Anzhi feigned indifference, subtly shifting to make room for her. What you mentioned about Zhang Qianyi being exposed, what exactly did you mean by gold, silver, copper, and iron? Jiang Anzhi scratched his head. Shantian Holdings Copper Division, part of the Fuqi family business. Feng Lanchu's eyes widened in surprise. It turned out Fuqi was also a wealthy second-generation player in the industry. No wonder she felt so brazen. What are you thinking? Jiang Anzhi pulled her into his embrace. If you want such a company, I can register 10 or 8 for you tomorrow. Please, that would be illegal for public officials. I certainly do not wish to be criticized in a public report. Feng Lanchu replied, still nestled in his arms, maintaining her logical clarity. Besides, what you register cannot compare to her family's resources. Chapter 171. Understanding the situation, indeed, is not the same. I assure you, my funding will be ample. Huh? Feng Lanchu lifted her head in confusion. Jiang Anzhi tightened his grip on her soft flesh. Chuckling, do you think all companies operate like banks, printing money daily? The economy is in decline, and many companies are facing financial difficulties. Even the 4 major families of Yihai are not living comfortably. The implication was clear. The Fuqi family's assets might have diminished to worthless scraps. Hardly something to envy. However, Feng Lanchu, lacking knowledge of business intricacies, was indifferent to such details. She quickly shifted focus, asking, what does Zhang Qianyi plan to do? I heard that exposing someone in this circle is considered breaking the rules, and if retaliation occurs, others in the circle cannot intervene. I am unaware. It depends on him. The data and public relations team have already been dispatched. The rest is not my concern. You mentioned that today's incident. Yes, it also pertains to her. What? Feng Lanchu shot up, exclaiming, intentional harm. This is a crime. No matter how troublesome Fuqi is, she cannot break the law. No wonder Anzhi was furious enough to act. What if someone gets hurt? Observing Anzhi lying in a hospital gown, Feng Lanchu felt a surge of anger. Of course, she had never considered that the target could be herself. Jiang Anzhi rubbed her wrist with his fingers. Can I handle this matter? You were the one injured. You certainly have the right to address it. But she originally sought trouble with you. Feng Lanchu replied, exasperated. What extreme behavior is this? They cannot have such a deep-seated enmity, can they? Why can't they just let it go? Feng Lanchu silently wished that Fuqi would receive 100 beatings. Reluctantly conceding, ultimately you are the one hurt, so you can decide. However, we live in a society governed by law. We do not condone assassination, so please do not take it too far. Finally, she added a cautious reminder. Her innocent demeanor warmed Jiang Anzhi's heart. After clarifying the events of the night, Jiang Anzhi was unwilling to waste any more time on Fuqi's matters. Weakly, he squeezed her fingers. Xiaochu, my head hurts. Upon hearing this, Feng Lanchu immediately leaned closer. What kind of pain? Should I call a doctor? Just stay with me for a while, Jiang Anzhi murmured softly. Feng Lanchu realized the time was nearly 1 o'clock. Jiang Anzhi, suffering from a concussion, truly needed rest. Yet she was still here, pestering him with questions. No wonder Zhu Mingming often criticized her low emotional intelligence. All right. Jiang Anzhi naturally wrapped his arms around her waist, gently rubbing the softness between his fingers, allowing the tension of the day to gradually dissolve until he fell into a deep, peaceful sleep. Feng Lanchu gazed at his serene, sleeping face, silently sighing. This man, at his core, was as naive as a child. No, perhaps a child could be more independent than he was. She wondered if Anzhi had grown up in an environment devoid of security. She would need to ask her mother-in-law about it someday. However, his willingness to trust her wholeheartedly and divulge everything without reservation was rather moving. Unable to sleep, Feng Lanchu's mind began to replay the events of the night. Initially, upon seeing Fuqi in the hospital room, she admitted to feeling a surge of anger, briefly contemplating the thought of confronting her. However, rationality quickly quelled such impulses, and she was grateful it did, for it allowed her to hear the ensuing developments. Observing Fu Qi leave in a huff, for some reason, brought her a sense of relief. Mindless anger was not in her nature. She was not a petty person. Gazing at Jiang Anzhi's tranquil sleeping face, Feng Lanchu gently leaned in and placed a kiss on his soft lips. Chapter 172. What exactly did you do? Early the next morning, Xiao Chen rose before Director Zhao, reflecting on how he had so carelessly slept through the night, completely forgetting the purpose of staying at the hospital. He felt a wave of guilt wash over him. If the fans found out about his lackadaisical caretaking, they would surely tear him apart. Xiao Chen hurriedly got out of bed, neglecting his morning routine, and dashed to the adjacent hospital room. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of scattered fruit on the floor and Jiang Anzhi sleeping with a long-haired beauty in his arms. Xiao Chen, hearing the door open, Jiang Anzhi, alert, opened his eyes, revealing a deep shade of melancholy. A moment later, the long-haired beauty in his embrace turned her head in confusion. It was none other than Feng Lanchu. Upon seeing her, Xiao Chen let out a sigh of relief, only to tense up again the next moment. What are you two doing in here? He pointed at the disarray surrounding them. Feng Lanchu quickly got up, fixing her hair and clothes. Xiao Chen, stop. Don't overthink it. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Feng Lanchu's attention was immediately drawn to Jiang Anzhi as he sat up, checking him for any injuries. Jiang Anzhi reassured her with a nod, indicating he was fine. The two completely ignored the grumbling Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, I say, can you two at least listen? Is it a bit excessive to act like this? Should you continue this way, I shall lodge a complaint. Listening to Xiao Cheng's outburst, Feng Lanchu and Jiang Anzhi exchanged a knowing glance, a hint of mischief flickering in their eyes. When Director Zhao arrived, he found Xiao Chenggu in the throes of his occupational hazard, animatedly conversing with the air. Meanwhile, Feng Lanchu was assisting Jiang Anzhi in stretching his limbs to assess his condition. Why are you here so early, Teacher Xiao Feng? Good morning, Director Zhao. Feng Lanchu greeted with a beaming smile. I didn't expect you to arrive even earlier than us. Director Zhao cheerfully praised Feng Lanchu for his thoughtfulness. However, Xiao Chenggu mused internally that it was not early at all. It was likely that Xiao Chu had come over in the middle of the night. One could only speculate that this ancestor had wheedled and pestered until the soft-hearted teacher Xiao Feng was summoned. Observing the disarray around them, it was evident that Jiang Yi must have caused quite a ruckus last night. Alas, only Xiao Chu could endure him. While Xiao Chenggu lost himself in thought, he began to pick up the scattered items from the fruit basket. Shortly thereafter, Liu leisurely arrived in his 360-degree wheelchair. After a night of rest, Anji's back injury had not worsened, but Liu's foot had indeed swollen. Feng Lanchu examined it and sympathetically reassured him the acupoints in the foot are quite developed, and injuries can lead to swelling, but also heals relatively quickly. In a few days, the swelling will subside. The doctor had already informed him of this prior, so while Feng Lanchu reiterated it, Liu was somewhat aware, though he still found it peculiar. If I recall correctly, Teacher Xiao Feng majored in veterinary medicine, implicitly suggesting that Teacher Xiao Feng should refrain from making hasty diagnoses. Liu's remark elicited laughter from the group, and Feng Lanchu, feeling a bit embarrassed, shrugged and replied, I was indeed presumptuous. Just take care of yourself. Ultimately, Liu remained at the hospital, while the recovering Jiang Anzhi was discharged smoothly. Upon leaving, Xiao Chenggu seized the basket of fruit. Jiang Anzhi and Feng Lanchu exchanged odd glances at him. What are you staring at me for? Xiao Chenggu asked, bewildered. I'm not eating that, Jiang Anzhi bluntly rejected. You won't eat it, but still instruct Xiao Chu to buy it. Truly ridiculous. Xiao Chenggu muttered as he placed the fruit into the trunk. While Director Zhao and Liu bid farewell to Jiang Anzhi and Feng Lanchu as they exited the hospital. Chapter 173. Qin Zhua visits the sick. The trending topics still feature the boss, and Anzhi Gu and Yuge had re-entered the hospital. On the other hand, there is uncertainty about how things stood between Teacher Xiao Feng and Anzhi Gu. Observing Anzhi Gu sacrificing himself to save Teacher Xiao Feng, he was momentarily unsure whether to continue meddling in their affairs or simply grant them freedom. After a night of contemplation yielding no results, the next morning, sporting two panda eyes, Qin Zhua quietly made his way to the hospital, only to discover that Anzhi Gu had already been discharged. The sole remaining occupant of the hospital, Yuge, was engrossed in looking at pictures of beautiful women. Yuge, what are you doing? Qin Zhua exclaimed in shock, realizing that despite being men, he understood that sometimes men have needs that are hard to resist. Yet, in broad daylight, was it truly appropriate to be so brazen? Damn it. His agent often advised that in the entertainment industry, one must keep their wits about them. Some people may appear gentlemanly on the surface, yet possess a wicked nature at heart. One must be cautious to avoid being led astray, as those indulging in drugs and debauchery are often ensnared without realizing it. Change will widen his eyes and discreetly step back, realizing that Hugo might be one of those individuals. What are you doing? Perplexed by Chinjua's sudden retreat. It's getting late. I'm off to check on Anzhi Go, Chinjua said before hastily departing. Hugo watched the rapidly retreating Chinjua with exasperation, knowing he could not be relied upon. He had intended to enlist Chinjua's help in evaluating which girl would be more suitable for Zhuangnan, only to find himself celebrating alone. Alas, who would rescue this indecisive soul? Unbeknownst to him, Chinjua purchased a large basket of fruit from a vendor at the hospital entrance, once again embarking on the path to visit a friend. Little did he expect that Hugo would turn out to be such a lecherous individual. In comparison, Teacher Xiao Feng and Anzhi Gu seemed far more acceptable. Now, even if Teacher Xiao Feng were at Anzhi Gu's home, it seemed bearable. Following the address provided by Xiao Chenggu, Chinjua silently arrived at a particular community, growing increasingly uneasy. After all, he had just escorted Teacher Xiao Feng to this neighborhood yesterday. Damn it, you're here. When the door was opened by Feng Lanchu from within, Chinjua was left speechless. Teacher Xiao Feng, he called out hoarsely. Come in. Feng Lanchu invited him in a friendly manner. Chinjua, feeling as though he were in a daze, numbly stepped into the house, where Anzhi was seated on the sofa watching television. Upon seeing Chinjua enter, he merely nodded in acknowledgement. Chinjua, Feng Lanchu said as she led him to the living room, then went to the kitchen to prepare a fruit platter. Observing the two at ease, showing no signs of embarrassment or fluster from being caught in an affair, Chinjua felt his worldview shatter. Could an extramarital affair be so brazen and unapologetic? The entertainment industry truly was a filthy place. It had corrupted my teacher Xiao Feng. Woe is me. With resentment brewing, Chinjua plopped down onto the sofa. When did you two start this? He asked, throwing caution to the wind, seeking clarity for future cover-ups. Have you thought about the future? Chinjua inquired seriously, as he would be upset if Anzhi Gu did not take responsibility for teacher Xiao Feng, or if matters on her end were not adequately resolved. What have you figured out? Jiang Anzhi squinted suspiciously, clearly sensing that Chinjua was privy to information he should not possess. Just then, a sound of a door being unlocked was heard from outside, followed by a youthful voice exclaiming, Daddy, I came to see you. Chinjua. Chapter 174. Yet again, a hidden marriage, Daddy? Daddy? Chinjua gazed in shock at the adorable child who bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Anzhi, bouncing into his arms. The force of Jiang Che's embrace inadvertently caused Jiang Anzhi to wince slightly at his injury, yet he still smiled as he held Jiang Che close. Jiang Che, cherishing the warmth of Jiang Anzhi's embrace, suddenly noticed a voice nearby repeating his question. Who are you? Jiang Yuki asked, perplexed. I was just about to ask you the same. Chinjua thought, his mind racing with 1,000 questions. Anzhi is my son, all right? Jiang Ma entered, dragging her luggage, prompting Feng Lanchu to leave the kitchen upon hearing her voice. Mom, what brings you here? Mom? Chinjua froze, staring at the beautiful lady. I want to come yesterday, but your dad insisted we wait until today. Upon seeing the trending topic, Jiang Ma had nearly fainted and immediately thought to fly over. However, Jiang Dad insisted that coming would only complicate matters, plus bringing Jiang Che along would be inconvenient, for fear of media exposure. Jiang Ma had to muster all her restraint to avoid flying over today. She first scrutinized Feng Lanchu, who repeatedly assured her that he was fine, before moving to check on her son. Where are you hurt? Is it serious? Son? Chinjua felt as though he were shattering, confusion creeping in. Mom, this brother looks so familiar. The only one to notice Chinjua's distorted expression, little Jiang Che innocently turned to Feng Lanchu and asked, Mommy? At this point, Chinjua was completely unraveling. The others finally noticed the guest in the corner of the sofa, nearly fainting. Jiang Ma, observing the guest, was the first to react, her eyes lighting up. Oh my, you must be Xiaozhua. Hello, I am Anji's mother, Xiao Chu's mother-in-law, and Jiang Che's grandmother. I adore you in-home guardians. You truly are a delight. Qin Zhuo turned, numbly processing the situation. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Jiang Anzhi chuckled at Qin Zhuo's bewilderment. Xiao Zhuo, allow me to formally introduce you. This is my mother, he said, playfully pinching the cheek of the child in his arms. And this is my son, Jiang Che, 3 years old this year. Qin Zhuo pointed at Feng Lanchu and then glanced at Jiang Anzhi. Aunt Jiang looked at Feng Lanchu in surprise, asking, haven't you spoken to him yet? Not yet, Feng Lanchu replied, shaking her head. Aunt Jiang nodded in understanding, realizing why the child appeared so stunned. Alas, it is all my fault. I should have informed you before coming here, fearing that the couple might prevent her from going to the capital. Aunt Jiang had decisively concealed her plans and packed her belongings for a direct flight, only to find that there were guests at home. However, anyone who could visit their residence was certainly not a stranger, so it should not be a problem, right? Moreover, they would eventually find out, wouldn't they? We are married. Feng Lanchu delivered her final blow to Qin Zhuo. Qin Zhuo was utterly taken aback. He had faced too many shocks that day, and he could only wonder how Feng Lanchu was managing at home. Yet, there was some solace in the fact that Anzhi and teacher Xiao Feng were married in secret, rather than engaging in an extramarital affair. They were legitimate. How touching. However, amidst the emotion, Qin Zhuo found himself inexplicably unable to smile. Damn, another hidden marriage. His boss still had his relationship publicly displayed online. What if Anzhi and teacher Xiao Feng were exposed? Life. Why must there be so many worries that never cease? Chapter 175. On the human capacity for psychological endurance, Aunt Jiang warmly insisted that he stay for a meal before leaving. Thus, teacher Xiao Feng and Aunt Jiang busied themselves preparing lunch while Anzhi stepped into the study to take a phone call, leaving Qin Zhuo and Jiang Che to stare at each other in silence. Qin Zhuo discreetly stole glances at the miniature version of Jiang Anzhi. Jiang Che seemed to sense something, raising his gaze to reveal a charming smile that mirrored Jiang Anzhi's dimples. Qin Zhuo's emotions were complex, leaving him at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he felt it was necessary to adopt a mature demeanor as an adult. He quietly beckoned Jiang Che over. Little brother, would you like to play? Jiang Che glanced at him, smiling subtly without speaking. This inscrutable demeanor was undeniably a replica of Anzhi, making it hard to believe they were not related. Once this child was exposed to the media, it would be obvious whose child he was without any need for a hammer. Your name is Jiang Che, right? Looking at this child, who bore a resemblance to Anzhi yet had the sparkle of teacher Xiao Feng in his eyes, Qin Zhuo found it difficult to harbor any ill feelings, even though Jiang Che ignored him. Yes, Jiang Ge nodded Xiao Zuo. Qin Zhuo, he replied. Jiang Che observed the petrified Qin Zhuo due to his demeanor, and after a while, he smiled gently and addressed him as brother. Be nice to Xiao Zhuo, okay? Feng Lanchu emerged from the kitchen, earnestly warning him. Jiang Che was no ordinary child. He was intelligent and precocious, capable of being treated as a little adult. Having learned from past experiences at the kindergarten, Feng Lanchu was uncertain whether he and the older children would create any strange chemistry. It was wise to be cautious. However, Feng Lanchu ultimately underestimated Qin Zhuo. Who was Qin Zhuo? He was the child king of Yiheim Manor, often helping his boss manage Zhang Miao Miao at the company. The two little rascals engaged in a subtle competition, and before long, Jiang Che was playing happily with him. The sight of two beautiful children playing together was indeed a delight. You're welcome to visit Huaixiang next time. There are many fun things in my yard. Jiang Ge sincerely invited. Sure, I will come and play with you next time. After all, Huaixiang could be considered half of his hometown. Jiang Anzhi emerged from the study, noticing the two children engrossed in play, and chose not to interrupt, quietly heading to the kitchen. Feng Lanchu happened to bring out some snacks and almost collided with him. She quickly braked, asking, How did you get in here? I came to help. What help? You should rest. We have enough help. Aunt Jiang was happily busy inside, eager for Xiao Chu to leave so she could dominate the scene. To sit down, Feng Lanchu gently urged him. After all, the man's back was still a mess of injuries, yet he insisted on wandering around as if nothing was wrong. This injury is uncomfortable whether I lie down or sit. Moving about eases my discomfort, even if it troubles them. Jiang Anzhi helplessly shook his head, lamenting the challenges of life. Under Aunt Jiang's enthusiastic preparations, Qin Zhuo relished a rare feast of home-cooked dishes. At the dining table, Jiang Che displayed impeccable manners, capable of managing on his own without needing assistance. The family enjoyed a harmonious meal, sharing dishes and laughter. As they ate, Qinzhua gradually began to accept the reality of Anzhi and teacher Xiao Feng's hidden marriage, and he felt an inexplicable sense of compatibility between them. What was that recent event? Jiang Fengyuhua? Qinzhua left only by evening, having formed a bond with Jiang Che, akin to sworn brothers, transcending age differences. Feng Lanchu hadn't anticipated that Jiang Che and Qinzhua would hit it off so well. She was unsure whether to feel pleased for her son's maturity or happy that Xiao was still retained a childlike heart. It was Friday, a day when Aunt Jiang would typically host a grand family movie night. Instead, she found herself in a quiet apartment in the capital, watching variety shows, albeit with her dear grandson by her side. Since Anji's injury was not as severe as initially feared, Aunt Jiang's anxious heart finally eased, allowing her to enjoy the show. However, the online community was far less composed. "Oh no, my poor Anji mommy is here. Dear husband, how are you in the hospital? Wife is supporting you. Yuga hasn't posted on Weibo today, so I can only watch you on the variety show. Little disciple is supporting Anji, Yuga. Zhua Xiao fans are supporting Anji. Yuga, you must take good care of your injury." This episode picked up from the previous one, with Zhang then leading Li Yu and Su Rui on their journey. The trio was oblivious to the heaps of feces, photographing and collecting samples of anything they encountered. Su Rui, rarely slacking off, diligently fulfilled her tasks, though her expression was quite telling. Haha, I just watched a tragic drama unfold on Su Rui's face. Sorry, I had to screenshot that expression, haha. Life is already so difficult. Why must we create more discomfort for ourselves? This is a variety show with a flavor. Igen neticens frantically screenshot Surui, creating a plethora of memes with captions like "My eyes are filled with excrement. I feel like I've eaten feces. Don't mess with me. It smells so bad I might faint, and I could die right now," all going viral online. In contrast to Su Rui's expression, which had become a work of art, the scene shifted to another group, where Feng Lanchu, Anji, and Qinzhua embarked on a scientific exploration journey, learning about the geography as they walked. Upon encountering a patch of grass, Feng Lanchu signaled for them to stop, squatting down to analyze the composition of the feces and imparting her investigative experience to Qinzhua. Wow, what a sudden change of tone. Same here. What category do cat and dog feces belong to? Theoretically, they should also be omnivorous, right? Their feces seem to be rope-like, except for diarrhea. I can't believe I would ever be discussing animal feces in the comments. Wow, I can't wait to head to Kekexili to distinguish feces. I feel like I've become a master feces analyst. The feces analyst profession is quite intriguing, haha. Thus, after experiencing the hidden marriage of Zhang Qianyi and the two emperors, along with 2 days of trending topics about injuries, Weibo finally produced a relatively cheerful piece of content. Guardians of the Home Feces Analyst Training class emerged unexpectedly and began to bubble up. Unsurprisingly, it featured videos of teacher Xiaofeng, Qinzhua, and Jiang Anzhi studying feces. Initially, it seemed quite bizarre, but as viewers watched, it somehow became appealing. I think I'm starting to show signs of becoming a feces analyst. I can't bear to look at this cup of bubble tea in my hands. Haha, rest assured. The shape of the pearls resembles rabbit droppings. That does not comfort me. In the show, Qinzhua transformed into a level 10 feces analyst, entering a frenzy. As Feng Lanchu stared at him with a peculiar expression, questioning Anji whether this scene could be aired, the viewers erupted in laughter. You all have popularized a new profession, feces analyst. Haha, where do I sign up for this industry? I'm in. Chapter 177. Benefits. The 8th installment has unconsciously come to a close. After enduring nearly a month of insults and mockery, Su Rui finally reaped her first wave of rewards by collecting dog feces. Gazing at the ubiquitous memes of her misfortune online, she coldly exited the chat interface. Boring humans. How could my beauty be tarnished by your petty criticisms? Little did she anticipate that this set of memes would ultimately ascend to become the most beloved meme of the year, lingering in use for an extended period. She widened her eyes at Jiang Anzhi, questioning his intentions. What should we do? Jiang Anzhi wore a helpless expression. He preferred cleanliness and could not forego a bath. He would wait until the scabs healed. Feng Lanchu firmly declared, then added after a moment's thought, I will wipe your back. That is my utmost concession. Jiang Anzhi initially intended to protest, but upon hearing Feng Lanchu's latter remark, his gaze flickered. You would help me? I cannot wish for more. His thoughts had undoubtedly wandered. Feng Lanchu cast him a peculiar look, but remained silent. In the bathroom, Jiang Anzhi sat at the edge of the bathtub, facing the wall, his expression slightly displeased. However, Feng Lanchu, standing behind him, made a point to ignore it. After swiftly removing his shirt, Jiang Anzhi intended to hastily loosen his pants, only to have Feng Lanchu swiftly intervene. "I will only help you with your back. You must wash the rest yourself later." Jiang Anzhi. Feng Lanchu filled a small basin with warm water and, using a face towel dampened with it, gently wiped the uninjured edges. Jiang Anzhi's back was broad, with distinct muscle definition and beautiful lines, yet that exquisite physique had recently suffered considerable harm. Several layers of bleeding-stopping cotton gauze were affixed to the area, with a mixture of medicine and blood slightly seeping through, clearly a source of pain. "Once you finish washing, I will help you change the dressing." Handing the towel to Jiang Anzhi, Feng Lanchu cautioned, "Remember not to wet your back." Jiang Anzhi lazily nodded in agreement. After Feng Lanchu finished her instructions and prepared to leave, Jiang Anzhi suddenly grasped her hand. "Are we just going to leave like this? No benefits at all?" Feng Lanchu's face instantly darkened, and she silently raised her fist. "Do you wish to experience this?" Jiang Anzhi helplessly tugged at the corners of his mouth, his long fingers obediently releasing her grip. Only after Feng Lanchu exited did he slowly begin to undress. TSK, how frustrating. Outside, Feng Lanchu retrieved the external injury medication prescribed by the doctor, seizing the opportunity while Jiang Anzhi bathed. She finally had a moment to glance at the latest developments concerning Zhang Qianyi. Since his debut, every time Zhang Qianyi was asked about his standards for a partner, he clearly stated he would not seek anyone from the industry, nor would he discuss marriage. "Are you all blind and deaf? I know that one day he will marry and have children. As his fan for 10 years, I am truly delighted he can find his happiness." Chapter 178. The conclusion. At some point, this group of rational longtime fans permeated the internet like air, subsequently beginning to share their sentiments and perspectives. In summary, Zhang Qianyi accompanied me for 10 years. During this decade, I transformed from a young girl into a wife and then a mother, while he finally established his own family. I used my happiness to wish him happiness. Due to the emergence of these longtime fans, the public opinion gradually shifted towards a more favorable direction, rather than the previous one-sided disparagement. Upon witnessing this, Feng Lanchu felt a semblance of calm settle in her heart. One day, Jiang Anzhi and she would also be exposed to the public eye. With Zhang Qianyi as a precedent, when their time came, they could at least draw some inspiration. Ultimately, it sufficed that they did not meet a tragic end. Upon finishing his bath, Jiang Anzhi found Feng Lanchu lost in thought while holding her phone. He approached, pinching her cheek, pondering what she was thinking. Without reservation, Feng Lanchu raised her phone. "I thought Zhang Qianyi would be criticized for at least 8 days and nights." Yet unexpectedly, fans quickly emerged to control the narrative. However, this is all about Zhang Qianyi. Jiang Anzhi paid no heed. His focus was solely on one matter. He settled beside Feng Lanchu, exposing his back to her. Feng Lanchu, unperturbed, promptly shifted her attention, setting her phone aside to prepare the medicinal dressings. Jiang Anzhi's back was pale. Upon removing the gauze, he revealed not only medicinal fluid, but also blood seeping from the wound, surrounded by a dark purple hue, far more severe than the last encounter with the assailants. Fortunately, the bone was unharmed. Otherwise, the injury would take a year and a half to heal. Feng Lanchu carefully disinfected and applied the medicine. Although Jiang Anzhi remained silent throughout the process, the beads of sweat forming on his back indicated the extent of his pain. Typically, even a minor scrape would cause him to groan in agony. One could only imagine the pain from this substantial wound. While she was in the midst of changing the dressing, Jiang Che entered from outside. "Daddy." Upon seeing Jiang Anzhi's injury, Jiang Che hesitated slightly, his steps unconsciously slowing. Jiang Anzhi noticed and immediately waved him over. Jiang Che cautiously approached, fearful that even a heavy breath might affect his father's wound. However, Jiang Anzhi did not share such concerns, effortlessly lifting him onto his lap. The sudden movement caused the wound to sting anew, and Feng Lanchu furrowed her brow, exasperated by his insensitivity. Yet Jiang Anzhi appeared unaffected by the pain, smiling at his son. "Are you scared? Do you know how Daddy got hurt?" "It was to protect Mommy. Grandma told him on the way here." "That's right. So Daddy doesn't feel any pain at all." Jiang Anzhi affectionately ruffled his hair, feeling not only no pain, but also a swell of pride. Then I'll protect mommy like daddy. Jiang Che declared earnestly. You should protect your little girlfriend. Jiang Anzhi chuckled, playfully pinching his cheek. I don't want a little girlfriend. Jiang Nuke replied, poking Jiang Anzhi's chest with his chubby finger. I only want mommy and daddy, so you must both be well. Jiang Anzhi was momentarily taken aback by his words. Then he laughed deeply. We will always be here for you as you grow up, Jiang Che. Jiang Ke. Unaware that his father had also called him by his nickname, absent-mindedly counted his father's abdominal muscles, then turned to Feng Lanchu. Mommy, be gentle. Understood, favoritism. Feng Lanchu retorted from behind, feigning irritation. The family of three radiated warmth. Jiang Ma, who was peeking from the doorway, smiled with satisfaction, realizing that children indeed serve as a lubricant for marital relationships, fostering a deeper connection. The enhancement of their bond meant that her precious granddaughter was not far behind. Chapter 179. Working while injured. As Jiang Anzhi's new album release approached, a tightly scheduled promotional itinerary was originally arranged. However, due to his injury, several events had to be canceled. Nonetheless, the meet and greets in key cities such as Didu, Yihai, and Baizhou could not be omitted. After 2 days of recuperation in Didu, Jiang Anzhi attended the meet and greet there, despite the risk of aggravating his wound. Feng Lanchu did not prevent him, but quietly assisted him in applying medication and ensuring proper protection. Remember to avoid pulling at the wound. Rest assured. Jiang Anzhi embraced her slender waist, planting a kiss on her cheek before heading downstairs. Xiao Chun was downstairs receiving instruction from Jiang Ma. Xiao Chun, take more breaks when you can. It's time to find a girlfriend. Implicitly, she suggested that the numerous arrangements for Jiang Anzhi were due to his idleness, even when injured. Xiao Chun, drenched in sweat, lamented that Jiang Anzhi's schedule had been planned 6 months in advance, far beyond the control of a mere junior agent like himself. The entertainment industry is a complex tapestry of collaboration, particularly when public resources and capital are vying for attention. Coordinating a suitable schedule for all parties involved is no easy feat. For instance, today is Anzhi's meet and greet, tomorrow may be Liu's, and the day after is Qinzhua's. A rescheduling would disrupt the entire chain, affecting not only the star schedules, but also the brands and sponsors. Thus, celebrities often find themselves at the mercy of the industry. Given the imminent release of Anzhi's album, the first meet and greet could not be canceled. Jiang Ma, unaware of the intricacies involved, was left in the dark, and Xiao Chun, knowing that explanations would be futile, could only smile and nod in agreement. Annie knows best. I will be mindful. The number of exceptional young ladies has significantly increased. Any one of them is truly remarkable, and it is indeed worth paying attention to. Jiang Che, munching on an apple, made a sly remark. Uncle Chun doesn't like young girlfriends. This statement carried a hint of ambiguity. Brother Chun looked at him with dissatisfaction. Who said that? Who is slandering me behind my back? Though it is true that many in the entertainment industry have come out, he is certainly not one of them. Despite being of a certain age, he is not inclined that way. He firmly opposes malicious rumors. Brother Chun earnestly suggested, fishing, you tell me, and I will reward you with a big toy. Jiang Che shook his head. You need to find an old girlfriend. Dad said that young girlfriends belong to him. Upon hearing Jiang Che's words, Brother Chun let out a heavy sigh of relief. The innocence of children can be terrifying. He thought someone was spreading rumors to tarnish his reputation. Brother Chun, you don't look too well. Haven't you been getting enough rest these past few days? I've eaten too much fruit. He scratched his face. These past few days, having no need to go out, he had even been too lazy to order takeout. And whenever he was hungry, he simply consumed the exorbitantly priced fruits from Anzhi's basket, leaving him feeling weak and listless. Anzhi and Feng Lanchu emerged from the room just in time to hear Brother Chen's words, sharing a tacit glance. Should we tell him? Feng Lanchu eyes in quit. Anzhi shook her head. Let's not. It might provoke a gastrointestinal reaction. After their silent communication, both chose to remain silent. The first meeting of Anzhi's new album commenced, with her going directly from home to the venue for makeup. Since the fans were aware of Anzhi's injury, even though she had canceled a local meeting and retained only 3 in Didu, Yihai, and Baizhou, they were still deeply moved. Their beloved man had just been in the hospital yesterday. The fans present were exceptionally well behaved, striving not to add to Anzhi's burden. The studio provided each fan with a gift, which included an album poster and a figurine. However, That was nothing compared to the excitement when they saw the 3 sets of album concept images revealed by the host. Everyone went wild. One of the images featured Jiang Anzhi with her back exposed, her injuries on her face and back reflecting one another, an irresistible allure. Ah! The fans at the scene screamed, completely a loss for words to express their feelings. Chapter 180, a day of adoration as the fans were at their most excited. Jiang Anzhi made her entrance. She wore a simple black shirt and distressed black pants, with a silver chain around her neck as the only embellishment. Though her attire was minimalist, her beauty was more than sufficient to captivate. The fans continued to scream, but quickly covered their mouths in fear of disturbing her. The sound of their exclamations hung in the air, making it difficult for the host. Let's give the warmest applause for our main character, Anzhi. The applause erupted like thunder. Thank you, everyone, Anzhi said, nodding graciously. Anzhi, as I understand, you were in the hospital yesterday. The fans are very concerned about you. How is your injury? Is it serious? Thank you all for your concern. It's just a minor scrape, and a few days of rest will suffice. Anzhi's gentle demeanor made it hard to detect any suffering. However, some fans had attended the meeting 2 days prior and had witnessed the incident with the lighting rig firsthand, knowing full well that the situation was far from the ease he portrayed. Yet, Anzhi, not wanting to worry anyone, always pretended to be fine. The fans were heartbroken, wishing fervently for Anzhi to rest. Just seeing him today was more than enough. But Anzhi was dedicated, whether introducing the album or interacting with the fans. He showed no signs of fatigue. The hour-and-a-half meeting concluded swiftly. Before the fans could leave the venue, videos of Anzhi's injury makeup began trending. In the video, the host asked Anzhi, "What do you think of this makeup?" Anzhi replied, "The makeup artist is quite professional." The host continued, "Fans say they rarely see you so generously showcase your physique. What made you change your mind?" Anzhi smiled faintly. "I just had a moment of impulsiveness. I hadn't slept enough that day, and I was dazed by whatever the director said. By the time I realized it, the decision was already made." Ah, an impulsive moment, really? Is Anzhi this adorable when sleepy? The charming Anzhi. I wish I could sleep with you. Get lost, Anzhi is mine. By the way, the injuries on his back are quite striking, utterly irresistible. Give Tony a chicken leg. Am I the only one imagining those are real nail marks? I'm scratching my head. Just one picture has overwhelmed me. I can't fathom what it must look like. I can't wait for the album release. Hurry, my little money is eager to move. The video of Jiang Anzhi's injury makeup topped the trending list, captivating not only fans. Renowned pet Dr. Zhu Mingming happened to be browsing Weibo and could not resist taking a screenshot of the image to send to Feng Lanchu. Mingming, what a lucky friend. Feng Lanchu. Mingming, look at those broad shoulders and narrow waist, so clearly well-defined muscles. He is a quality little teddy. Feng Lanchu. Mingming, honestly, how does it feel? Feng Lanchu, get lost. Mingming, don't be like that. We are both in the medical field. Let's just share some research. Feng Lanchu beast. Mingming, are you implying he is fierce? Fierce as a beast? Feng Lanchu, I'm talking about you. Mingming, I indeed am a veterinarian. Mingming, sister, you've already had your son. What is there to be shy about? Saying he is fierce, excellent, and upright. Is it so difficult to satisfy our curiosity? Feng Lanchu, I'd rather I leave. Mingming, what? Haven't you two been together for a while? That is not good at all. It's detrimental to marital harmony. Feng Lanchu, a single dog has no standing to comment. Mingming, wow, personal attack. Feng Lanchu, when the meeting had issues, I didn't see you caring. Yet you're quick to talk about random matters. Who lacks heart? Mingming, well, didn't I just ask? You weren't hurt, right? Are you okay? How's the situation? Feng Lanchu, get lost. Mingming, haha, I have to go for surgery now. Remember to satisfy my curiosity when you have the time. Is the film emperor really fierce? Feng Lanchu, fierce to death. Is that enough? Mingming, wow. Noti grits. Chapter 181. The return of Zhuang. Nan, while Zhu Mingming and Feng Lanchu were engaged in their banter, a certain individual, having battled valiantly in Kekexili, was also on his way home. As the political and economic center of Huaxia, Didu sees countless individuals commuting daily. Zhuang then emerged from the airport. His travel backpack slung over his shoulder, his attire tattered and dirty, yet his face remained resolutely handsome. As he stepped out of the airport, he spotted a familiar military-registered SUV. Zhuang then paused, then quietly approached. Inside the vehicle sat a man who bore a striking resemblance to him, though he appeared more mature, steady and commanding. "Big brother, what brings you here?" Zhuang Nan was quite surprised, as his brother rarely left the army. "Dad specifically asked me to pick you up." "Pick me up for what? Didn't he already give up on me?" Without warning, Zhuang Dong delivered a playful slap to Zhuang Nan, causing him to wince in pain. "Ouch. Brother, you don't know the limits until it hurts," Zhuang Dong remarked, starting the car and driving towards the city center. "You know how much Dad cares for you. Why do you insist on making things difficult for yourself?" Zhuang Nan gazed out at the rapidly passing scenery, remaining silent for a long time. Zhuang Nan chuckled at his brother. "Are you also a fan of the family?" Zhuang Dong shot him a sidelong glance. "What fan? I'm not a fan." Zhuang Nan continued to look at him with an amused expression, prompting Zhuang Dong to clear his throat. "I just watched a few episodes with Wan Wan." Zhuang Wan Wan was Zhuang Dong's only daughter, and thinking of that quirky little niece made Zhuang Nan smile as well. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at the military district compound. The guards recognized the license plate and immediately allowed them to pass. "Dad, uncle!" Zhuang Wan Wan exclaimed as she rushed into Zhuang Nan's arms. Zhuang Dong looked at his daughter with exasperation. "You're already a young lady. Why are you still so boisterous?" "Enough with the antics, little ancestor." Zhuang Nan, feeling helpless, covered her mouth with her hand. With her innocent words, who could tell what more perplexing statements she might utter if allowed to continue? The elderly gentleman on the sofa discreetly observed Zhuang Nan for a moment, stifling his words. "I believed we had reached a consensus on this matter." Zhuang Nan frowned in dissatisfaction. "What consensus?" The old gentleman raised his head. "The only consensus is that you must follow the path I have arranged for you." Zhuang Nan glanced at her aging father, hesitating to voice her thoughts, and instead awkwardly shifted the topic. "If you refuse the job I arranged, then you must marry. You must choose one of the two." The old gentleman stated resolutely. "Marriage? Who would I marry?" Zhuang Nan asked, suppressing her anger. "That wild professor would be quite suitable for you," the old gentleman continued, but Zhuang Nan had already turned to leave. "Where are you going?" The old gentleman's expression darkened. "Where could I possibly go?" Zhuang Nan replied with a forced smile. "Naturally, I shall go wherever I need to be. Giving you the option to choose your preferred daughter-in-law is already my greatest concession. Do not push your luck. You need not concede at all. After all, it merely serves to alleviate your loneliness." Zhuang Wanwan, witnessing the fiery clash between her grandfather and uncle, could not help but cover her eyes, unable to watch any longer. "What did you say?" The old gentleman huffed, glaring. "The wild professor is indeed excellent, but have you even considered whether she would be willing? My son's affection for her is indeed a blessing. If she knew of your background, she would be eager to marry into our family. Even if she were willing, have you considered whether I would agree?" Upon hearing this, the old gentleman's brow furrowed slightly. "Do you mean to say you fancy that lazy girl?" Zhuang Nan, exasperated, laughed in disbelief. "I have my sights set on Jiang Anzhi." With that, she strode out the door. "Stop! Where are you going?" The old gentleman called after her, but Zhuang Nan feigned ignorance. Meanwhile, Zhuang Wanwan's eyes widened in shock. Her uncle had set his sights on her idol. This marriage proposal was unacceptable to her. After leaving her family home, Zhuang Nan wandered aimlessly through the streets, clad in tattered clothes and carrying a worn-out bag, resembling a vagrant in despair. Initially, he felt disheartened by his lack of success, only to discover one day that his father had been secretly undermining him. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Zhuang Nan resigned from the army and embarked on a journey of survival as a form of revenge. The more his father opposed something, the more he pursued it, causing their relationship to deteriorate further. Just as he contemplated spending a night at a hotel to escape his troubles, his phone suddenly rang. The Home Guardians team. "Liu, who will keep me company?" "Em ateli board." "Qinjua, I have dance practice tonight. I can't make it, you go." "Jiang Anzhi, follow the doctor's orders and rest more." "Liu, is teacher Xiao Feng still in the capital?" "Feng Lanchu, yes." "Liu, should I invite him over?" "Qinjua, teacher Xiao Feng is busy." "Jiang Anzhi, follow the doctor's orders and rest more." "Feng Lanchu, sorry, I have to take care of the child." "Liu, you all discriminate against patients." Upon reading this, Zhuang Nan found himself inexplicably amused. In the past, he had little fondness for the entertainment industry, perceiving it as a realm of delicate individuals, regardless of gender. However, he now had a newfound appreciation for this circle. At least, the people he knew were quite decent. Zhuang Nan lit a cigarette, seated himself beside a flower bed and began to peruse the latest news he had missed, only to discover that an incident had occurred at the meeting 2 days prior. Liu would be discharged from the hospital tomorrow. Although his foot had not completely healed, he could manage to move about. He was currently filming a historical drama, originally just a week away from completion, but with his injury, he had no idea how long the delay would be. His agent had gone to the set to negotiate this matter, leaving him alone in the hospital, gazing out the window in lamentation. Just as he was feeling utterly bored, a sudden knock echoed at the door, and he turned to see a tall figure resembling a vagrant standing before him. Liu stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. Zhuang Ning grinned. Hi. The person who had been in Kekexili just days ago had unexpectedly appeared. Zhuang Ning? What brings you here? Liu exclaimed, surpresa. Zhuang Ning boldly entered, tossing his shabby travel bag onto the sofa. What an honor this is. The next day, Zhuang Ning spent the night at Liu's place. When the nurse came to check on the room, she was astonished to see this scruffy man, wondering how a celebrated actor could possibly know someone in such dire straits. Moreover, having 2 men in a hospital room at night was rather peculiar, one delicate and fair, the other rugged and masculine. The nurse quickly shook her head, dismissing her thoughts. Liu had initially thought he would leave the hospital alone, but unexpectedly had Zhuang Ning for company. Xiao Zhuo had been making excuses to avoid appearing for the past few days. Alas, Zhuang Ning was truly loyal. I will help you get him out, Zhuang Ning said, sending a message in their group chat to arrange a meal. As expected, the message exploded like thunder, drawing everyone out. Zhuang Ning, tonight we're having hot pot. Don't miss it. Qin Zhuo. Sure, no problem. Feng Lanchu. Sounds good. Anzhi, Liu, you all truly discriminate against patients. That afternoon, Jiang Anzhi drove Feng Lanchu out to a private kitchen in the capital. Jealous and envious, Jiang Che watched as the two left home, tears welling in his eyes. They go out without me. We can also go out to play. Jiang Che looked up. Find Xiao Zhuo. He has friends too, you know. Xiao Zhuo is busy tonight. How about we invite Xiao Zhuo to Huaixiang next time? Jiang Ma coaxed patiently. Reluctantly, Jiang Che nodded, for he was a sensible child. Unbeknownst to Jiang Che, his parents graciously accepted the invitation to the private kitchen. The waiter instantly recognized Jiang Anzhi, his eyes gleaming with delight. When she spotted Feng Lanchu behind Anzhi, she nearly squealed with excitement. After all, the Home Guardians team had gathered at their private kitchen. How thrilling. Indeed, when Liu and Zhuang Ning strolled into the private kitchen, she sensed that today would be exceptionally lucky. And sure enough, not long after, Qin Zhuo arrived, followed by Jiang Anzhi and Feng Lanchu. The server, suppressing her excitement, led the two into a private room, not questioning why they had appeared together. The assembled team exchanged pleasantries, and soon, Wan Shishir rushed in, breathless. Goodness, to see you all. I canceled my hard-won appointment with Xiao Yin for a massage. What is that? Everyone, including Feng Lanchu, looked baffled. That topic veered off course. Feng Lanchu scratched his head. However, as the chewing muscles continued to engage, the gaps in the bones may indeed widen. A massage might yield some results, but it certainly wouldn't be as significant as a bone reduction. Alas, bone reduction should have been done before entering the industry. Now, it's a bit late. Wan Shishir regretfully shook her head, settling for a compromise. This is sufficient. It need not be too extreme. It sounds quite akin to the ancestral skills of Tang Bohu, restoring my beauty techniques. Qin Zhuo stroked his chin, deep in thought. Everyone erupted in laughter. The team's conversation unexpectedly shifted to cosmetic surgery, while the waiter outside the private room eavesdropped, captivated by their discussion. Oh, what a wonderful evening. May it never dawn again. After chatting about various topics for quite some time, Zhuang Ning finally broached the subject of the Kekexili incident. Originally, the operation to capture in Kekexili was to remain confidential, but Feng Lanchu and the others had, after all, participated in the process. Captain Gongbu instructed that if questioned, they could make an exception and explain the situation. They had conducted thorough interrogations of the two apprehended individuals, learning that there were a total of 7 poachers involved. These individuals had long disguised themselves as hikers or herders, meandering through Kekexili while engaging in petty thievery. Recently, their leader had established contact with foreign smuggling rings. Forming a partnership, they hunted in Kekexili while the smugglers handled the sales channels. The 7-member group engaged in minor mischief, earning little, and, after meticulous planning, decided to embark on a significant heist in Tibet before calling it quits. They procured a substantial amount of poison for hunting. Unexpectedly, the local shepherd's sheep went missing, and while the villagers searched for the sheep, they stumbled upon the group's hideout. Captain Gongbu, following their lead, rallied the border defense forces and police, swiftly apprehending the poaching gang. With this domestic group of poachers dealt with, the next step was to use them as bait to target smugglers. While the ordinary citizen Jiang Nan was no longer permitted to partake, the group expressed their sentiments, feeling that Jiang Nan's experiences were more thrilling than any film. Jiang Nan seemed to recall something, rummaging through his tattered bag to retrieve a small cloth pouch containing several exquisite Tibetan bead bracelets. These were gifts from Captain Gongbu, who claimed the beads would ensure safety and wished everyone peace and success. Touched, the group accepted the beads, only to discover one bracelet remained. "Whose is this?" Qinjua inquired, gazing curiously at the extra bracelet. "This belongs to Su Rue," Zhuang Nan replied with a smile. They were pleasantly surprised that Captain Gongbu had considered each of them. One sure sentimentally donned the beads. "Is it inappropriate that we didn't invite Sister Su Rue to our gathering?" Qinjua asked, a hint of unease in his voice. "It was too last minute this time." "We can invite her next time," Liu chuckled, adding, "but Su Rue isn't fond of going out, so we might not be able to persuade her." The thought of Su Rue's recent expressions made everyone chuckle. After a short while, the food was served, and Liu requested the waiter to take a group photo. If permitted, the waiter wished to express her respect by taking the picture with great enthusiasm. How fortunate she felt to be the one capturing a moment for the beloved little sweetheart. The meal was a joyous occasion for all, save for Jiang Anzhi, who had to be cautious with his diet due to an injury. Feng Lanchu, seated beside him, assumed the role of a strict guardian, glaring at him whenever he attempted to reach for something. Jiang Anzhi had no choice but to quietly settle for a plate of stir-fried greens. Despite the dismal meal, Jiang Anzhi found solace in this feeling of being cared for. Others may not have sensed anything amiss, but to Qinjua, this couple was indeed perplexing. How could someone misunderstand them to be involved in an extramarital affair and so absurdly intervene? Reflecting on the foolishness of it all, Qinjua silently shook his head and finished his mutton soup. "By the way, Zhuang Nan, I have some girls you should check out," Liu said while eating, pulling out his phone to show Zhuang Nan. Qinjua nearly choked on his soup, and Jiang Anzhi and Feng Lanchu deftly dodged the splatter. "Apologies," Qinjua coughed. Looking at the two, in unison, Feng Lanchu and Jiang Anzhi exclaimed, "Xiaozhuo, what are you up to now?" Qinjua shot a reproachful glare at Liu, asserting it wasn't his doing, but rather something Liu had concocted. Liu feigned innocence. "I'm just trying to help you find a partner." "Why are you so worked up?" Qinjua felt a storm brewing within him. "A partner? Is it about that photo from that day?" "Exactly. I wanted your opinion. But you little rascal were too busy daydreaming about your Anji Gij and fled," Liu retorted, holding a grudge. "Since that day, you've just been pretending to be busy, proving useless when it mattered." Feeling embarrassed, Qinjua scratched his head, thinking, heaven forbid Liu learn the truth. As he sought a suitable excuse, Zhuang Nan interjected with a smile, "You needn't concern yourselves with me. I'm just a rough fellow, wandering aimlessly. I wouldn't want to burden anyone." Zhuang Nan appeared disinterested in the matter. "It doesn't have to be serious. You can just start by making friends," Liu suggested. "Thanks," Zhuang Nan replied, patting Liu on the shoulder. "I'll think about it." Seeing Zhuang Nan's indifference, the others felt it inappropriate to press further. Qinjua then changed the subject. "If I didn't know better, I'd think you, Liu, were running a matchmaking service with how smoothly you handle this. Don't underestimate me, just because I'm in a wheelchair," Liu chuckled. The gathering continued joyfully. The waiter, happy with her tips, arranged a fruit platter for them, earning their gratitude. After parting ways, Liu posted the gathering's photos with the caption, "First meal after being discharged." The post garnered significant attention online. "Oh my goodness. Yu, how are you? I've been so worried. Love you, Yu. It would be even better if you could send 100 pictures. The little squad's after-sales service is back. I love my beloved little sweetheart. I've collected them all. Even sure Ji was there. Anji and Yuji both enjoyed hot pot, which means they're really okay. My anxious heart can finally rest easy. I ran into them at the restaurant. I was so excited. I didn't dare to say anything until now. I was bursting all night. They came to our restaurant for a meal. Liu was in a wheelchair, pushed by Zhuang Nan. When they arrived at the private room, I had a feeling others would come too, and soon enough Xiaozhuo Anzhi and teacher Feng showed up. They were all so polite and respectful to the waiter, even asking me to take their picture. Their laughter throughout the meal was infectious, clearly showing their strong bond. Wow, what a vivid scene. I'm in love. In another corner, Su Rue scoffed at the gathering. What a trivial affair. I'm not interested. Meanwhile, Fu Qi was not as carefree. Following the apology video, she had kept a low profile, avoiding unnecessary public appearances to minimize online scrutiny. While lying low, her team was secretly negotiating with a few luxury brands. Due to her involvement in the major production Zhou Xin, Fu Qi's prospects remained promising. Securing a brand deal would offer her a chance at redemption. However, today her manager informed her that the brands had suddenly changed their stance, seeking other representatives instead, and the magazine cover they had previously secured was now lost to another. Brand endorsements are precarious. As long as contracts aren't signed, they are subject to change. Yet, for a magazine cover that had been agreed upon, replacements are rarely made unless the artist has faced significant scandal. If Fu Qi's team remained oblivious to the targeting, they would be out of job. Having already faced rejection from Jiang Anzhi, Fu Qi's situation worsened. Her first instinct was to blame Jiang Anzhi, but she quickly realized he wouldn't resort to underhanded tactics. The only other possibility was Zhang Qiani. Her manager slammed a stack of documents on the table, revealing familiar transaction records. This information came from the private investigator Fu Qi hired. What do you have to say? The manager's demeanor was icy, his voice low, clearly suppressing his anger. Fu Qi furrowed her brow, pursing her lips, unsure of how to respond. Interference among peers is a taboo, and being caught in a scandal is the worst of all. What should we do about this? The agent's hand struck the table with a resounding thud. After the lesson learned last time, I thought you had become wiser, yet who knew you remained so obstinate? Do you understand who Zhang Qiani is that you dare to act recklessly? Do you truly believe that you are merely a child of privilege, casually dabbling in this world? Are you aware of the significant losses your revelation has caused, Zhang Qiani? The meager resources of your family are hardly sufficient to offer an apology. It is utterly foolish. You have played the fool by hiring trolls to besmirch others, thinking you could meddle with anyone at will. Do you really believe you are securely seated as the leading lady? Now, you find yourself subjected to a united boycott. Haven to you? Before the company had a chance to freeze you out, you have already self-sabotaged. Fu Qi gazed at the detailed records of information, her hands trembling. In her mind, only one person could possess the skills to achieve such feats akin to a hacker. She could not bring herself to believe that the very person who would indulge her would truly cast her aside. How could she repay such a debt? They had saved her life. Grabbing her bag, Fu Qi prepared to leave, but the agent nearly fainted from frustration, reprimanding Fu Qi. If you dare to step out that door today, we will immediately terminate our contract. The agent was infuriated, feeling he had not yet vented his anger. However, this woman had a tendency to act impulsively. If he pressed her further, she would only descend into madness. Thus, he could only swallow his internal wounds and clean up after her. Yet, he vowed to apply for a transfer next year. As for this sister, whoever wishes to take her on may do so. Chapter 187. Returning to Huaixiang, Fu Qi's team convened for an emergency meeting overnight to manage the fallout from her recent actions. However, the situation proved too complex, and after a lengthy discussion, they reached no resolution, leading to an ongoing series of meetings. Jiang Anzhi's holiday was extended beyond the usual duration, much to Jiang Ma's delight. To avoid drawing attention from the outside world, they departed in two groups. Feng Lanchu and Jiang Ma, along with Jiang Che, boarded their flight to the airport one after the other. Jiang Anzhi and Xiao Chan drove to Lin City before flying to Huaixiang. To her surprise, Feng Lanchu found Jiang Anzhi still awake, propped up in bed, engrossed in a book. A reading lamp illuminated his face, and he rested his chin on his hand. Clad only in a black tank top, with hints of gauze peeking from his shoulder blades, exuding an overwhelming aura of masculinity. Why are you still awake at this hour? Feng Lanchu climbed onto the bed. Jiang Anzhi leisurely placed his book on the bedside and replied nonchalantly, I can't sleep. Even Feng Lanchu, usually oblivious, noticed that Anzhi was struggling with his sleep, especially since Xiao Chun had previously inquired with the doctor about potential interactions between sleep aids and anti-inflammatory medications during his hospitalization. She had quietly concluded that Jiang Anzhi's sleep was indeed problematic. When did this insomnia issue begin? Jiang Anzhi shifted to face her, a gentle smile gracing his lips. It's mostly improved now. But Xiao Qian said you're taking medication. Feng Lanchu half sat in front of him, her off-white pajamas soft and inviting, making one wish to reach out and touch them. It's not like he shares a bed with me. How would he know if I'm taking it? Anzhi remarked, pulling her closer. Feng Lanchu lay down but still frowned. I didn't know you were on medication. Ever since we got married, I've rarely taken medication. Jiang Anzhi embraced her, his fingers gliding through her hair as he spoke softly. I had severe insomnia before marriage, and I had to take some sleep aids to rest. And afterward, I met you, Jiang Anzhi said, holding her waist. You smell wonderful. What do you mean by smell? Feng Lanchu asked, puzzled. From a scientific perspective, when two individuals' electromagnetic frequencies align or integrate closely, their sense of connection intensifies. For instance, twins share an extraordinary bond due to their identical electromagnetic waves. Perhaps Jiang Anzhi's mention of smell was akin to this explanation of electromagnetic waves. Yet, it is indeed a rare feat to find someone whose electromagnetic frequency resonates with one's own amidst a vast sea of people. So that's why you held my hand before? The mystery of the pig's trotter seemed to unravel. Yes, Jiang Anzhi admitted, slightly shy. I was too embarrassed to hug you then. And how about now? Gazing at the hand that remained entwined with hers, Feng Lanchu thought to roll her eyes. Jiang Anzhi kissed her forehead. Now I'm still a bit shy. Chapter 188. The bewitching flower. Early the next morning, Feng Lanchu rose promptly. Wounded, Jiang Yi was more easily roused than usual, yet he groggily grasped her hand, placing on his chest. Feng Lanchu understood this gesture, gently stroking him like a cat until Jiang Yi was satisfied and drifted back to sleep. At this moment, Feng Lanchu's breakfast was perfectly ready. She shared breakfast with the little fishing enthusiast, then instructed him to take care of his father. Jiang Che, delighted to be treated like a little adult, willingly accepted the task, promising to look after his father diligently. Once she had ensured everything at home was in order, Feng Lanchu left for work. After a week away, Huaida remained the same fragrant haven of academia. Upon her arrival, she once again drew the attention of students. However, due to the previous frenzy surrounding star chasing that had led to disturbances in the Biological Sciences Institute, the school had taken measures to prohibit interdepartmental visits, particularly discouraging large gatherings. The once bustling Biological Sciences Institute had returned to its usual quietude. Compared to other departments, the students of the Biological Sciences Institute were considerably fortunate. They occasionally encountered Teacher Feng, and each time they saw her, they beamed and displayed their pearly whites. This amused Feng Lanchu. The students, though seemingly ordinary in appearance, possessed remarkably good teeth. Feng Lanchu took the elevator to the top floor, and as soon as she stepped out, an unusual fragrance wafted toward her. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned her focus to the adjacent greenhouse laboratory, where a group of small froggies, surrounded their mentor, admiring something enthusiastically. Curiosity piqued. Feng Lanchu approached and found Professor Wang Bingbing holding a pot of mutated hydrangeas, the flowers a striking gradient of dark purple and black, becoming lighter towards the top, exuding an enchanting aroma. Ha! It seems that the reagent was a success. Professor Wang Bingbing exclaimed with joy. The students applauded. Teacher, what should we name this? After all our hard work to cultivate it, it deserves a majestic name. Yes, quickly think of one. Professor Wang Bingbing, smoothing his buzz cut, suggested. Let's call it corpse flower. The bizarre color and unique scent truly embodied the essence of that name. A student shook his head. Teacher, that's a reference from a tomb raiding novel from years ago. We should at least consider something new. I just read it recently. Professor Wang Bingbing scratched his head. What do you think it should be called then? He was not particularly good at naming things. Another student chimed in purple hydrangea. A third suggested a gradient round hydrangea from dark purple to black. Professor Wang Bingbing's mouth twitched. I asked you to name it, not to observe its characteristics. A fourth student argued. But our naming convention has always been based on their characteristics. That's why you lack the creativity of the fangirl circles. Look at how rigid you all are. Professor Wang Bingbing expressed his disdain. The students chuckled at the scene. Hello, Teacher Feng. It's been a while, Teacher Feng. The students, familiar with her, greeted her with joy, revealing their 8 gleaming teeth, for she was undoubtedly the most beautiful flower on the top floor of the Biological Sciences Institute. Hello, everyone, Feng Lanchu replied warmly. Professor Wang Bingbing's eyes lit up. Teacher Feng, you're just in time. Why not help us name this latest flower? I'm not sure. Feng Lanchu quickly shook her head. I think your earlier idea was quite good. Why not post the flower online and let everyone brainstorm together? Surely a great name will emerge. Upon hearing this, everyone agreed. Rather than letting these homebodies rack their brains, posting it online would also enhance the laboratory's visibility. Chapter 189. A token of gratitude. Professor Wang Bingbing expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Your words have truly awakened those lost in slumber. Teacher Feng, I cannot thank you enough. Thus, it is evident that the presence of female PhDs in the laboratory is essential, as the differing perspectives of men and women often unveil a multitude of possibilities in research endeavors. While Feng Lanchu initially held little interest in the flowers, she found herself intrigued by the vegetables. After all, her home boasted a vast vegetable garden, with the majority of the seeds sourced from there. The seeds in Wang Bingbing's possession were all meticulously selected by local farmers, resulting in produce that excelled in both shape and flavor compared to market offerings. Her grandmother eagerly tended to the garden, and Anzhi, during breaks, enjoyed assisting with the farming and fishing activities at home. Recently, she had acquired the Cabbage King, also known as Liuli Shankai, which was remarkably sweet when eaten raw and paired perfectly with grilled meat. Professor Wang Bingbing guided Feng Lanchu to the sunlit greenhouse he had established in the laboratory, extolling the virtues of a particular batch of lettuce in one corner. Feng Lanchu gazed upon it, marveling at its tender yellow-green leaves, which appeared translucent and vibrant. Her eyes lit up with excitement. May I have a few plants? Of course, he replied. However, they must be grown hydroponically. How does one cultivate them hydroponically? Professor Wang Bingbing crouched before the lettuce and carefully lifted it, revealing a small square container filled solely with water. The roots were pristine and crystalline. Feng Lanchu was utterly astounded, her appetite piqued. These few will be set aside for you. You can take them along with the container when you leave work. Without hesitation, Feng Lanchu nodded in agreement. Professor Wang Bingbing then showcased several other fresh fruits and vegetables, which made Feng Lanchu eagerly anticipate returning next autumn for a bountiful harvest. Surprisingly, what began as a mere visit turned into a generous gesture from Professor Wang Bingbing. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Feng Lanchu was met with his affable wave of dismissal. It's nothing. Neighbors should assist each other. Meanwhile, Kai Jiao and Zhu Zhengkue frequently peeked from their laboratory into the adjacent one. Look, Feng Tu is using sugar-coated bullets to enchant our little Feng teacher, one remarked. He is typically quite stingy. We can barely get a piece of fruit without him throwing a fit. Yet here he is, showering our little Feng teacher with vegetables and fruits. Feng Tu seeks to impress her, another mused. He must have ulterior motives. Isn't the president a close friend of our little Feng teacher? We should report him to the president. Clever idea. Let us proceed with that. The two brothers conspired, preparing to execute their plan. By the way, I just received a letter from Huaixiang Animal Research Institute. Next week, they will initiate a 2-week biological survey at Shibano. They are offering several internship positions, so interested students can approach me to sign up. The group buzzed with excitement at the prospect of practical activities. Little Feng teacher, will you be joining? I have not received any deployment orders, so I will likely not attend. Disappointment spread among them. Without Feng Lanchu, it seemed Feng Tu would take her place. Sensing their concerns, Feng Lanchu reassured them. It matters not who goes. We must maintain the right mindset. This is not a leisure trip, but a research endeavor aimed at improving the welfare of living beings. Chapter 190. The report as the captivating private lesson from Little Feng teacher concluded. Zhu Zhengkue and Kai Jiao swiftly exited, leaving no trace behind. The remaining students were unfazed, while Feng Lanchu remained perplexed. Where could they be rushing off to? Since joining the fan circle, they had been preoccupied with duties, likely off to procure empty bottles again. The 3 students stayed behind to assist Little Feng teacher. It then dawned upon Feng Lanchu that the duo also had alter egos as the Spider Spirit and the Rainbow Praise. Is the president present? Inquired the Rainbow Praise. Yes. May I assist you? Responded Little Feng teacher senior. There is indeed a significant report. Proceed. We have a Professor Feng Tu in our neighboring department. A veritable master in the study of flora. Impressive. And what of it? I sense something unusual, came the reply. Indeed, Professor Feng has an affection for our little Feng teacher. Preposterous. How do you know? His intentions are as clear as day. It is common knowledge. We have known for ages, deliberately withholding this from little Feng teacher. He is notoriously stingy, pretending to be generous before her, while it is a struggle to even procure a cup of water from him. Precisely. He is renowned for his frugality. Why is he called Feng too? Aside from his square head, it is because he is quite stingy. Apart from little Feng teacher, no one benefits from him. We share this to alert you to warn little Feng teacher not to be deceived by Feng Tu's sugary fade. It is all an act. Yes, please inform the elder as well, so he may remain vigilant. Understood. Continue your observations and report any developments. Absolutely. We will ensure Feng Tu does not succeed. In the office, Wang Bingbing had just finished class and was preparing to post a request for plant names on Weibo when she was interrupted by a flurry of messages from the fan club. Upon reading them, her mood darkened. Zhu Jingkue, Kai Jiao, how amusing. Meanwhile, Jiang Ma, having read the messages, excitedly exclaimed, Son, you have a rival. That afternoon, with Wang Bingbing's assistance, Feng Lanchu loaded a few boxes of Liuli Shankai into the trunk of her car, alongside a colorful lotus flower cultivated by Wang Bingbing. Observing the exquisite lotus, Feng Lanchu felt somewhat guilty. This is far too precious. Then I thank you. Knowing Jiang Anzhi's fondness for fishing and curiosity, she accepted it graciously. Upon returning home, Feng Lanchu parked in the garage, and Jiang Anzhi strolled over with his hands in his pockets. Just in time. Could you help me carry something? She said, quickly moving to the trunk and placing the lotus bouquet in his arms. Interesting flower. Where did it come from? Jiang Anzhi inquired, well aware of its origin. A teacher from my neighboring department gave it to me. He is remarkable in cultivating such peculiar plants. Feng Lanchu explained while maneuvering a small cart to load the lettuce. Jiang Anzhi glanced at the lettuce resembling roses and could not help but exclaim, remarkable indeed. Chapter 191. The jealous one reflecting on the fact that 80 of the fresh, organic vegetables in his garden were sourced from Feng Tu. Jiang Anzhi's mood soured, casting a fleeting glance at the colorful lotus in his arms. It trembled as if sensing an impending threat. Oblivious, Feng Lanchu wheeled the cart towards the backyard, only to be taken aback upon entering through the archway, where had all the vegetables and fruits tended by her grandmother gone. The once lush garden was now barren, with only bare soil trembling in the breeze. Feng Lanchu stared in shock. Did we get robbed? Xiao Chan said he liked vegetables, so he took them all. Jiang Anzhi replied coolly, hands still in his pockets. Could he have eaten that much? Uncertain, Jiang Anzhi shrugged. My goodness, to leave not a single root is quite excessive. Feng Lanchu was utterly astonished. Does grandmother know? She manages this garden, and if she discovers her hard work has been completely stripped away, who knows how she might react. I'll have someone deliver seeds this afternoon. I believe it will not be long before I can return to my mother a splendid vegetable garden. Though I say this, I cannot help but feel somewhat speechless. Gazing at the barren garden, Feng Lanchu felt a throbbing headache. Merely planting requires an immense amount of effort. I have already planted it. Jiang Anzhi's lips curled slightly in a smug smile. You? Feng Lanchu felt her blood pressure surge. Show me your wound. It's nothing, Jiang Anzhi replied somewhat sheepishly. Do not give me excuses. Take it off. She was taken aback, exclaiming, oh dear, this couple is quite daring in broad daylight. Hearing his mother's voice, Jiang Che attempted to head to the backyard, but was swiftly caught by Jiang Ma's keen grasp. Oh dear, little fishing enthusiast, Grandma thinks we should dine out tonight. What do you think? Jiang Che looked puzzled. Didn't we just buy vegetables? Well, after a day of harvesting, Grandma suddenly feels exhausted, so let's eat out instead. But it seems Uncle Chun has always been the one working, Jiang Che muttered to himself, yet obediently followed Jiang Ma outside, still asking, shouldn't we tell Dad and Mom? No need, Jiang Ma thought. They're too busy to eat right now. The best disturbance is to let them be. Thus, she hurriedly led her precious grandson away from the battlefield. Jiang Anzhi. Jiang Anzhi nodded obediently. You are truly infuriating, Feng Lanchu stated seriously as she crossed her arms. Jiang Anzhi lowered his head in acknowledgement, not attempting to defend himself. Is this back of yours not to be kept? Or are you deliberately prolonging your holiday in this manner? Jiang Anzhi, knowing he was in the wrong, chose not to respond. Feng Lanchu sighed in exasperation, gazing at the remnants of the garden, her head pounding. Ultimately, she could only set it aside for now. Pushing Jiang Anzhi inside, hurry and wash up and reapply the medicine. You're truly more troublesome than fishing. Chapter 192. Xiao Chen Ji's Side Hustle. After a long day of labor, Jiang Anzhi was indeed somewhat weary. As Feng Lanchu helped him pat his back, the sound of the towel wringing out water and the gentle touch of the soft towel against his skin made him drowsy. Just as Jiang Anzhi was on the verge of slumber, Feng Lanchu patted his shoulder. "All right, hurry and wash up." "So soon?" Jiang Anzhi felt a pang of reluctance. "Is it healing quickly?" After more than a week of being troubled by this wound, he was quite irritable, unable to do anything. It was nearly healed, but someone had to go and rip it open again today. Feng Lanchu criticized with displeasure. No matter how much Xiao Chunga likes it, he cannot just uproot an entire garden of vegetables. Does he intend to host a vegetarian banquet? Jiang Anzhi shook his head vaguely. What could Feng Lanchu do? She could only helplessly step outside. Meanwhile, Xiao Chunga gazed at the pile of vegetables in the living room, feeling utterly defeated. What mischief had Jiang Anzhi gotten into? Suddenly calling him over? Upon his arrival, he found Jiang Anzhi engrossed in uprooting vegetables, with Jiang Ma and a little fishing enthusiast assisting nearby. The man was still injured. As an excellent, professional, and perfect manager, how could he let him work while hurt? Xiao Chungu quickly rolled up his sleeves to help. Xiao Chungu was completely petrified. What on earth are you feeding pigs? He is a carnivorous animal, not a herbivore. Yet Jiang Anzhi, without a word, packed all the fruits and vegetables into his car. In the living room, Jiang Che, munching on the last remaining tomato, asked, "Grandma, why is Dad giving all of these to Uncle Chun?" "Your dad has always been a child with a strong sense of territory. I never knew how to describe it when he was young, but now I understand. This is what is known as territorial awareness. In his domain, there cannot be the scent of other male creatures. Thanks to home guardians, I have become somewhat of a wildlife expert," Jiang Ma analyzed with a sense of accomplishment. Jiang Che took a big bite of the tomato, tilting his head in contemplation. "Isn't that the behavior of a snow leopard? Whether it is a snow leopard or not is unclear, but your father is indeed fierce. And he can be quite explosive, ha ha ha." As they watched Uncle Chin drive away, Jiang Che shook his head in critique. What a pity for this garden full of delicious food. Isn't it just high-quality vegetables? On a bustling afternoon, the leading manager group suddenly shared a plethora of greens. The vast sea of green gave one the illusion that even 1,000-degree myopia could be cured. Xiao Chungu, green, pollution-free vegetables, hurry and order. They will be packaged and shipped immediately. Xiao Wangu, what is going on? Charity to farmers? Xiao Chungu, don't worry about the channel. Top-grade fruits and vegetables are guaranteed. Not even a national leader might get to taste these exquisite products. Xiao Fangjie, I want them. Quickly pack the tomatoes, cucumbers, and greens for me. Xiao Lu Gu, terrifying women's purchasing desires. Xiao Li Gu, Xiao Chen Gu, your advertising skills are impressive. You can even trick Xiao Fangjie into spending money. You might consider changing careers to become a buyer. Xiao Fangjie, you don't understand. Fruits and vegetables are excellent treasures for maintaining a woman's beauty. Xiao Chungu, hurry and package them. There will be more after this. Xiao Chungu, no. This will definitely be a unique item. There won't be any more in the future. Xiao Wangu, then I would like some too. Xia Liu Yi, ahem. To support Xiao Chungu, I'll take 2 heads of lettuce. Xiao Li Gu, I'll also. Before long, the courier arrived to collect the package. Watching the boxes of vegetables packed with fresh foam boxes, ready to be swiftly transported to the capital, the courier silently marveled at the irony of living in a luxury apartment while dealing in agricultural goods. After years of braving the elements, he finally realized that selling vegetables is the true path to wealth. Chapter 193, The Long Road to Courtship. Xiao Chungu, relying on his extensive network, finally sold the fruits and vegetables and lounged on the sofa in relaxation. Alas, this little bit of money is barely enough for a nice meal at a private kitchen. Meanwhile, after Feng Lanchu had helped Jiang Anzhi with his medication, she waited impatiently for the return of Jiang Ma and Jiang Che. Ultimately unable to sit still and called to inquire about their whereabouts. Have you finished so soon? Jiang Ma could hardly believe it. They had just sat down and hadn't even had time to look at the menu. TSK, it seems I neglected to buy some supplements for my son. Feng Lanchu listened, feeling perplexed. What were they busy with? Jiang Ke. After Jiang Ma hung up, she saw Jiang Che gazing up at her with a pitiful expression, and quickly patted his head. Do you want a little sister? Jiang Che nodded adorably. Jiang Ting is your little cousin, and a biological sister is quite different. The grandmother and grandson dreamt of a sweet little sister, while the couple busied themselves in the kitchen. Feng Lanchu simmered pork rib soup and stir-fried spinach and 3-cup chicken. The refreshing and simple dishes left Jiang Anzhi very satisfied. It seemed an international photography competition had recently commenced. This account had garnered numerous awards, and Jiang Haiji Yusheng was well known in the photography circle. Feng Lanchu was preparing for the inspection of Shiba Dong, although she did not need to attend. She felt it necessary to do as much research as possible since her students would be going for internships, hoping for their success. Today, Jiang Anzhi was surprisingly obedient. Feng Lanchu was somewhat taken aback as she stealthily climbed into bed. Just as she burrowed under the covers, he turned and embraced her warmly. Feng Lanchu, you. Jiang Anzhi kissed her cheek, and his hands began to wander restlessly. You had better stop that. Feng Lanchu warned quietly as she grasped his hand. In retaliation, Jiang Anzhi mischievously kneaded her soft chest, ignoring her. Feng Lanchu swiftly turned to knock his head. The 2 soft knocks made Jiang Anzhi plaintively rub his head, his eyes finally regaining a glimmer of clarity, protesting, I am merely exercising my legal rights. The injured are not entitled to discuss rights. I feel fine. Jiang Anzhi resignedly pulled her into his embrace, his hands caressing her slender waist, playfully whining. You have at least seen the world as a film emperor. Do not resort to such childish tricks. Feng Lanchu was nearly speechless. I truly feel unwell, Jiang Anzhi sighed. The wound on his back was in the healing phase. Both irritated and itchy, and the mental burden of having been fed by that square head all these years was truly indescribable. In addition to the warm and tender jade embraced daily, which one can see but cannot savor, alas, life feels truly unfulfilling. One ought not to dwell excessively on such matters. Tranquility of heart naturally brings coolness. The agitation is well understood to stem from the healing of wounds on one's back. Feng Lanchu, feeling the gentle pat on his back from Jiang Anzhi, suddenly found his hand grasped and directed towards a certain area, where discomfort also resided. Chapter 194. Seeking reconciliation, did Anzhi get to enjoy the meat he desired? The answer is, of course, no. However, Feng Lanchu did spend a solid 2 hours fondling the meat, making up for the missed human anatomy class in university, and could now graduate with full marks. The next morning, when Feng Lanchu woke, Jiang Anzhi, having received complete comfort the night before, lay in slumber as deeply as a pharaoh, utterly unawakened. How enviable it is to be on paid leave. As Feng Lanchu sighed, while rising to commence another day of labor. The harmonious life of the couple contrasted sharply with the discord at Fuchi's side. After 2 days of deliberation, the company ultimately decided to have Fuchi negotiate a private settlement with Jiang Anzhi. After all, the evidence on Jiang Anzhi's side was irrefutable, leaving no room for denial. An apology was the wisest course of action. Despite Fuchi's numerous objections, she had no choice but to comply, unless she were to terminate her contract with the company. Unfortunately, she had just signed a betting agreement with the company earlier this year, making termination impossible. Feeling that she had sufficiently humbled herself and compromised her dignity, Fuchi was met with cold indifference. Her unfortunate agent also shared in the frosty reception. Naturally, one cannot expect to harm another so grievously and merely utter an apology to sweep the matter under the rug. The agent acknowledged this and could only force a smile as he repeatedly visited. However, whether at the studio or home, Jiang Anzhi remained elusive, clearly resolute in not wishing to discuss the matter further. They sought reconciliation, yet the other party was unwilling to negotiate, which rendered the situation awkward. With the other side unwilling to engage, what could be done? The agent appeared utterly drained, as if his very spirit had been siphoned away, aging him a decade. Meanwhile, Fuchi maintained her usual demeanor, betraying no hint of concern, as if the entire affair were of no consequence to her. The agent, utilizing every means at his disposal, finally managed to invite a senior from his university, Xiao Fangjie, to join them for a meal. As one of the top agents, Xiao Fangjie was well equipped to handle such public relations crises and navigate the complexities of social interactions. It took considerable effort to persuade her to join. However, it was evident that Xiao Fangjie held little regard for Fuchi. Throughout the meal, her enthusiasm was notably lacking, engaging only with the agent. Fuchi, characterized by her proud and aloof nature, was disinclined to cozy up to someone who clearly dismissed her presence. After several attempts to engage in conversation were met with indifference, she silently resorted to her phone. Xiao Fangjie, What do you think we should do in this situation? The agent detailed the current predicament to Xiao Fangjie, seeking her guidance. After all, she had connections with Zhang Qian's agent, Xiao Wan, and might be able to assist. Xiao Fangjie quietly lit a cigarette, frowning as she remarked, I really shouldn't intervene in this matter. After all, your side was the first to breach etiquette. Her gaze subtly indicated a certain individual. If you have the audacity to act, you ought to endure the consequences. Upon hearing this, Fuqi stiffened, but the agent maintained a conciliatory demeanor, saying, Yes, senior. You are absolutely correct. We have indeed endured quite a bit these past few days. I cannot assist you with this matter. Xiao Fangjie interjected decisively before the agent could speak. Fuqi parted her lips to respond, yet ultimately fell silent under the agent's scrutinizing gaze. I do not have the face to ask for your help. I merely wish for your guidance so that we might suffer less. This situation truly poses a challenge. Xiao Fangjie extinguished her cigarette and remarked, Everyone in the circle knows about Zhang Qian's secret marriage. But who has had the audacity to expose it over the years? Even he is cautious about stepping on this landmine. You all were headstrong and offered yourselves up on a platter. What is there to say? Chapter 195. The Path to Resolution. This is utterly outrageous. Fuqi exclaimed in frustration. Xiao Fangjie chuckled derisively. Perhaps you should reflect on why others view you as unreasonable, Fuqi. Your agent here has truly done a poor job. Even at death's door, he remains oblivious. Parading for whom? Fuqi, do behave yourself. The unrelenting sarcasm from her senior finally provoked the agent into a fit of anger. He had always valued his reputation, presenting himself as amicable and benevolent. Typically, he would never scold his artists in front of others, but today, his temper boiled over, revealing his deep frustration. Fuqi turned her head away, settling into silence. Xiao Fangjie regarded her with a smirk, mocking her. Although Fuqi had clawed her way up to prominence in the industry over the past decade, her position was somewhat precarious compared to other leading stars, primarily due to her lack of a blockbuster drama. Moreover, with numerous grand productions failing in recent years, low-budget web dramas had surged, fostering many emerging talents while putting established stars at a disadvantage. As the situation continued to deteriorate, each sought ways to secure new resources. Some engaged in variety shows, while others explored fashion endeavors, and Fuqi opted to transition into film. Logically, the company's decision was sound, and for a leading star, shifting from television to cinema is indeed the optimal way to ascend. Securing the lead role in Xin would undoubtedly make her the frontrunner for a major success this year. Yet, she found herself in dire straits this year. No, perhaps she had always been courting disaster. It was just that no one had noticed until now. The entertainment industry has always been a place where the fallen are cast aside, with many stars covertly vying for resources while rising stars eagerly await their chance. At this moment, Fuqi had offended Zhang Qian, and wouldn't those established and emerging talents seize the opportunity to divide her resources? Given Fuqi's current predicament, rising again would be exceedingly difficult unless her film achieved monumental success. Yet, based on the current trajectory, the film's success remained uncertain. Senior, for the sake of our university friendship, I beg you to lend me your assistance, the agent implored earnestly. Xiao Fangjie furrowed her brows, reluctantly responding. Do not say I didn't warn you. When it comes to mediating disputes, it always helps to have a reconciliator. Her words instantly alleviated the agent's troubles, and he expressed his heartfelt gratitude toward her. Just as Xiao Fangjie was about to elaborate further, her phone rang. Hello. You have a package from Huaixiang that requires your signature upon delivery. It must be the vegetables from Shaochun. Her eyes brightened as she hung up and bid farewell to the agent. She patted his shoulder and dashed away. The agent, finally grasping a glimmer of hope, pondered whom to visit first. Although Xiao Fangjie had connections with Xiao Wan, he felt too embarrassed to solicit her help for this favor. He realized that he would have to rely on himself, even if it meant exhausting every resource to find someone who had a good rapport with Zhang Qian. At that moment, Fuqi quietly spoke up, I know someone who has a decent relationship with him, and that person can indeed communicate effectively. The agent's spirits lifted. Who? Jiang Anzhi. Chapter 196. A visit. Fuqi and Jiang Anzhi were once neighbors. Years ago, Jiang Anzhi's father and Fuqi's father both started their ventures in the capital. One focused on real estate planning, while the other invested in copper mining. Though they engaged in different projects, Both benefited from the capital support for young entrepreneurs and established their companies in the new industrial park, sharing the same housing block, thus becoming neighbors. At the age of 6, Jiang Anzhi met Fuqi, who was 5 at the time. Huaixiang is a city steeped in literary charm, and having lived there, Jiang Che absorbed its essence, becoming quiet, intelligent, and beautiful. In contrast, Fuqi, raised in the capital, exhibited the spirited vivacity unique to urban girls, creating a stark contrast with Anzhi. Jiang Ma has always believed that Anzhi is excessively quiet and self-restrained. She is quite pleased with the friendship between Anzhi and Fuqi. Therefore, despite Anzhi's agitation, Jiang Ma unrelentingly pushed her son out. Good boy. Don't stay cooped up in your room, writing all day. Go out and play with little Fuqi, all right? Little Anzhi resolutely shook his head. After Jiang Ma finished speaking, she grabbed the collar of Jiang Anzhi's clothes and tossed him out the door, closing it with a decisive thud. Only Fuqi remained outside, stifling a laugh. In the following years, thanks to generous support policies, both Jiang Ba and Fu Ba's businesses gradually flourished. Jiang Ba's project, in particular, rose rapidly and soon became a representative of young, promising entrepreneurs in the capital. Just as everything seemed to be heading in a positive direction, Jiang Anzhi was suddenly kidnapped. No one anticipated that the young entrepreneur's name in the newspapers would catch the attention of kidnappers. They abducted the 10-year-old Jiang Anzhi and demanded 70 million within 3 days. At that time, Jiang Ba had expanded his projects to first-tier cities like Yihai and Baizhou, and the funds had already been invested in the projects, leaving him with insufficient liquidity. It was Fu Ba who stepped in during this crisis, taking out all the money he could mobilize, even selling off the latest batch of copper or materials at loss to gather the remaining funds. In the end, Jiang Anzhi narrowly escaped death after the exorbitant ransom was paid. From that day on, the relationship between the two families became even closer. Anzhi also finally changed his attitude towards Fuqi. Although later Jiang Ba decisively sold the Yihai project and returned the surplus funds to Fu Ba, he was left severely depleted and planned to recover over 5 years. However, the global financial crisis struck, severely impacting real estate projects, and Jiang Ba's career hung by a thread. It was during this time that Anzhi was discovered by a talent scout, quickly rising to fame, and the money he earned helped Jiang Ba navigate through the difficult period. Just as the Jiang family managed to catch their breath, the Fu family began to feel unrest. Seeing Anzhi's rise to stardom, Fuqi, who once had Anzhi all to herself, found him transformed into the beloved Anzhi of his fans, which made her quite restless. Fuqi persistently urged Fu Ba to get her into the entertainment company, insisting she wanted to become a star alongside Anzhi. Indulgent as he was, Fu Ba could not withstand his daughter's tears and tantrums, and eventually arranged for her to sign with the entertainment company. However, it was considerably more challenging for a girl to make her mark. No one expected that in her desperate pursuit of Anzhi, she would resort to extremes, nearly dragging Anzhi down with her. From that point on, a rift formed between the two families. Eventually, Jiang Ba decided to relocate the business back to his hometown, Huaixiang, moving the entire family. Now, the Jiang Group not only regained its former glory, but also ascended 3 levels higher than before. In contrast, Fu Ba's copper mine company deteriorated due to environmental resource issues, falling from its former status as a business giant to a 3rd or 4th-tier small company. Jiang Ma had not anticipated that this troublesome girl would come knocking on their door in Huaixiang a decade later. Chapter 197. Approaching Closeness. Hello, Aunt Jiang. Long time no see. Fuqi stood hesitantly at the entrance of Jiang Anzhi and Xiaozhu, holding a basket of fruit. Jiang Ma was taken aback, staring at the person before her. Who is this? Dressed thoroughly and yet with an oddly familiar demeanor. Could she be some new type of scammer? I don't buy insurance, don't apply for credit cards, don't use machines, and don't subscribe to milk or beauty services. Jiang Ma's rapid-fire refusals left Fuqi momentarily stunned, prompting her to quietly remove her mask and sunglasses. Aunt Jiang, it's me, little Fuqi. Don't you recognize me? Which little Fuqi? Jiang Ma frowned at the mention, taking a moment to recall which Fuqi this might be. Her smile seemed rather forced. Oh, it's Fuqi. I almost didn't recognize you. I specifically came to see you and Uncle Jiang. I hope it's convenient. Fuqi Gao Shusli Probid. Not really convenient. Your Uncle Jiang is at work, and I need to go buy groceries, Jiang Ma replied, turning to leave with an air of protectiveness, swiftly closing the door behind her. A flicker of hurt crossed Fu Qi's eyes, but Jiang Ma chose to ignore it. There are so many pitiful people in the world. She could not be generous to all. Observing Jiang Ma's unwavering dismissal, Fu Qi could only put on a brave face and seek reconciliation. Aunt Jiang, since it's not convenient for you to host me at home, let me accompany you to buy groceries. That one tea do. It's unnecessary. It's been a long time since we last met. Please don't refuse me. I sincerely want to visit you. Jiang Che was at home, worried that a confrontation might arise with Fu Qi, and Jiang Ma, feeling impatient, waved her hand, signaling her to follow. Can I put this fruit down first? Fu Qi, unaccustomed to heavy lifting, was struggling with a large basket and just wanted to set it down. Leave it here. It's fine. No one will take it. Jiang Ma motioned for her to place it at the door. Fu Qi's expression turned somewhat awkward. If you're worried about someone taking it, let me help you carry it. Jiang Ma reached out to take the basket from her. That's not right. What if you tell me to leave when we're outside? Jiang Ma glanced at the expensive fruit basket, but remained silent, continuing to walk outside. Dressed in disguise with a fisherman's hat, sunglasses, and a low-profile custom outfit, Fu Qi appeared from a distance to be a charming woman seeking shade. Jiang Ma was well-liked in Jiang Anzhi and Shaozhou, and everyone greeted her warmly. Are you going grocery shopping again, Aunt Jiang? Yes. Why are you alone today? Yes. Who is this girl? From afar, I thought she was Xiao Chu, but up close, she doesn't quite look like her. Not at all. After encountering several neighbors, Jiang Ma realized that this method of diverting attention from Fu Qi was inappropriate. So she halted and asked, Did you come here for something specific? Nothing much. Just wanted to see Anzhi. Anzhi is doing well. You needn't worry about him. Jiang Ma quickly cut off the conversation. You're a public figure. It's not appropriate for you to be out like this with me. However, contrary to expectations, Jiang Ma remained unyielding as Fu Qi looked at her with a pitiful expression. After all, she had watched her grow up, and no matter how willful Fu Qi had been, her family had indeed helped Anzhi. Finally, Jiang Ma let out a slight sigh. Since you have something to say, let us find a quiet place to sit down. Chapter 198. Anzhi, please help me. Jiang Ma took Fu Qi to a relatively secluded CAF nearby. After ordering 2 drinks, the two sat down, momentarily speechless. Jiang Ma, being seasoned, showed no signs of awkwardness. Fu Qi, unable to contain herself, nervously opened the conversation. Is Anzhi doing well? Rest assured, he is quite well. Jiang Ma smiled faintly, revealing no emotions. I visited him at the hospital the day he was injured. Concern was evident in Fu Qi's eyes. Jiang Ma's brow twitched at her statement, suppressing her surprise and responding calmly. Fu Qi, you didn't come here just to check on Anzhi, did you? Annie has watched you grow up. Don't use the same tricks you apply to outsiders with me. If you have something to say, just get to the point. I know I've been too willful these years, and I've disappointed you. Fu Qi lowered her brows, looking remorseful. If that is what you want to say, then perhaps it's best to refrain. Jiang Ma decisively interrupted her. If her waywardness had led to misguided choices, it reflected a problem in her character rather than merely her behavior. However, it was troubling that Fu Qi, at such a young age, could resort to stepping on others to elevate herself. This was not merely a matter of conduct, but of her character. Jiang Ma would never forget the year Anzhi was mercilessly criticized online. As a mother, she could never overlook that hurdle. 10 years ago, Jiang Anzhi transitioned from being an idol to an actor, and his first art film became a tremendous success, garnering multiple Best Newcomer awards and solidifying his foothold in the entertainment industry. Thanks to this film, Anzhi helped Jiang Ba pay off all debts, saving the Jiang Group from a financial crisis. Just as the family breathed a sigh of relief and looked forward to the future, little Fu Qi from next door came crying to their door. Jiang Ma, suspecting nothing, assumed she had suffered some injustice at school. Anzhi is upstairs. You can go find him. FQ, overwhelmed with emotions, rushed to find NZH without even uttering a word of gratitude. NZH was in his room, practicing calligraphy, surrounded by an array of exercise books, dedicated to honing his craft in solitude. Without knocking, FQ burst through the door. Startled, NZH paused with his brush, casting a glance at her before placing the brush on the stand. What is it now? He inquired. FQ, tears streaming down her cheeks, sobbed for a moment before confessing. NZH, I am so scared. Who has upset you this time? Throughout their year at the Film Academy, FQ frequently lamented about her classmates' negligence and the teacher's disregard. Every time she met NZH, she would cry and complain for a considerable time, to the extent that NZH began to perceive it as a norm. "I think I might be pregnant," FQ stammered, her eyes and nose red from crying. A flicker of shock passed through NZH's gaze. "What do you mean?" FQ was not only a playmate, but also someone whose family had shown kindness to him. Though he had never harbored romantic feelings for her, he treated her like a younger sister. The revelation from a 19-year-old freshman that she might be pregnant was enough to rattle anyone. "Do your parents know?" he asked. FQ shook her head. "What do you plan to do?" "I can't keep it. I absolutely cannot, or my parents will kill me." "What about the father?" NZH frowned, struggling to utter the words regarding the child's father. In his mind, a student getting pregnant was unworthy of being called a father, let alone a man. He wouldn't take responsibility, even if he knew, and I wouldn't let him know, FQ resolutely replied. "Then why venture into such dangerous territory?" NZH was perplexed, but refrained from voicing his concerns, fearing it might hurt her pride. "NZH, I can only ask for your help. Will you accompany me to terminate the pregnancy?" FQ wept like a wilted flower. "I believe it is better for the adults to know about this," NZH suggested seriously. "No, I cannot let my parents know. They would surely kill me, and I have only confided in you. If you do not accompany me, I will go alone. At worst, I would rather die." How could young girls speak of death so lightly? Yet, this was precisely what FQ was capable of. Her character was marked by extreme emotions and a propensity for impulsive decisions. Ultimately, NZH accompanied FQ to the hospital. Unbeknownst to them, their visit was captured by an onlooker's camera. The news of NZH accompanying his girlfriend for an abortion swept across the internet like wildfire. Having emerged from a singing and dancing group, NZH was transitioning into an acting career. He already had a considerable fan base, with many fans considering themselves as girlfriends or wives. And they were particularly intolerant of any romantic entanglements, let alone a scandal involving an abortion. FQ repeatedly pleaded with her to clarify the situation and defend NZH, but she merely sobbed in silence. For nearly half a year, amid rampant online abuse and boycotts, the incident eventually faded from public attention. Little did anyone know that on the night the news broke regarding NZH being vilified online, FB sought him out. Grasping NZH's hand, his voice trembling with emotion, he implored, "NZH, for the sake of FSH's past kindness to you, please do not reveal the truth. Otherwise, FQ's life will be ruined. I understand this puts you in a difficult position, and you too will face public scorn and ridicule. However, FQ is a girl, and her reputation is more crucial to her than life itself. I cannot bear to watch her be pushed off a cliff. This time, she was in the wrong, and I will keep an eye on her to prevent her from acting recklessly in the future." 6 months later, a fantasy drama announced its production, casting a relatively unknown sophomore from the Film Academy as the lead actress. People were intrigued, noting her beauty but questioning her acting prowess. Subsequently, it became apparent that she was indeed FQ, the girlfriend associated with NZH's abortion scandal. Thanks to NZH's rumors, FQ quickly gained notoriety. However, from that moment onward, the two never mentioned the incident again, and they never shared the same space again, appearing as strangers to one another, leaving the truth of their situation shrouded in mystery. Thus, various rumors began circulating in the community, suggesting that NZH had discarded FQ to preserve his status, while others claimed the company forced their breakup or that FQ had schemed to rise to prominence. Regardless of the nature of the rumors, the label of scoundrel had become indelibly attached to NZH. Naturally, GNGM believed in NZH's character. Her son had received a fine education and would never commit such an irresponsible act. Moreover, NZH had always rejected adult matchmaking. So how could he have secretly wronged FQ? Yet, FQ adamantly refused to reveal the truth, leaving GNGM at a loss. Eventually, a colleague discreetly disclosed to GOCH in the truth behind FQ's pregnancy, that she had slept with a benefactor to secure a leading role and accidentally found herself in this predicament. At that time, she was merely an obscure newcomer in the entertainment industry, lacking exposure and controversy, which led her to orchestrate the abortion incident. This event strained the relationship between the two families. As GNGM reflected on her 10-year absence from FQ's life, she noted that while the girl's features had become more refined, the innocence and charm of her childhood had vanished entirely. At the very least, GNGM could no longer find it in herself to love her. Upon her return, FQ sought not only to see NZH, but also to request a small favor from him, understanding that if she remained silent, GNGM would not inquire about her intentions. She felt compelled to speak. NZH was merely an employee in the entertainment industry, leading a solitary existence at home, and without a wide network. How could he assist her in matters she could not resolve herself? GNGM's words were laden with refusal. Help? That is impossible. He can help. FQ feigned ignorance of GNGM's rejection and earnestly stated, Aunt Jiang, for the sake of our family's past connection, please speak to NZH and ask him to assist me. How did I ignore your pleas when you asked me the same years ago? Do you truly believe time can dilute everything? GNGM scoffed internally, yet maintained her composure. What do you need NZH's help with? FQ's eyes dimmed. If you mention ZH in Chi, New York, he will understand. This revelation sparked an understanding in GNGM, who, though not directly involved, grasped the implications of FQ's presence. It was already vexing enough that her son was being wronged and NZH's reputation tarnished. Now this girl had also harmed her grandson, with old grievances compounded by new ones. GNGM found it laughable that FQ hoped for her assistance. FQ, you are no longer a child. It is time for you to confront reality. Your parents have indulged you, and as an outsider, I should not intervene. However, observing your increasingly reckless behavior, I must offer you a word of caution. I will refuse this request on NZH's behalf. I am making it clear to you now. Our family will not assist. If you continuously evade the consequences of your wrongdoings with the help of others, you will never mature. Only through experiencing hardship will you learn the difference between right and wrong. And this is a lesson you must pay for yourself. And you cannot be so heartless. This is truly serious. If NZH does not help me, I may have to leave the industry. What is so terrible about leaving the industry? I have witnessed how the once genuine and carefree FQ has been corrupted by this world. I genuinely hope you do leave. Perhaps it will restore your sanity. And will you truly be so unfeeling? FQ bit her lip, her face a portrait of sorrow. Do not forget that our family once went to great lengths to save NZH's life. I did not wish to mention it, as it would seem I am leveraging your past kindness. But now, I have no other choice. Please, I implore you, help me. GNGM, infuriated yet amused, retorted, I am grateful to your father. From a human perspective, we will forever owe your family a life. However, from a material standpoint, they have long repaid the debt. Moreover, in recent years, the F family copper mine has faced numerous bankruptcy crises, all of which were averted by GNGB's intervention, allowing the mine to survive. No matter how great the favor, it has long been settled. Furthermore, for some individuals, reputation holds greater significance than life itself. If one were to be pursued by the entire nation, branded as a scoundrel and called upon to perish, who would endure such disgrace if it were not for the life-saving grace of years past? We shall forever be grateful for your father's courage and compassion from those days gone by. However, that is your father's virtue, not yours. You cannot take advantage of your elder's blessings to behave inappropriately, lest you eventually face consequences. I believe this punishment serves as an opportunity for your reformation. Take heed of it. Aunt Jiang, having spoken, rose without a hint of nostalgia. Chapter 201. Who sent the fruit basket, Aunt Jiang? Are you truly going to stand by and watch me perish? Tears swelled in Fuchi's eyes. It was merely a request for Anzhi to convey a message to Zhang Qiani. It was not an insurmountable task. Can you truly bear to witness my demise? In this matter, our family has chosen not to pursue further inquiries, which is already a considerable concession. As for others' decisions, we have no right to interfere. When one errs, an apology is warranted. If 1 day is insufficient, then 2. And if 2 days are inadequate, then 3. If 3 days fail, perhaps 3 years will suffice. Those who genuinely seek resolution should be willing to bear the blame. Our Anzhi, though humble, cannot offer assistance. Aunt Zhang's words pierced the heart with the sharpness of a slap, echoing relentlessly against Fuchi's face. Fuchi stood frozen, unable to move for a long while. After leaving the CAF, Aunt Zhang feared that Fuchi might follow, especially since her precious grandson remained at Jiangxin Shaozhu. An encounter could spell trouble. Ba ba ba. Aunt Jiang waved her hand dismissively. Your demeanor is difficult to interpret in any other light. Xiao Chun teased incessantly, and Aunt Jiang, unfazed, leaned closer. What brings you here? Anzhi is going to Yihai today for tomorrow morning's meeting. Upon hearing this, Aunt Jiang felt a wave of relief. Had she not dismissed Fuqi, it could have led to an unfortunate encounter. While Xiao Chun awaited Anzhi in the car, he scrutinized the grand fruit basket placed at the entrance, finding its packaging oddly familiar. As he pondered, Aunt Jiang appeared. Aunt Jiang, who sent this large fruit basket this morning? Do not mention it. Fuqi just came by. What? Xiao Chun gasped, his mouth agape. What was she here for? Aunt Jiang recounted Fuqi's request for Anzhi's assistance in detail. But, to her surprise, Xiao Chun was even angrier than Aunt Jiang. How dare she come to plead? Auntie, you didn't agree to her, did you? Of course not. Aunt Jiang paused, taken aback by Xiao Chun's fervor. This woman is not to be assisted. You cannot imagine how much Anzhi has suffered. Xiao Chun intended to reveal the entire story of Anzhi's injuries, but suddenly remembered Anzhi's request to keep it from his parents to spare them worry. So he swallowed his words. In any case, we need not exert any effort on this venomous woman. I naturally spare you such trouble. Do you take me for a foolish matriarch from melodrama? Aunt Jiang scoffed. You are certainly not. You are the most enlightened and wise elder. Xiao Chun eagerly flattered her, his gaze unwittingly drawn back to the fruit basket. By the way, is this fruit basket style universally recognized? Aunt Jiang glanced at the basket, her expression unperturbed. This is a unique packaging from our old fruit shop in the previous neighborhood. I never expected that girl would go to such lengths for a mere fruit. One must admire her cunning. Chapter 202. Xiao Chun's stomach aches. Are you suggesting that only Fuqi could procure this fruit? Xiao Chun felt utterly disheartened. More or less, it is quite niche. It is challenging to find this nearby. It is somewhat nostalgic that this fruit shop still exists. Alas, how the times have changed. At the entrance, Aunt Jiang and Xiao Chun engaged in casual conversation. After some contemplation, Jiang Anzhi decided to head to Jiangxin Xiaozhu first. As expected, Jiang Che was completely unprepared for his father to come specifically to bid him farewell. Young Master Jiang clung to Jiang Anzhi affectionately, unwilling to let go. Daddy, how long will you be gone this time? Upon hearing the return date, Jiang Che's eyes brightened, and he replied enthusiastically, Rest assured, Daddy, I will take good care of Mommy. Hearing his little adult-like response, Jiang Anzhi smiled warmly. He pressed a kiss on Jiang Che's face, whispering that Daddy would miss him and Mommy. Jiang Che, in turn, kept kissing Jiang Anzhi's face, soon leaving it covered in saliva. Observing the striking resemblance Jiang Che bore to Feng Lanchu, Jiang Anzhi felt his heart soften immensely. Seated in the living room, Jiang Dad observed the affectionate exchange between father and son, utterly speechless at the sight of these two overly sentimental men, utterly unbothered. When Jiang Anzhi exited Jiangxin Xiaozhu, he found Xiao Chun slumped over the steering wheel, looking unwell. Once inside the car, Jiang Anzhi lightly tapped the back of the seat with his slender, fair fingers, expressing his confusion. What day? Jiang Anzhi inquired, puzzled. The day you were in the hospital. Xiao Chun insisted. She actually came. Why didn't you tell me? Xiao Chun's eyes glistened with unshed tears. And you let me eat that fruit. Damn, he actually consumed Fuqi's offering. No wonder he had been feeling ill for the past couple of days. His body had been signaling danger all along, and yet he had been too foolish to realize. Woe is me, he is going to shut himself away. Seeing Xiao Chun's dejected demeanor, Jiang Anzhi couldn't help but chuckle, tapping the seat once more. We must go. Time is of the essence. Now that you mention it, how can I be timely? Xiao Chun pointed resentfully towards the door. That woman has returned to poison me again. Upon hearing this, Jiang Anzhi's gentle expression turned serious as he cast a cold glance at the fruit basket at the entrance, his thin lips pressing into a tight line. Just now, Annie encountered her. She claimed to be here to persuade you on behalf of Zhang Qiani. Jiang Anzhi narrowed his eyes, remaining silent. You won't take action, will you? Xiao Chun asked uncertainly. After all, aside from tormenting him, Anzhi had always been kind to outsiders. Let's proceed. Anzhi reminded him, unfazed. Assisting her is out of the question. He had already stated in the hospital that their accounts were settled. Choosing not to pursue the matter of the lampstand was his final act of grace. Moving forward, he must take care of himself. Chapter 203. Imagination. Where did this lady vanish to at a crucial moment, wasting such a splendid opportunity? The agent waited patiently, and only after a long while did Fuqi arrive, her expression far from pleasant. Drive. Fuqi instructed absent-mindedly, not even glancing at the fruit basket left at the entrance. Very well. The agent promptly started the vehicle, glancing back in the rearview mirror and tentatively asking, "Shall we head directly to the airport? Let's wander a bit." Fuchi's voice carried an air of fatigue. The agent nodded, driving aimlessly through Huaixiang. This is a city rich in cultural heritage, home to 3 renowned academies of Huaxia. The Huaixiang family has produced many illustrious figures, and the residents here are predominantly courteous and humble. As she gazed out at the passing people and scenery, Fuchi's mind was consumed by thoughts of the elegant, delicate individual she used to be, who preferred to seclude herself in her room to write. Back then, she had resolved to visit the place where Anzhi was born to see what kind of environment could nurture such a handsome boy. Little did she know, she was here now, yet that beautiful boy had become a stranger to her. Lost in her thoughts, Fuchi was suddenly captivated by a grand, vintage school gate, with the words Huaixiang University elegantly inscribed above. For reasons unknown, Fuchi inexplicably felt compelled to stop the agent. The vehicle halted before the gates of Huai University, and without uttering a word, she stared blankly at the institution, as if entranced. A tempest brewed within her, an inexplicable sense of foreboding emerging. She quietly inquired, "Is Feng Lanchu a professor at this university?" "Huh," the agent replied, puzzled. "Who knows? I have not paid attention." Before the agent could elaborate, Fuchi swiftly took out her phone to search for Feng Lanchu's information, only to find a brief entry stating, "Feng Lanchu, female, a Huaixiang native, serves as an associate professor in the field of wildlife studies at Huaixiang University." Those few lines struck Fuchi like thunder, leaving her in shock. What a coincidence that she, too, is from Huaixiang. Upon contemplating Anzhi and her participation in the same variety show, one wonders if this woman might leverage their shared hometown connection to forge a closer relationship. Indeed, it is highly likely that she would seize this serendipitous opportunity to approach Anzhi. The thought of the fervent discussions online surrounding Jiang Feng fills Fuchi with jealousy. "Feng Lanchu, it would be wise for you to refrain from revealing any indiscretions. Otherwise, I shall ensure that we both descend into oblivion together." The manager, observing Fuchi's increasingly gloomy demeanor, could not help but frown and offer a gentle reminder. Fuchi remained silent, lingering at the entrance of Huaida for a considerable time before instructing her manager to depart. Chapter 204. The Spirit of Gossip. Everyone is busily engaged in their own lives. Fuchi faced disappointment. While the students of teacher Xiaofeng were thoroughly enjoying a lively and engaging practical lesson, just as Feng Lan Chu concluded her class, a video call from Jiang Anzhi came through. As she tidied her lecture notes, she answered the call, and the image of Jiang Anzhi appeared, seated in his car, emanating warmth and tenderness. Recalling the previous night when he grasped her hand, the lingering sensation made her palm tremble slightly, and she feigned annoyance. "Please, spare me your affectionate expression." Jiang Anzhi chuckled softly in response. Seeing him smile, Feng Lanchu couldn't help but click her tongue in mock disdain, prompting him to flatter her. "Just finish your class? It seems my timing is impeccable." The students, initially ready to make a hasty exit, paused as they heard his voice, moving in slow motion like sloths, although their eagerly perked ears betrayed them. "Wow, I've never seen the living deity before. Incredible." Teacher Xiaofeng's gentle demeanor reveals her queenly essence when in the presence of a deity. "By the way, the deity's voice sounds so familiar. I really want to see his face." She coughed softly, "I'll call you back later," and promptly hung up, leaving her students to sigh in disappointment as they slumped over their desks. Amused, Feng Lanchu observed them. "Why are you still here?" "Teacher Xiaofeng, we wish to see the living deity." "Yes, we're about to graduate, yet we've never met the deity. When will he treat us to a meal?" Realizing their true intention, Feng Lanchu laughed and nodded. "Treating you to a meal is not difficult. Let us go now." "Ah, that's not the same. We cherish the notion of the deity treating us." Indeed, just a glimpse of the deity in this lifetime would be enough to die without regrets. Feng Lanchu mused inwardly. "Then you may have to wait a long time. Jiang Anzhi's image is omnipresent in every street and alley. And it seems that tonight's episode of Home Guardians will air again. Given what I know of you, there is no doubt you will watch. Teacher Xiaofeng, we implore you to arrange a meeting with the deity." "Yes, we beseech you for an audience with the deity." The students looked at her with hopeful expressions. Meanwhile, Jiang Anzhi, having been disconnected, cast a forlorn glance at the computer beside him, where he had just infiltrated the Huaida campus network to obtain Feng Lan Chu's class schedule. It was indeed the time for class to end. Had the schedule changed? Upon arriving home to a multitude of relatives, Feng Lan Chu felt overwhelmed. After all, they were all fervent fans of Home Guardians. Mom. Jiang Che seemed accustomed to the frequent appearances of aunts and uncles, casually enjoying their company. Little Chui Tiao's lively disposition mirrors that of Xiao Chu, remarked one of the aunts cheerfully. Indeed, they resemble each other, yet their personalities are completely different, another aunt concurred. Anzhi has his strengths, and Chui Tiao has his own as well. The aunts, eager for survival, showered compliments upon them. Anzhi loved to write when he was young. I thought he would become a calligrapher. Yes, I felt the same. I never imagined he would become a star, but it suits him well. Life has its demands. Jiang Ma interjected with a laugh. Jiang Che, half listening to the lively conversation, leaned closer to Feng Lan Chu and asked, Mom, what are they talking about? They are praising your father's prowess. Oh, Jiang Che nodded in agreement. Of course, Dad is impressive. As the relatives engaged in animated chatter, the 9th episode finally arrived, much to the anticipation of online fans. The penultimate episode, my heart feels heavy. My darling Anzhi's mother has arrived. Teacher Xiao Feng, Teacher Xiao Feng, Teacher Xiao Feng. Give me a shout out for Zhuang Nan. Zhuang Nan is magnificent. Whoa, it's my first time seeing the live DDS comments. Let us support him. Go Nangu. Nangu is the best. The barrage of comments quickly shifted to support for Zhuang Nan. But the joyous chatter also signaled the official start of the weekly airing of Home Guardians. When it came to the moment Feng Lan Chu took her oath, fans erupted in laughter. Haha, does Teacher Xiao Feng not care about her dignity? All of Teacher Xiao Feng's brilliance is reserved for her studies. Haha, I can't even. Feng Lan Chu watched her own awkwardness with embarrassment, silently face-palming, utterly humiliated. To her surprise, the Guardian squad was abuzz with excitement as well. Qinzhua, haha, is Teacher Xiao Feng serious about the oath? Zhuang Nan, my cameraman told me to take an oath, but I ignored it. Thankfully, I did. Feng Lan Chu, Anzhi, very cute. Initially feeling embarrassed, Feng Lan Chu became flustered upon seeing Jiang Anzhi openly praise her, silently switching to his private chat. Feng, please refrain from saying anything strange in the group. Feng, it's utterly infuriating. Where has that gentlemanly man I once knew gone? This is obvious. He asked my Anzhi. Thank you, you go. Xiao Zhua is truly deserving. Zhuang Nan is no less. Am I the only one who thinks Teacher Xiao Feng has a strong desire to survive? Haha, everyone is handsome, and no one is offended. Haha, Teacher Xiao Feng has good taste. Anzhi is the most handsome in the universe. Investing in him is worth it. Other fans, TCH, Feng Lan Chu's phone chimed again. Jiang Hai Ji Yu Sheng. Thank you for the compliment, my dear. You are beautiful as well. Feng, have you been hacked? Jiang Hai Ji Yu Sheng quickly sent a selfie. He was lying on a hotel bed, his dark hair slightly damp against his face, his light eyes sparkling, and his lips curled into a contented smile. The usually reserved movie star had taken a selfie for the first time. Jiang Hai Ji Yu Sheng, without you, I cannot sleep tonight. Feng, please do not disturb my television watching. What on earth is going on with him? Feng Lan Chu was utterly perplexed, wondering where the movie star had gone astray.